Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 4019 to Chapter 4102. After a few battles, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City improved very quickly. It wasn't the improvement of their cultivation, but the improvement of their combat experience and skills. This might be the most important reason why Golden City set the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Without experience, even if you were a peerless genius, it would be difficult for you to grow. Are you really not going to release those three people? Zhang Long glanced at Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan. I've said it before. If they agree to my conditions, I'll release them. Otherwise, there's no way. Damn it, they're still scheming against me behind my back. I'm not a saint. Why don't I have conditions to release them? If the conditions allow, I really want to kill them directly. Ling Xiao said unhappily. Wait a minute. We'll agree to two conditions. Just as they were about to leave, Bai Luo spoke. And he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Although when he knelt down, Bai Luo's heart was filled with anger and hatred. He thought that if he survived, he could take revenge on Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. Huang Quan had a tacit understanding with him and also made the same choice. What about you? Lu Qingmong? I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, not only will you kneel down, but you'll also have to kowtow 10 times and admit your mistake publicly. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmong and sneered. Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingmong knelt down. Compared to kowtowing, kneeling was obviously more acceptable. Ling Xiao, I'll remember today's humiliation. I hope you won't have to beg me in the future. Otherwise, you have to understand that I won't forget this humiliation. Lu Qingmong was more direct than Bai Luo and Huang Quan. He said whatever he wanted to say. Ling Xiao sneered and broke the fence with a punch, releasing the 3 of them. I also hope you can remember today's humiliation. If you have nothing to do, think about why this happened. Ling Xiao was waiting for an opportunity. As long as there was a chance, he would use the Great River Bandits to kill these 3 people. Now, he had an additional 200 points. 100 of them were because he saved Lu Qingmong and the others. The other 100 was because he had forced Xianxia to retreat. These were all unforeseen events. He solved everything perfectly. His total points had reached 300. Although he didn't know how the other sacred cities were doing, there was absolutely no one in War Soul Sacred City who could surpass him in points. After this ranking battle, the title of number 1 among the younger generation of Fighting Soul Sacred City would belong to him. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to everyone and began to move forward. The reason why he did not directly kill Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan was mainly because of the raiding. No one knew what would happen if they killed their teammates, so he didn't want to take the risk. Even if he wanted to kill the 3 of them, he would need the help of the Great River Bandits. He didn't do it himself. Are we really going to follow him? Bai Lu lowered her voice and asked Lu Qingmong, now that we're out, we have the power to kill him. Are you out of your mind? Lu Qingmong looked at Bai Luo exasperatedly, we just came out from the cage. Did you forget the lesson? This guy should be an expert in formations and mechanisms. With him around, it will be easier for us to get to the core of the Great River Bandits. Also, do you think the Celestial Angels won't do anything about it? Even if we want to kill him, we have to ask the Great River Bandits to do it. Lu Qingmong was a cunning man, he was much harder to deal with than Bai Luo. I agree with eldest senior disciple, let's go. Huang Quan nodded her head as well. Actually, what she was worried about the most was, could the 3 of them really kill Ling Xiao? On Ling Xiao's side, Zhu Xiaohan and Zhang Long were both at the early 7th Divine Core Realm. As for Ling Xiao himself, his combat strength was even more frightening. For some unknown reason, he was able to summon 100 perfect 6th Divine Core warriors to help him. This was really frightening. Let's go. Lu Qingmong waved her hand and followed Ling Xiao and the others. The leader of this team had been changed. It wasn't appointed by the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, it was Ling Xiao who obtained it with his own abilities. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly signaled everyone to stop. What's wrong? Zhang Long asked curiously. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as well. He was the backbone of this group, and no matter what he said, even Lu Qingmong was willing to believe him. Because, no matter if it was the spy or the trap, Ling Xiao had done a better job. It's a trap. Ling Xiao reminded everyone, then he signaled everyone to back off. After that, he slammed his palm towards the group. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Bang, it was as if the palm strike had angered nature. The path in front of them was abruptly lit up by a blazing flame. This flame was actually a heavenly flame. Even a divine core warrior would be burned into ashes if he tried to stop it. What was even scarier was that there was a bluish-purple gas coming out from the blazing flame. Deadly poison. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The traps here were all in the form of formations, and it was impossible to guard against them. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, even if they didn't die, they would have been severely injured. Compared to the cages they had been in, the danger level here was obviously higher. How did he find out? How did he do it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as strong as most of them, he was one of the weakest here. However, his combat strength, and the things he was good at, were something no one here could compare with. Once again, Lu Qingmong revealed an extremely jealous expression. Humph, so what if you found out about the traps? We still can't get past them. Don't tell me you can deal with these things? Bai Luo couldn't help but ask. Compared to Lu Qingmong's forbearance, Bai Luo was clearly showing his dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao didn't even care about him. He immediately unleashed the undying bird and nine-headed hell serpent. In an instant, they completely absorbed the heavenly flame and deadly poison. This scene once again left everyone dumbfounded. Perhaps there was no one else in the Fighting Soul Sacred City who could do this. No wonder Sword Maiden Xinglian recommended him. Let's continue forward, Ling Xiao said calmly. As such, they would encounter a trap every once in a while. However, because of Ling Xiao's presence, they all passed through safely. After arriving at a safe place, Ling Xiao told everyone to rest first. He also sat at the side to adjust his breathing. Deciphering the traps wasn't an easy task. He had to keep his Tai Chi eye open and concentrate on it. This was also very exhausting. Ding. Additional performance points increased by 10 points. A strange notification came from the ring again. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood. A trap like this should have been solved by everyone working together. However, Ling Xiao solved it alone, so there would be additional performance points as a reward. This reward didn't sound like much, but because they didn't know the grading criteria. Therefore, they didn't know. Anyway, it was an additional point. Even if it was just 1 point, it would be good. There are so many mechanisms here, it's really not a place for humans to walk. Ling Xiao, are you sure you want to continue? The Great River Bandits already know that we're here. They might choose to move. They might even send people to target us. It's impossible for us to survive. During the break, Lu Qingmong couldn't help but speak. What he said actually made sense. They originally planned to sneak attack the Great River Bandits, but now it became a head-on battle. With their strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for the Great River Bandits. Even someone like Lu Qingmong would be afraid. What? The number one person in War Soul Sacred City, the disciple of the Sacred Lord, is actually afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmong and ridiculed. According to what you said, we only have one choice, which is to withdraw from the mission. Of course, if you want to withdraw, I won't object. Anyway, we haven't encountered any danger yet. You can still withdraw. Who said I'm withdrawing? I just feel that it's not appropriate. Lu Qingmong retorted. How could he let others think that he was timid? If you don't want to withdraw, then shut your mouth. Ling Xiao said coldly, now, I'm going to share some information with you. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. From the beginning, they felt that Ling Xiao knew more than all of them. They just didn't expect Ling Xiao to share this information. If this matter happened to Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan, they would probably choose not to mention it. Ling Xiao simply told everyone the information he learned from the Great River Bandit commander. Everyone's face turned ugly when they heard this. The Great River Bandit's evil god sacrifice was simply evil. 100,000 people were going to be sacrificed. No matter who it was, everyone's face changed drastically. However, there were also people who didn't seem to care about the lives of others, they're just a bunch of ants. If they die, then so be it. If we lose any one of us in order to save them, it's not worth it. We don't have any obligation to save these people. The one who spoke was Lu Qingmong. Are you a cold-blooded animal? Zhang Long couldn't help but ask. If it's within my ability, I'll naturally do it. But now that I can't, why should I send myself to death? Lu Qingmong said. You're not wrong, but who told you that we're powerless? Ling Xiao said with a smile, we have a great advantage now. There were few people, so it was easy for them to hide. After that spy Ghostly was killed, the Great River Bandits had already lost their position. Those traps were basically neutralized by me. Further ahead, because it was the place where the Great River Bandits lived, there were no more traps. After all, it would be bad if one of their own was triggered. Therefore, we can still launch sneak attacks. Here, we'll split up and work in pairs. If we run into any trouble, we'll solve it if we can. If he couldn't solve it, he would keep it in mind. After we meet up, we'll attack together. Are you sure there are no traps? Bai Luo frowned and asked. If I say I don't have it, then I don't have it. If you don't believe me, you don't want it either. Aluminum? Muslin Qi Shunsho Tua Tua? Meng Liang was making a racket? Bo Pingyue, Ling Xiao looked at Bai Luo with disdain and said, I didn't expect the Holy Master's disciples to all be cowards. If there is no mechanism, I will agree to your arrangement. Lu Qingmong said. Alright, let's talk about splitting up. Me, Zhang Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, He Ningdi, Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, Hanajiku, and Chen Yu. Lu Qingmong and Hanajiku will be in one group. Zhang Long and Chen Xiuji will be in one group. Bai Luo and Chen Yu will be in one group. Huang Quan and He Ningdi will be in one group. I'll be in one group with Zhu Xiaohan. Therefore, each group will have a 7th Divine Core Warrior, and the strength of each group will be balanced. Do you have any objections? I want to be in one group with Huang Quan. Bai Luo said. Your objection is invalid. Ling Xiao said with a cold voice, I've said it before, each group will have a 7th Divine Core Warrior. Also, if you don't follow my arrangement, I can kill you right now. Bai Luo, this arrangement is good, and it's only temporary. There are a lot of forks in this path, and it will be easier for us to scout the area. Lu Qingmong suddenly said. Fine. Bai Luo finally shut his mouth. Indeed, this guy was more obedient to Lu Qingmong. On the other side, Hanajiku was looking at Ling Xiao with a grateful expression. Although she didn't know if Ling Xiao did it on purpose, it was obviously safer for her to be in the same group as Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong's combat strength was the strongest among all of them. Let's move out. After the grouping was completed, Ling Xiao gave out an order. Everyone left one after another, following the order. Pooh. Right after everyone left, Ling Xiao threw up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked very weak. Ling Xiao, what happened to you? Zhu Xiaohan hurriedly went up to Ling Xiao and asked. Cough cough, I was injured just now, and because I trust you, I asked you to follow me. From now on, you'll have to protect me, can you do that? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Zhu Xiaohan nodded her head. Although this girl was a bit cold, she had a warm heart. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose her to be his partner. Zhu Xiaohan supported Ling Xiao and walked forward. However, a cunning look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Right at this moment, a wild laughter sounded out. Buddy, you put me through a lot of trouble just now, but now, I'll see who else can help you. Amidst the wild laughter, 6th Manager Yun Xianxia walked out from the darkness. He had been following the group all this time. When he saw that Ling Xiao was severely injured, and the others had left, he thought this was an opportunity. However, the 3 mid-7th Divine Corps generals were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had gone to chase after someone else, or perhaps they had returned to report the situation. Martial Soul Barrier. A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face as he unleashed the Martial Soul Barrier. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, who had originally looked dispirited and listless, laughed loudly. You stinky fish, you've finally taken the bait. I thought I'd have to wait a little longer. I didn't expect you to rush to your death. You're not injured. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. Zhu Xiaohan was dumbfounded as well. Of course I'm not injured, but because you've been following me all this time, if I didn't kill you, I wouldn't have been able to sneak into the Great River Bandits. That's why I used a little trick to lure you in. You're much more stupid than I thought. Why didn't you think about whether the bait could be eaten? Why did you come to me on your own accord? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone, I'm sorry, Zhu Xiaohan, in order to lure this fish, I lied to you. It's alright, you did the right thing. Zhu Xiaohan didn't blame Ling Xiao. Instead, she admired Ling Xiao's quick-wittedness even more. He was able to trick the cunning sixth manager like a monkey. This wasn't something anyone could do. In the world of warriors, it wasn't strange for women to worship strong men. Just like in the world of rich men, women worshipped those who could make money. On top of that, Ling Xiao was handsome and elegant to begin with. It was normal for Zhu Xiaohan to be captivated by Ling Xiao. Although he was tricked, Xianxia didn't seem scared at all. He stood there and sneered, Buddy, don't you think there's a stupid loophole in your plan? Loophole? Ling Xiao laughed, tell me about it. Even if you've trapped me, you've sent the others away. Do you really think you can take me down with just the two of you? Xianxia sneered, we, the Great River Bandits, have been standing strong for hundreds of years. That wasn't just a bluff. We did it with our true abilities. I have to admit, you're a smart guy. Having a disciple like you in the Fighting Soul Saint City is indeed intimidating. But too bad, young men like you are still no match for us Great River Bandits. Is that so? You really think so? Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. This caused Zhu Xiaohan, who was nervous, to finally relax. You don't have to pretend to be calm. If I, Xianxia, can't even take care of two little kittens like you, then I don't need to show my face anymore. Xianxia laughed, this little girl is not bad, I can have a good taste of her later. As for you, you're Ling Xiao, right? You won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. After saying that, he suddenly waved his hand. Dozens of pretty girls appeared next to him. But, their eyes were filled with confusion. It seemed like there were many stitches on their bodies. There were a total of 18 of them. All of them were 7th Divine Core warriors. 6 of them had reached the mid-7th Divine Core realm. It's not easy to make these puppets. It's even harder to control them. But, my Great River Soul is different from others. My Great River Soul is called Beauty River. As long as it's here, I can control these puppets and fight. Xianxia was the one who was serious. This time, he wasn't going to run away like before. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao's taiji eye kept flashing. After a while, he smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, controlling 18 puppets at the same time is already your limit. Furthermore, you won't be able to fight while controlling the puppet. This process will consume a large amount of your true essence and soul force. The battle cannot last more than half an hour, right? Whatever you say. Even though Xianxia did not show anything on the surface, he was already endlessly shocked in his heart. Because Ling Xiao was right. This kid was simply a devil. If he continued to live, the Great River Bandits would really be in trouble this time. Zhu Xiaohan, protect yourself. Don't worry about me. After Ling Xiao said this, he immediately transformed into his everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. Xianxia's strength made him extremely excited. Because he felt that this might be an opportunity. He had always hoped that he could break through as soon as possible. This Xianxia had given him this opportunity. Perfect, the moment he entered the everlasting heavenly rat's beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao took out the blood sovereign sword. An icy cold light was glowing on the sword. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with determination and coldness. This battle was just the beginning. He believed that in this mission, if he could kill the 6 leaders of the Great River Bandits, he would definitely get a higher evaluation. Do you really want to fight me? Xianxia sneered, then he ordered the 6 mid-7th Divine Core warriors to protect him. He then ordered the other 12 early 7th Divine Core female warriors to attack Ling Xiao. 12 early 7th Divine Core female warriors. This was not easy to deal with. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao could easily kill them. But, when 12 of them attacked at the same time, this was not easy to deal with. But, the more difficult it was, the happier Ling Xiao was. The heart of gold was violently beating. Perhaps the potential in his body had sensed the threat, it started to become active. Kill. 12 early Earth Core warriors attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohan's face turned pale. Such a powerful true appearance, forget about Ling Xiao, even Lu Qingmong would probably be instantly blasted into smithereens too. Even the mayor, Di Ying, would have to avoid this attack. He wouldn't dare take this terrifying attack head-on. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohan's mind was filled with worry, regret, and pain. Although Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than she had imagined. Although Ling Xiao had mastered many different skills, and seemed to be very powerful. Although Ling Xiao was extremely intelligent, and had done many things that shocked her. But, facing such a terrifying attack, it was hard for her to have any confidence in Ling Xiao. At this moment, she made up her mind. She decided to help Ling Xiao. Although her strength was extremely weak, and she could only block one attack from one of them, she still wanted to help Ling Xiao as much as possible. If she didn't, they would all die here. Zhu Xiaohan, stay there obediently and use all of your Jin Yuan to protect yourself. Just as she was about to attack, Ling Xiao's voice sounded out in her mind. She was startled for a moment, but she still gave up on helping. Since this was Ling Xiao's idea, she decided to believe in Ling Xiao. She would take the risk. On the other side, Yun Shang furrowed his brows. He couldn't do anything right now. But, he had to ask 6 mid-7th Divine Core warriors to protect him. This was because he had a deep fear of Ling Xiao, this young man, he couldn't underestimate him. Not long ago, he thought Jiang Chen was just a weak paramecium, the kind that would die once it came ashore. But now, he didn't think so anymore. Ling Xiao was a ferocious tiger, a tiger that was approaching the prime of his life. He stared at Ling Xiao, trying to figure out what tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. He didn't believe Ling Xiao could kill 12 early Earth Core warriors in an instant. The reason why the 7th Divine Core warriors were called the Earth Core realm was because they could absorb the energy from the Earth. It was completely different from the Mortal Core realm. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. 12 Earth Core female warriors were facing off against a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. This was definitely a magnificent battle map. This was the ultimate challenge between the weak and the strong. Normally, it would be extremely difficult for the weak to challenge just one of them. But now, he was challenging all 12 of them. Bang! 12 frightening attacks that could easily destroy any 6th Divine Core warrior were unleashed. They had completely locked onto Ling Xiao, they had locked onto Ling Xiao's inner core. They were going to tear Ling Xiao apart and destroy him. Although each of their attacks were different, they were all gathered together, making them look extremely powerful. How could Ling Xiao survive this? In the dark, more Great River bandits appeared. They were all gathered by Yun Shang. Originally, Yun Shang was going to wait for them to arrive, then order them to search for the rest of the Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciples. But right now, Yun Shang was trapped in the Martial Soul Barrier, and he couldn't contact the outside world. But, these people could still see what was happening inside the Martial Soul Barrier. Who is that young man? Why is he fighting with the 6th chief? Who cares who he is? He's just a rat that can die at any time. The 6th master is really too much. 6th chief, why would he summon his beautiful female puppet? This isn't like him at all. He is just wasting his true origin energy. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was going to die. Bang! Right at this moment, they shut their mouths. Because the 12 frightening attacks had landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao didn't even try to dodge the attacks. Like an idiot, he took the attacks head-on. King Kong Divine Ape Soul, Indestructible King Kong, Fire and Water Resistance. Black Tortoise Divine Physique, unleash the Black Tortoise Divine Force. In an instant, Ling Xiao unleashed his strongest defense. 3 layers of defense formed around his body. The first layer was like a King Kong defense. After the 12 attacks landed on it, it was destroyed. However, the strength of the attacks was obviously weakened. The second layer was a 7-colored light that formed a defense that could defend against any secret skill or elemental attack. It was also destroyed, but it also weakened the opponent's attacks. The third layer was a gigantic black tortoise. When it collided with the 12 attacks, it let out a frightening roar. It had actually blocked all 12 attacks. Ling Xiao stood there like the god of war of the Black Tortoise continent, mighty and unyielding. What? 12 early Earth Core warriors couldn't even hurt him. That's impossible. An attack like this, even a perfect 7th Divine Core warrior would be killed by it in an instant, but this guy is completely unharmed, and he has blocked all the attacks. Is he still human? The Great River Bandits were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell out. Zhu Xiaohan was dumbfounded as well. She thought she had overestimated Ling Xiao, but every time Ling Xiao attacked, she realized that she had still underestimated Ling Xiao. With such a strong defense, he is definitely not just a peak 6th Order Emperor Realm warrior, he is most likely a peak 7th Order Emperor Realm warrior. She exclaimed in her mind. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. He could feel that the attacks of these 12 powerhouses had already opened a small gap in his breakthrough. This meant that his previous plan was absolutely effective. After this fight, his cultivation would be restored to the 5th Divine Core realm, his strength would also become even stronger. Kill him, quick, you too. Yun Xianxia's eyebrows were completely knitted together. He shouted at a mid-Earth Core female warrior. 12 people became 13. Their attacks became even more ferocious. But at this time, Ling Xiao had already begun to attack. The Black Tortoise Divine Physique was fully activated. The Heavenly Demon Bone was protecting him. Since the other party could not harm him, he would naturally take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party. He did not use any weapons. Instead, it was under the transformation of the everlasting Heavenly Mouse. Like a ghost, he flew toward his opponent. In an instant, he arrived in front of one of them. Then, he raised his right hand and blasted out. This punch was not just an ordinary punch. Within the wind of the punch, there was a powerful flame will. It enveloped the man in an instant. The female warrior was a puppet, she didn't know fear, and she didn't know how to dodge. She only knew how to counterattack with all her might. She wanted to use her own attacks to push Ling Xiao back. Die! Ling Xiao let out a furious roar. His fist was like a fiery dragon, and it finally landed on the female warrior's body. The scene caused everyone who witnessed it to tremble in fear. This punch directly blasted that female martial artist puppet into pieces. Her body parts were flying everywhere like tiny pieces of flame. Let me save you, let me set you free, being Yun Xianxia's puppet, you must feel sad. I'll set you free. The female warrior puppet didn't let out any miserable shrieks. When she was alive, she was the sect master of a sect. Although the sect wasn't very strong, it was still one of the biggest sects in the entire Northern Wind Kingdom. However, the entire sect was wiped out by the Great River Bandits. Even she was humiliated, and in the end, she was turned into a combat puppet. Ling Xiao had killed her, and at that moment, her soul was set free. Thank you. A voice of gratitude came from the void. Ling Xiao's mood was also very good. Although he wasn't a saint, saving people still gave him a sense of pleasure. Especially when he heard someone thank him, he would feel that everything he did was worth it. This guy. Yun Xianxia's expression became increasingly ugly. Previously, when he heard that Ling Xiao had killed one of his commanders, he didn't believe it. Later, when he saw Niu Er being killed, he also suspected that Ling Xiao had used some kind of treasure. However, at this moment, he finally believed those rumors. Ling Xiao didn't use any magic treasure at all. This guy's body was simply an immortal-grade Heavenly King artifact. 13 Earth Core Realm experts joined forces to besiege Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao not retreat, he wasn't in a sorry state. Instead, he killed one of them in front of so many people. However, the battle didn't end like this. Ling Xiao's attack continued. His terrifying fist wind blasted towards another person. Ling Xiao, who is he? Right. Now, Zhu Xiaohan had forgotten that she was in the middle of a battlefield. Because Ling Xiao had blocked all the attacks for her, she didn't need to do anything. All she needed to do was to stand aside and watch. He killed an early Earth Core warrior with a single punch. His cultivation is only at the peak 4th Heavenly Core realm. Even in the entire 3,000 saint cities, it's impossible to find someone like him. No, let alone the 3,000 saint cities, even in the entire Golden City, it's impossible to find someone like him. No wonder he's not afraid of the Battle Soul Saint City's Saint Lord. No wonder Sword Maiden Azure Lotus was willing to recommend him. He's really frightening, strong, and shocking. If Ling Xiao was also at the 7th Heavenly Core realm, what would happen? Zhu Xiaohan felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Actually, she had misunderstood something. Ling Xiao was basically invincible among those below the 7th Heavenly Core realm. This was all thanks to his peak 7th Order Emperor body. This was all thanks to his previous cultivation. In fact, even if Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Emperor realm, his overall strength wouldn't increase by much. At most, he would be able to fight an 8th Heavenly Core warrior. If he wanted to fight a stronger warrior, he would have to risk his life. For example, when he killed the White Water Wolf, he had used the Bloody Rat Devil. The after effects were still tormenting him. Ling Xiao didn't want something like this to happen again. To him, it was also a very painful thing. If his cultivation hadn't regressed, he would have been in the Golden City by now. Then, he wouldn't have wasted time cultivating in the Shuiyu Kingdom. Bang! While Zhu Xiaohan was still in shock, Ling Xiao's fist landed on another early Earth Core female warrior. The female warrior was also blasted to death. 2 punches had killed 2. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Send another mid-Earth Core warrior. He ordered 2 out of the 6 Earth Core warriors around him, all in order to increase their chances of killing Ling Xiao. The 2 mid-Earth Core realm female warriors joined forces and attacked Ling Xiao. They wanted to completely suppress Ling Xiao. Since early Earth Core realm warriors were not enough, then mid-Earth Core realm warriors should be enough. The 2 of them attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. For a moment, a strong wind blew within the martial spirit barrier. A gloomy death qi exploded from their bodies. Since they were puppets, the true yuan in their bodies had also changed. It became gloomy with death qi, but at the same time, it gave off a terrifying evil aura. It was as if there were countless evil spirits accompanying their attacks. The 2 women's weapons were black, as if they were smeared with poison. But in fact, it was caused by the death qi. If a normal warrior's true yuan touched this death qi, it would probably be corroded. It would be very difficult to fight against them. For example, Zhu Xiaohan felt the pressure. Although Ling Xiao was in front of him, the gloomy death qi still made his face pale. Purple Lightning Bull, Blood Lightning God. Facing the attacks of 2 mid-Earth Core realm warriors, Ling Xiao punched out with both of his fists. Blood-red lightning roared in his body and condensed on his fists. The attack that cost millions of upper-rank spirit stones was domineering and powerful. It was like a peerless thunderbolt, causing everyone to be amazed. Xianxia, do you think you can defeat me with these 2 mid-Earth Core realm puppets? Ridiculous! Ling Xiao roared as his fists collided with the attacks of the 2 female warriors. At that moment, Xianxia ordered, "The rest of you, attack immediately and kill Ling Xiao. Turn that woman into my puppet as well." Xianxia felt that the 2 mid-Earth Core realm puppets were enough to suppress Ling Xiao. If the rest of them attacked now, it would be easier to kill Ling Xiao. Victory was still in his hands. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying explosion sounded. Blood-red lightning flashed in the air and circled around. 2 mid-Earth Core female warriors were sent flying away by the attack. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, only took a few steps back. Suddenly, a snake head stretched out from his back and killed an early Earth Core female warrior who was at the front. So far, out of the 18 people, 3 had died. This was nothing. What made Ling Xiao the happiest was, the head-on clash this time had opened the door to his breakthrough a little wider. Although there was still a long way to go before it could be fully activated. However, this also proved that his approach was correct. Only by fighting with the strong could one better stimulate one's potential. Even 2 mid-Earth Core puppets can't suppress him. Not only that, he even stole an early Earth Core stage puppet. If this goes on, I think the 6th master will be in danger. The Great River bandits who were hiding outside the martial spirit-bounded domain were totally confused by this battle. They were not idiots, and they knew very well how terrifying the sixth head's puppet was. However, Ling Xiao was not only not killed by these puppets, he was even alive and kicking. Don't talk nonsense. If 2 can't suppress him, 6 should be enough. What these people said was exactly what Xianxia was thinking. He saw that the 2 mid-earth core stage puppets still couldn't suppress Ling Xiao. He wanted to send out all the puppets by his side. However, he was after all a coward. When he was controlling these puppets, his fighting ability was very weak. If he was ambushed at this time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to leave 2 mid-earth core stage puppets by his side. The other 4 puppets were all sent out. These 4 puppets attacked Ling Xiao together, surrounding Ling Xiao in the middle and killing him crazily. As for the other early Earth core stage puppets, they quietly watched the battle from the side. They were ready to ambush at any time. After all, if they joined the battle now, they would only be a burden. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any flaws. Ling Xiao was besieged by the 4 mid-earth core stage puppets and seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, he was able to block all the attacks. In particular, his face was brimming with excitement. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. They couldn't understand what he was so happy about. Could it be that at this time, he still had a chance to turn the tables? It's about time. These 4 puppets have already been activated to their fullest potential. They have already reached the limit of what they can bring me. The reason why Ling Xiao was so happy was because during the battle, the door to his breakthrough was getting bigger and bigger. At this point, it was already halfway through. However, the efficiency had also decreased by a lot. He felt that it was time to end this boring battle. Therefore, he suddenly pulled out the Blood Supreme Sword. I'll send you all to the Western Paradise, innate fiend god seal slaughterhouse. Ling Xiao suddenly used a big move. A terrifying sword chi filled the entire battlefield, the entire martial spirit barrier. Those puppets were quickly dismembered and separated by the thin sword chi. After all, puppets were just puppets. Even if they still maintained their previous cultivation, they still didn't have brains. Compared to warriors of the same cultivation, their fighting ability was still much weaker. Ling Xiao's move killed 13 of the remaining 15 puppets. As for the last 2, they actually merged into Xianxia's martial spirit. At that moment, Xianxia gave up the idea of using the puppets to end the battle. Because he knew that it was impossible. If he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, the only thing he could do was to do it himself. The last 2 puppets were torn apart by him, and their power merged into his body. At that moment, his fighting ability was no longer at the late Earth Core realm. It was infinitely close to the complete Earth Core realm. In terms of fighting ability, he was no longer inferior to Hua Feihua. When Ling Xiao defeated Hua Feihua, he borrowed the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Today, he didn't plan to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He wanted to use the 6th head Xianxia to forcefully break through his cultivation. You're really making me more and more interested. However, I still have to say this. You're definitely going to die. Xianxia took out 2 weapons. These weapons were a little strange. They looked like hammerheads, but upon closer inspection, they looked more like metal sculptures made into human figures. He was grabbing the legs of the sculpture. On the sculptures, there were black and red bloodstains, which were left behind by the warriors that he smashed to death. My beauty hammer is a rare heavenly king weapon. To be able to die under it, you won't feel aggrieved. Xianxia suddenly pounced forward, and the beauty hammer went straight for Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao waved the Blood Supreme Sword to block it. He kept retreating. Xianxia's attacks became faster and faster. Not only was the beauty hammer powerful, it also had a strange soul effect. Every attack was able to instill fear in the hearts of those who saw it. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, but someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to take a few hits from the beauty hammer and would run away in fear. However, even though Xianxia had the upper hand, he was still very shocked. His fighting ability had almost reached the complete Earth Core realm. He thought that as long as he attacked, it wouldn't be a problem to take down Ling Xiao. However, this storm-like attack was actually blocked by the other party. This was a little strange. Xianxia's expression became unsightly. He swung the beauty's hammer in his hand even faster, and there wasn't a single gap between his attacks. He never would have thought that Ling Zhao's battle prowess was actually daunting to such an extent. Not only did he kill 16 Earth Core puppets, but he also killed Xianxia. And now, Xianxia was locked in a fight with him. No matter if it was defense or attack, it seemed like Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had completely transformed from a paramecium into a berserk dragon. If he knew this would happen, he would have done everything he could to kill this Ling Xiao first. Then, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Ling Xiao, you're just a paramecium crawling on the ground. You don't even have the right to talk to me. Do you really think that with your perfect 4th Divine Core Cultivation base, you can fight with my perfect Earth Core Cultivation base? I'm the 6th chief of the Great River Bandits. I've killed countless insects like you. Great River Sunset, kill him. Xianxia knew that he had to fight with all his strength, and even perform better than usual. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, the Great River Bandits would be in big trouble. If things went wrong, the tragedy from 100 years ago would happen again. Amidst the furious roar, the beauty's hammer began to gather a terrifying energy. After that, it condensed into a huge river. Then, it smashed down onto Ling Zhao's head. The terrifying aura of destruction caused Zhu Xiaohan, who was standing still, to tremble. Luckily, Ling Xiao was standing in front of her. If not, with her ability, the 6th chief wouldn't have to do anything. He was about to die. Above the river, there seemed to be a setting sun hanging in the sky. All of this made Xianxia feel like he was in his twilight years. Not only could this attack destroy the enemy's body, it could also severely damage the enemy's soul. The 6th chief even used the river sunset. It looks like he's really angry. The first master once said that the 6th master's execution of this move was the most perfect. I don't think that guy can fight back anymore, right? He's definitely going to die. Outside the martial spirit boundary, the nervous Great River Bandits finally relaxed. One had to know that before this, they were very worried that the 6th master, Yunsheng, would be killed by Ling Xiao. Now, it seemed that the situation was not as dangerous as it seemed. In the excited discussion of these Great River Bandits, Yunsheng's beauty hammer carried the power of River Sunset and roared like a dragon. The giant whale came out of the sea, bringing with it a power that could destroy everything and break through the horizon. It was as if the martial spirit barrier was about to be torn apart. The ground began to crack, and the entire cave began to shake. Many people couldn't even stand still. Their bodies swayed, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ling Zhao's expression was solemn as he stood there. A violent aura burst out from his body. This aura was like that of a giant beast from ancient times. Then, he brandished his sword. It collided with River Sunset. He stood there, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Even the cyan robe on his body was flapping in the wind. This was clearly the effect of true essence. Rumble, the collision of the two powerful forces caused even more intense shaking. Zhu Xiaohan could no longer stand still, and the Great River Bandits outside the martial spirit barrier were also swaying. Yunsheng's expression was solemn. He controlled his power and continued to release it. Ling Zhao's body seemed to be suppressed to the point that he could not stand up straight. His legs gradually bent, and even his spine was bent. Let's see if you can still survive. Yunsheng's roared as he released an even more terrifying power. However, what he saw was Ling Zhao's disdainful smile. One had to admit that Yunsheng's attack was indeed powerful. Because of this attack, he had opened nearly 70% of the door to break through. Huh. Finally, when Ling Xiao was about to be completely crushed to death, his angry roar rang out. Shocking power erupted from the Blood Sovereign Sword. Connate Godfiend Seal, Myriad Beast Unification. A bloodthirsty demon beast rushed out of the Blood Sovereign Sword. It directly shattered River Sunset, and the world became clear again. Again, Ling Xiao once again broke through Yunsheng's terrifying attack. With this kind of ability, you dare to call me an ant? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Ling Xiao continued to attack. River Sunset completely collapsed, and even Xianxia was forced to retreat. Yun Shanxai's attack was completely stopped. Great River Beauty A. At this moment, Yun Shanxai's eyes were filled with endless hatred and killing intent. The true essence in his body turned into death chi and was released. He let out a hysterical roar. A suit of armor appeared on his body. This was a defensive magic treasure in the truest sense. It was also a treasure of the precious Heavenly King artifact level, but a defensive treasure was more valuable than an offensive treasure. It was also more useful. On this armor, there were all kinds of strange runes that formed the appearance of a beauty coming out of the water. It was truly breathtaking. Oh, he's here, he's here. It's the 6th leader's Great River Beauty A, that's a precious Heavenly King artifact level defensive treasure. Even in the entire Great River Bandits, only he has such a treasure. Just by looking at those strange runes, you can tell how strong this treasure is. With this thing, the 6th master was basically in an invincible position. That brat has no chance at all. Originally, everyone felt that it was a bit dangerous. After all, Ling Zhao's performance was too shocking. But at this moment, seeing Yun Shanxai summon the Great River Beauty A, they relaxed. How much do you like women? Ling Xiao was also stunned. It wasn't because of how strong the armor was, but because the patterns on the armor were too funny. Brothers, don't just stand here and watch. Since the 6th leader has released this armor, he's going to use his true strength. Let's hurry and break this damn barrier. Trap that brat and prevent him from escaping. Let the 6th leader tear him to pieces. Over 100 Great River Bandits attacked together. The berserk true essence smashed into the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about this. Although these people's attacks were not bad, if they wanted to destroy his martial spirit barrier, they would have to continuously attack for a day and a night. By that time, his battle would be over. How could he wait for them? At this moment, Yun Shanxai's Great River Beauty A had gathered enough power. There seemed to be countless vengeful spirits floating around Yun Shanxai. Crying, these vengeful spirits were all women, people that Yun Shanxai had killed before. At this moment, they hated Yun Shanxai and wanted to kill him. But they were just vengeful spirits. Yun Shanxai's aura was too strong, not only were they unable to get close. Instead, they were controlled by Yun Shanxai. Yun Shanxai's eyes also became a bit strange. He coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you really shocked me. You are indeed an opponent that can make me serious. Yun Shanxai stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, I really didn't expect this. You forced me to use the Great River Beauty's armor with just a peak divine core cultivation base. I've never encountered something like this before. But, from now on, you won't have any more chances. Although I haven't fully broken through to the peak earth core realm. But with this Great River Beauty's armor, I can use the combat strength of a peak earth core warrior. Beauties, help me. Following his cold voice, the symbols on the Great River Beauty's armor seemed to have come alive. These symbols passed through the armor and extended toward Yun Shanxai's arms and body. Finally, they gathered on the beauty's hammers. Fury of Beauties! Yun Shanxai roared out. Holding the hammers in his hands, he took a step forward. The hammer slammed into the air, and it felt like the air itself was about to crack. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Bloodfang Heaven-Breaking Rat? Return? Finally, Ling Xiao merged the Bloodfang Heaven-Breaking Rat with the Blood Sovereign Sword. It had transformed into the true Dongxing Heavenly Sword. In an instant, a shocking roar erupted from the skies. The Dongxing Heavenly Sword had been perfectly born. But, after obtaining a weapon soul, the Dongxing Heavenly Sword was no longer a rare Heavenly King weapon. It had no grade, just like the Dongxing Devil Sword, no one knew how strong it was. But, Ling Xiao could clearly feel it. Its strength was countless times stronger than before. He didn't use any martial skill. Ling Xiao just waved the Dongxing Heavenly Sword and thrust it forward. Yun Shanxai's violent attack was instantly dismembered like a piece of paper. It didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Not only that, even Yun Shanxai was knocked away by the frightening force. He was obviously injured. After landing on the ground, Yun Shanxai stared at the Dongxing Heavenly Sword in Ling Xiao's hand with fear. Although he was wearing the Great River Beauty's armor, he wasn't seriously injured. But, even with the armor, he was still injured by a single strike. His mind was in a mess. He was frightened and confused. Ling Xiao, you actually have such a divine weapon, it's a waste for it to fall into your hands, no wonder you wanted to send the others away. You were afraid that they would covet the weapon in your hand after seeing it, right? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and finally stood up. However, his complexion did not look good. He had exhausted almost all of his strength, but he was still unable to defeat Ling Xiao. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. What a pitiful person. How would you know how powerful I, Ling Xiao, am? Next, you will discover even greater horrors. Ling Xiao sneered and directly charged towards Xianxia. At this time, the boost that Xianxia gave him was almost exhausted. He had opened the door to his breakthrough to 80%, and was about to open it completely, but it had stopped there. In the end, Xianxia's strength was still due to him relying on external objects and not his true strength. Therefore, his potential wasn't stimulated enough. Boom, Xianxia was now on the defensive side. He desperately waved the twin hammers in his hands to block Ling Xiao's attacks. Bang! After another head-on collision, Xianxia was sent flying and crashed into the martial spirit barrier. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. This is impossible. Sixth Chief unleashed the Great River Beauty armor, but he couldn't fight back at all. This Ling Xiao, who is he? All the pirates were panicking. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's face was filled with wild joy. Because of the continuous attacks, his true yuan had been greatly depleted as well. The heart of gold was stimulating his potential. Finally, he had broken through the final barrier. The door to his breakthrough had been completely opened. Ling Xiao stopped. He stood there, accepting the baptism of his strength. Not good, he's going to break through. Seeing this, Xianxia's face turned pale with fright. Ling Xiao, who was a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, had made him suffer a lot. Now, Ling Xiao was going to break through. How was he going to defend himself, facing such a crazy attack? Perhaps he had no way to defend himself. Was he going to die? No, he couldn't accept this result. At this moment, he was possessed by a devil. The aura of death that had accumulated in his body exploded at this moment. His entire being had gone insane. Even his combat armor had turned black, as if it had been contaminated by the aura of death. It felt like something was trying to drill out from his body. It turned out that Xianxia was cultivating an evil skill, one that required the souls of women to cultivate. When he was in his normal state, he could still control these souls. But right now, he had completely lost his mind. He could no longer control these vengeful spirits. He had slowly turned into a monster. His body was distorted, and he looked extremely ferocious. The monster roared and leapt towards Ling Xiao, trying to kill him. Zhu Xiaohan rushed out. She knew Ling Xiao was breaking through, and he couldn't let anyone disturb him. She used her most powerful attack in an attempt to stall for time. But right after the attack ended, her body was blasted away. It didn't have any effect. It was too strong. Although this ferocious monster was ugly, it was extremely strong. Ling Xiao, be careful. Zhu Xiaohan fell onto the ground, unable to move. Wisps of black aura had entered her body. It made her feel very uncomfortable. But right now, she was more concerned about Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, she believed that she could survive. Otherwise, not only would Ling Xiao be finished, she would also not be able to survive. It's fine. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a cold light. I can use this monster to temper my cultivation. Ling Xiao put away the heavenly victory sword. He charged towards the monster with his bare hands. The monster could easily send Zhu Xiaohan flying, but it couldn't repel Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao rose into the air and kept exchanging blows with the monster in the air. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. After more than 10 moves, Ling Xiao suddenly roared, Wrath of the Black Soul. He punched out with both fists, and a huge black and white tiger roared out from his fists. Bang! The monster that Xianxia had transformed into was directly repelled, and even the armor on his body dimmed. It was as if he had consumed a lot of energy. Oh no, the 6th leader is not that guy's opponent even after going crazy. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so terrifying? I heard that he's a warrior from the Golden Heavenly Nation. The Golden Heavenly Nation really lives up to its name. A small disciple actually has such terrifying strength. I really don't know how terrifying the other experts are. Is the sixth leader going to lose? What should we do? The Great River Bandits were very clear that once the sixth leader was defeated, it would be difficult for them to escape death. The key was that the sixth leader of the Great River Bandits had always been their symbol of invincibility. If they really lost, it would be a heavy blow to the Great River Bandits. No one could accept it. They pounced on the martial spirit barrier with all their might, attempting to shatter it. In this way, they could save the sixth leader, Xianxia. At this moment, the black aura gushing out of Xianxia's body became denser. He suddenly opened his mouth and released a terrifying aura. The aura of death that engulfed the entire martial soul boundary shrouded Ling Xiao. The frightening aura unleashed by Xianxia could even corrode the martial soul barrier. Die. Die. There's no way you can defeat me, there's no way you can defeat me, I refuse to accept this. This is the aura of death, the aura of destruction, the torture from hell. Go die, go die, go die. Is it going to work? Behind Ling Xiao, a divine ice dragon suddenly appeared. Can your aura of death defeat my icy dragon breath? Condense all of them. The reason why Ling Xiao chose the icy dragon breath instead of the phoenix flames was because of Zhu Xiaohan. He had to try his best to control the aura of death, and not let it spread. He could withstand it, but Zhu Xiaohan definitely couldn't. In just an instant, the icy dragon breath had frozen all the aura of death. Even Xianxia was frozen. Within the martial soul barrier, Ling Xiao had everything under his control. After breaking through to the early 5th level divine core realm, his overall strength had skyrocketed. Although it was still impossible for him to defeat an 8th level divine core warrior, a 7th level divine core warrior was no longer a problem for him. With his current cultivation, even if he was facing a peak 7th level divine core warrior, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He didn't even need to use the martial soul of Tyrant to defeat him. Shatter. Ling Xiao squeezed his hand in the air, shattering all the ice crystals. Xianxia's attack had vanished, and he had finally returned to his monster form. He looked exhausted. At this point, the battle could basically be declared over. Ling Xiao walked towards Xianxia with an ice-cold smile on his face. Just as he was about to strike, Xianxia suddenly let out a hysterical scream. Countless vengeful souls started tearing his soul apart. Ling Xiao stood still and stared at the scene in shock. Perhaps this is retribution. This Xianxia had harmed many women in the past. So, it was normal for him to be killed by those vengeful souls. Ling Xiao didn't plan to interfere. He just allowed Xianxia to scream hysterically. Kill me, I beg you, kill me, I don't want my body and soul to be destroyed, I beg you. Xianxia was actually begging for death, because he felt a pain that was even more terrifying than death. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to end this pain and seek survival from this suffering. Kill you? Killing you would be letting you off too easily. People like you deserve to die under endless torture. How many people have you harmed in the past? Now, you have to suffer the same amount of pain. You asked for it, and no one can help you. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Xianxia. It would be too easy to just kill this kind of person. He turned around and walked towards Zhu Xiaohan. Are you alright? It's nothing. I'm just a little shocked. I didn't know that your strength was so terrifying. No wonder you don't even put the Holy Master in your eyes. Zhu Xiaohan sighed. It's not that I don't care. Speaking of which, if the Holy Lord wants to kill me, even though I won't die, I'm definitely not his match. It's just because I don't want to be associated with him. He's still stronger than me. Ling Xiao smiled and fed Zhu Xiaohan a healing pill. On the surface, Zhu Xiaohan didn't seem to be injured, but in reality, her soul and meridians were damaged. Next, I'll have to trouble you to go somewhere to rest. Without waiting for Zhu Xiaohan to speak, Ling Xiao sent her into the Dongxing Emperor Ring. Zhu Xiaohan was injured now, so she couldn't help him much. Rather than letting her take the risk outside, it was better to send her into the Dongxing Emperor Ring to rest. First head, save me. On the other side, Xianxia was still shouting with all his might. However, the person he was seeking help from was no longer Ling Xiao, but his own first master. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, only the first head would be able to free him. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned. All of a sudden, a huge hand reached out from the void and smashed down on the martial spirit barrier. This hand was extremely terrifying. With just 3 punches, a crack appeared on the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao frowned and took the initiative to remove the martial soul barrier. Then, he controlled Xianxia. The one who would save Xianxia was definitely someone from the Great River Bandits. There was no doubt about that. And the one who was so powerful was definitely their first head. Xianxia, wait a moment. Second head will bring people to save you. A voice came from the void. It lasted for a long time. Kid, let go of sixth head quickly and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will be torn into pieces today no matter what and never be reincarnated. That voice was forceful and filled with majesty. It was obvious that he wanted to save Xianxia to threaten Ling Xiao. You dare to threaten me? Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, will be scared? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In order to save time, he finally destroyed everything that Xianxia had. Those vengeful souls ascended to the heavens. Ling Xiao didn't know where they went. But he believed that from this moment onwards, they should be free. They didn't need to be imprisoned by this treacherous and cunning Xianxia. After killing Xianxia, Ling Xiao turned to those Great River Bandits. He didn't show any mercy, he immediately summoned 1,000 East Emperor elites. He killed all 100 Great River Bandits without leaving a single one alive. After doing all this, Ling Xiao finally left. He had killed the sixth head and had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Although it was a great harvest, it still couldn't be considered a success for him. The scariest person among the Great River Bandits was the first head. Judging from the first head's performance just now, he should be at the 8th Divine Core realm. There was no way he could win by himself. Therefore, no matter how much he thought about it, he could only use his wits. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the Great River Bandit's second head appeared. He saw all the dead bodies on the ground. Then, he saw the sixth head's mangled body. He let out a terrifying roar. I don't care who you are, Daddy will kill you. Kill you, find him. Even if we have to turn this place upside down, we have to find him. Following his order, all the Great River Bandits quickly dispersed. Although the sacrifice of the evil god was more important, if they couldn't kill all the rats that broke in, even the sacrifice of the evil god couldn't be carried out safely. If someone came looking for trouble at this moment, they would be even more panicked. Therefore, the best way was to find all the rats and kill them. What happened to you? While they were on their way, Zhu Xiaohan, who was in the Dongxing Emperor ring, suddenly let out a painful moan. Ling Xiao stopped and asked. I don't know, I feel so cold. Zhu Xiaohan's face was pale as she said in pain. Not good, I think the evil energy has entered your body. Ling Xiao quickly let Zhu Xiaohan out from the Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, both of their palms touched. He circulated his true yuan and expelled the evil energy from Zhu Xiaohan's body. Such an aura might be harmful to others, but to him, it was a treasure. Therefore, by helping Zhu Xiaohan expel the evil energy, he was actually helping himself to improve his strength. Zhu Xiaohan's pale face blushed, and she said embarrassedly, Ling Xiao, I'm so useless, I've dragged you into this. Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for you, Xianxia wouldn't have been fooled, and I wouldn't have killed him. What you need to do now is to let me heal you. You have to know, you're very lucky. The true yuan in my body is different from ordinary people's, it can definitely help you improve your overall strength, and it can even change your physique and talent. Zhu Xiaohan nodded her head obediently. But in fact, she didn't really believe what Ling Xiao said, she felt like he was just comforting her. So, she didn't say anything. She just peacefully accepted the treatment. There were no enemies here anyway, it was safer here. After a brief moment, a shocked expression emerged on Zhu Xiaohan's face. She knew her own body the best. Originally, the evil energy in her body had caused her great pain. However, it had only been a few minutes, and he was already completely fine. Not only that, she could feel that some of her cells were stimulated by Ling Xiao's unique true yuan. Not only could she contain more true yuan, she could also sense many things that she couldn't understand before. It was as if she had comprehended everything in an instant. Did the cells in his brain mutate as well? Zhu Xiaohan looked at Ling Xiao in shock, even though she had yet to make a breakthrough in her cultivation. Although she hadn't broken through to the next realm yet, she could feel that her upper limit had been raised. Even his mastery of combat techniques had improved by a large margin. If it was before, she wouldn't be a match for the Great River Bandits with her early 7th Divine Core cultivation base. But now, she could definitely gain the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. Even if it was a one-on-two battle, it might not be impossible. This was truly too miraculous. I can't thank you enough. Zhu Xiaohan stared at Ling Xiao. Before this, she only admired Ling Xiao. But now, she had feelings for Ling Xiao. But of course, she was grateful. Although she was also a disciple of the Holy Lord. But, the attention and support she received was nothing compared to Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, and Gui Li. She had never received any personal guidance from the Holy Lord. Now, the benefits he received from Ling Xiao were much more than what he had received from the Holy Master. If the Holy Lord were to become enemies with Ling Xiao, then she would definitely choose to support Ling Xiao. There was no hesitation at all. Who? Just as he was about to set off again, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He sensed several very faint auras nearby. Ordinary people would not be able to sense this aura. Because he was a top-notch beast god martial artist, he was very sensitive to auras. Only then did he notice the other party's presence. There were a total of 6 auras, some strong and some weak. However, he felt that even the weakest aura was at Yun Shanxai's level. It must not be a Great River Bandit. Great River Bandit is not that strong. Ling Xiao frowned and let Zhu Xiaohan return to the Dongxing Emperor ring. Without Zhu Xiaohan holding him back, Ling Xiao could escape whenever he wanted. No matter how strong the opponent was. I didn't expect that someone would be able to detect our presence. You're very special. Following the voice, a terrifying energy immediately enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and his body instantly squatted down. He couldn't stand up even if he wanted to. So terrifying. This aura, it should be at least a heavenly core warrior, and there are 7 of them, not 6. This person's ability to hide his aura is too terrifying. I can't believe I didn't notice him at all. Ling Xiao was shocked. He forced himself to not kneel down. Although there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, he still forced himself to raise his head. He looked at the terrifying existence. It was a young girl, and she looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. She was very cute. She looked just like a doll. But this young girl had a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. They were shining with a strange and charming light. But this young girl had brought Ling Xiao a great shock and pressure. Heavenly Devil Ghost territory? In an instant, a name flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. The Heavenly Devil Ghost territory that was closest to the Northern Wind Kingdom, one of the 9-star heavenly realm. Rumor had it that the warriors of the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory worshipped the heavenly devils, and they were very cruel. But, they had just met, so he couldn't be sure if the rumor was true. The only thing he could be sure of was that this young girl was very scary. Oh? You can guess where we came from? Interesting. The young girl was surprised. She looked at Ling Xiao with interest. She was no longer looking at him as if he was an insect on the ground. It's nothing. You're here, and you're so strong. Besides the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory, I can't think of any other power. As for the disciples of the Golden City, I'm sure they won't attack me. Ling Xiao slowly got used to the terrifying pressure, and he straightened his body. Pressure was just pressure, it came from the advantage of aura. Ling Xiao's martial soul of Tyrant Heavens could get used to it. Looking at this, the young girl was even more surprised. Interesting, young miss, this young man is much stronger than we thought. It's already a miracle that he was able to find us. To be able to withstand young miss's terrifying pressure, the young generation of the Golden Heavenly Nation is really extraordinary. A bearded man next to her laughed. Young miss, get rid of him. I'm afraid this person will pose a threat to our heavenly devil ghost territory in the future. A weak scholarly-looking martial artist said. Listening to you people, it seems that you think you're in control of my fate. Ling Xiao mocked. Besides this little girl, which one of you is my opponent? Are the people of the heavenly devil ghost territory so arrogant and ignorant? Ha 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 ha, this kid is really brilliant when given a little sunshine. He doesn't know his limits. Young miss, leave him to me, I'll get rid of him. We can't let outsiders know that we're here. Although the cultivator dressed like a scholar looked weak on the outside, he still had some elegance. However, to keep talking about fighting and killing at the drop of a hat, his heart was truly sinister. It was annoying. Forget it, he's not a member of the Great River Bandits. He should be a disciple of the Golden City. The young miss shook her head and said, we've always minded our own business with the Golden City. Moreover, that person and I are sisters. If we touch the people of the Golden City, won't we be too stingy? After all, that person has helped us a lot to seize the rule of the heavenly devil ghost territory. The young girl shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She withdrew her pressure and said, I'm Qi Yaoguang, what about you? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said. Indifferently. Ling Xiao? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant outside. Otherwise, if you meet someone with a bad temper, I'm afraid they'll really kill you. Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. When she said this, Qi Yaoguang still had a high and mighty face. This made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. It is said that the people of the heavenly demon ghost territory are vicious and merciless, but it seems that it is not the case today. Since the other party had no hostility, Ling Xiao would not deliberately find trouble and said something to make the other party happy. However, the next sentence took a turn. Even so, does this girl think that I have to kneel when I meet you? Is that not arrogant? Aren't you the ones who are really arrogant? So I think it is more appropriate to return this sentence to you. Ha 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 ha, so what if the people of the heavenly demon ghost territory are arrogant, especially in front of a reptile like you? It would be strange if they were not arrogant. A person like you should kneel to us, is there anything wrong with that? The bearded man laughed heartily. The moment the laughter ended, he suddenly jumped up. He punched towards Ling Xiao. Although there was no killing intent, it was clear that he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao kneel on the ground. To humiliate Ling Xiao. Hu Lai, stop. We still have serious things to do. Don't waste time. Just as the board jumped up, the girl called Qi Yaoguang spoke out. Hu Lai had already erupted with ferocity, but at this moment, he instantly retracted his aura. Obviously, he was afraid of the girl. You can go. Qi Yaoguang waved at Ling Xiao and said, although you are very proud and arrogant now. But reality will soon make you bow your head. Don't blame me for not reminding you that someone has already caught up. And they are very strong. They are not weaker than Hu Lai. Then let the facts speak. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and left. His goal was naturally the deeper parts of the river bandit's lair. Perhaps the others would meet up with him there. Miss, this kid is looking down on us too much. Why don't you let me do it? After Ling Xiao left, Hu Lai could not help but ask. This kid seems to be very familiar with this place. We want to find that young demon Bai. Perhaps it would be more efficient to follow him. How about this, you guys stay a little further away. That kid's intuition is very sensitive. Other than me, he seems to be able to sense it. I'll follow him personally. You guys just have to follow me. Try not to make a move as much as possible to avoid being found out by young demon Bai. If he escaped, it would be troublesome. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. There must be another exit here. Qi Yaoguang said. All right, young Mississippi. I'll do as you say. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qi Yaoguang also followed. Her qi restraining technique was also very famous in the heavenly devil ghost territory. But even so, she didn't dare to get too close. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not very high, he always felt that there was something mysterious about him. This was also the reason why she didn't want her subordinates to have a dispute with Ling Xiao. This should be the path to the evil god's sacrifice. Ling Xiao stood in front of an intact wall. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to see anything wrong with the wall. However, Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this wall was just an illusion created by an array formation. Through this place, he could directly attack the root of the problem. However, the problem now was that he only had Zhu Xiaohan by his side. With the strength of the two of them, it was still somewhat troublesome. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a battle cry. "They're here." Ling Xiao looked into the distance. The second head of the Great River Bandits had rushed over with a group of martialists. The second head is much stronger than Xianxia. I don't know if he has any special treasures on him. If he does, I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. However, he didn't retreat. This was the only way to attack the root of the problem. He had to break the array formation as soon as possible. "Master, thank you for your trouble." A Yuan Venerate could still be of great help at a critical moment. Ling Xiao's master had been working with him since they were in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao wouldn't easily disturb his master. However, this was a special situation and he had to use the power of a Yuan Venerate. "Don't worry." The Yuan Venerate didn't say much and immediately started to break the array formation. Ling Xiao faced the second head and many Great River Bandits. "Ling Xiao, let me out and let's fight together," Zhu Xiaohan said from the Dongxing Emperor ring. "All right." Ling Xiao didn't refuse. Zhu Xiaohan had already recovered from her injuries. Even if she couldn't defeat the second head, she could still kill some of them. He pretended to knock on the badger. "Kid, are you the one who killed my sixth brother?" The second master looked very bold and powerful, and very sturdy. He held a large blade in his hand and had the characteristics of a bandit leader. "That's right." Ling Xiao didn't hide anything. He had killed Xianxia, so there was no need to hide this. As soon as he said that, a few people rushed out from the other forks. "Ling Xiao, we're here to help you." Zhang Long, Chen Xiuji, He Ningdi, and even Hanajiku and Chen Yu came to help. Only Lu Qingmong and Bai Luo Huangquan stood in the distance with the intention of watching from the sidelines. "Are the three of you not going to make a move?" A terrifying killing intent was brewing in Ling Xiao's heart. If the three of them really didn't make a move, then there was no need to keep them alive. Even if he had to break the rules, he would still kill the three of them, because not only would these people not be of any help to him, they would also hinder him at a critical moment. For him, this was a very bad thing. Lu Qingmong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still decided to join the fight. This man knew what was important and what was not. Perhaps in his mind, if Ling Xiao died, then his plan to eliminate all the Great River Bandits would fail. Besides, he needed to perform better, he needed more points. "Leave the second head to me." He immediately charged over and stopped the second head, and engaged in a great battle. Lu Qingmong's strength was indeed strong. Facing the second head who was a peak 7th Divine Core warrior, she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, because of her ingenious moves and outstanding martial skills, she actually had the upper hand. However, Bai Luo Huangquan and Bai Luo Huangquan didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. They were still standing there, as if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. With a flash of his body, he killed 4 or 5 Great River Bandits who were blocking his way. Without the second head's obstruction, no one here could stop him. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Bai Luo and Huangquan. He stared at them coldly and said, "What did I tell you when I saved you? Have you forgotten it so quickly? You told us to listen to your commands, of course we remember." Bai Luo said with disdain, "But do you really think we'll listen to your commands? The Saint Lord didn't set you as the captain, it's our senior disciple, Lu Qingmong. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you?" "That's right, we didn't take revenge on you because we're from the same sect. Do you really think we'll listen to you? Get the hell out of here and fight. If we join forces, you won't be able to survive." Huangquan sneered as well. This couple was really jackals of the same tribe. If they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house. Even their shameless personalities were exactly the same. "If that's the case, are you going to disobey my orders?" Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. "If I can save you, I can also send you to the afterlife, don't regret it." If he had a way to kill Immobilian, he naturally had a way to kill Bai Luo and Huangquan. While they were talking, a group of Great River bandits surrounded them. However, they were blocked by Zhanlong and the others. By Luo, Huangquan, even if you don't want to listen to Ling Zhao's orders, everyone is fighting. But now that everyone is fighting, are you going to stand aside and watch? Zhanlong roared. Don't be crazy. We only have 10 people left. Are you two going to fight among yourselves? Zhu Xiaohan also said. Humph, what kind of drug did Ling Xiao give you to make you side with him like this? Bai Luo snorted coldly, I'll say it again. The Holy Lord set the leader to be eldest senior brother. It's not Ling Xiao. We know what to do and what not to do. We don't need you to teach us. That's what I mean. Huang Quan agreed. You don't need to persuade me anymore. People like them are a hindrance to our team. I'll make them withdraw. Ling Xiao said coldly. You want us to withdraw? Don't think you're stronger than us just because you're good at mechanisms and formations. In our eyes, you're nothing. Bai Luo said disdainfully. At the same time, he released his martial soul. A terrifying aura completely erupted. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. By the way, let me tell you that the Holy Master has also given us an order to kill you. We're just following orders. It's not even considered breaking the rules. Useless teammates, Lu Qingmong felt depressed hearing Bai Luo's words. How could such words be said out loud? The Holy Lord did want to kill Ling Xiao, but that was an assassination, not something he could do openly. He wanted to stop Bai Luo and Huang Quan, but the second head was pressing him so hard that he couldn't do anything. Helpless, he could only hope that Bai Luo and Huang Quan would work together to kill Ling Xiao. That way, even if something happened, it would have nothing to do with him. Although Ling Zhao's death would affect the mission this time, Ling Zhao's death would affect the mission. But the mission wouldn't be completed anyway. He didn't think they were a match for the Great River bandits. At this moment, Huang Quan also released his martial soul. Ascending Bai Luo Huang Quan, both of them released their martial souls at the same time. No wonder the two of them were so confident that they could kill Ling Xiao. After all, their combined combat strength was already close to Yun Shanxai's. If Ling Xiao had not broken through, perhaps it would have taken a lot of effort to kill them. Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a cold smile. He instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. A great battle was about to break out. Now our common enemy is the Great River bandits. Ling Xiao, just bear with it. Once both of you are injured, the Great River bandits will take advantage of you. Zhanlong was right. But, both of them were injured. It seemed like Bai Luo and Huang Quan weren't qualified to injure Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. In his eyes, Bai Luo and Huang Quan were nothing. Who would have thought that Bai Luo would clamor instead? Zhanlong, aren't you thinking too highly of Ling Xiao? He's just a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. What makes him think he can injure both of us? Two tigers fighting each other. At most, he's just a wolf. There's no way he can defeat us two tigers. While speaking, the clear sky behind Bai Luo began to condense a green light and energy. Then, it covered his entire body. At the same time, the yellow spring water behind Huang Quan also covered her body. Their powers fused together. It was a terrifying scene. Some people said that Bai Luo and Huang Quan were the second and third strongest young warriors in Warsoul Sacred City. If they worked together, even the number 1 ranked Lu Qingmong wouldn't be able to win. Not many people had seen them working together before. Even Zhanlong hadn't seen it before. Because Bai Luo and Huang Quan alone could take care of most of the enemies. Now that they were working together, Zhanlong and the others finally understood. The rumors weren't false. Furthermore, when these two worked together, they were even more terrifying than the rumors. What should we do now? Zhanlong and the others were anxious. But, the problem was, they couldn't help Ling Xiao. There were too many Great River bandits, and they were forced into a tight corner. All they could do was help Ling Xiao clean up the surrounding Great River bandits. As for the rest, they couldn't do anything. Furthermore, no matter if it was Zhanlong or Zhu Xiaohan, they were no match for Bai Luo and Huang Quan. I'm not afraid to tell you, Ling Xiao, even if it's the city lord of Warsoul Sacred City, we can still fight him to a draw. How can you compare with us? Bai Luo sneered. Huang Quan, it's time. N. Because they knew this was an order from the Saint Lord. Therefore, they didn't have any worries. Even if they broke the rules by killing Ling Xiao. At most, they would lose the ranking battle. They could still live well in War Soul Sacred City. At least, the Saint Lord wouldn't abandon them. On the contrary, he would take care of them more. Double nightmare of heaven and hell. Bai Luo and Huang Quan both knew. Any one of them attacking alone wouldn't cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Therefore, the moment he attacked, it was a combo attack, as their moves were blasted out. A green light and a red light blended together. Then, they merged into a terrifying sword energy. With the momentum of going up to Bai Luo and Huang Quan, it attacked Ling Xiao. Both Bai Luo and Huang Quan used swords. It was easier for the sword energy to merge. That violent power was unleashed in the crowd. Even the Great River bandits were scared and fled to the side. Zhan Long and the others were forced to retreat by this terrifying power. They couldn't go over to help even if they wanted to. It's too scary. With the two of them working together, Ling Xiao will definitely die. Zhan Long was depressed. If only I was stronger. But now, I can only watch. Damn it. Zhu Xiaohan was as depressed as him. Zhu Xiaohan was saved by Ling Xiao before, so she had a good impression of Ling Xiao. At this moment, she desperately rushed forward, resisting that terrifying power. But she didn't notice that the cultivation C in her body was rising crazily. With the influence of Ling Xiao's true essence, her cultivation also had a trace of Ling Xiao's characteristics. Although it was only 1 out of 10,000 of Ling Xiao's. But for her, it was already very powerful. Why are you panicking? Others don't understand, but don't you? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhu Xiaohan and smiled faintly. Zhu Xiaohan was stunned. She suddenly remembered the battle between Ling Xiao and Yun Xianxia. In that battle, Ling Xiao finally won and killed Yun Xianxia. Yun Xianxia's power was even more terrifying than Bai Luo and Huang Quan working together. Aside from Zhu Xiaohan, everyone else thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand Blue Sky Yellow Spring's terrifying attack. It was just that their understanding of Ling Xiao was still too little. They also thought that Ling Xiao was useless. Especially Blue Sky and Yellow Spring. Perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao's strength was at most equal to an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Even defeating Miao Air was just a stroke of luck. No one knew where their competence came from. Why did they think they were truly powerful, while others relied on luck, facing Blue Sky and Yellow Spring's ferocious attack? What Ling Xiao did was to thrust out the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. He didn't use any martial skills. It was just a simple thrust. Although the Eastern Victory Sky Sword had lost its grade after merging with its weapon soul, it was still much stronger than the Blood Sovereign sword. Ling Xiao could even feel that when this sword thrust out, it was even stronger than his body. At the very least, it should be able to unleash the power of an immortal-grade Heavenly King weapon. And this was just for now. Now that the Eastern Victory Sky Sword had a weapon soul, it could continue to grow. The stronger the user, the stronger it would become. They could feel the terrifying sword intent. Lu Qingmong and Second Head Elder couldn't help but glance over. Both of them were afraid of Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly attack them. Therefore, they were paying close attention to Ling Xiao's every move. When they saw that Ling Xiao's sword was aimed at Blue Sky and Yellow Spring, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Once again, they clashed. Boom, the Eastern Victory Sky Sword collided with Blue Sky Yellow Spring's attack. The violent force sent many warriors flying away. The entire underground world was shaking nonstop. A huge amount of dust fell from the cave walls. If it wasn't for the formation that was set up here, this strike would have caused the entire cave to collapse. So terrifying. Who won? After the dust settled, the crowd quickly looked over at the two combatants. Although everyone thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Blue Sky Yellow Spring, the result was still unknown. But the results were not out yet, so no one could say for sure. There were always accidents in this world. That's impossible. A shocking scene appeared. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were sent flying into the cave wall by the sword. Although the two of them were not seriously injured. However, he was clearly at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked like a god of war with the East Victory heavenly sword in hand. He did not retreat an inch. "You've broken through again." Bai Luo and Huang Quan got up and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. After coming into contact with him, he found out that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through again. He had broken through to the early 5th Divine Core realm. However, there was one thing they couldn't understand. Although Jiang Chen had broken through from the perfect 4th Divine Core realm to the early 4th Divine Core realm, he still hadn't broken through. There shouldn't be such a powerful attack. This was illogical. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. He couldn't believe it at all. Just how strong is he? Zhang Long smiled bitterly. He had never underestimated Ling Xiao. But there was a limit to a man's imagination. He also did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually be valiant to such an extent, making people speechless. As for the others, when they saw how terrifying Ling Xiao was, only now did the second head understand why his 6th brother had died. These young men from the Golden Heavenly Nation were not weak. Especially that guy called Ling Xiao. It was as if there was a terrifying ancient beast hiding in his body, and he brought great pressure to everyone. "Since we're from the same sect, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and apologize, then listen to my orders. Or else, don't blame me for being merciless." He still had to put on an act. After all, no one knew if the leader Diying and Azure Lotus Swordmistress were watching them from the dark. If you wanted to kill someone, you had to make them go crazy first. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were both arrogant men. The reason why he asked them to kneel down and apologize was to provoke them. He wanted them to lose their minds. To attack him. With that, he would have a way to kill them. Kneel down and apologize? That time it was because we couldn't get out of the cage, we had no choice but to do so. But this time, don't even think about making us bow our heads, Huang Quan, for our dignity, for the sacred lord, we're going all out. Bai Luo said to Huang Quan. "I'll do whatever my husband does." Huang Quan nodded. "All right." Bai Luo nodded, then opened his mouth and released his inner core. Huang Quan released his inner core as well. The two inner cores approached each other. The two forces caused the entire underground world to shake again. "You two are crazy. Hurry up and take back your inner cores." Lu Qingmong was also anxious. These two lunatics wanted to detonate their inner cores. Their inner cores were earth cores. And they were earth cores. Once detonated, this place would be turned into ruins. At that time, not only would Ling Xiao die, but they would also die with him. "Eldest senior brother, unless you kill Ling Xiao, we won't stop." Bai Luo shook his head. He had already made up his mind. He had to kill Ling Xiao. "You two are crazy. Can't you see that I still have an opponent?" Lu Qingmong was annoyed. Right now, he was being held back by the second chief, although he had the upper hand. There was no way he could escape. "Forget about it then." Bai Luo turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Now, it's time for you to kneel down and apologize. If you don't kneel down, we'll detonate our inner cores and die together with you." Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. So it turned out that Bai Luo didn't really want to die, he just wanted to use this method to threaten Ling Xiao. They looked at Ling Xiao, wondering what Ling Xiao was going to do in this situation. "Die together? Do you think you can do that?" Ling Xiao's words had stunned everyone. Even an 8th level Divine Core warrior, a Heavenly Core warrior, wouldn't dare to face the self-detonation of 2 Earth Core warriors. They wouldn't dare to be so careless. Ling Xiao's next words made them even more confused and confused. "If you want to detonate your inner cores, then hurry up, I don't have to do it myself. After all, killing fellow disciples isn't a good reputation. If you can kill yourselves, then you'll be doing me a great favor." His words were filled with sarcasm and provocation. He was just adding fuel to the fire. "Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. If you push them too far, they will really detonate themselves." Lu Qingmong roared while fighting. "Just focus on the battle, you don't have to worry about what's going on here. They are the ones who want to detonate themselves, not me. Do you want me to kneel down before them?" Ling Xiao said with disdain, "They don't have the right to do that." Damn it. Bai Luo's thoughts were completely seen through by Ling Xiao. Right now, he was stuck in a dilemma. He couldn't back down now. Why don't you just detonate yourselves? I would like to see how powerful your self-detonation will be. Can you blow up this great river bandit's nest? Ling Xiao mocked, continuing to add fuel to the fire. I'm really going to detonate myself. Bai Luo had lost all his confidence. No one is stopping you, bring it on. Ling Xiao beckoned with his finger. Damn it. You lunatic. Bai Luo was still hesitating. He was already prepared to perish together with Ling Xiao. But when a person was about to die, he would still hesitate. What's more, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be afraid at all. He was really worried that after he self-destructed, Ling Xiao wouldn't die. That would be depressing. Humph, I knew that you two cowards wouldn't dare. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully and then turned to look at the second head. At this moment, Bai Luo revealed a ruthless expression. We'll fulfill your wish, the end of hell and heaven. Bai Luo and Huang Quan didn't expect that the reason Ling Xiao turned around was to create an opportunity for them. They really fell for it. Violent energy continued to leak out from the two earth cores. Stop, Bai Luo. Huang Quan, there's still time to regret. Don't act recklessly. On the other side, Zhang Long and the others shouted crazily. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop it anymore. Heaven and hell in a single thought, when Bai Luo and Huang Quan thought that they had found an opportunity to destroy Ling Xiao through self-destruction. They finally made their final decision. Once this decision was made, it wouldn't be easy to change it. Of course, more importantly, even if their inner core self-destructed, they would only lose all their cultivation. They might not die. If they wanted to cultivate in the future, they could still cultivate. At that time, the Holy Lord would definitely treat them better. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao would definitely die. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and revealed a smile. This smile made Bai Luo and Huang Quan's hearts thump. They felt that they had been tricked. They had fallen into a trap. But they couldn't figure out what Ling Xiao was going to use to deal with them. And even if they could figure it out, what could they do? They couldn't change anything. Run. The only thing they could think of was to run. Because they knew. Once Bai Luo and Huang Quan's earth core self-destructed, this place would be completely destroyed. They would also be buried alive. The ones who escaped the fastest were the second master and the great river bandit. They didn't want to die for nothing. Lu Qingmong also escaped rather quickly. This kid didn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao, so he wouldn't hesitate. The slowest to escape were Zhu Xiaohan and Zhang Long. Both of them had received Ling Xiao's kindness and were unwilling to flee for their lives alone. Far away, a pair of eyes were fixed on the situation here. That's why, kid, you're still too young and too arrogant, I warned you. It was Qi Yaoguang. She also thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Because he really couldn't find a way to avoid this situation. Even if it was her, it would be impossible for her to save Ling Xiao from such a long distance. However, in the next moment, a strange scene occurred. Even this young miss was dumbstruck. Out of nowhere, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, second master, and the large group of pirates all disappeared. Only Ling Xiao stood there with a cold smile on his face. No one knew what happened. Only Ling Xiao knew. At that moment, he directly sent these people into his universe of tyrants. This universe of tyrants had already spread out when he was fighting with Bai Luo and Huang Quan. It was just that the others didn't know. At this moment, it was the perfect time to swallow all these people. In the universe of tyrants, Bai Luo and Huang Quan's nadens exploded. In an instant, it was as if a planet exploded. The violent energy destroyed everyone, including the second master, the pirates, and Bai Luo and Huang Quan. The energy from the explosion surged into Ling Xiao's cultivation sea and cells. Activating his cultivation sea, the energy in it instantly increased by 10%. In the next moment, he threw out all the fragments of the explosion. On the ground, there were all charred fragments. If one looked carefully, they could sense the aura of those who died. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded, including Lu Qingmong. Everyone felt that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. At that moment, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. but he had created a miracle. And the others didn't even know how he had done it. "Little girl, have you seen enough?" Ling Xiao suddenly looked into the distance where Qi Yaoguang was. The first time, he didn't notice Qi Yaoguang's existence. That was because Qi Yaoguang was very calm and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. But it was different this time. Ling Xiao instantly changed the situation and made use of Bai Luo and Huang Quan's self-detonation to not only make Bai Luo and Huang Quan die. He also killed the second leader of the Great River Bandits and many other Great River Bandits. This caused Qi Yaoguang's emotions to fluctuate for a moment. It was this fluctuation that was caught by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao also noticed two other people. One was Di Ying. Di Ying also hid his aura in the distance. Because he was far away, Ling Xiao didn't notice him before. After all, even Ling Xiao's Tai Chi and soul power had a range. It couldn't extend that far. Di Ying's expression wasn't very good. It was full of fear and anger. He even clenched his fists and had an impulse to kill Ling Xiao. All of a sudden, he took out a mask and put it on his face. Then, he quickly rushed over. The third aura besides Di Ying was very obscure. Ling Xiao only caught a trace of it, but it was very familiar. It was undoubtedly the Green Lotus Swordswoman. Unfortunately, it disappeared in an instant. Di Ying rushed over, his target obviously Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He hadn't expected City Lord Di to be so reckless. He actually planned to attack him in front of the Green Lotus Swordswoman? Unfortunately, Di Ying missed the best opportunity to kill him. He had nothing to fear now. As for Qi Yaoguang, he stomped his feet angrily after being seen through by Ling Xiao. Then, he hid his aura again and disappeared. "Ling Xiao, you killed Bai Luo and Huang Quan. How do you explain this?" Lu Qingmong seemed to have sensed Di Ying's existence. She might have even received Di Ying's soul voice transmission. She actually wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao now. There was a murderous aura in his cold eyes. Like Bai Luo and Huang Quan, he wanted Ling Xiao's life. However, he was smarter and wasn't as stupid and careless as the other two. He had been waiting for an opportunity to wash away his humiliation. Now, it was his chance. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Or are you blind? Why did you see that I killed Bai Luo and Huang Quan? It was obvious that they exploded their inner cores to kill me. I saved you, didn't I, you ungrateful B*****? Did the Sacred Lord teach a disciple like you?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "They died because of you. If you didn't provoke them, they might not have done that. You made them kneel, which led to what happened just now." Lu Qingmong naturally had to find an excuse to attack Ling Xiao. It didn't matter whether this excuse was reasonable or not. "If you want to attack me, just do it. Why do you have to find such a useless excuse?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmong with disdain. "You just think that Di Ying is going to attack me. You want to take advantage of this opportunity, but do you think that you can kill me if you two work together?" "What?" Hearing this, Lu Qingmong's expression changed. "What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with City Lord Di Ying?" He did not expect that Ling Xiao had already sensed Di Ying's presence. "You'll have to ask him." Ling Xiao looked in one direction. The masked Di Ying had appeared. Di Ying was surprised that Ling Xiao had seen through his identity. But the arrow had already been knocked, and he could not be bothered to explain. As long as he did not take off his mask, his identity would not be exposed. He charged at Ling Xiao. So what if his identity was exposed after killing Ling Xiao? He was one of the city lords of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The City of Gold would not do anything to him for killing a disciple. Everyone was still wondering who the person who had suddenly appeared was. But he was already charging at Ling Xiao. His speed was fast, and his attacks were ruthless. He was not a weakling. Ling Xiao sneered. He activated his vital essence and said, "I didn't expect the City Lord Di Ying to be such a lowly person. As the leader, you have to do such a despicable thing. Do you think that your identity will not be exposed if you don't speak? If you have the ability, don't use your vital essence. Otherwise, everyone here will be familiar with your aura." Di Ying still did not speak. He was already in front of Ling Xiao. Then, he threw a palm at Ling Xiao's head. Falling plumb clear shadow step. Ling Xiao stepped lightly on the ground. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind Diying. Not only that. Diying's mask was already in his hands. What? At first, the others were doubtful of Ling Xiao's words. They thought that Diying would not do such a foolish thing. But now, there was nothing to doubt. Master. Qinyu frowned and said, Ling Xiao saved our lives. Furthermore, the mission this time, without him, we wouldn't have been able to complete it. No matter how much you hate him, you shouldn't make a move now. Idiot, have you forgotten how your brother, Chen Hao, died? Since his identity had been exposed, Diying no longer pretended to be mute. Now is the chance. Attack now and help me kill this bastard. Impossible. Qinyu shook his head and said, although Chen Hao is my younger brother, he has never given me a good attitude. He even used his family's love for him to target me. In comparison, Ling Xiao is my savior. Trash. Diying cursed, then continued, all of you listen up, Ling Xiao is a spy of the Heavenly Fiend Ghost Horde. You sneaked into Fighting Soul Sacred City to disrupt the order of the city. Now, attack quickly and cooperate with me to kill it. He was trying to find a suitable reason for his actions. He actually accused Ling Xiao of being a spy of the Heavenly Fiend Ghost Horde. Everyone was stunned. However, they didn't believe it. City Lord Diying, I'll help you. Since the others didn't believe it, they naturally wouldn't help Diying. However, Lu Qingmong was different. Even though he knew that Diying was lying, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. City Lord D, I'll help you to kill this spy, bring back order to Fighting Soul Sacred City. Lu Qingmong joined the battle and attacked Ling Xiao with Diying. Lu Qingmong, are you crazy? If Ling Xiao is a spy, why would he save us? You've really disappointed us. Zhang Long roared. Lu Qingmong didn't respond. Ling Xiao was the one who saved him. Of course, he knew that clearly. However, the Sacred Lord's order was to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had once made him kneel. He had always held a grudge against Ling Xiao. Now, he naturally had to attack. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could his humiliation be erased. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. Perhaps he couldn't do much to Ling Xiao with his strength alone. However, he had Diying with him. These two experts at the perfected Earth Core realm were enough to make Ling Xiao suffer. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to fight them head-on. Instead, he used the falling plum clear shadow step and the cosmic light body to dodge. Although the space here wasn't big, the falling plum clear shadow step's beauty was that it could appear and disappear unpredictably even in a narrow space. Diying and Lu Qingmong were powerful, but it was meaningless if they couldn't touch him. Big bastard and little bastard, are you so eager to kill me? I won't die. I'll anger you to death. While dodging, Ling Xiao was still able to speak leisurely, and you too, remember this. You'd better not be alone. Otherwise, I'll kill you one by one. Admittedly, he couldn't kill both Lu Qingmong and Diying by himself. However, he would definitely win one-on-one. Therefore, if either one of them was alone, he would have a way to kill that guy. Disciple, the array formation has been broken. You can enter now. Yuan Venerate's voice was heard at that moment. Master, you really came at the right time. Thank you. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard Yuan Venerate's voice. Then, he immediately leaped into the depths. That's the entrance. After him. Diying called out to Lu Qingmong and chased after him. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao live. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, he would be a huge threat to him. He had to kill him as soon as possible. Diying and Lu Qingmong hadn't truly seen Ling Xiao's full abilities. However, Ling Xiao could make Bai Luo and Huang Quan's inner cores explode. Just this ability alone was already very powerful. If they didn't get rid of Ling Xiao, how could they still have a place in Fighting Soul Sacred City? Zhang Long and the others also followed in. Although their abilities were limited, they still had to go in and take a look since they were already here. They weren't too worried about Ling Xiao anymore. Given Ling Xiao's superb movement technique, it wouldn't be easy for others to catch up to him. Lu Qingmong and Diying had already tried so hard earlier, but hadn't they still failed to catch Ling Xiao? After they entered, Qi Yaoguang arrived at the entrance. A few people from the sky-themed ghost territory arrived soon after. "Young miss, this kid is strange. Looks like we've all underestimated him." The one who spoke was the big bearded Hu Lai. If he were to fight with Ling Xiao again, he definitely wouldn't underestimate him like before. Ling Xiao's performance had really broadened his horizons. Yeah, he was so arrogant before. I can see that he's really capable. Although his cultivation isn't that great, his actual combat strength is very strong. Also, I can't understand that divine technique. How exactly did he do it? How did he make those people disappear all of a sudden? Qi Yaoguang frowned. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Forget it. Let's follow. We've already been discovered anyway. There's no need to be so careful." Everyone followed and immediately. Diying and Lu Qingmong chased very quickly. But the Great River Bandit's lair was like an ant's nest. After entering, it was divided into many small passages. Ling Xiao relied on his Tai Chi to capture the exact path. But it was different for the people following behind him. Soon, Diying and Lu Qingmong went the wrong way. In the blink of an eye, the two went to two completely different paths. They couldn't go back even if they wanted to. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others, but since these two bastards went their separate ways, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them off easily. The first one he would kill was Diying. Diying was stronger than Lu Qingmong. But if he killed him, Lu Qingmong would become a cowardly trash. He could do it whenever he wanted. Ling Xiao waited there, waiting for Diying's arrival. Diying didn't have an eye technique like the Tai Chi eye. And in this Great River Bandit's lair, his divine sense was greatly suppressed. This greatly reduced the range of his detection. By the time he discovered Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt a burst of sword chi rushing towards him from the front. Diying jumped in fright and hurriedly circulated his true essence, condensing a golden light around his body. Boom, the sword chi hit the golden light. The light immediately dimmed. Not only that, Diying was sent flying more than 10 meters away. When he got up and tried to escape, he found himself in Ling Xiao's martial spirit barrier. "Diying, you could have at least lived until I left War Soul Sacred City. But you insisted on killing me, so don't blame me. Today, I'll let you know that even if it's a city lord like you, I'll still kill you. Even though killing Diying would be difficult. But it could be done once and for all. Otherwise, if he was ambushed while he was on a mission, it would be troublesome." As Ling Xiao spoke, the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand didn't stop. With the activation of the sword intent, even the most ordinary stab would become extremely powerful. The violent sword chi tore the surrounding ground and walls. Everywhere it went, there were explosions. Good sword. At this moment, Diying did not feel fear. He quickly got up from the ground. Instead, he was very interested in the sword in Ling Xiao's hands. Although he couldn't tell what grade the heavenly sword of Dongxing was, he still couldn't tell. But that kind of overwhelming power still made people not dare to underestimate it. However, Diying did not understand. Ling Xiao was just a martial artist from a small place. How could he have such a powerful weapon? No, I must kill this brat and get my hands on that sword. At this moment, Diying's killing intent was even thicker. If he allowed Ling Xiao to continue living, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Diying roared and the aura on his body surged. A large amount of true essence condensed in his hands. Then, he blasted out. Heavenly Eagle Seal. Both palms struck out at the same time, and the palm wind blasted out. It actually transformed into the appearance of an eagle, and its power was extremely violent. Ling Xiao's sword chi was extremely fast. When the Heavenly Eagle Seal was released, it had already arrived. The golden light enveloped the sword chi, and the sword chi seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Its speed became extremely slow. Ka! An eagle's cry sounded out. The Heavenly Eagle palm print actually used its claws to grab onto the sword chi. Crack! The sword chi instantly shattered, but the sword chi was still extremely sharp. The tiny fragments of sword chi smashed onto Diying's protective true essence like raindrops. One of the sword chi even left a bloody mark on Di Ying's face. Di Ying had underestimated Ling Xiao. He had underestimated the seemingly ordinary but actually terrifying sword chi. What a kid! You're just an early 5th Divine Core warrior. How dare you injure me? Di Ying was a man who cared a lot about his face. As the mayor, he was actually injured by a disciple. This made him furious. Furious, he once again punched out with both palms. The Heavenly Eagle Seal was unleashed. The Heavenly Eagle Seal was Di Ying's unique skill, a mid-7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. In terms of strength and level, it was much stronger than any of Ling Xiao's martial skills. Even the innate Celestial Devil Seal couldn't compare with it. With this skill, Di Ying could even kill a mid-7th grade Divine Core warrior with a single palm strike. Furious, Di Ying's true essence was unleashed to 90%. The Heavenly Eagle Seal was much stronger than before. Dirt kept exploding from the ground and flying into the air. The ferocious wind from the palm strike blew away the sand and rocks, causing Ling Xiao's clothes to flutter violently. Ka! The Heavenly Eagle let out a cry, trying to tear Ling Xiao apart. The protective true essence around Ling Xiao's body was distorted and deformed by this impact. It looked like it could shatter at any moment. Humph! Ling Xiao coldly harumphed, then he took a step forward. A ferocious aura was unleashed from his body. In an instant, he had transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. The beast god's fighting intent was unleashed, a ferocious airflow was unleashed, cutting off the Heavenly Eagle Seal's true essence. Without the true essence, the Heavenly Eagle Seal was just an arrow that couldn't move. The threat it posed was greatly reduced. Destroy it. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. The East Victory Sky Sword in his hand pierced towards the Heavenly Eagle Seal. The terrifying roar of a demonic beast could be heard from within the sword. The Heavenly Eagle Seal's power was instantly dispersed. Crack! In the next moment, the East Victory Sky Sword pierced the Heavenly Eagle Seal. This wasn't sword chi, it was the real East Victory Sky Sword. The moment the sword touched the Heavenly Eagle Seal, the seal began to disintegrate. This kid. Di Ying's frown deepened. The battle prowess displayed by Ling Xiao was not inferior to the treasured sword in his hand. He was really envious. Why didn't he have such a good disciple? If such a good thing didn't belong to him, then he could only destroy it. Since they were already enemies, he believed that if he didn't kill Ling Xiao wouldn't be grateful. He would definitely cause trouble for him in the future. Therefore, his killing intent was even stronger. He had to destroy Ling Xiao here. Crack! Finally, the Heavenly Eagle Seal completely shattered. A sharp sword chi pierced through the air toward Di Ying. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Di Ying in an instant. Heavenly Eagle Protection Art. Seeing this, Di Ying pushed his vital essence to the extreme. The golden light around his body formed a huge phantom of a heavenly eagle. It was almost solid. It completely protected his body. At this moment, a few figures arrived. Among them were Lu Qingmong, Zhan Long, and Zhu Xiaohan. The three of them darted around the maze-like tunnel and finally arrived here. What a terrifying defensive martial art. This should be an advanced 7th level Emperor martial art, right? Zhan Long was shocked when he saw Di Ying's defensive martial art. He was also good at defensive martial arts and liked to cultivate. Therefore, he could see how terrifying Di Ying's defensive martial art was. He started to worry. With such a strong defense, could Ling Xiao's attack really break through it? Zhu Xiaohan was just as worried as he was. However, Ling Xiao had already used the martial soul barrier. It was impossible for them to go in and rescue him. Since Zhu Xiaohan and Zhan Long couldn't enter the martial soul barrier, they couldn't help Ling Xiao. Even if they could enter the barrier, so what? With their combined strength, if Ling Xiao couldn't break through the barrier, it was impossible for them to do so. Lu Qingmong's expression became gloomier. This guy, he's only at the early 5th Divine Core realm, but he forced Mayor Di Ying to use such a domineering martial skill. How did he do it? This is something that even I can't do. When he thought of this, he started to feel lucky. Ling Xiao didn't choose him as his opponent, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a powerful defensive martial skill. Facing Ling Xiao's unfathomable movements and terrifying treasured sword, how was he going to dodge? Both of you will see how Ling Xiao, the spy of Fighting Soul Sacred City, will be killed today. Lu Qingmong coldly harumphed. Although he was no match for Ling Xiao, but Diying would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. That was why he felt so proud. A high-grade 7th Order Emperor realm martial skill, and Mayor Diying has cultivated it to perfection. He is invincible. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, Ling Xiao has saved you twice, ungrateful bastard. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and scolded. No matter how many times he has saved me, it will never be enough to offset the humiliation he has brought me. Lu Qingmong had always thought he came from the Heavenly Saint realm, and had a high status. He would definitely become the future Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. But Ling Zhao's sudden appearance had caused him to lose his confidence. Speaking of humiliation, he didn't care about it anymore. At this moment, he was filled with hatred towards Ling Xiao. Ding ding dang dang, the sword energy collided with the illusory heavenly eagle. Countless sparks were produced. It was as if the sword energy had hit an extremely tough metal. It couldn't break through the defense. Sparks flew everywhere, and the ground was set ablaze. But even so, the sword energy couldn't even leave a scratch on the heavenly eagle. Ling Xiao kept thrusting the Eastern Victory heavenly sword. The sword energy's speed was extremely fast. Like a storm, the sword energy bombarded the heavenly eagle. However, it was only able to leave behind some small traces. These marks would be completely healed after a short while. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, I've heard that your physical body is strong, but after seeing this city lord's defensive martial skill today, you should understand, right? In terms of defense, this city lord is 100 times stronger than you. An attack like yours will never be able to break through this defense. You must die today. Diying was originally a little worried, but now he was completely at ease. As one of the city lords of War Soul Sacred City, he was the son of the Holy Master. It was not easy for him to possess such a powerful martial skill. After all, defensive martial skills were much more valuable than offensive martial skills. In addition, his father, Di Tuatian, the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, had personally guided him in his cultivation. This allowed him to cultivate the Heavenly Eagle Protection art to the perfection realm. Others didn't have such an advantage. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He suddenly put away the Dongxing Heaven Sword. Then, he punched out with both fists. Wrath of the Black Soul. This rage of the Onyx Soul could completely ignore the opponent's defense. Rumble, the violent fist force directly penetrated the Heavenly Eagle Protection art's defense and landed on Diying's body. Diying spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. This is impossible. Diying jumped in fright. That punch had caused him to suffer serious injuries. Even the light of the Heavenly Eagle Protection art had dimmed significantly. He hurriedly swallowed a pill. As he healed himself, he released his martial soul from behind him. Originally, he thought that releasing his martial soul to deal with Ling Xiao was a bit of a fuss. However, he had no choice but to do so. If he didn't use his martial soul, he would be finished. His martial soul was a golden eagle. However, it wasn't a beast soul. The eagle seemed to be made of some kind of metal. It should be a weapon-type martial soul. No matter what it was, after releasing his martial soul, the dimmed Heavenly Eagle Protection art recovered. He looked at Ling Xiao with a pale and frightened face. I didn't expect you to have such a move. However, you can't use this move continuously, right? Diying wasn't stupid. From the moment Ling Xiao released his attack, he realized that although Ling Xiao's attack was powerful, it couldn't be released continuously. This way, he could be at ease. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao before the next attack arrived, it would be fine. Hiding in the Heavenly Eagle Protection art, he released 3 consecutive Heavenly Eagle seals. This was his limit. The 3 Heavenly Eagle seals were each stronger than the previous one. Each seal was stronger than the previous one. They depended on each other and supported each other. No matter which Heavenly Eagle seal Ling Xiao faced. As for the other one, it would suddenly attack and kill him. In Diying's opinion, Ling Xiao's defense was definitely not as good as his. Therefore, his attack would definitely be effective. However, in the next moment, he was extremely shocked. At the same time, a golden light was released from Ling Xiao's body. It was as if a golden giant ape had enveloped Ling Xiao's body. The 3 heavenly eagle seals landed on the giant ape's body. Although the golden light dimmed, in the end, it still couldn't break through the ape's defense. What's going on? How can you have such a powerful defensive secret skill? Ding was completely dumbfounded. The heavenly eagle seal he unleashed was a 7th order emperor-ranked martial skill. But it couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This was too strange. Brother Ling is indeed powerful. Even under such circumstances, he still managed to severely injure City Lord D. What kind of terrifying martial skill did he cultivate? He's only at the early 5th rank Divine Core realm. Zhang Long was completely dumbfounded. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be killed in this battle. But now, he suddenly realized that his worries might have been unnecessary. That's right, he's too powerful. Zhu Xiaohan recalled the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianxia. It was just as thrilling. But in the end, the one who won was still Ling Xiao. Humph, don't you think you've overestimated him? Clearly, he had used a secret technique to defend himself. It's completely different from City Lord D's. Also, don't forget that he's only at the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm, and his true essence is far weaker than City Lord D's. Also, City Lord D is the son of the Saint Lord. I'm sure he has a lot of true essence replenishing pills. If the battle continues like this, the one who loses in the end will definitely be Ling Xiao. When his true essence is depleted, it'll be his doomsday. Lu Qingmong coldly harumphed. Obviously, he couldn't stand Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan praising Ling Xiao so much. Hearing these words, Zhang Long suddenly came to a realization, and said, that's right. Although brother Ling Xiao can defeat City Lord D, his total true essence is definitely weaker than City Lord D's. This is bad. Don't worry. Zhu Xiaohan said with an indifferent tone, Ling Xiao is much stronger than you think. Competing with him in true essence, competing with him in terms of pills, I'm afraid Di Ying is the unluckiest one here. Humph, stupid, how can Ling Xiao be compared with City Lord D? In my opinion, he's going to be killed soon. Lu Qingmong coldly harumphed. Obviously, he didn't take Zhu Xiaohan's words to heart. City Lord Di Ying has been through hundreds of battles. He's very experienced. The roads he's walked through are more than the salt Ling Xiao has eaten. Ling Xiao is just an 18-year-old kid who has just risen to power. How can he be compared with City Lord Di Ying? Ridiculous. What Lu Qingmong was thinking was also what Di Ying was thinking. After adjusting his breathing for a while, his injuries were gradually healed. One had to admit that the pills he had on him were quite good. As expected of the son of the War Soul Sacred City's Saint Lord. If it were an ordinary city lord, he probably wouldn't receive such good treatment. Di Ying took a deep breath, feeling his gradually recovering true essence. He looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, you worked so hard to injure me. But in the end, it's just a desperate struggle before death. You're only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, while I'm at the peak of the Earth Core realm. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. Even if your defense is amazing, I'm sure you don't have much true essence left. What do you have to fight me? Heaven and earth, haha, Di Ying, you're just an idiot in the end. You still don't understand until now. Forget it, the moment before you die, I'll let you know why you lost. Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. He didn't feel like he was about to lose at all. His eyes were full of confidence. Battle intent rumbled, seeing Ling Xiao's expression. Di Ying was really unhappy. He liked to see his enemy panic and fear. However, Ling Xiao continued to put on a nonchalant expression. This made him very angry. You're just bluffing, fine, since you won't admit defeat. Then let this city lord completely shatter your self-confidence. At that time, I'd like to see if your disgusting smile can still exist. Kill, unparalleled heavenly eagle seal. The unparalleled heavenly eagle seal and the heavenly eagle seal were only 2 words apart. But the difference in power was like heaven and earth. The heavenly eagle seal was only a mid-7th level emperor class martial technique. The unparalleled heavenly eagle seal was a peak 7th level emperor class martial technique. It was also the strongest martial technique that Di Ying cultivated. The fact that he used this martial technique meant that he was really annoyed. Really angry, he would kill Ling Xiao at all costs. The moment the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal was formed, Di Ying seemed to have turned into a huge golden eagle. He stared at Ling Xiao with his sharp eyes. He regarded Ling Xiao as his prey. This attack consumed all of the true essence that Diying had just recovered. Furthermore, he was only left with 30% of his true essence. The reason why he didn't use this move before was because it consumed too much true essence. But now, he felt that Ling Xiao's true essence had already been exhausted. As long as he was willing, he could use this attack to completely crush Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there with an indifferent smile on his face. He even put away the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. This made Diying feel even more astonished. However, there was no time for him to think about it. The attack had already been condensed, and if it was not released, then it would also consume a large amount of Jin Yuan, and there would be no effect. Therefore, an attack was necessary. He had no choice. Falling plumb clear shadow steps. Just as the attack was about to hit Ling Xiao moved. Within the martial spirit barrier, plum blossoms danced. Ling Xiao's feet moved skillfully, and he easily dodged the terrifying attack. I knew you would dodge, but the martial spirit barrier is only so big, and you've trapped yourself inside. Do you think you can still escape? Unparalleled heavenly eagle seal, pursue. Diying sneered. He believed that Ling Xiao had underestimated his attack. Not only was the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal much stronger than the heavenly eagle seal, but it also had a special characteristic. That was to pursue the enemy, either the enemy died, or the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal was destroyed. Otherwise, it would not give up until it reached its goal. Oh no! Zhang Long panicked. Diying is indeed the city lord. To have such ability, we've really underestimated him. Don't panic. Ling Xiao doesn't seem nervous at all, he should be able to handle it. Zhu Xiaohan was also very nervous, but she trusted Ling Xiao more, so she had no reason to believe that Ling Xiao could deal with his opponent. Humph, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Just him? Aside from her prejudice, Lu Qingmong couldn't see how Ling Xiao could deal with Diying's attack. Inside the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao's figure flashed. The unparalleled heavenly eagle seal followed closely. And the distance between the two was clearly shrinking. About 5 to 6 minutes later, the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal had almost reached Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking sneer. Frost divine dragon breath. A divine dragon appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold dragon breath. It actually froze the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal. Bloodthirsty plague. At the same time, a blood-red light enveloped the entire martial spirit barrier. At that moment, Diying realized that something was wrong. He had expended a large amount of true essence to release the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal. He only had 30% of his true essence left. This terrifying bloodthirsty plague began to destroy his body. He had no choice but to use another 20% of his true essence to suppress it. As a result, the heavenly eagle protection art was broken. Because it was impossible to maintain the heavenly eagle protection art with just 10% of his true essence. Diying hurriedly swallowed a pill, trying to replenish the true essence that he had lost. But the true essence that he replenished was all devoured by the bloodthirsty plague. Why? Why do you still have so much true essence? Diying couldn't understand. Lu Qingmong also couldn't understand. Not only did Ling Xiao not seem to have run out of true essence, but he also seemed to be very relaxed. I said before, you'll know the answer before you die. But I can tell you that I still have plenty of true essence, at least 60% to 70%. But you only have 10% of your true essence left. Do you think you're still my match? Ling Zhao's smile contained some coldness and ridicule. Your heavenly eagle protection art is indeed valiant. But it consumes a lot of true essence. In addition, you used the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal and consumed a lot of true essence in an attempt to kill me. You only cared about dealing with me, but you cut off your own path of retreat. If you took it slow and consumed 20% of your true essence, you would use a pill. Then you might have been able to suppress me forever. But too bad, you won't have that chance. Diying furrowed his brows. You're lying, you're just an early 5th level divine core warrior. Your true essence is 200 times less than mine, it should have been used up a long time ago. You're still bluffing? He just couldn't accept the fact that Ling Xiao had more true essence than him. Then you can think of it that way, bring your self-righteous thoughts with you to the underworld and talk to your disciples. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. Although his cultivation base had regressed, his total true essence didn't. His total true essence was still at the 8th level divine core realm. Also, his total true essence was at least 100 times more than other warriors at the same level. Not to mention, his potential energy was at least 100 times more than his total true essence. Even if his true essence was used up, the Heart of Gold could still utilize his potential energy. Not to mention, he had many better true essence replenishing pills than Di Ying's. Each pill could help him recover more than half of his true essence. How could Di Ying compare with him? You want to kill me? Not so easy, Golden Eagle armor. Di Ying didn't admit what Ling Xiao said, but he did in his heart. He had no choice but to take out a set of armor from his storage ring. This was a rare quality Heavenly King artifact defensive armor. Compared to Yun Shansai's armor, it had no other effects, but its defense was stronger. At this critical moment, Di Ying didn't dare to hide anything. He put on the golden armor. Di Ying swallowed pills with all his might. He tried to recover his true essence faster. In your dreams. Ling Xiao wouldn't give him this chance. He took out the East Victory Heaven sword and stabbed wildly. Originally, Di Ying was chasing after Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao couldn't fight back at all. But now, it was the other way around. Ling Xiao was chasing after Di Ying. Di Ying could only defend, and couldn't fight back. How could this be? Although Di Ying had temporarily saved his life with the treasure, Lu Qingmong saw it. Di Ying was at his wit's end. If he had any other choice, Di Ying wouldn't use this treasure at all. Damn Ling Xiao, how can he be so strong? Lu Qingmong felt his heart tremble. From the moment he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he and Ling Xiao were like fire and water. Once he was alone, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't let him go. Of course, he didn't want Di Ying to be killed. Luckily, Di Ying still has that treasure. Ling Xiao shouldn't be able to finish the battle in a short time. Lu Qingmong looked left and right, and then slipped away. He was afraid that if he left too late, he wouldn't be able to escape. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan were focused on the battle, and didn't notice Lu Qingmong had slipped away. I didn't expect Brother Ling to be so strong. If Di Ying didn't have that treasure, he'd probably be dead now. Zhan Long sighed. Now, in Fighting Soul Sacred City, besides the Saint Master and the Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder, no one else is his match. He's a true prodigy, a true elite of the Eastern region. While he was thinking, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed again. Cracks actually appeared on the Golden Eagle armor. The crack was small at first. However, everyone understood the logic of 1,000 miles dike being destroyed by an ant's nest. As long as a small crack appeared, the entire armor could collapse because of this crack. In fact, this was indeed the case. Ling Zhao's sword was extremely fast. His attack was extremely powerful. More and more tiny cracks appeared, and they were also getting bigger and bigger. The Golden Eagle armor was about to turn into scrap metal. Just a little more, just a little more. Di Ying screamed in his heart. The large amount of pills seemed to have counteracted the devouring effect of the bloodthirsty rat plague, allowing his true essence to begin recovering. It had already reached about 20%. As long as he recovered to 30%, he would be able to release the Heavenly Eagle Protection Art again. At that time, he could still slowly reverse the situation and kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he saw the contemptuous smile in Ling Zhao's eyes. You think that hope has arrived, but in fact, it's just greater despair. Ling Xiao still held the heavenly sword of Dongxing in his right hand. In his left hand, there was a demon sword as terrifying as the heavenly sword of Dongxing. The heavenly sword of Dongxing. The heavenly sword of Dongxing was domineering and majestic. On the other hand, the heavenly sword of Dongxing was sinister and filled with killing intent. Two swords in hand. Ling Xiao smiled. Violent true essence surged into the two swords. Bloodthirsty Fiend God of the Connate Fiend God Seal. This was a single-target technique of the Connate Fiend God Seal that was even more terrifying than the 10,000 Beasts unification. His power had already risen to the high 7th level of the Emperor level. This was what Ling Xiao had comprehended during his battle with Xianxia. However, he hadn't used it yet. Now, facing Diying, he used it. He wanted to use this move to completely destroy Diying. The fiend-god fusion formed two ferocious and kind faces. It was as if the connate fiend-god sword soul had been resurrected. The sword energy that carried a domineering, majestic, fearful, and murderous aura charged toward Diying. A ray of light flashed across Diying's eyes. Crack, in the next second, the golden hawk armor was completely shattered. Diying was dismembered by the horrifying sword energy. Not even a corpse was left behind. You can't kill me. I'm the son of the Saint Lord, and I'm the city lord of Fighting Soul Saint City. If you kill me, you won't be able to live, the Saint Lord won't let you go. Diying, who only had his inner core intact, threatened Ling Xiao with a threatening tone. As long as his inner core was intact, there was still a chance for him to live. He didn't believe Ling Xiao had the guts to kill him. After all, he was the son of the Saint Lord, and he was completely different from the Saint Lord's disciple. The Saint Lord was a heavenly core warrior, and even in the Golden City, he had a high status. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone, "You want to kill me, but you think I don't have the guts to kill you? Who was it that gave you such courage? If I was really afraid of Dituatian, I wouldn't have killed his disciple." Ridiculous. Azure Lotus Swordswoman, I know you're nearby, come out and save me. If not, you won't be able to answer to the Golden City. Don't forget, the Di family is also a powerful family in the Golden City. Realizing that Ling Xiao wasn't being threatened, Diying could only place his hope on Azure Lotus Swordswoman. As long as Azure Lotus Swordswoman was willing to help, he would definitely be saved. However, there was no response. Idiot, you still dare to threaten others at a time like this. You're already so old, but you're really getting worse and worse. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. He was worried that Azure Lotus Swordswoman would come out and stop him. With Azure Lotus Swordswoman's strength, it was impossible for her to kill Diying. But obviously, his worry was unnecessary. Die. He grabbed Diying's inner core and crushed it. A rich energy fused into his body. The energy in my cultivation C has increased by 20%. His energy was increasing at a very slow rate. Being able to increase his energy by 10% after killing someone was already very fast. That was why he was so happy. Oh no, Brother Ling killed Diying. He's in big trouble now. Even if he completes the mission this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to return to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Zhanlong didn't feel sorry for Diying. However, killing Diying was definitely troublesome for Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter. If I kill him, so be it. Even if I let him go, he won't let me go. Rather than that, I might as well kill him. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. What he didn't say was that Dituatian was also someone he wanted to kill. He would offend him sooner or later. It was true that he wasn't a match for Dituatian now. However, if he completed the mission in the Golden City and obtained good results, Dituatian would have to consider the consequences before killing him. Not everyone was a lunatic like him. Sigh, City Lord D is really something. Qinyu has already given up on revenge. However, he still wants to kill you because of Chen Hao. Why bother? Zhanlong said with a sigh. You're wrong. He doesn't want to kill me to avenge anyone. He just thinks I'm a threat. I didn't choose to become his disciple. Instead, I chose City Lord Jiangnan. Of course, he's unhappy. People like him will prosper if they submit to him or die if they oppose him. If he can't get it, he will destroy it. How could Ling Xiao not understand people like Diying? He had seen many of them. You're right. Even if you didn't kill Diying today, he wouldn't have let you go. Luckily, only the three of us and Lu Qingmong saw what happened. Eh? Where's Lu Qingmong? Only now did Zhanlong notice that Lu Qingmong was gone. She ran away just now. Ling Xiao sneered, since he tried to kill me, there's no way I'll let him go. You two don't have to worry about this for me. Since I dared to kill someone, I can bear the consequences. This world was cruel, and the strong preyed on the weak. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. You want to stay out of this? Dream on. Let's go, let's finish the mission first. Ling Xiao called out to Zhanlong and Zhu Xiaohan. Both of them were trustworthy men. They were also strong, both of them were early Earth Core warriors. It wasn't a problem for them to share his burden. Now that he had killed Diying, he had to finish the mission. Because only with a high score could he be recognized by the Golden City. With that, even if Di Tuatian wanted to kill him, it would be impossible. He believed that if Sword Maiden Azure Lotus wanted to protect him, she would need a good reason. If he didn't perform well, Sword Maiden Azure Lotus would have no reason to protect him. Besides, this mission was related to the beast god's blood. He wanted to cultivate the real 12 divine beasts skill. After all, his current martial skills were outdated. Only by cultivating the 12 divine beasts skill could he catch up. There were many forks in the road, but the Tai Chi I could help Ling Xiao find the right path. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan followed closely behind. They were no longer running around like headless flies. Finally, after half an hour, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. The nest of the great river bandits is just ahead. It is also the place where the evil god sacrificial ceremony begins. We have to be careful. He turned around and warned Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan, then he continued forward. 1 mile away, there were some great river bandits warriors guarding the place. There were 20 of them, they weren't strong, only 5th and 6th divine core warriors. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao gave Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan a hand signal. The 3 of them attacked the 20 great river bandits from 3 different directions. Ling Xiao's combat power was strong to begin with, so killing a person in an instant was not a problem. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan were both early 7th divine core warriors. It wouldn't be a problem for each of them to kill 5 of them. After the Great River Sacred Ritual, our strength will increase greatly. In the future, even conquering the Beifeng Strong Nation won't be a problem. One of them said with a smile. His face was full of excitement and pride. That's right. I heard that the Golden Heavenly Nation has sent people to deal with us. They're basically here to die. With the second master here, those people will definitely not be able to enter. The other person was also very good. News did not reject the evil god's sacrifice that was about to begin. They all knew that it was an evil god that was watered with the blood of 100,000 people. But he was still able to accept this gift with a clear conscience. It was obvious that they all deserved to die. Not to mention the North Windstrong country, even the Golden Sky region might be occupied by our Great River tribe. They were chatting happily. All of a sudden, 3 shadows appeared from the darkness without a sound. In just an instant, all the people who were talking shut their mouths. They didn't even have the time to scream. 20 martial artists were all killed. Ling Xiao used the same method as before to control one of the warriors who seemed to be the leader. He then extracted part of the memories from his soul. Of course, he didn't need those messy memories. He just threw them away. There wasn't much information in this part of the memories. After all, this man wasn't even a commander, he was just a small one. Based on this small one? Lust? Sheath? Lust? 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 Lust, this was the evil god's world. If anyone wanted to enter, they would have to get the key from the great master. The reason why the evil god's sacrifice was held tomorrow was because tomorrow was a good day. For the evil god, it was the time when he was at his strongest. Looks like we still have a chance to save those 100,000 people, 100,000 people, although Ling Xiao didn't know them. But since he could save them, it wasn't impossible to do so. Ling Xiao's principle was simple. He wouldn't lose his life for those 100,000 people he didn't know. But if he had the ability, he would still save them. After all, it was 100,000 lives. They would be the future citizens of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The path to the evil god statue was heavily guarded. But it was obvious that these people didn't know that their second master had been killed by Ling Xiao. So they weren't very alert. Just like those people just now, they all thought that their second master could get rid of the intruders. It wasn't like such a thing hadn't happened before, there had never been any accidents. The enemies would all die in tragedy. After sharing the information with Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan, the 3 of them continued forward. As for Lu Qingmong and the others, they were still running around in the maze-like tunnel. If they were lucky, they might be able to come out. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to come out after Ling Xiao completed the mission or after Ling Xiao was killed. The Great River Bandits really thought about their own safety. Not only did they set up a large number of mechanisms outside, they also designed the tunnel like a maze. They were afraid that their own people would get lost if they weren't careful. Green Lotus Sword Maiden should be nearby monitoring me, but I can't detect her presence. That girl called Qi Yaoguang's aura also disappeared. What surprised me the most was that her subordinates' auras also disappeared. Those people shouldn't have this ability. Unless they have some treasure that can remove their aura. Ling Xiao thought as he continued forward. With the girl from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region know Shen Dian and Ling Jiaojiao, she didn't seem to have any hostility. But she kept following him, she definitely came to find trouble with the Great River Bandits. Since that was the case, he could make use of her. Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't the opponent of the Great River Bandits' first master. And as an angel, Green Lotus Sword Maiden wasn't likely to help him. The person most likely to help him complete the mission was that unfamiliar Qi Yaoguang. He believed that even the maze-like tunnel wouldn't be able to stop the girl's advance. After all, the other party's strength was terrifying, and she could even use her divine sense in this formation. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Ling Xiao. The distance was only about 100 meters. The moment the voice sounded, Ling Xiao also reacted. That girl, Qi Yaoguang, appeared. But there was no one else beside her. He didn't know where she went. But thinking about it, he could put people in his Dongxing Emperor ring. In that case, a girl like her who obviously had a powerful background would definitely have a similar treasure. It wasn't strange for her to hide those people. "You actually followed me." Ling Xiao frowned. "Miss, we don't have the same purpose, right?" "Well, I'm here to find something." "What about you?" Qi Yaoguang asked with a smile. "Don't you already know? The Golden City's assessment mission is to eliminate the Great River Bandits." Ling Xiao said lightly. "Well, although the goal is different, the direction is the same. Can we form a temporary alliance?" Qi Yaoguang asked with a smile. "Don't you think that I like to act cool and arrogant? Aren't you afraid of being unlucky if you follow me?" Ling Xiao asked. "You're really narrow-minded. I admit that I misjudged you. You're much more powerful than I thought. If I offended you before, I apologize. Don't bother about it. It's just a small matter." Qi Yaoguang stuck out her tongue and said cutely. "Don't act cute in front of me. It's useless." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "But forming an alliance is not a problem. I need your combat power. You need my information. We're even." "Great, I know you're not a narrow-minded person." Although Qi Yaoguang was strong, she was still a little girl. It was inevitable that there were some lively and cute parts in her personality. It made people feel that she was still a child. "Don't be happy. I've already told you my goal, but you didn't tell me yours." "Isn't that unfair? Since we want to cooperate, we have to be honest." Ling Xiao said. "It's okay to tell you. You already know my name, Qi Yaoguang. I come from a powerful family in the Sky Demon Ghost region. My goal is actually very simple. It's to find what our family lost. Our family once reared a ferocious beast with a primordial bloodline. One day, perhaps because it felt bored, it escaped. It wreaked havoc in the North Wind Strong country. It even became the god of the Great River Bandits. In order to prevent it from continuing to wreak havoc, I decided to bring it back." "So the evil god that the Great River Bandits worshipped was actually a beast that you raised? Do you know how many lives that beast has killed in the past 100 years? Ling Xiao frowned. "Sigh, there's nothing I can do. After it escaped, we've been looking for it. It was only recently that he realized he was hiding here." "You don't know. This ferocious beast was the descendant of the primordial ferocious beast, the Nian beast, and possessed the bloodline of the Nian beast. He loves human life the most." Qi Yaoguang sighed. "What if I want to kill it?" Ling Xiao asked. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but our family's vicious beast only possesses the bloodline of an ancient vicious beast. However, it was still a ferocious beast that had refined a heavenly core. You can't kill it," Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. He was not worried at all. Your words are really infuriating. But in other words, if I have the strength, I can attack it, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. We have a lot of pets at home. It's nothing. Qi Yaoguang nodded. Alright, then it's a deal. Anyway, as long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill it. After swallowing so many lives, its murderous aura must be very terrifying. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the descendant of the Nian beast, not only to seek justice for the dead souls, but also to obtain more points. Of course, the most important thing was to make himself stronger. That was a Nian beast with an ancient vicious beast's bloodline. He believed that after killing it, it would help him awaken the beast god's blood. While the two of them were talking, Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan were really on tenterhooks and trembling with fear. They were afraid that this young girl from the heavenly demon ghost region would kill them. This young girl was obviously a warrior from the core area of the heavenly demon ghost region. She was equivalent to a warrior from the Golden City. But they were far from it. What she didn't expect was that Ling Xiao would actually bargain with this young girl without the slightest bit of fear. Their little hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Let's go, let's go. Maybe I can help you kill a few strong people. I have a good relationship with some people from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Qi Yaoguang tugged at Ling Xiao's arm and said excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Qi Yaoguang didn't say where his 6 subordinates went. Ling Xiao was too lazy to ask. The one hiding in the dark, is she one of your people? Qi Yaoguang suddenly asked. Yes, she is an angel sent by the Golden City to supervise us to complete the mission. Although Ling Xiao said it casually, he was extremely shocked. To be able to discover the existence of the Green Lotus Swordswoman, it was enough to show that Qi Yaoguang's strength was very close to that of the Green Lotus Swordswoman. They might even be as strong, or even stronger. Not to mention him, even the Green Lotus Swordswoman in the dark was shocked. She had been discovered by Ling Xiao before. Although she had restrained her aura, she was still surprised. She didn't expect to be discovered by Qi Yaoguang again. This supervising angel was really a failure. Actually, she was overthinking. The reason she was discovered was mainly because she was worried about Ling Xiao, so she got too close. Although the rules stipulated that supervising angels couldn't interfere with the test, Qi Yaoguang's appearance was obviously an accident. She didn't want Ling Xiao to die because of this. Who would have thought that not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he was also talking and laughing with Qi Yaoguang? She was extremely surprised. In the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City, the most outstanding person was Ling Xiao. If Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan hadn't benefited from Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have been able to reach this stage. After walking for a while, Qi Yaoguang suddenly smiled and said, My subordinates sent news that they seem to have found our little pet. I'll take my leave first. After speaking, she glanced at the Green Lotus Swordswoman's position before flying away. Ling Xiao didn't stop her. He needed Qi Yaoguang and the others to mess up this place. Only then would he have a better chance to complete the mission. Supervising Angel, can you come out and meet me? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and said. After a while, the Green Lotus Swordswoman appeared. Why are you so familiar with the people of the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region? The Green Lotus Swordswoman's first sentence was a question. Senior, you must be joking. You've been watching me all this time. Don't you know the cause and effect? Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're still in the mood to smile? You actually dared to kill Diying. Di Tuatian will tear you apart alive. The Green Lotus Swordswoman said helplessly. Don't I still have you to protect me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. If Di Tuatian makes a move, I can still protect you. However, if the old master of the Di family makes a move, even I can't protect you. Can't you keep a low profile? The Green Lotus Swordswoman was even more helpless. When I sent you to Fighting Soul Sacred City, I didn't expect you to cause so much trouble. Senior, you can't blame Ling Xiao. He had no choice. City Lord Di was the one who forced him. Zhu Xiaohan mustered up her courage and said. Sigh, I don't blame him. I'm just worried for him. The Green Lotus Swordswoman sighed and said, Let's not think about this first. The most important thing now is to complete the mission. Alright, you guys go and complete your mission. Remember, under normal circumstances, I won't make a move. Unless you encounter someone like Qi Yaoguang, I will only help. Goodbye. After saying this, Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly disappeared. It seems that I have underestimated her. Ling Xiao could feel that Green Lotus Swordswoman's aura was much stronger than Qi Yaoguang's. He had been discovered previously and he had probably underestimated Qi Yaoguang. A big shot was indeed a big shot. It seemed that Green Lotus Swordswoman's status in the Golden City was not low. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan and continued to walk forward. Green Lotus Swordswoman had completely disappeared. However, the three of them knew that she must be nearby. It was just that the difference in strength was too great and they could not detect her. Along the way, the three of them cooperated skillfully and kept clearing out the river bandits. This was definitely included in the score. The more they destroyed, the higher the score. We're here. Ling Xiao gestured for the other two to slow down with him, then quietly approached the end of the tunnel. In this deep underground, there was actually a magnificent palace. It was just like a palace. There were various formations set up inside. Among them, there was a formation that could absorb the light of the sun and moon and release it. Therefore, although this place was underground, it was still brightly lit. In the end, it's just a field mouse. Ling Xiao could not help but secretly smile. A true king would not be satisfied with the underground world. The river bandits were still afraid of the North Wind Strong country. They did not dare to face the enemy head-on. That was why they built such a huge building underground. This was basically equivalent to a city. Its scale was not inferior to a large country's capital. At this moment, almost everyone in this city was gathered in the large square in the center of the city. There was a statue standing on the square. This statue was the descendant of the Nian beast that Qi Yaoguang had mentioned. However, he was not in his beast form but in his human beast form. He was more like a beast warrior. No, it should be a beast god warrior. This aura was too familiar. Ling Xiao could feel that this human figure was at least a beast god warrior with a high divine position. Qi Yaoguang should not have taken action yet and was hiding nearby with his subordinates. As for the Green Lotus Swordswoman, she couldn't sense anything. But Ling Xiao believed that she was nearby. However, he had to temporarily forget about the existence of the Green Lotus Swordswoman, because the next mission still required them to complete. If the Green Lotus Swordswoman helped, then it would be meaningless. Ling Xiao wanted to use the power of the Great River Bandits to improve his strength. There was a ball of blood-red light near the hands of the sculpture. That should be a small world. Inside, one could even see the silhouettes of people, some of whom were in incomparable pain. Some had already fainted. Some were still running for their lives. Unfortunately, no matter how they struggled, they were unable to break free from the shackles of this small world. Sacrificing 100,000 people, how ruthless. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked in another direction. The people sitting there should be the higher-ups of the Great River Bandits. Of the 7 heads, only 4 were left. Second Master and Sixth Master had already been killed by Ling Xiao. However, the remaining few were not easy to deal with either. According to the information he received, aside from the sect chief, all of these managers were at the late 7th Divine Core realm. But in fact, that was not the case. Aside from 6th Master, Xianxia, all the others were at the peak 7th Divine Core realm. As for the sect chief, Yunfeng, his strength was unfathomable. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't tell how strong he was. Yunfeng didn't have a handsome appearance, but his eyes sent chills down one's spine. The aura he unleashed was enough to make any warrior below the 8th Divine Core realm feel fear. Ling Xiao could even feel Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan trembling. Third Master, Yun Chenglong, was a beast warrior. He belonged to the lizard race from the wild beast realm. The reason he gave himself the name Yun Chenglong was probably because he wanted to transform from a lizard into a dragon. This guy's aura was even more frightening than the Second Master. He didn't know if it was because the Second Master didn't have time to display his abilities before he was killed. Beast warriors were usually born with incredible strength, and their skin was tough. They were much stronger than human warriors at the same cultivation level. Fourth Master, Yun's shield, had a huge shield placed next to him. It was obviously not an ordinary shield. Perhaps it was some kind of magical treasure. Although Yun's shield had a short stature, he was very muscular. He had a big beard, and he was looking around vigilantly. Fifth Master, Xianxia, was a girl. Her face was covered, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, she had a great body. If you didn't take her appearance into consideration, giving her a score of 7 wouldn't be too much. Xianxia was the least introduced in the information. Her name was the only one mentioned. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. This girl didn't give him a strong feeling. She was weaker than the 4th Master, and was only slightly stronger than the 6th Master, Xianxia. But, why was she so dangerous? Ling Xiao shook his head, trying to remember this feeling in his mind. He believed that since he felt something was wrong, there must be something wrong, and he couldn't ignore it. Apart from the remaining 4 heads of the family, there was no one else. Out of the 20 generals, only 15 were left. Previously, when Ling Xiao killed the 2nd head, he had also killed 4 of them at the same time. Including Niu Er, who was killed earlier, there were 5 of them. Therefore, only 15 were left. As for the 40 commanders, only 30 of them were left. The other 10 were all killed in the previous battle. The Great River Bandits had suffered a great loss this time. There had never been such a huge loss in the past. Presumably, the leaders of the families hated the invaders to the core. Except for the 1st Master, Yun Feng, and the 5th Master, Yun Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't care about the rest of them. They were all targets that he could kill. As for Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan, they could easily deal with 1 or 2 commanders each. Ling Xiao was relying on his strong body and sharp weapon. That was why he was able to obtain such a huge advantage in fighting those at a higher cultivation level than him. However, the closer he was to the 7th Divine Core realm, the smaller this advantage would become. It wouldn't be as obvious as it was now. Since you're here, just come out. Isn't your goal to stop this ceremony? Hiding in the dark is boring. Suddenly, Yunfeng threw a cold glance at a certain direction. Ling Xiao thought he had been discovered. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Qin Xiuji, He Ningdi, Qin Yu, and Hanajiku appear at the same time. They are here as well. They do have some skills. If that's the case, Lu Qingmong should be hiding somewhere as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ling Xiao looked at these few people and thought to himself. Lu Qingmong's strength wasn't weak. If she wanted to ambush Ling Xiao, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to be extra careful. And you guys? Yun Xiao suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were glowing with a purple light. Brother Ling, don't move, I think we're the ones who were discovered. Zhang Long reminded Ling Xiao, then he walked out with Zhu Xiaohan. Sure enough, Yun Xiao and Yun Feng didn't say anything. If Ling Xiao really wanted to hide completely, even Green Lotus Swordswoman wouldn't be able to find him, let alone them. You must be the disciples of Fighting Soul Sacred City from the Golden Heavenly Nation. You're all quite strong at such a young age. It's a pity that you're just pitiful creatures being used as guinea pigs. Do you really think you can destroy the Great River Bandits with your strength? Do you know that the Great River Bandits haven't been destroyed for so many years? That's because there's someone at the top. Yunfeng looked at them and sneered. Isn't it just that there's a spy in Beifeng Strong Nation? Zhang Long snorted. Oh, not bad. You actually know this. But that person is just a tool for us to use. He's our real boss. He's at the top. Perhaps Yunfeng felt that these people were going to die, so he said something that he shouldn't have. Of course, he still didn't say the identity and name of that person. But from his words, Ling Xiao could guess that he was talking about the people of Golden City. It wasn't impossible for the higher-ups of Golden City to raise the Great River Bandits for personal gain. And the Fighting Soul Sacred City was simply sending themselves to death by assigning this task. The higher-ups didn't believe that they could complete the task at all. They didn't expect that this matter would involve Qi Yaoguang of the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. Or perhaps they thought of it but weren't afraid, at this time, in an official residence in Golden City. Master, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City have already entered. A black shadow said to the old man who was fishing. Well, I know. Let them be. They're unlucky to have drawn this task this time. The old man said lightly. But Master, Green Lotus Swordswoman is the supervising angel. Won't she take action? And Qi Yaoguang of the Devil region, will she affect our plan? The Black Shadow said again. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with Green Lotus and Qi Yaoguang. Do you really think the Great River Bandits are so easy to destroy? I've worked hard for 100 years. How can they destroy it? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Clearly, he was quite confident in his plan. Master is wise. The Black Shadow was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xiao and the others who were far away in Beifeng Strong Country were naturally unaware of this matter. Ling Xiao wanted to say that Qi Yaoguang had attacked first and messed up the place. They were fishing in troubled waters. However, until now, Qi Yaoguang and the others had no intention of doing anything. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to watch Xianlong and the others die. Perhaps in Qi Yaoguang's eyes, the lives of 100,000 people were just 100,000 ants. He probably wouldn't care at all. Brother Ling, will attract the attention of those people. You go and save them. Xianlong reminded him and rushed towards the pirate. If he did that, he would most likely die. But since he had already been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. They were disciples of War Soul Sacred City, so how could they be afraid of fighting? The others also gathered together and began to fight. Where are Ling Xiao and Lu Qingmong? Chen Yu asked. I don't know about Lu Qingmong. As for Ling Xiao, he has another mission. Xianlong replied, what we need to do now is to attract the attention of these guys. Kill as many as we can. Try to get a higher score. Will the leader come and help us? He Ningdi asked worriedly. I don't know. This time, Xianlong didn't say anything. He couldn't let anyone else know that Ling Xiao had killed Diying. As long as he killed Lu Qingmong, this secret would rot in his stomach. What brave warriors! You're really worthy of being disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. But too bad, I'm afraid all of you are going to die here today. Go, kill them all. Following Yunfeng's order, all the pirates rushed forward. Seeing this, Ling Xiao touched the Dongxing Emperor ring and released 1,000 East Emperor elites. Although these men were only at the peak 6th tier Divine Core realm, they were still strong. But they could still help Xianlong and the others out of danger. They could also make the situation even more chaotic. With this, Jiangchen could secretly save the others. Suddenly, 1,000 peak 6th tier Divine Core warriors appeared on the battlefield. The Great River Bandits were instantly thrown into chaos. What's going on? Yunfeng stood up in shock as well. With so many people here, there was no way he couldn't sense them. Could it be, he realized that his divine sense wasn't as strong as he thought. There might even be other enemies hiding nearby. Fifth sister, activate your purple spirit magic eyes. Yunfeng said nervously. Yes. Yun Qiao activated her purple spirit magic eyes and scanned the surroundings. This time, she found Qi Yaoguang's 6 subordinates. However, Qi Yaoguang and Sword Maiden Green Lotus were still hiding well, they weren't noticed. You guys go as well. Qi Yaoguang had no choice but to order his 6 subordinates to fight. With the appearance of these 6 men, the Great River Bandits had no choice but to send out an even stronger team. 3rd Chief Yin Changlong and 4th Chief Yin Dun led 15 generals and surrounded the 6 men. They realized how strong these 6 men were. A fierce battle had finally begun. But Yunfeng and Yun Qiao didn't join the battle. The 30 commanders also guarded the vicinity of the sculpture vigilantly. They were afraid that someone would take the opportunity to do something. Previously, Yunfeng had been relatively confident that no one could break into this place. However, he no longer had that confidence now. He was afraid that there might be hidden enemies around, so he had to be absolutely safe. Ling Xiao took advantage of the chaos and began to take action. After entering the Shadow Warrior form, he easily found his way to the vicinity of the small world. This small world should exist in the form of some kind of Dharma treasure. It looked like a ball of red light in the distance. However, it was actually a small red ball. The red light was being emitted by it. Ling Xiao scuttled to the vicinity of the red light and could sense the existence of an array around it. It was really impossible for others to get it easily. However, he was different. Master, thank you for your trouble. I will stall for time. It was definitely impossible to break the array in the shadow warrior form. However, once he was exposed, it would be a joke to concentrate on breaking the array. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had Yuan Venerate as his trump card. Be careful. Yuan Venerate didn't say anything else and began to break the array. Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. A blood-curdling scream could be heard. A commander was killed on the spot. Ling Xiao, who was in the shadow warrior form, wanted to sneak attack an early 7th level divine core warrior. It was too easy. The opponent didn't even have time to react before he was killed. The sudden scream attracted everyone's attention. It's him. Qi Yaoguang was a little surprised. Ling Xiao really surprised her time and time again. This kid is really something. He actually managed to sneak into that place. Amazing. When Zhang Long and the others saw Ling Xiao, they were also excited. Ling Xiao had long become the backbone of these people. Who's there? When the Great River Bandits saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear, they were shocked. Their great leader Yin Feng and 5th leader Yin Xiao didn't even notice his existence. How could they not be surprised? Kid, you're also from the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Yin Feng frowned. Ling Xiao's sudden appearance was too unexpected. Moreover, he had easily killed a commander. This kid didn't seem to have a strong cultivation base. His skills were extraordinary. The rest of the commanders surrounded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was standing below the red ball. Once he destroyed the red ball, the Great River sacred ritual would be interrupted. It would be a huge loss for the Great River Bandits. Nonsense, if I'm not from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, why would I come to your lousy place? Ling Xiao's main task now was to stall for time and wait for the Yuan Venerables to break the formation. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack again. His opponents were afraid of him and didn't dare to act rashly. He believed that he could stall for a few more minutes. Good kid, you've got guts, capture him alive and perform the blood sacrifice together. Don't delay our business. Yun Feng said coldly. Yes. Hearing Yin Feng's words, 2 of the bolder commanders walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was only at the early 5th tier divine core realm. This made the Great River Bandits look down on him. They all thought that the commander who was killed was just unlucky and was killed because of a sneak attack. Ling Xiao wasn't that strong. They were already taking Ling Xiao seriously by sending out 2 commanders to deal with him. The rest of the commanders didn't stay idle either. They unleashed their powerful auras to pressure Ling Xiao. On the other hand, they blocked off Ling Xiao's escape route. They didn't give him any chance. Should we go and help? Qin Xiuji asked Zhang Long. Don't be distracted, focus on your opponent. He won't die so easily. Zhang Long sneered in his mind. Ling Xiao had even killed Diying. Even the commander of the Great River Bandits might not be able to kill him. He was just a commander, a mere commander. Unfortunately, the Great River Bandits didn't know this. When they saw Ling Xiao standing there motionless, they all thought that Ling Xiao was scared stiff. Immediately, his heart relaxed a lot. They all felt that they were making a fuss over nothing. It was just a fly that had flown in. Just slap it to death. Ling Xiao stood there without taking out his weapon. There was no need to use it to deal with these commanders. He didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He wanted to show weakness. Only by showing weakness could the enemy relax and make it easier to kill the enemy. Brat, since you're here, don't leave. Use your blood as a sacrifice to our great river god. The 2 commanders suddenly sped up. 2 hands grabbed at Ling Xiao from 2 different directions. None of them used weapons. Obviously, they wanted to capture him alive. The sacrifice to the great river god had to be alive. If it was dead, the great river god would not like it. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao smiled. He executed the falling plum clear shadow step and released the Yin-Yang cosmic light tiger. He unleashed the cosmic light body. In an instant, he arrived in front of the 2 commanders. In terms of the strength of his body and speed, Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the 7th divine core realm. His total true origin energy had reached the 8th divine core realm. The only thing he lacked was the quality of his true origin energy. This required his cultivation to improve. But, even if the quality of his true origin energy was slightly weaker, with the advantage of his body, speed, and his powerful martial soul, he was still able to gain the upper hand. The two commanders didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack. What they saw was a blood-red lightning bolt flashing in front of him. After a moment, both of them felt something piercing through their dantian. Their entire bodies were burned by the terrifying lightning. Their bodies were numb, and they couldn't do anything. In the next moment, Ling Xiao pointed his finger again, and pierced through both of their throats. The two corpses fell to the ground with a loud thud. The Great River Bandits didn't even have time to react. Even the commanders had cold smiles on their faces. These cold smiles were because they thought Ling Xiao was going to die. Because everything happened so quickly, they didn't even have time to change their expressions. When they finally realized what had happened, they finally realized that what happened just now wasn't an illusion. Their two accomplices. Two early 7th Divine Corps commanders of the Great River Bandits. They were instantly killed. Ling Xiao stood there with the same calm smile on his face. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all. But right now, the way these people looked at Ling Xiao was completely different from before. If the commander he killed just now was a sneak attack, then what happened just now was a face-to-face battle. Two early 7th Divine Corps warriors weren't a match for Ling Xiao, and they were instantly killed by Ling Xiao. Even if they underestimated him, this shouldn't have happened. This was unbelievable. Who would have thought that a young man who was only at the early 5th Divine Corps realm would possess such a frightening strength? Initially, everyone thought Ling Xiao was going to die. But in fact, it was their commanders who were going to die. All the commanders who surrounded Ling Xiao had terrified expressions on their faces. If they were the ones who attacked just now, the dead bodies lying on the ground would be theirs as well. This guy. The chief Yunfeng furrowed his brows. He thought the 6 men from the Heavenly Demon and Ghost Hunter were the hardest to deal with. But now, it looked like Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with either. He threw his cold gaze at Ling Xiao. It made Ling Xiao feel uncomfortable. He felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious monster. Today is the end of the Great River Bandits. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Yunfeng. The powerful enemy had aroused his ferocious nature. Yunfeng was startled. This guy wasn't afraid of his pressure. What's your name? A man like you can't be a nobody. Yunfeng asked. I'll never change my name. I am Ling Xiao from the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ling Xiao. No wonder. You're the one who killed the Saint Lord's disciple Zhang Ruofeng in the Fighting Soul Sacred City, right? Anyway, you already have a grudge against the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Why don't you join us? I can recognize you as my brother. Yunfeng didn't care what Ling Xiao's previous identity was. As long as he could poach Ling Xiao, his Great River Sacred Sacrifice could proceed smoothly. After the Great River Sacred Sacrifice, it wouldn't be too late to deal with this guy. I killed your 6th brother. Ling Xiao said lightly. I also killed your 2nd brother. Now, do you still want to recognize me as your brother? What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Great River Bandits were in an uproar. Even the Great River Bandits who were attacking Zhan Long and the others stopped in shock. You must be joking. With your strength, how could you kill your 6th brother and 2nd brother? Yunfeng didn't believe it. It's your business whether you believe it or not. But I, Ling Xiao, won't associate with animals like you. 100,000 lives, you want to use them as sacrifices. Ling Xiao said coldly. That's just 100,000 ants, 100,000 good-for-nothings. Yunfeng said disdainfully. Maybe, but I just can't stand it. Ling Xiao said loudly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Attack together and kill him for me. Yunfeng shouted sternly. Yunfeng did want to recruit Ling Xiao to work for him. After losing their 2nd brother and 6th brother, the Great River Bandits had suffered a great loss. If Ling Xiao could join them, it would be a great boost to the overall strength of the Great River Bandits. But since Ling Xiao didn't want to accept their kindness, Yunfeng couldn't be blamed for being cruel. Hearing Yunfeng's order, all 27 captains circulated their true yuan and charged towards Ling Xiao. If 2 of them weren't enough, then they would fight with 27 of them. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao was invincible. Don't tell me this guy is going to fight all 27 of us at once? That's a bit difficult. Even Hu Lai and Wen Ruo wouldn't dare do that. Qi Yaoguang said in surprise. But, no matter if he believed it or not, Ling Xiao had already attacked. With a flash, he dashed into the crowd like a blood-red lightning. 27 early Earth Corps captains fighting Ling Xiao alone. Even if Ling Xiao was killed, his name would be spread far and wide. Yun Feng was circulating his true yuan as well. He didn't like to underestimate his enemies. If he had the chance, he would kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. He was an early 8th Divine Core warrior, a Heavenly Core warrior. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? But, in order to kill Ling Xiao in one strike, he didn't attack immediately. This was how cautious he was. While Yin Feng was hesitating, Ling Xiao arrived in front of one of the captains. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. There was no movement. But right at this moment, Ling Xiao had transformed into the Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger Beast Soul form. This was because he was pursuing extreme speed. There were too many enemies, and none of them were weak. Only by relying on extreme speed and a powerful body could he end the battle as soon as possible. At the same time, it wouldn't be easy for Yin Feng to lock onto him. Die. With just one punch, Ling Xiao had pierced through the captain's dantian and sent him flying into the crowd. A few people were sent flying away. Another commander has been killed. Is this Ling Xiao a devil? Why is he so scary? The warriors of Great River Bandits began to panic. The commander belonged to the upper echelons of the Great River Bandits, but he was so weak in front of Ling Xiao. It was really too surprising. This brat's speed is too fast. I'm afraid that Wen Ruo and Hu Lai won't be able to catch up to him. Qi Yaoguang was once again shocked by Ling Xiao. Qi Yaoguang had always thought that no one in the outside world was more talented than her. She had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm when she was only 16 years old, and that was already an incredible feat. However, although Ling Xiao was older than her, his cultivation was also inferior to hers. However, it made her feel extremely pressured. She believed that in the same cultivation environment, Ling Xiao would definitely be stronger than her. Great River Divine Fist. When Ling Xiao killed one of them, his speed slowed down slightly. At this moment, the other commander sensed an opportunity. He released the fist intent that he had been brewing. It seemed that Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge. He could only rely on his physical body to take the blow. In fact, Ling Xiao did not dodge. At that moment, he condensed his true essence at a certain part of his body. And this part was the part that the opponent attacked. The Tai Chi I was so powerful. Not only could it analyze the weaknesses of the opponent's moves, but it could also predict the opponent's target. Boom, crack, with a loud bang, the commander's arm was broken. Ling Xiao pointed out with his finger. The sword energy from his fingertip pierced through the commander's inner core and took his life. What is this guy's body made of? How can it be so abnormal? Everyone was stunned. Originally, he thought that even if Ling Xiao didn't die after taking that blow, he would at least be severely injured. But what puzzled them was that not only was Ling Xiao not seriously injured, he didn't even have a light injury. He didn't even lose a hair. The battle had just begun and Ling Xiao was completely fine. On the contrary, 5 commanders had already died. There were still 25 left. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, like a ferocious beast that devoured life. He shifted his position again and attacked another person. All the commanders were scared out of their wits. Their fighting spirit had dropped drastically. Their morale was low. Before this, Ling Xiao could only kill one person with a single punch. But this time, he killed 3 with just 2 punches. These 3 didn't even have the courage to fight back. There are still 22 left. Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his hands. A crazy killing intent emerged in his eyes. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for the Great River Bandits. For these guys, death was the only way out. How dare you? Finally, Yun Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He took the initiative to attack. An early Heavenly Core warrior was going to kill Ling Xiao. This was because he couldn't just watch as his commander was killed by Ling Xiao. This is great. Our great chief is going to attack. That guy is going to die for sure. The Great River bandits who were low in morale finally became excited again. Even in the capital of the Northern Wind Kingdom, their first boss would still be considered a top expert. Xianxia was just a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City. He wasn't even worth mentioning. Xianxia, be careful. Zhang Long shouted out loudly. In the dark, Sword Lady Azure Lotus was ready to attack. She didn't care if she broke the rules. As long as Xianxia was in danger, she wouldn't just stand by and watch. But, just as she was about to attack, she saw a sneer on Xiao's face. This kid. Does he still have a trump card? She held herself back from attacking. Because she trusted him. I've been waiting for you. Xiao knew that Yunfeng wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would attack. That's why he had been waiting. He had fed the Blood Divine Dragon with 10 million upper-rank soul stones. Although he didn't kill a few hundred white water wolves with this attack, he had still forced them back. Therefore, it was definitely worth using. Blood Thunder God. With a furious roar, a purple lightning bull appeared behind Xiao. In an instant, the purple lightning bull turned into a blood-red divine dragon. It dashed towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng was shocked. He could feel how terrifying this force was. Dodge it. But too bad, no one dodged, because none of his men understood what he meant. Just as he was about to shout again, the blood divine dragon had collided with Yunfeng's attack. Boom, a violent force exploded on the spot. The floor was lifted up. Xiao and Yunfeng were both sent flying away. Of course, they weren't the ones who suffered the most. The ones who suffered the most were the captains who were closest to Xiao. The force of the collision was too terrifying. It was even scarier than Xiao's Blood Thunder God. Everywhere it passed, except for the statue, everything was destroyed. The remaining 22 commanders were all reduced to ashes in an instant. They couldn't be any more dead. Shocked, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Yunfeng wouldn't be able to save those 22 captains? Instead, he had killed them. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and numbness. The force of Xiao's attack was something that even a heavenly core warrior would be forced back. Although they might not be injured, but they would definitely be forced back. Yunfeng had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. That was why he was injured. Both of his hands were trembling, and blood was coming out from his mouth. He wanted to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in, and blood was still flowing out from his mouth. If he had just killed 22 commanders with a single strike, maybe it wouldn't have caused such a shocking scene. The key point was that Xiao had killed these 22 people while repelling the head of the Great River bandits. And he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. This was simply inconceivable. While Yunfeng was still in shock, Xiao stood up from the ground. His injuries were similar to Yunfeng's. Both of them were just light injuries. But, Yunfeng's strength was indeed formidable. Because of this strike, Xiao's energy ocean had increased by 10%, it had reached 30%, he was able to make such progress even though it was extremely difficult to increase his strength. He had to admit that he was really strong. Although Yunfeng's cultivation was stronger than his, the strength of his body wasn't as strong as his. After all, not every warrior would cultivate their body. It would be a waste of time. Of course, Xiao knew this very well. That attack had cost him a total of 10 million upper spiritual stones. It wasn't a small amount. Even for Yunfeng, it was painful. This was enough to show how frightening an 8th level divine core warrior was. Not only could a heavenly core warrior use the earth's energy, he could also use the energy of the heavens. He could also control the natural energy. It was an existence that had reached a completely different level. If Xiao didn't have the Blood Thunder God, and if he didn't have 2 divine pills in his body, he wouldn't have been able to kill Yunfeng. He wouldn't have been able to hurt Yunfeng. The gap is too big. Xiao furrowed his brows. Unless he broke through to the 7th level of the divine core realm, he wouldn't be able to face an 8th level divine core warrior. He really couldn't. Big brother, are you alright? Yunqiao looked at Yunfeng and asked in surprise. No one had expected this to happen. Xiao had really given everyone a shock. I'm fine, I'm just scared. Yunfeng shook his head. He wasn't seriously injured, but his confidence had been severely damaged. A heavenly core warrior couldn't kill a golden core warrior with a single strike, and he was even injured by a single strike. How embarrassing. Big brother, don't worry. In my opinion, this brat's attack just now wasn't his full strength. He must have used some kind of special treasure. Moreover, there was bound to be a long cooldown after the attack. With his own strength, he could kill sixth brother, but he definitely couldn't kill second brother. He must have used the same trick. Big brother, you should have a good rest. Leave this brat to little sister. Xianxia was incomparably calm at this moment. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Ling Zhao's forehead. Damn, this woman had basically guessed it right. He seemed to be playing the role of an advisor. Master, is it done? Ling Xiao was ready to slip away. Whether it was Yunfeng or Yun Xiao, they both made him feel extremely threatened. He would definitely not go head-to-head with Yun Xiao. There were no benefits. This woman's aura was too strange. He was even more terrifying than Yunfeng. Alright, I'll leave it to you, little sister. Kill him, don't leave him alive. Yunfeng said coldly. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded and walked gracefully towards Ling Xiao. Master, say something. Ling Xiao said anxiously. Soon. I don't know who set up this array formation. It's quite complicated. Hold on for 3 minutes. The Yuan Venerate said. 3 minutes? All right. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Yun Xiao felt very dangerous. However, he was Ling Xiao. There was no problem holding on for 3 minutes. Little brother, your performance has really surprised this big sister. But you've already displayed your trump card so quickly. What are you going to do next? Yun Xiao was really terrifying. This woman gave off the feeling that she was a rather terrifying existence. Furthermore, the closer she got to Ling Xiao, the greater the pressure. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to Zhanlong and the others and said, "You guys run." He was going to slip away later. If these people stayed behind, they would become a burden. This was a very troublesome matter. What about you? Zhu Xiaohan shouted. As long as you guys don't implicate me, I can slip away. This bunch of bastards can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao replied. Let's go. Zhanlong glanced at Ling Xiao. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was important. If their presence caused Ling Xiao to be unable to escape, it would be a huge sin. Stop those people. Yunfeng naturally couldn't let Zhanlong and the others escape. However, there were 1,000 Donghuang elites protecting them fearlessly. Zhanlong and the others still managed to escape. Yunfeng didn't give chase. Firstly, he was injured. Secondly, he knew very well that the Golden Heavenly Nations ranking test had supervising angels and team leaders. If he chased after those people, he would probably be attacked. The rules stated that the team leaders and supervising angels couldn't interfere. However, he couldn't afford to gamble. The most important thing now was the Great River Sacred Ritual. There was nothing else. As long as Ling Xiao didn't affect the Great River Sacred Ritual, he could even let Ling Xiao go. He would settle the score later. Zhanlong and the others left. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Yun Xiao. This lady is so beautiful. Why do you have to be a bandit? Why don't you marry into a good family and live a good life? Naughty child. Yun Xiao smiled. I'll give you a chance now. Leave this place and don't affect our Great River Sacred Ritual. I can let you live. This woman's thoughts were also on the Great River Sacred Ritual. Whether or not she killed Ling Xiao was actually a small matter. She didn't care at all. I'm afraid I'll have to let you down. Ling Xiao smiled. Today, I'm here to destroy your Great River Sacred Ritual. Do you think I'll leave if I don't succeed? Don't think you're smart. Let's not talk about whether or not you can defeat me. Even if you can, so what? If you want to destroy the Great River Sacred Ritual, you have to destroy this statue. You saw it just now. You couldn't do it with such a powerful attack. Do you think you still have that ability? Yun Xiao mocked. You don't have to worry about that. You'll find out later. Since he was just stalling for time, Ling Xiao didn't mind chatting with Yun Xiao. You're stalling for time? Yun Xiao's expression suddenly changed. Although she didn't see anything wrong with what Ling Xiao was doing, it was obvious that he was stalling for time. Good boy. Although I don't know what you're planning, you have to die now. If I let you succeed, I'll lose all my face. While speaking, Yun Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger. Her aura was 10 times stronger than Yun Xiangxi's. Although she hadn't broken through to the heavenly core realm, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the strongest in the earth core realm. Ling Xiao believed that even if all 20 Great River bandits joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from this woman. He didn't dare underestimate his enemy. He quickly transformed into the infinite heavenly rat soul. At the same time, he quietly unleashed the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The power of the heavenly dragon, the power of the divine phoenix, the power of the white tiger, and a part of the power of the black tortoise. Sensing that Ling Xiao's aura was constantly growing stronger, Yun Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. Although the aura this time was not as strong as when he attacked the leader, Yun Feng. But it was still very shocking. I didn't expect you to still have hidden strength. Yun Xiao was quite surprised. At this moment, she couldn't hesitate at all. Ling Xiao had to be killed. Otherwise, if this kid lived, it would be a disaster for the Great River bandits. There's something else that will surprise you. Ling Xiao thought to himself. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, I would have already released the tyrant martial spirit and destroyed you. No matter what you are, I will blast you to pieces. Hehe, is that so? Yun Xiao activated her true essence and condensed her martial skill while ridiculing, even if you hide something, it's meaningless. No matter who you are, since you've met me, Yun Xiao, then don't expect to live. You won't have that chance. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered, holding the East Victory heavenly sword in one hand, holding the East Victory demonic sword in one hand, domineering and demonic auras mixed together. The demon god sword soul released two kinds of bright black and white light. The sharp sword chi made everyone feel that kind of sharpness. What? Yun Xiao, this kid's sword is strange, you must get it. Yun Feng said loudly while adjusting his breathing and healing his injuries. Don't worry, big brother, I will. Without Yun Feng's reminder, Yun Xiao also noticed it. The aura released by the two swords in Ling Xiao's hands even made her feel fear. She couldn't help but tremble. Her aura seemed to be suppressed by something, making her feel very uncomfortable. Ah! Yun Xiao suddenly yelled. She used her voice to ease her discomfort. In the next moment, she had already charged out. She went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. She didn't use any weapon, but the feeling she gave off was still very dangerous. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Both swords stabbed out at the same time. One black and one white sword chi pierced through the air. Boom, a terrifying collision sound rang out. Both of them retreated a few steps back. Because they were both using ordinary attacks, the scene wasn't as shocking as before. However, everyone was still a little surprised. Ling Xiao actually blocked Yun Xiao's attack so calmly. This brat's strength was really not for show. Woman, I know you have some kind of secret. If you don't use it today, you will definitely die. Ling Xiao knew this from the first exchange of blows. Yun Xiao's terror came from the things she was hiding, not the strength she showed on the surface. I don't need it to deal with you. Although Yun Xiao was surprised, how did Ling Xiao know that she was hiding some kind of secret, but at this moment, she didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Alright, I'll let you try. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Holding two swords, he turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and attacked. The moment he approached Yun Xiao, he had released the bloodthirsty plague. What the hell is this? Because the bloodthirsty rat plague had come too suddenly, Yun Xiao was completely unprepared. The true essence in his body was instantly infected by the bacteria. Not only was the operation not smooth, even his qi and blood were leaking out crazily. Not good. She shouted in her mind, then she quickly unleashed her true essence to control the infection. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's attack had arrived. She had no time to defend herself. If this sword came, she would definitely be killed. Nian beast possession. At this moment, Xianxia had no other choice. A ball of black smoke suddenly came out from her stomach. It covered her entire body. Not only did it destroy all the bloodthirsty plague, it even knocked Ling Xiao away with his sword. Within the rolling black smoke, Xiao's appearance had changed. Her body now had the characteristics of a Nian beast. Her strength had also reached the late heavenly core realm. She was much stronger than Yunfeng. But this wasn't the transformation of a beast soul. It was more like a Nian beast had taken over her body, and had merged with her soul. Kid. Yunxiao's voice had become very strange. When she spoke, it sounded like a man and a woman were speaking at the same time. One thick, one thin. I didn't expect you to have this kind of trick. But now, what else can you do? Ling Xiao stood up from the ground. He didn't pay any attention to Xiao. Because at this moment, the 3 minutes were almost up. He just needed to take the red ball and leave. He couldn't kill Xiao and Yunfeng. At least, it was impossible with his current strength. It's done, disciple. Yuan Venerate's voice finally came. Ling Xiao smiled. He stomped on the ground and arrived in front of the red ball like a bolt of lightning. Then, he grabbed it. Don't worry, I will save you and leave. This voice directly entered the small world inside the red ball. 100,000 people cried bitterly. They were deeply grateful. One after another, they knelt down before Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't have the time to accept their gratitude. He put the red ball into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He was ready to leave. But before he left, he had to make a big scene. These things seemed long, but in reality, they happened in an instant. No one had expected that he would be able to take away the red ball even though he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Big River Star. Yunfeng was shocked. Big River Star was the red ball. There were complicated arrays set up on it, and ordinary array masters couldn't break them. This was because the people who had set up the arrays were ancient sages. Later, they were protected by the Sky-Fiend Ghost Territory powerhouses and were very powerful. At that time, the powerhouse had said, as long as it is in the 4 great regions, there is absolutely no one who can break these arrays and arrays. That powerhouse had a special status and terrifying strength. Yunfeng absolutely believed his words. But what exactly was going on with this scene before his eyes? Why was it completely different from what he had imagined? Fifth sister, stop him quickly. Don't let him escape. Yunfeng turned pale with fright. Yunxiao was the closest to Ling Xiao, and she was also the strongest. If she couldn't stop Ling Xiao, how could the others? Big River Divine Fist. Power of the Year Beast. Yunxiao had already attacked without him saying anything. The Big River Martial Soul roared and condensed into a fist that covered the sky. That fist contained the terrifying power of the Year Beast. The Year Beast kept roaring, and many people couldn't withstand this terrifying power and fainted. But Yunxiao couldn't care less. Big River Star was hers. Only Big River Star could sacrifice so many people. To increase the strength of the Year Beast. The stronger the Year Beast, the stronger she would be. On the surface, Yunfeng was the leader of the Big River Bandits. But in reality, she was in control of everything. The Black Fist energy blocked all of Ling Zhao's escape routes. She didn't give Ling Xiao any chance. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi was running wildly, trying to capture a chance to escape. If it didn't work, he would have to use his trump card. Got it. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining Big River Bandits. There were so many people. If they gathered their strength, they could definitely block Yunxiao's attack. As for whether they lived or died, it was none of his business. Plague Bone Dissolving Formation, Myriad Beast Blood Refining Formation. Ling Xiao unleashed 2 refining formation stones in a row. The formation released by the formation refining stone enveloped all of the pirates. A massive amount of energy flowed into Ling Zhao's swords through the formation. But this wasn't the end. Bloodthirsty Plague. In order to speed up the gathering of energy, Ling Xiao unleashed a large-scale bloodthirsty plague. The unlucky ones were the Great River Bandits. Hu Lai, Wenrua, come back quickly. Qi Yaoguang noticed something was wrong, so he quickly shouted out. This bloodthirsty plague was too strange, even a peak 7th Divine Core warrior couldn't defend against it. Qi Yaoguang didn't want anything to happen to his men. Her men quickly retreated. Those generals and the other leaders were in for a bad time. Yun's shield circulated his energy and used the shield in his hand to defend against the formation. But, the bloodthirsty plague was everywhere, there was no way to defend against it. Yun Chenglong had revealed his true form, but he was still invaded by the bloodthirsty plague. Luckily, both of them were peak 7th Divine Core warriors. As long as they circulated their energy, they could still defend against it. But, those ordinary pirates weren't so lucky. They couldn't defend against it. A massive amount of energy leaked out. Ling Zhao's move was also completed in an instant. Innate Seal of Gods and Devils, Bloodthirsty Jungle. It was a large-scale attack. And it was unleashed by the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon Sword at the same time. Its power was greatly increased. It was a terrifying attack unleashed by gathering all the energy of the pirates. It actually managed to defend against Yun Xiao's attack. This caused Yun Xiao's expression to change dramatically. Right now, she would rather merge with the Nian beast and kill Ling Xiao. He had originally thought that this matter was in the bag, but it was actually ruined by Ling Xiao. Not only did the bloodthirsty jungle block Yun Xiao's attack, it also wreaked havoc in the square. Terrifying explosions sounded out one after another. A large number of pirates were killed. Ling Xiao's energy in his cultivation ocean was rapidly increasing as well. The entire Great River City had fallen into a doomsday situation. It was like a catastrophe was happening. This guy, he really knows how to cause trouble. Qi Yaoguang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao was much more capable than she had imagined. It actually gave Yun Feng and Yun Xiao, who were both Heavenly Core warriors, a headache. Miss, don't just laugh. What should we do next? Hu Lai asked. Our goal is the Nian Beast and the Great River Star. Let's get Ling Xiao under control first. Remember, don't hurt him if you can. Once you offend someone like him, you have to kill him. I don't have the confidence to kill this guy, so don't offend him. He probably has no use for the Great River Star, so he should be able to exchange it for something. Qi Yaoguang thought for a moment and said. Compared to those arrogant people, Qi Yaoguang thought differently. She believed in luck. Some people with great luck couldn't kill him even if they racked their brains to do so. Ling Xiao was such a person. Therefore, they could not easily become enemies. He might not be able to make it. Although his attack is very powerful, that Yun Xiao is even more terrifying. Wen Ruo said with a frown. She didn't like the fact that her young miss valued Ling Xiao so much, it didn't feel good. While they were talking, the situation suddenly changed. The furious Yun Xiao finally tore apart the attack from the bloodthirsty jungle. She continued her attack towards Ling Xiao. No wonder she was a late Heavenly Core warrior, she was too domineering. Brat, you have to die today. Yun Xiao was so angry that she almost died. No matter if it was in terms of combat or intelligence, she had lost to Ling Xiao. This was an absolute humiliation. You want to kill me? Do you think you can do it? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, why don't we play hide and seek? In an instant, Ling Xiao had flown into the sky. He turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared in front of everyone. Everything was going according to his plan. Now, it was up to Qi Yaoguang. Qi Yaoguang's strength shouldn't be any weaker than Yun Feng and Yun Xiao. As long as she was willing to help, then he would be able to complete his mission perfectly. He would be able to kill all the Great River bandits. If she couldn't, then he would have to save her and leave. After all, some things couldn't be forced. He didn't want to use the bloody devil rats anymore. It took him a lot of effort to recover his cultivation to his current level. If he fell back to his current level, he would cry. Go. Go after him. Yun Feng ordered, even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we have to find him. Without the Great River planet, without the 100,000 offerings, the Great River heavenly ritual couldn't continue. Yun Feng was so angry that his face turned purple. While giving the order, he also chased after Qi Yaoguang. Right now, he couldn't care less about anything else. He didn't care if there were any supervising angels nearby, killing Ling Xiao and taking back the Great River Planet was his top priority. As for the offerings, he could always get more in the future. Yun Xiao also chased after Qi Yaoguang. Yun Shield, Yun Chenglong, and the surviving generals and pirates all chased after Qi Yaoguang as well. Ling Xiao had become the target of everyone. But Ling Xiao wasn't nervous at all. Aside from Yun Feng and Yun Xiao, he didn't care about anyone else. The Tai Chi I accurately captured everyone's position. Perhaps everyone thought that he would run away like crazy. But they were all wrong. Ling Xiao suddenly turned back. He avoided Yun Feng and Yun Xiao and began to hunt down the fish that escaped the net. At this time, there were only about 1,000 bandits left. Ling Xiao specifically picked soft persimmons to kill. After half an hour of hunting, these 1,000 bandits became the energy of his cultivation sea. At this time, the energy of his cultivation sea finally increased to 40%. If there is no one else, then where is the Great River Bandits? Ostrich? Forgive. The commanders were all killed by me as well. All the generals were killed. Only the great leader Yun Feng, the third leader Yun Chenglong, the fourth leader Yun Shield, and the fifth leader Yun Xiao were left. Some of the generals were killed by Qi Yaoguang's subordinates, and some died in the bloodthirsty forest. There were also some that were killed by Ling Xiao when he was hunting. Yun Feng and the others only cared about chasing Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so daring. While escaping, he didn't forget to turn back and hunt. Qi Yaoguang's men had basically lost Ling Xiao. Only Qi Yaoguang could still keep up with Ling Xiao's speed. This Qi Yaoguang must have some special ability. Otherwise, Ling Xiao could even get rid of Yun Xiao. But he couldn't get rid of Qi Yaoguang. It didn't make sense. But the more he followed Ling Xiao, the more surprised Qi Yaoguang was. Sometimes, he even had the idea of killing Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao was really too outstanding. Once such a person grew up, how could the heavenly fiend ghost be a match for the golden heavens in the future? However, this thought only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Because he knew that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. He wouldn't be killed so easily. If he couldn't be killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Yun's shield. You. Why are you here? Didn't you escape? Escape? The mission hasn't been completed yet. Why should I escape? Ling Xiao smiled. With both swords in hand, he launched an attack. You can't kill me. Yun's shield roared and placed his huge shield in front of him. Ling Xiao's swords hit the huge shield but couldn't penetrate it. The attack and defense were in a stalemate, however, bloodthirsty celestial demon seal. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. He had used this move to kill Diying. Now, Ling Xiao had integrated part of the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The power of this move had become even more terrifying. Cracks appeared on the huge shield. Yun's shield's expression changed. He turned and fled. He had been injured by the bloodthirsty plague and the bloodthirsty jungle. He wasn't as strong as he was at his peak. Plus, his life-saving shield had been shattered. He didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao. However, once he fled like this, he completely lost the chance to fight Ling Xiao. A blood-red sword light pierced through his back and ended his life. This cloud shield could be considered a strong person. Unfortunately, he lacked ruthlessness. Next, Yun Chenglong. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I saw through countless walls and saw Yun Chenglong, who was looking for him. He sped up and chased after him. At the same time, Yun Feng and Yun Xiao sensed Yun's shield's death at the same time. Oh no, we've been tricked. Let's go back. The two of them turned around and rushed back. They didn't intend to hide their aura at all. Ling Xiao had just found Yun Chenglong and hadn't had time to fight. Suddenly, he saw Yun Xiao coming over. Qi Yaoguang frowned at the crazy aura. Damn, we've been discovered. Let's run. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Yun Chenglong. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart. This was definitely not a good time to fight. Once he was entangled by Yun Xiao, it wouldn't be so easy to escape. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to escape, he saw someone. She was wearing a long green dress. There was a hint of sadness on her handsome face. Her slender figure revealed the graceful bearing of a woman. It was like a beautiful sort of beauty. She had a beautiful appearance, but at the same time, she exuded a terrifying killing intent. It was Green Lotus Swordswoman. Ling Xiao was very familiar with this woman because he had seen her more than once. As early as when they were in the Western Kingdom, the two had fought. Of course, at that time, Green Lotus Swordswoman was just playing around. Not long ago, they met again in the lair of the Great River Bandits. To think that they would meet again so soon. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled at Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao have a thought. Perhaps the supervising angel was about to take action. It was entirely up to the supervising angel to decide whether or not to attack. They represented the Golden City. Generally speaking, supervising angels would not take action, nor would they dare to take action easily. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble. Unless there was a special reason. Green Lotus Swordswoman, on the other hand, fit the criteria of a special reason. She didn't blame Ling Xiao for killing their leader, Diying. She only smiled. This proved that Green Lotus Swordswoman had special feelings for him. Did she like him? Of course not, the age gap between the two was too big. Green Lotus Swordswoman had never shown that kind of feeling. There was only one possibility. Green Lotus Swordswoman was related to one of his friends or relatives. That was why she helped him. Come here. Green Lotus Swordswoman waved her hand, indicating Ling Xiao to stand behind her. If Ling Xiao was only facing Yun Chenglong, Green Lotus Swordswoman would not bother to take action. But facing Yun Xiao, Green Lotus Swordswoman had to take action. No matter how intelligent Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to be Yun Xiao's opponent. The gap between the two was too big. A moment later, Yun Xiao had caught up. Seeing Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly appear, her face turned ugly. Her intuition told her that this woman was very scary. Just as she was about to speak, Yun Chenglong suddenly arrived. This idiot was not as smart as Yun Xiao. Seeing Green Lotus Swordswoman, he sneered, "You must be the supervising angel of the Golden City. You'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." There was a reason why Yun Chenglong would say that. Normally, the supervising angels sent by the Golden City would at most be at the peak 7th Divine Core realm. Just like Yun Chenglong. He never expected Green Lotus Swordswoman to be so terrifyingly strong. What if I say no? Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Then you can die now. Yun Chenglong was a reckless man. He transformed into a huge lizard and dashed toward Green Lotus Swordswoman. Ling Xiao had tormented the Great River Bandit's nest. Yun Chenglong was filled with hatred. No. Yun Xiao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Green Lotus Swordswoman's right hand trembled slightly. A sword beam came from the sky. It pierced into Yun Chenglong's throat. A green sword beam flashed across the sky. Yun Chenglong covered his throat with his hands, his eyes wide open in fear. This was because he realized that this sword beam contained an aura that made him feel despair. Even if his inner core was intact, there was no way he could come back to life. The sword beam had destroyed his soul. The reason why a divine core warrior could come back to life with his inner core was because he could hide his soul within his inner core before he died. This was the only way. But Green Lotus Swordswoman's sword beam was too frightening. Before Yun Chenglong's soul could reach his inner core, it was destroyed. His body fell heavily onto the ground. Yun Chenglong died with his eyes wide open. He never expected Green Lotus Swordswoman to be so strong. He also never thought he would die in such a stupid way. He was a perfect Earth Core warrior, why was he so weak in front of a Heavenly Core warrior? Yun Xiao furrowed her brows. From the moment Green Lotus Swordswoman attacked, she knew Green Lotus Swordswoman was stronger than her. As the supervising angel, how dare you interfere with the test? Aren't you afraid that he will be eliminated? Yun Xiao didn't run away. Instead, she stared at Green Lotus Swordswoman coldly. If she ran away now, she would only expose her back to others, and that would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Eliminated, from the moment I selected him, he was a disciple of the Golden City. Going to the Fighting Soul Sacred City was just a formality. I never expected you Great River Bandits to be so naive. Green Lotus Swordswoman let out a disdainful laugh and said, "Don't tell me his performance in this mission was already amazing. Even if he didn't do anything, I can still give him the highest score. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps this was the reality of this world. Sometimes, instead of working hard, it was better to make friends with a powerful warrior. Or to find someone who had connections. But he didn't regret his hard work. Perhaps a backer could help you for a while, but it couldn't help you forever. In the golden heavenly region, Green Lotus Swordswoman could help him a lot. But once he left the golden heavenly region, he would have to rely on himself. Get lost, go back to your heavenly devil ghost region. I know you're not from the Great River Bandits. You're just using these idiots to raise Nian beasts. If you leave now, you can still save your life. Or else, die. Goodbye. Yun Xiao glanced at Ling Xiao, who was behind Green Lotus Swordswoman. She gritted her teeth and left. If she didn't want to die, she had to leave. Qi Yaoguang, who was hiding in the distance, saw this scene and his face turned pale. Luckily, I didn't make a move. This Green Lotus Swordswoman is more terrifying than I thought. Qi Yaoguang once wanted to kill Ling Xiao, although it was only for a moment. He almost made a move. Because Ling Xiao's performance was too outstanding. Qi Yaoguang didn't want to have such a terrifying enemy in the future. But after seeing Green Lotus Swordswoman's strength, she didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape death. Just at this moment, her subordinate sent a distress signal, saying that they had encountered Yun Feng. She turned and left. She would discuss the purchase of the Great River Star with Ling Xiao later. Green Lotus Swordswoman watched Qi Yaoguang leave. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Follow me." Okay. Ling Xiao didn't have any resistance to Green Lotus Swordswoman. If Green Lotus Swordswoman wanted to harm him, she wouldn't have to use such a troublesome method. She would just kill him. It was very simple. Green Lotus Swordswoman brought Ling Xiao to a hidden place and released a talisman. This place seemed to have turned into another world. This talisman contains a small world? Ling Xiao knew that talismans were mysterious, but he didn't expect that a small world could be contained in a talisman. Although this small world wasn't big. It was just like the space of a storage ring. But the circulation system of this small world was complete. Unlike a storage space, sometimes it could only store dead things. This place was very beautiful. The lake was sparkling. On the lake, there were lotus leaves and tian. At the end of the wooden bridge, there were a few small houses. They were all very clean. Green Lotus Swordswoman brought Ling Xiao to the outside of the small house. She took out a cushion for Ling Xiao to sit on. She also sat on one. Then she smiled and said, "When I met you in King Chong of the Western Paradise, I was amazed by your talent. I was just amazed by your talent. I never thought that you would have some kind of special connection with me. If I'm not wrong, you'll be 18 years and 9 months old this year. Right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that he had guessed correctly. If he only had talent, the Green Lotus Swordswoman would not have treated him so well. It was as if he was treating his own family. There must be another layer of relationship here. He didn't ask. Instead, he quietly waited for Green Lotus Sword Maiden to speak. "Senior Hongqi, you must know him, right?" Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled. "You know Grandpa." How could Ling Xiao not know him? If Hongqi hadn't adopted him, he wouldn't have survived. His feelings for Hongqi were even deeper than his parents, whom he had never met. However, it was a pity that there was no news of Hongqi after they met at the White Tiger continent. A whole 18 years, although he didn't say it out loud, his heart was filled with nostalgia for his grandfather. "You do know him. It seems that I didn't get it wrong." Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled gently. "To tell you the truth, 16 years ago, Ancestor Qi Hua, Zhao Fengyun, and I became senior Hongqi's disciples. He was like a second parent to the three of us. He didn't just teach us martial arts. He also allowed us to grow from small pawns to where we are today. More importantly, he allowed us to take revenge with our own hands. You killed 3 of our common enemies, he has given us a new lease of life, and we will never forget it." "Grandpa became your master?" That's impossible. I know Grandpa's abilities. How could he be your master? Ling Xiao was in disbelief. Master said that he had abandoned all his abilities for some reason. He even almost lost his life. It was your parents who saved him and gave you to him to raise. Later on, it was because of your indomitable spirit that he regained his confidence. Finally, he walked step by step towards the continent where he had once been glorious. Green Lotus Swordswoman explained. Did Grandpa leave again? Ling Xiao sighed. He left 6 years ago. When he left, he was most concerned about you, so he asked us to help look for you. It wasn't until today that we really found you. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, do you know how excited I was? I fulfilled Master's wish before he left. I was extremely excited. It's good that Grandpa is fine. Ling Xiao was much more mature than before. If it was in the past, he might have frantically searched for Hong Qi's whereabouts. But now, he knew that everyone had their own path to walk. His parents were like that. Hong Qi was like that. He was the same. In the end, they would be separated. He believed in this. But the premise was that he had to cultivate desperately. Seeing you so calm, I'm relieved. Green Lotus Swordswoman was really afraid that Ling Xiao would cry and ask for Grandpa. Where could she find him, but now she was relieved. Ling Xiao was obviously much stronger than she had imagined. What was Grandpa's strength when he left? Ling Xiao asked curiously. In fact, when he was in the Divine Phoenix continent, he had a rough idea of Hong Qi's experience. It was just that he was not so clear. Hong Qi was once a top powerhouse. To be honest, I don't know how strong he was. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly and said, we were like candlelight and the sun in front of him. I'm even sure that Master's strength was stronger than most people in the City of Gold. Including the Golden Emperor? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not too sure about that, because even I have never seen the Golden Emperor, let alone know his strength. Powerhouses of that level basically won't show their true faces to others. Most of the time, they are in seclusion. It's harder than ascending to heaven to see them. But I have seen powerhouses second only to the Golden Emperor. What I'm sure of is that compared to your grandpa, they are just insects on the ground. They are not on the same level at all. I even suspect that if your grandpa were to make a move, the 4 major domains would be destroyed by him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled. The stronger Hong Qi was, the safer he would be. There was no need for him to worry. What he needed to do now was to make himself stronger. Then, he would be qualified enough to follow the path of Hong Qi and his parents. And his sister, Ji Lingyue, whom he had never met. But his sister should be in the Black Tortoise continent. If she was, she must be in the 4 domains and 9 realms. The Liquor Demon Sword also said the same. Perhaps even the Liquor Demon Sword thought that he had forgotten about his sister. But in fact, he had always remembered it in his heart. It was just that because he was not strong enough, he could not figure out the specific situation of his sister. And he could not save her. Everything had to be done in secret. But he had enough reason to believe. As long as he passed the 4 major domains. Aside from his sister, Xin Dian, Ling Jiaojiao, Yu Fenghua, and a few of his good brothers and sisters were all waiting for him. If Ling Xiao didn't become stronger, how could he meet them? Those few people were all geniuses with outstanding talents. If he was weaker than them, it would be a great shame. Thank you for telling me all this, Senior. I'm actually very satisfied to be able to hear grandfather's news. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said, actually, the 3 of us wanted to follow our master and leave the Black Tortoise continent. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Not to mention going to the next continent. Even if we were to go to the Black Tortoise continent, we weren't considered the top existences. What our master wanted was for the 3 of us to follow you. He believed that with you around, our overall strength would soar by leaps and bounds. This old man really knows how to cause trouble for others. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile, I'm only an early 5th rank Divine Core warrior, how could I help the 3 of you? Is that even possible? I believe what our master said. Besides, I've investigated your situation. Your talent is the most frightening one we've ever seen. In just a few years, you've reached your current level. I believe that it won't be long before you surpass us. At that time, we'll be basking in your glory. Therefore, right now, the three of us have promised to protect you with everything we have. If you need anything in the future, just tell us. We'll go through fire and water for you. After saying that, Sword Maiden Azure Lotus actually bowed. Don't mention it. Ling Xiao quickly held on to Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and said, Senior, you're trying to make me feel better. No matter what my grandfather said. All three of you are my benefactors. That will never change. If I have the ability, I'll definitely help the three of you break through. Even if you're not my disciples, it's still the same. Since you're my disciples, I'll do the same. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was feeling really happy. With Sword Maiden Azure Lotus, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun helping him. Even when he arrived at the Golden City, no one would dare to do anything to him. As for Di Tuatian, that was even more impossible. Of course, he wouldn't leave the revenge to the three of them. He had promised to personally avenge Jian Chen and Chu Ling. He wouldn't break his promise. Moreover, Di Tuatian indeed deserved to die. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Green Lotus Swordswoman's respect. He was the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. As an emperor, he still needed to be domineering. His current strength was indeed inferior to Green Lotus Swordswoman, but he would catch up very soon. The gap between the two of them was not as wide as one would imagine. Of course, he wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others' respect to order them around. His grandfather was his grandfather. He was him. There was a relationship between the two, but they could not be completely confused. He wanted Green Lotus Swordswoman, Forefather Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun to truly respect him. It was not because of his grandfather. Senior Green Lotus, from today onwards, let's pretend that we're not related to my grandfather. You guys go about your business. If I really need help, I'll ask for it. Green Lotus Swordswoman and the other two hiding in the dark were much more helpful to him than out in the open. Because once they were out in the open, they would be easily targeted. No matter what he did, he would be restrained. That's good too. Then you don't have to call me senior in the future. It's too distant. Just call me Big Sister Green Lotus. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled. Alright, Big Sister Green Lotus. The Green Lotus Swordswoman was much older than Ling Xiao, and she was also stronger than him, so he called her Big Sister. There was nothing wrong with it. I didn't expect to have a good younger brother. Although it might be a little disrespectful to Master. But I can feel that your potential is even more terrifying than Master's. In the future, you will definitely become a stronger existence than Master. Green Lotus Swordswoman said from the bottom of her heart. That's a matter for the future. Right now, I'm just a weakling. Ling Xiao would not be complacent just because of a few words of praise from Green Lotus Swordswoman. He knew his situation best. He would not be proud, nor would he be discouraged. Step by step, he walked forward steadily. Good boy, we really didn't misjudge you. In fact, even without your grandfather, I'm willing to keep you safe with your talent. Green Lotus Swordswoman was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. A flower in a greenhouse will not be able to withstand torture. That's why I'm thinking, Big Sister Green Lotus, just like today. If you don't have to fight, try not to. Unless it's something that concerns my life, let me deal with it myself. Since he had a backer, he had to use it, but he couldn't abuse it. After all, Green Lotus Swordswoman and the other two were not the strongest warriors in the Golden Heavenly region. If he abused them, he would only be digging his own grave. But with these three backers, no matter what he did in the future, he would be confident. At least, he wouldn't be so afraid of warriors below the Heavenly Core realm. After that, the two chatted for a long time. Ling Xiao gave a brief account of what had happened to him. But, he still hid many things. For example, the martial soul of Tyrant, and the heart of gold. These were all things that could cost him his life. He hadn't spent much time with Green Lotus Swordswoman. Who could be sure that Green Lotus Swordswoman wouldn't fall out with him because of these things? Of course, it would be better if he was the one who measured the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He didn't like to doubt others. But, this was the most basic rule in the world. Green Lotus Swordswoman also briefly told him about her situation. What surprised Ling Xiao was that Green Lotus Swordswoman was still single. She did have a boyfriend once. But, because of different ideologies, they broke up in the end. Since then, Green Lotus Swordswoman no longer had the heart to make friends with men. She closed her heart. Ling Xiao sighed. But, he couldn't help Green Lotus Swordswoman with this kind of thing. In this aspect, he was still a beginner. Oh right, big sister Green Lotus, what is your cultivation realm? Ling Xiao had always been concerned about this, and he was very curious about it. Well, you'll know in the future. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, what you should be more concerned about now is your own cultivation realm. From what I heard just now, it's because you used a forbidden skill that caused your cultivation realm to drop. Your soul was injured because of that, and it hasn't recovered yet, right? That's fine. I can help you with the injury to your soul. In my early years, I cultivated a secret skill that specializes in healing soul injuries. It's for myself. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. As for your cultivation realm, I think I can help you restore it to the 6th level of the Divine Core realm. Are you willing to do it? Forget it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, external help will cause my foundation to be unstable, and it's not good for me when I enter the reincarnation cycle. I believe in my own cultivation ability, and I'll be able to restore it to its original state very soon. Good, you have a backbone, and you're smart. Many warriors who aren't confident in themselves often wish to use pills or other people's help to increase their cultivation realm. They are eager to break through. When they reach the divine physique realm, they will feel that it's troublesome. They wish they could destroy their cultivation realm and start all over again. Ling Xiao, what are you going to do next? Azure Lotus Swordswoman looked at Ling Xiao and said that Xianxia should have left. I can't feel her aura anymore. But if she dares to appear again, I will kill her for you. After all, with your current cultivation, it's too difficult to deal with her. As for Yunfeng, I think you can try first. If it doesn't work, I will help you. No hurry, I want to find 3 drops of Beast God's blood first and start practicing the 12 Divine Beast technique. Ling Xiao's goal is very clear. The 3 drops of Beast God's blood are the most important factor in this assessment. For the 3 drops of Beast God's blood, he can even delay his trip to Golden City. Okay, then like before, I will secretly help you, you work hard. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve, I will show up. Azure Lotus Swordswoman nodded and gently clapped her hands to release Ling Xiao. By the way, Sister Azure Lotus, are Zhanlong and the others safe? Before leaving, Ling Xiao asked. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Don't worry, Zhanlong and the others have already left in order not to be your burden. They are waiting outside. Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled. That's good. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was relieved. Then, according to the map he got from Hinajiku, he began to look for the 3 drops of Beast God's blood. Because of the map, it didn't take long for him to feel a clear energy fluctuation. Even the Beast God's blood in his body was excited, as if it was responding. This was a very large cave, and there were traces of man-made construction. And it's very hidden. It doesn't seem to be built by the Great River Bandits because it has a long history and the architectural style is wrong. In the large cave, a stone slab is floating. The stone slab is floating in the air in an irregular trajectory. On the stone slab, there is a white ball of light. Inside the ball of light, there is a drop of blood. That drop of blood has the aura of the Beast God. It can't be wrong, it's the Beast God's blood. Ling Xiao is a little excited. He saved people before, now it's time to do something for himself. Once he starts practicing the 12 Divine Beast technique, Ling Xiao believes that his cultivation will increase. His strength would increase exponentially. At that time, it would not be impossible to find a way to kill Yunfeng. To make the impossible possible, wasn't that what Ling Xiao wanted to do? He took a few steps forward and was about to soar into the air when his face suddenly changed and his figure flickered. He returned to his original position. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the position where he had just arrived, there was actually a formation diagram. Streaks of sharp sword chi shot out from within. If Ling Xiao hadn't reacted quickly enough, those sword chi would have been enough to tear his body apart. He could sense that the strength of these sword energies was no weaker than an attack from an 8th-level Divine Core warrior. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to rush over. Instead, he activated his Taiji eye and observed carefully. Just now, because he was too anxious, he actually neglected this point. Now that he took a closer look, the ground was densely packed with all kinds of traps. It was obvious that the person who hid the beast god's blood didn't want others to easily obtain it. Beast god's blood. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from outside the cave. 2 people had actually appeared. They were both Qi Yaoguang's subordinates. One of them was Hu Lai. Ling Xiao knew his name. The other one was a stranger. Ling Xiao didn't know his name. After these 2 men appeared, before Hu Lai could do anything, the other man had already dashed toward the beast god's blood. Ling Xiao didn't have time to stop him. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Numerous sword chi shot out from different angles, turning the warrior into a beehive. The shattered corpse fell to the ground and was burned by the terrifying flames. In the end, not a single piece of it was left. This man is a perfect Earth Core warrior, but he couldn't stop me. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Luckily, he didn't act rashly just now. Or else, he would have ended up like that. Bastard, why didn't you stop him? When Hu Lai saw his comrade being killed, he immediately became furious, and vented all his anger on Ling Xiao. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at Hu Lai with disdain and said, "Did I let him go? Besides, didn't you come here for the Great River Star? You want to fight with me for the beast god's blood." He was afraid of Qi Yaoguang, but he didn't put Hu Lai in his eyes. Presumptuous! Hu Lai roared and was about to attack. Ling Xiao said coldly, "If you don't want both of us to die here, then it's best not to attack. The traps here are much more complicated than you think." Hu Lai was stunned, but he didn't care. He still punched at Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Since others wanted to attack him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Whoosh, his figure flashed, and he was already out of the cave. At the same time, he released the Slaughterhouse of God and Devil seal. When this move was used, all the traps in the cave were triggered. Countless densely packed sword chi pierced towards Hu Lai. Hu Lai was so frightened that he rushed out frantically. However, Ling Xiao blocked the entrance and blasted him back with a punch. Damn it! How dare you attack the people of the Sky Demon Ghost region? Our young miss won't let you off. Hu Lai roared. However, his body was gradually being torn apart. Even if he was stronger than the other person, he still couldn't resist that terrifying array formation attack. That wasn't an ordinary trap. Afraid of you? Who do you think I am? Ling Xiao sneered and watched as Hu Lai's body was completely destroyed. Then, he stopped attacking and walked back into the cave. Disciple, release the aura of your beast god's blood. The Yuan Venerate suddenly reminded him. Understood. Ling Xiao understood what the Yuan Venerate meant. The trap here was obviously to select a suitable person to obtain the beast god's blood. What was a suitable person? Of course, it was a martialist who had already obtained the beast god's soul and awakened the beast god's blood. Ling Xiao happened to be such a person. He conjured his quintessential origin energy and entered the unbounded heavenly rat soul transformation. The aura of the beast god's blood filled the entire cave. Then, he tried to take the first step, ready to retreat at any time. However, nothing happened. Just as the Yuan Venerate and he had speculated, the trap here wouldn't release the person with the beast god's blood. As such, Ling Xiao successfully obtained the drop of beast god's blood. It was no wonder that the Great River Bandits hadn't taken it away after such a long time. Obviously, the Great River Bandits simply couldn't do anything about it. Next location. After obtaining the first drop of beast god's blood, Ling Xiao moved on to the second target. He had to be thankful that he had obtained the map from Daisy. Otherwise, even if he had the Tai Chi Eye, he would definitely be exhausted to death in this place that was as dense as spider webs. After about 20 minutes, Ling Xiao arrived at the next location indicated on the map. This wasn't a cave. It was actually a room. The room was shrouded in a fog array, unless someone accidentally barged in. This time, there wasn't a stone slab in the room, but a huge stone pillar. On top of the stone pillar, there was also a glowing ball. Inside the glowing ball was a drop of beast god's blood. However, there were two men in the room. They were men Ling Xiao knew. Two of Qi Yaoguang's men. Qi Yaoguang only had 6 men. Ling Xiao had killed 2 of them, so there were only 4 left. As for the 2 men in front of him, he didn't know their names. When he discovered these 2 men, they discovered him at the same time. Brat, we're the ones who found the beast god's blood, get lost. Apart from Qi Yaoguang, it seemed like all the men from the heavenly demon ghost region were very rude. Damn it, not only did these 2 men speak rudely, they also unleashed their terrifying killing intent at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao at the slightest disagreement. Get lost. If it wasn't for the young miss telling us not to kill you, we would have killed you long ago. Seeing Ling Xiao didn't move, the other man shouted. Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't leave. He continued walking forward, and easily walked past a few traps. He arrived in front of the 2 men. The traps here weren't formations, they were just ordinary traps. Therefore, they were easy to deal with. You should listen to your young miss, don't provoke me. While I'm still in a good mood, get lost, or else, I'll make you bleed. There was nothing to discuss. The beast god's blood, he had to get it. Even if he had to offend the heavenly demon ghost region, Ling Xiao wouldn't hesitate. The 2 men looked at each other and sneered. One of them said, looks like you're just SOSO. Just for the beast god's blood, you're willing to gamble with your life. The young miss has overestimated you. The other man said, we're all reputable men in the heavenly demon ghost region. How dare you provoke us like this? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Do whatever you want, if you want to fight, I don't want to waste my time with you. Ling Xiao had already taken out the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon Sword. One-on-one, it would be difficult for him to fight a peak 7th Divine Core warrior. The same thing happened during his fight with Diying. The battle with Cloud Shield was a special case. Cloud Shield was already injured, which was why it was so easy to deal with him. Moreover, it wasn't a one-on-one battle, but a one-on-2 battle. Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He held 2 swords with both hands. Tyrannical and demonic coexisted, coupled with the transformation of the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. Right now, he was very strong. Die. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, not giving Ling Xiao any chance at all. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. One of them was holding a long saber. That long saber was emitting a terrifying stench of blood. The saber chi was released, transforming into a blood-red crescent that slashed towards Ling Xiao. The other person did not have a weapon. His hand turned into a claw and grabbed at the air like an eagle. At the same time, an eagle martial soul was released from his back. Bang bang bang, Ling Xiao brandished the East Victorious Heaven Sword and East Victorious Demonic Sword in his hands and clashed with the 2 of them at the same time. True essence collided with each other, and the traps on the ground were all triggered. Some were even directly destroyed. The 3 of them didn't seem to care about this. Seeing that he had failed to kill Ling Xiao with one blow, he was shocked. The expressions of the 2 of them became even gloomier. They boasted that they were strong, but they couldn't easily kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, they had to join forces. This was indeed a little embarrassing. I must kill you. The person holding the saber was furious. The long saber in his hand slashed out 9 times in a row. Bloody battle of the 9 regions. The furious saber chi tore through the air, emitting a ghostly wail and wolf howl. The 9 saber chi completely shattered the hidden weapons that were pouncing towards them. They crazily charged towards Ling Xiao like an inescapable net, wanting to completely cut Ling Xiao into pieces. The other person was also serious. Amidst the furious roar, countless claws grabbed at the sky. The saber chi and the claw force did not cancel each other out. It was enough to show the ingenuity of the 2 of them. Ling Xiao's expression still did not change. As he retreated, he waved the 2 swords in his hands to block the attacks of the 2 of them. However, the Tai Chi was staring at the 2 of them, looking for the flaws in their attacks. Only by finding the flaws could he win in one move. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defeat these 2 people at the same time. These two people clearly had a lot of blood on their hands. Each of them was more brutal than the other. Each of them was colder than the other. No wonder they came from the heavenly demon ghost region. They had probably killed at least tens of thousands of people. If it were any other early 5th level divine core warriors, they would have been scared witless. They would have peed in their pants by now. They wouldn't even be able to fight back, and would be scared to death. But Ling Xiao was still Ling Xiao. Facing such a murderous aura, he still remained calm. He didn't show any signs of fear. Right at this moment, the room was filled with murderous aura. Murderous aura filled the air. It was as if countless ferocious ghosts were roaring at the same time. It also looked like a battlefield where millions of people were killing each other. It actually gave people the illusion of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Divine saber of the blood sea. Suddenly, the man holding the saber let out a furious roar. He finally unleashed his final killing attack. Holding the saber with both hands, he forcefully slashed down. The ground started to collapse. The horrifying bloody aura kept pressing down on Ling Xiao. It even condensed into a huge bloody saber. "I'm coming too." The other man wanted to cooperate with his partner. He immediately transformed into his beast soul. He was just an ordinary beast soul warrior, not a beast god warrior. But this didn't stop him from being terrifying after transforming. A black aura was unleashed from his body. A pair of huge claws that looked like the claws of a peerless demon viciously grabbed towards Ling Xiao. It was filled with an ancient evil and murderous aura. "Humph." Ling Xiao coldly harumphed, then he struck out with both swords. He immediately unleashed the innate fiend god seal, bloodthirst of the heavenly demons. This was the only way he could fight against these two men. Violent attacks wreaked havoc in the room. Almost all of the traps were destroyed. In the next moment, Qi Yaoguang's two men suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. When they turned around, they realized that Ling Xiao had slipped away. Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue this meaningless fight. Because he had obtained the second drop of Beast God's blood. Just as he blocked the attacks from the two men, a snake head behind Ling Xiao quickly bit the ball of light and pulled it into his Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, he left. It wasn't easy to kill those two men. He didn't want to torture himself half to death and miss out on the real good stuff in the end. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the Beast God's blood disappeared. Qi Yaoguang's two men were so angry that they almost vomited blood. "Blood knife, I can't take this lying down. If I see him again, I'll kill him." "Eagle Claw, you're not the only one who can't take this lying down. I can't take it either. But Miss might be right. This guy is too cunning. We joined forces and only focused on fighting. We didn't expect him to target the Beast God's blood. Damn it." The two men chased after him, but Ling Xiao was long gone. If Ling Xiao wanted to escape, how could they catch up with him? "Let's find him together. Although I don't want to admit it, that guy is really scary. Neither of us is a match for him alone. If we're alone, I'm afraid we'll be killed by him." "You're right." Eagle Claw nodded. He absolutely agreed with Blood Knife's words. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond their expectations. One-on-one, neither of them was Ling Xiao's opponent. Only by working together could they possibly defeat Ling Xiao. Then, the two of them chased after Ling Xiao's tracks. Ling Xiao shook off Blood Knife and Eagle Claw. He still had lingering fears. That Hu Lai from before was actually stronger than these two. But because of his carelessness, he was destroyed by the traps. This caused him to underestimate these people. After the battle just now, he understood that Qi Yaoguang's subordinates were really not simple. He absolutely could not underestimate them. Otherwise, he would definitely be the unlucky one. Not far ahead, there was the energy fluctuation released by the third drop of blood. To ordinary people, this fluctuation was very light. But to Ling Xiao, a beast god martial artist, this fluctuation was very intense. He felt it very clearly. His speed suddenly increased as he rushed in that direction. He kept holding the sheepskin map in his hand. At this point, the map could be considered to be retired. What happened next was his own business. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Ling Xiao arrived near an underground river. He directly jumped down. Under the river, there was actually an independent space completely covered by a barrier. It was incomparably huge. If it was anyone else, it would be hard to imagine that the third drop of blood would be here. In this space, there were no traps. But there was a fish. A very ferocious-looking fish. The fish's appearance was very similar to a shark, but it had beautiful scales like dragon scales. Xiao could sense that the third drop of blood was in the dragon scale shark's body. Damn it, they really know how to arrange it. Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. Although there were no more traps, there was a ferocious dragon scale shark. If he couldn't defeat it, it was almost impossible to get the third drop of blood. This dragon scale shark had the strength of a complete earth core realm. And generally speaking, monsters of the same cultivation level were much stronger than human martial artists. But for the third drop of blood, Xiao really had to fight with this dragon scale shark. Let's do it. Taking a deep breath, Xiao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Then, he released his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Anyway, there were no outsiders here. Under the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could easily kill the dragon-scaled shark. Behind him, an illusory universe appeared. A terrifying pressure from ancient times enveloped the entire underwater world. The dragon-scale shark seemed to have sensed danger. With bloodshot eyes, he roared and pounced on Xiao. It was as if it wanted to swallow Xiao to relieve the fear in its heart. I'm sorry, big guy. Who asked you to swallow the beast god's blood, Sky Tyrant, bloodthirst god and devil? As the tyrant martial spirit's energy was completely poured in. In an instant, a god stepped out from the universe. It was as huge as a star. Facing the incoming dragon-scaled shark, he slapped it with his palm. Upon seeing this, the dragon-scale shark immediately turned tail and fled. But how could he possibly escape the fiend god's unparalleled ferocious might? Whoosh! However, right at this moment, a powerful fist energy came from the darkness. Such terrifying strength, it was obviously something only a heavenly core warrior could possess. Before the force was removed, Xiao could already feel the threat of death. His muscles and bones were deformed by the terrifying force, and they were all caved in. Facing such an attack, Xiao didn't panic. After all, the dragon-scaled shark wouldn't be able to escape. If that was the case, he would just have to deal with this powerful warrior first. The fiend god turned around and blocked in front of Xiao with his palm. But even so, the opponent's fist energy still destroyed the fiend god in an instant and landed on Xiao's body. Xiao was knocked onto the dragon-scaled shark's body. Both of them were sent flying away. Pooh, Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood, then he quickly swallowed a healing pill. This punch was too terrifying. If he hadn't used the Sky Tyrant Divine Demon to block it, perhaps his soul would have been shattered by this punch. Poor dragon-scaled shark, its body was smashed into a meat patty. A bloody mouth appeared in the air and swallowed the dragon-scaled shark whole. The third drop of blood was now in his hands. Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to come all the way here. Xiao stared at the man in front of him coldly. He was the Great River Bandits' great chief, Yunfeng. No wonder the punch just now was so terrifying. If he hadn't unleashed the Sky Tyrant martial soul, this punch would have forced him to use Life Rewind or Rising from the Ashes. Yunfeng's face was cold and murderous. He said coldly, Kid, hand over the Great River Star and the Beast God's blood. I'll give you a quick death, or else, you'll have to suffer the most terrifying pain in this world. Why? Because you're the great chief of the river bandits, or because you're stronger than me? Xiao said with a disdainful smile, Xiao, won't give up the things I've obtained so easily. Don't think too much about it. Yunfeng's face darkened. From the moment Xiao appeared, he didn't put Xiao in his eyes at all. But the blood-colored thunder god later made him suffer a loss. After that, Xiao escaped his pursuit with a terrifying speed. In his opinion, Xiao was just relying on some small tricks. He didn't have the strength to fight with him. What he thought was right, but if Xiao didn't want to die, he really couldn't do anything. I can spare your life, you just need to give me two things. Yunfeng took a step back. That punch just now couldn't kill Xiao. To be honest, it was difficult for him to confirm that he could kill Xiao. Therefore, he only wanted the things and didn't want to kill. But at the same time, he had already urged his true origin, preparing to explode with a thunderous attack. Because he knew that Ling Xiao would definitely not agree. Although they had only met once, he already knew Ling Xiao's character very well. Ling Xiao didn't speak, looking for an escape route. It was too unwise to fight face to face with Yunfeng now. His idea was very simple. First, he would find a safe place to practice the 12 divine beasts technique. Then, he would try to find a way to kill Yunfeng. After all, Yunfeng was the leader of the Great River Bandits. If he didn't kill him, the mission sent by the Golden City wouldn't be considered completed. Want to escape? You don't have that chance, Great River Divine Fist. The same martial skill, when executed by different people, would have completely different power. Yunfeng's punch was like two roaring water dragons pouncing on Ling Xiao. It blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Tai Chi opened at full speed. He stared at Yunfeng. Suddenly, he slashed out with his sword. This sword strike actually hit the vital points of the two water dragons. Although Ling Xiao's attack power was far inferior to Yun Feng's. But it still broke Yun Feng's attack. This was the advantage of Tai Chi. It magnified the opponent's weakness and improved his own advantage. It's actually a vital attack. How did you find the flaw of my Great River Divine Fist? Yunfeng was puzzled. Ling Xiao was still young. Normally, those who had this kind of ability were all old guys. Unless Ling Xiao grasped a secret technique that allowed him to pry into the vitals of others. So what if you have a weakness? I'll show you how powerful the real Great River Martial Soul is. After all, Yunfeng's cultivation was higher and his strength was stronger. Ling Xiao could only deal with the attacks as they came. Therefore, Yunfeng believed that he would definitely win this time. It was impossible for him to fail. Great River Sunset. Yunfeng punched out with both hands, and a sunset covered the entire underwater world. Wherever the sunset went, there would be fist shadows. Even if Ling Xiao could find the flaws and vital points, he would not be able to destroy them. You want to trap me like this? Don't forget that this is an underwater world. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered and retreated. He went into the river. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. He transformed from the peerless Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation into a Canopy Beast. It was to adapt to the underwater battle. Water Giant. With a roar, the water condensed into a giant and wrapped Ling Xiao in it. No matter how the fist shadows attacked, there was a steady stream of water to replenish it. Yunfeng could not hurt Ling Xiao for a while. I admit that I'm not your opponent, but you want to kill me? No way. After blocking the attack, Ling Xiao did not counterattack. Because it was very difficult to defend at this time. Counterattacking would only consume true essence, but it would not hurt Yunfeng. It was better to defend with all his strength. While defending with all his strength, Ling Xiao merged the 3 drops of Beast God's blood into his body and began to absorb it. He was ready to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique. Seeing the water giant that seemed to have walked out of the universe. Yunfeng's face was very ugly. Indeed, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. But so what, if he could not kill Ling Xiao, it would be meaningless. Not only did Ling Xiao possess the Beast God's blood, but he also possessed the Great River Star. He would never give up on any of the treasures. After attacking for a long time without success, Yunfeng began to get anxious. Wenrua, I know where you are. Come out. You want the Beast God's blood, and I want the Great River Star. If we kill Ling Xiao, we can split the loot. He suddenly looked behind Ling Xiao and shouted. Ha ha ha, Chief is indeed a heavenly core warrior, you actually found me. Wenrua laughed heartily as she walked out and said, however, our young miss has already said. You don't want me to be enemies with Ling Xiao. What do you think I should do? Bullshit. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Your family's young miss is insensible, but you don't know either? Yunfeng said coldly, you've wanted to kill this kid for a long time, right? Why are you putting on airs? Ling Xiao shifted his position and looked at Wenrua indifferently. In fact, he had noticed Wenrua a long time ago. However, Wenrua's strength was weaker than Yunfeng's, so he didn't pay much attention to her. But now, he was in trouble. If these two really joined forces, he didn't even know if he could escape from this place. Chief, don't talk nonsense. Wenrua said with a smile. Cut the crap. If you want to join forces, then do it now. After we're done, I'll take the Great River Star, and you can take the Beast God's blood. Or else, I'll kill you first. I believe he won't stop me. Yunfeng was worried that someone else would come here, that's why he was anxious. Chief is ruthless, but I like this kind of ally. Alright, we'll do as you said, let's join forces, let's kill this kid. Wenrua made up her mind. She had already contacted Qi Yaoguang. Before Qi Yaoguang arrived, they would kill Ling Xiao first. Once Qi Yaoguang arrived, they would join forces and kill Yunfeng. Today would be the perfect day. Good, that's more like it. Yunfeng nodded his head, then he unleashed the Great River Sunset once again. Fist shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rumbled towards Ling Xiao. The water giant kept shattering. While the water giant was shattering, Wenrua launched his attack. This guy was using a hidden weapon. Silver needles were shooting out from the folding fan in his hand. They pierced through the water giant's body and attacked Ling Xiao. It was really troublesome for Ling Xiao to control the water giant. Wenrua, you must die today, and Yunfeng, just you wait, no matter what, I'll kill you, even if I have to pay with my life, I'll let you know. This is the consequence of offending me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was determined. Damn it, he couldn't even defeat an early heavenly core warrior. Now, he had to face a perfect earth core warrior. He had a headache. It was really hard to stay alive. Not to mention fighting back. But Ling Xiao didn't believe it. Canopy Beast's second special skill, Yellow Spring Water. Suddenly, the originally transparent river water turned blood red. Like fresh blood, it swept towards Yunfeng and Wenrua. Not good. While both men were attacking each other, they suddenly retreated. What they were facing now wasn't just Ling Xiao, they had to face the power of the river as well. Both men jumped out of the water. Looking at the blood-red river water, there was nothing they could do. Damn it, this guy has been staying in the river, there's nothing we can do, unless we find a way to get him out. Yunfeng's expression was terrible. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying skill, forcing them to retreat? He can't stay in the river forever, he has to come out eventually. Wenrua sneered. She extended her hand and unleashed two talismans, cutting off the river water on both sides. This made it impossible for Ling Xiao to escape from the water. What they needed to do now was to wait for Ling Xiao to come out from the water. Once Ling Xiao came out, they would attack with all their strength and kill Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, Sword Lady Azure Lotus appeared once again. Do you need my help? She asked Ling Xiao gently. There's no need for that for now. Sister Azure Lotus can protect me. I want to practice the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Ling Xiao said. 12 Divine Beasts technique? It sounds like a very domineering martial skill. What level of martial skill is it? Sword Lady Azure Lotus asked curiously. If it's not good, I can give you an 8th rank Emperor level martial skill, but I don't know if you can practice it. No need. With my current cultivation, I can't practice an 8th rank Emperor level martial skill. But the 12 Divine Beasts technique is different. It's a magical martial skill. To be precise, it's only one move, which is to condense the power of the Beast God and transform it into the shape of the Beast God to attack. However, there can be 12 kinds of Beast God forms. But even if it's just one move, it's as powerful as 12 layers. The first layer requires 3 drops of Beast God's blood. Once it's successfully cultivated, it can reach the level of a 7th rank Emperor level martial skill. After that, its power will increase with each layer. It's probably more terrifying than a 10th rank Emperor level martial skill. Ling Xiao was speculating, but there were many facts to support it, so it shouldn't be too far off. There's actually such a terrifying martial skill, no wonder it's so difficult to practice. It seems like I'm ignorant. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus sighed. During the era when the 12 beast gods controlled the Black Tortoise continent, there were many ancient beast gods. There was a lot of research on the beast gods' martial arts. Unfortunately, there were only a few beast god martial artists. As a result, most of the martial arts were lost. Now, the number of beast god martial artists is pitifully small. You're extremely lucky to have obtained the 12 divine beast technique. Any beast god's martial arts can be called a divine martial art. There's a huge difference between them and ordinary martial arts. Therefore, they can't be classified by ordinary martial arts. Hearing Sword Maiden Azure Lotus words, Ling Xiao smiled and said, even so, the stronger the martial art, the harder it is to cultivate. The first stage requires 3 drops of beast god's blood. I'm afraid I'll need more in the future. And this isn't the most difficult part. The most difficult part is to cultivate the 12 divine beast technique. I have to merge the power of the 12 beast gods into one. That's the most troublesome part. Beast gods are prideful. I have the primordial god position, each of them is extremely powerful. If he wanted to succeed in his cultivation, he would have to subdue these arrogant beast gods. It's similar to the 9 sovereign sword technique that I used to cultivate. But the difficulty is many times higher. It's okay. If you encounter any difficulties, I can help you. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus smiled and said, nothing in this world can be done easily. If there is, it means that the matter is meaningless. No matter what, you have to succeed in cultivating the 12 divine beast technique. For you, this martial art is tailor-made for you. Nothing else is meaningful. Imagine the scene of 12 beast gods descending at the same time. How exciting would that be? The enemy would probably be scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said excitedly, it's a pity that I'm not a beast god. Otherwise, I'd want to cultivate it too. 9th or even 10th order Emperor realm martial skills are not worth mentioning in front of it. Okay, I'll listen to you, Sister Azure Lotus. Ling Xiao also knew that the 12 divine beast technique was hard to come by and was extremely powerful. He had never thought of throwing it away. After all, this was the key to him moving unhindered in the 4 major regions. This little girl is quite knowledgeable. The Yuan Venerate suddenly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. The 12 divine beasts technique is indeed powerful. But there's a problem that you've all overlooked. Cultivating the 12 divine beasts art didn't just require the beast god's blood. It also required the support of a powerful demonic beast's core. Every time he cultivated a deity incantation, he would need a demonic beast crystal core. In the end, there were a total of 12 types. Furthermore, it has to be a perfect match for your beast god martial spirit. Hurry up and ask this little girl. I reckon she should have something like that on her. The demon core didn't need to be too strong, but it had to be at least a peak 7th divine core demon core. If he found a better one in the future, he could replace it. Of course, the stronger they are, the better. They can save a lot of time. The Yuan Venerate's words reminded Ling Xiao. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Ling Xiao had underestimated the difficulty of cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique. After all, he had to search for a large number of demonic beast cores just to cultivate a rank 6 emperor class martial skill. It must be the same now. Therefore, he told Green Lotus Swordswoman his thoughts. Green Lotus Swordswoman was taken aback. Then, she smiled and said, you're really lucky. I don't have many hobbies, but I like to collect some special demonic beast cores. Let me see if there's anything suitable for you. After saying that, she gently touched her storage ring. After a short moment, she took out 3 demonic beast cores. All of them were extreme core realm demonic beast cores. They represented the sun god, blood diamond rat. The ox god, one-eyed thunderbull. The tiger god, golden winged tiger. Take these 3 demonic beast cores first. As for the rest, I'll think of a way for you. Don't worry, the Golden City is powerful. Gathering these demonic beast cores isn't a problem. Actually, the key is the beast god's blood. It's not easy to find. Without hesitation, Green Lotus Swordswoman gave the 3 demonic beast cores to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao received the 3 demonic beast cores and said gratefully, Sister Green Lotus, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'll take this good thing. I'll definitely return this favor in the future. With a backer, things were different. Otherwise, he would have to work hard to find these things. After searching for half a day, he might not be able to find them. with the 3 demonic beast cores in hand. Ling Xiao could feel 3 completely different types of terrifying energy. The crimson blood heaven-piercing rat represented blood and slaughter. It gave people a feeling of brutality. The one-eyed thunderbolt represented thunder and destruction. It gave people a strong desire. The golden-winged tiger represented flash and speed. It gave people a feeling of freedom. Every type of demonic beast's crystal core represented a different attribute and will. When he touched them, he could almost see the terrifying demonic beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. That kind of feeling was really too shocking. Demonic beast cores were as important as human cores. Although these 3 demonic beast cores had been in the hands of many people for a long time. But the demonic beast aura emitted from them was still very strong. All 3 types were very strong, but he couldn't be greedy. Because he only had a total of 4 drops of beast god's blood. Currently, he could only cultivate 1 type of beast god technique. Master 1 attribute and 1 will. Actually, there was no need to even think about this. Ling Xiao's most powerful beast soul transformation was the unbounded heavenly rat. The 2 divine swords in his hands were also the weapon souls of the blood-tooth heavenly rat. So, he chose the first attribute and will. Of course, it was blood and slaughter. He stored the other 2 demonic beast cores in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao held the blood diamond rat's demonic beast core in his hand. He felt the power contained in it. He began to cultivate the first stage of the 12 divine beasts technique. After such a long time, although he had been unable to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique, he had already memorized the chant. He just had to circulate his true essence according to the chant and cultivate. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult to cultivate such a divine technique. But he was different. His overlord martial spirit could contain everything. Not to mention the beast god's blood and the extreme core demonic beast core. Even if it was a more powerful existence, he would dare to swallow it. In addition, with the help of the Tai Chi Eye, his comprehension and comprehension ability had reached the peak. Others couldn't understand something after seeing it hundreds or thousands of times, but he only needed to see it once. It was said that everything was difficult at the beginning. But in fact, the first level of the 12 divine beasts technique was easier to cultivate. Because the first level only had 1 attribute and will. There was no need to fuse them. The biggest difficulty was no longer there. Closing his eyes, he quickly entered a state of cultivation. The demonic beast core in his hand quickly became smaller and finally merged into Ling Xiao's body. Sword Maiden Green Lotus was even more surprised. This kid, I really didn't see wrongly. With his talent, the 4 regions and the Black Tortoise continent can't restrain his existence. In the future, he will definitely walk out of the Black Tortoise continent like his grandfather. The more Green Lotus swordswoman looked at Ling Xiao, the more she liked him. This kid's ability made her envious, but it also made her feel at ease. After all, no matter how talented Ling Xiao was, she would take good care of him according to Hong Qi's instructions. But if his talent was too poor, it would be useless. No matter how much effort you put into it, you might not be able to get anything good out of it. But it was different now. They only needed a little help, and Ling Xiao would be able to give them a huge surprise. She had been staying at the side, protecting Ling Xiao. If Yunfeng and Wenrua dared to come in at this time, she would kill them without hesitation. Forget about Green Lotus swordswoman, just Ling Xiao. As the demonic beast core entered his body, suddenly, a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Ling Xiao was surrounded by a blood-red aura. It had almost condensed into a solid existence. That violent killing intent even made Green Lotus swordswoman make a subconscious move to counterattack. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. I hope he won't be devoured by this killing intent. That would be good. Green Lotus swordswoman became nervous. She stared at Ling Xiao carefully, not daring to relax at all. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be in trouble if she relaxed even a little bit. Boom, in the next moment, the killing intent became even stronger. The blood-red light even drove away the river water. Yunfeng and Wenrua, who were waiting by the shore, were shocked. They turned around and fled. Because they saw a ferocious demonic beast. They hated that their father didn't give them 2 more legs. That terrifying demonic beast even became a nightmare in their minds. It made them scream uncontrollably and flee. So scary. Green Lotus Swordswoman's body was also trembling. She released her vital essence to help Ling Xiao suppress the killing intent. She couldn't let the killing intent of the red blood sky drilling rat swallow Ling Xiao's will. After a while, the blood-red light quickly disappeared. The violent killing intent seemed to have met its nemesis. It was swallowed directly. This scene made Green Lotus Swordswoman even more surprised. What kind of terrifying thing is in this kid's body? How can it be so terrifying? Her heart was trembling. The pressure of the blood heavenly rat was already enough to shock her. However, that unknown thing was able to easily suppress the blood diamond rat. She didn't have to worry about anything at all. A moment later, a brand new small realm was formed in Ling Xiao's tyrannical universe. This small world was the blood diamond rat's world. It was a world of blood and slaughter. When he finished cultivating all 12 beast god's secret techniques, the Tyrant universe would definitely form 12 miniature worlds. They represented different attributes and different wills. At that time, the name Ling Xiao would definitely appear among the top experts of the Black Tortoise continent. Without a doubt. This blood and slaughter actually merged with the slaughter sword essence that I cultivated in the past. If he released the sword will again, it would become even stronger. It seems that the 12 divine beasts technique is not only an offensive cultivation technique, but it also has the ability to enhance other martial skills. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and his whole body was enveloped in a blood-red light. His eyes were bloodshot. His will to kill made him seem like a god of death. Kill the heavens, kill the earth. Withdraw. Ling Xiao called softly. The killing intent and blood disappeared at the same time. The first stage of the 12 divine beasts technique was finally cultivated successfully. Of course, it was only a small success. If he wanted to master the first stage, he could only achieve it through continuous battles. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. In a sense, what he was best at was fighting. What he liked the most was fighting. Fighting could make him stronger. Fighting could also give him a foothold in this world. How do you feel? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked with a smile. This is definitely not the feeling of a peak 7th level Emperor class martial skill. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, just the first stage made me feel its horror. At the very least, it has the power of an 8th level Emperor class martial skill. However, the consumption is too great. My true essence will be completely exhausted after one use. This is nothing. Even if my true essence is exhausted, I still have potential. The troublesome thing is that my physical strength will be consumed by half. This is something that can't be helped. I'm still too weak. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he was cultivating the 9 sovereign sword technique. He really couldn't use a skill like this too often. If he used it twice in a row, Ling Xiao would probably be lying on the ground, unable to move. He would be at the mercy of his enemies. This is normal. There is always a law between the heavens and earth. You're only at the early 5th level of the Divine Core realm. If you can continuously use this skill, you'll be breaking the law. Even the kings of sovereigns won't allow you to do that. Therefore, what you need to do now is to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. Only when your cultivation is high enough, you'll be able to use this skill better. Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. I understand. How could Ling Xiao not understand? After all, he had experienced the same thing. When he was cultivating the 9 sovereign sword technique, it was just as tough. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Ren Yui Wehai? Awkward in the middle? Gu Hui Yue Hui? Huang Pingshu. He immediately broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Core realm. Previously, it was already tough for him to break through 10% of his cultivation ocean. But now, he had broken through from the early 5th level of the Divine Core realm to the early 6th level of the Divine Core realm. This was enough to prove how powerful the beast god's blood was, and how powerful the 12 divine beasts' skill was. Now, I have a higher chance of winning against Yunfeng. Although an 8th level Divine Core warrior is still a huge gap in front of me. But, at least I won't have to run away like before. Ling Xiao checked his strength. His cultivation had broken through, and he had successfully cultivated the blood drill rat skill of the 12 divine beasts skill. He was very confident in himself. I wonder if Yunfeng is still outside. I'll kill him first. And that one Rua. Ling Xiao was a man who held grudges. Just now, he was surrounded by enemies from both sides. He had to take revenge for this. In his eyes, Wen Rua was nothing. Even if she joined forces with Yunfeng, she would still be killed in an instant. He didn't care about her at all. Those two have already run away. You caused such a huge commotion when you were cultivating just now, even I felt scared. Let alone them. Sword Lady Azure Lotus said with a smile, but, not only have you offended Yunfeng, you've also killed a man from the Heavenly Devil Ghost tribe. This is very dangerous. I don't know what that little girl Qi Yaoguang is thinking. Also, I suspect that the mastermind has started to act. He knows that I'm here as the supervising angel, so he must have set up some hidden pawns. Don't be careless. Once you kill Yunfeng, your mission will be completed. Don't do anything else, just leave as soon as possible. Understood. Although he didn't know who the mastermind behind the Great River Bandits was, Sword Lady Azure Lotus was very cautious. That meant the mastermind wasn't an ordinary man. He really had to be careful. With his current strength, he might not even be able to kill Yunfeng. If there was another man who was as strong as Yunfeng, he would have to rely on Sword Lady Azure Lotus. But, what if Sword Lady Azure Lotus was held back by someone else? The moment he stepped out of the river, Ling Xiao was filled with confidence. Compared to before, not only had his cultivation improved by a large margin, but he had also cultivated the first level of the 12 Divine Beast technique. Now, even if he met Yunfeng, he would dare to fight him one-on-one. Although he might not win, he wouldn't have to run away like before. 3 drops of Beast God's blood merged with a Blood Diamond Rat's Beast core. This allowed his physical strength to improve again. Although there was no substantial change, he was still much stronger than before. Not only that, his memory, comprehension, and so on had improved again. It could be said that it was an all-round improvement. Green Lotus Swordswoman hid in the dark again. This beautiful big sister was of great help to him. If it wasn't for Green Lotus Swordswoman, how could he cultivate the 12 Divine Beast technique? He had to protect such a good big sister. Although his current strength was still far from Green Lotus Swordswoman. He could use Green Lotus Swordswoman as his backer. But Green Lotus Swordswoman wasn't the strongest in the Golden Heavens region. There were even stronger existences above her. For him, Green Lotus Swordswoman had done something that offended her superiors. They would definitely make things difficult for her. He wanted Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun to live well. He had to continue to become stronger. These 3 backers didn't make him lose his motivation to move forward. On the contrary, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was even heavier. Next, he would kill Wen Rua, Eagle Claw, and Blood Knife first. These 3 guys actually dared to take advantage of his power and wanted to kill him. He didn't care if they were from the Heavenly Fiend Ghost tribe or if they would anger Qi Yaoguang. If they had to be killed, they had to be killed. After killing these 3 people, Yunfeng would also have to fight. He had to kill them, no matter what method he came up with, he had to kill them. However, when Ling Xiao was searching for Yunfeng and the others, he encountered a group of mysterious existences. This group of people were all dressed in golden robes. It was as if they were made of gold. Each of them had the aura of a golden crow. Blazing, terrifying, Ling Xiao stood there and looked at this group of people coldly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. You can't be waiting for me, right? There were a total of 18 people in this group, and all of them were very strong. They were all Earth Core experts. There was even one whose aura was as terrifying as the Green Lotus Swordswoman. Ling Xiao was just standing there, but he could feel his legs trembling. That's right, we've been waiting for you. You're the variable in our plan, therefore, you must die. The martialist with an aura as terrifying as the Green Lotus Swordswoman revealed a sinister smile. Then, he suddenly looked behind Ling Xiao. Green Lotus Swordswoman, there's no need to hide. Let's spar. This person had not come here for Ling Xiao, but for the Azure Lotus Swordswoman. Obviously, in order to protect the Great River Bandits, Yunfeng had to stay alive. The Great River Star had to be taken back. But Sword Lady Blue Lotus was Ling Xiao's backer. If he couldn't kill her, then it would be meaningless. I didn't think that you would actually come. He actually dares to be so brazen and brash. Shouldn't you do this secretly? The Green Lotus swordswoman obviously knew this powerful opponent, and even knew this person's master. We are indeed very low-key. Therefore, both of you have to die today. Once you die, no one will know that we came here. After speaking, that person suddenly pounced towards the Green Lotus swordswoman. The Green Lotus swordswoman glanced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded towards her. His meaning was clear. He would take care of the rest. The Green Lotus swordswoman then turned and left. She lured that expert away. Otherwise, if they were to fight here, with their level, the cave would probably collapse. Moreover, it would also affect Ling Xiao. That person did not seem to care. After all, his target was only the Green Lotus swordswoman. As for Ling Xiao, it would be enough to leave him to his subordinates. At the same time, somewhere in the underground city of the Great River Bandits, Lu Qingmong took advantage of the chaos to come here. Here, he found a treasure. It should be the treasure that the Great River Bandits leader, Yun Feng, usually used for cultivation. It was a blood pool. The blood pool contained the blood of martialists. As an apostle of light, Lu Qingmong should not have used such an evil method to cultivate. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's figure was constantly in his mind. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Even if he had to degenerate into a devil and lose his faith, he would not care. Finally, he jumped down. To welcome a new beginning, an apostle of light had degenerated into a devil's disciple, just to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what Lu Qingmong did. During this period of time, he was busy with other things and did not have time to look for Lu Qingmong. At this moment, he had to face 15 powerful enemies. If he did not die, they would be annihilated. Kid, hand over the Great River Star and accept our master's offer. If you become one of his men, you can still live. The one who spoke was a Great Circle Earth Core Realm expert. Under the golden robe was an old man around 50 years old. He exuded arrogance and majesty. You are from the Golden City, why are you so weak? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Logically speaking, Earth Core Realm warriors were not qualified to step into the Golden City. Of course, this was just his thought. In fact, the Golden City also needed servants to do odd jobs. Their strength was not considered strong. Do you still remember Deacon Bai? The leader suddenly asked. Ling Xiao was startled. When he was in the Western Skies capital, Deacon Bai insisted on stopping him from coming to the 3000 Saint City. In the end, he was killed. At that time, Deacon Bai said that they had people in the 3000 Saint City. They belonged to the Bai family of Sword Soul Saint City. He did not expect the Bai family to come for revenge so soon. Of course I remember. He was just a piece of trash, a mere Great Circle Mortal Core warrior. How dare he try to stop me from coming to the 3000 Saint City? I killed him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It's good that you admit it. The leader said, I am the leader of the Bai family of the 3000 Saint City. You are able to force me to kill you personally. Even if you die, you can still be proud. You think a piece of trash like you can kill me? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery. If it was before, he might be a little worried when he met these people. After all, among these 15 people, 5 of them were at the Great Circle Mortal Core Realm. The other 10 were all at the Late Earth Core Realm. He couldn't even defeat Eagle Claw and Blood Blade, let alone these 15 people. But now, everything was different. His cultivation base had increased, and he had successfully cultivated the 12 Divine Beasts technique. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Others wanted to kill him, but it was not that easy. How could he, Ling Xiao, lose his life so easily? You talk big, but your strength is weak. I have seen a lot of people like you. Do it. Leader Bai waved his hand coldly. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao did kill the 2nd, 4th, and 6th chiefs of the Great River Bandits. Therefore, he could not underestimate him. Everyone knew what would happen if they underestimated their enemy. Golden Crow Heavenly Fire. Clan leader Bai shouted coldly. The 15 of them released the golden flame at the same time. The flame completely enveloped Ling Xiao. It released a blazing heat. Although the golden flame was just demonic fire. When the 15 of them worked together, the threat of the flame was raised to the level of heavenly fire. Obviously, the 15 of them all had the same martial soul, Golden Crow demonic fire. It was different from the Golden Crow martial soul. It was just a demonic fire martial soul of a demonic beast similar to the Golden Crow. However, it wasn't easy to find 15 people to train together. Xiao realized that the 15 of them might be more difficult to deal with than he thought. They were not just a simple combination. They had probably undergone strict training and cooperation. They had cultivated the best cooperation skills. Just like the eagle claw and the blood knife. The blazing flame burned on the 15 of them. The flame rolled and shone with golden light. It gave off a strange and powerful aura. Huff huff, the roaring sound of the flame was constantly heard. Gradually, firebirds formed in front of the 15 of them. Kill. Clan leader by ordered. The 15 firebirds rushed toward Xiao at the same time. The blazing and strange aura kept approaching Xiao, trying to burn Xiao to ashes. Since you want to play with fire, I'll play with you. Immortal bird beast soul transformation. In the next moment, Xiao transformed into the immortal bird. It released an even more blazing flame. The flame wrapped around his body and formed a protective layer. The immortal bird fire was at the level of heavenly fire in its normal state. After it was released, the 15 firebirds paused for a moment. Even the fire seemed to have sensed the threat and became much smaller. The 15 of them were obviously shocked. They had investigated Xiao's background. However, they did not expect that Xiao could also play with fire. And it was heavenly fire, the essence of the flame was stronger than theirs. Don't be afraid. Clan leader Bai shouted, our flame is the Golden Crow fire that has been specially modified. Don't be afraid of him. Kill. Following his roar, the 15 firebirds seemed to come alive again. Not only was the flame hot, but it also gave Xiao an eerie feeling. He didn't know why it was like this, but the flames of these people were a little strange. Xiao spread his wings of flame and soared into the sky. At the same time, he struck out with both palms. The flames of the undying bird gushed out furiously and charged toward the crowd. He wanted to see what was so strange about his opponent's flame that it could make him feel uneasy. Withdraw. Seeing Xiao's flame attack coming, the 15 people who were being attacked suddenly made a strange hand seal. Then, a black smoke emerged from the golden flames. The black smoke touched the fire of the undying bird. It actually devoured the undying bird's fire. After devouring it, the other party's firebird had clearly become more powerful. What the hell is that? This was the first time Xiao had seen something like this. There was actually a demonic flame that could devour heavenly flames. He had never heard of such a thing before. This was too strange. Dark Firebird, devour your enemy. Clan leader Bai roared. The 15 firebirds merged into one. There were black flames in the golden flames. It was very scary. The huge dark firebird pounced toward Xiao ferociously. It was like a real demonic beast was chasing after Xiao. Its eyes were burning with black flames, giving people a cold and scary feeling. The dark firebird actually let out a real cry. It flapped its wings and instantly arrived in front of Xiao. King Kong 8 Beast Soul, Fire and Water Immunity. Xiao hurriedly released fire and water immunity. The dark firebird hit the golden light wall and didn't rush in. However, the black flames penetrated the light wall and gradually corroded and devoured it. Damn it, not only is it extremely fast, but it also has such a strange ability. It's not easy to deal with. Xiao frowned. He blocked the attack while looking at the 15 people. While controlling the firebird to attack, the 15 people didn't chase after it. Obviously, although the dark firebird was powerful, it also restrained them. The 15 people were constantly making hand seals. They looked very nervous. It could be seen that although this attack was powerful, it also consumed a lot of their energy. Sure enough, there was nothing absolutely perfect. If you want to seek a powerful attack, you will inevitably have to pay some price. There was a black mark between the eyebrows of the 15 people. Xiao didn't know what it was. but he could feel evil from it. There was a kind of aura of a sky demon ghost warrior, but the evil aura was even stronger. Could it be that the Bai family has actually surrendered to the sky demon ghost? Could there be a sky demon ghost spy among the upper echelons of the Golden City? Ling Xiao thought a lot in his heart. But after all, it was just speculation, and the trouble he was in now was not small. It was better to wait until the trouble in front of him was solved. Crack, suddenly, the light wall that was impervious to fire and water began to crack. I have to think of a way as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned. As long as the light wall that was impervious to fire and water was broken, then he could only escape. In the process of escaping, there was no way to think better. The Tai Chi eye had already opened and began to analyze the weakness of the dark firebird. What he didn't know was that Patriarch Bai's expression was not good. Forcibly controlling the dark firebird, he thought that it would be easy to kill Ling Xiao. But who knew that Ling Xiao actually had such a defensive divine skill? If this stalemate continued, the unlucky ones would definitely be them in the end. No wonder this kid called Ling Xiao could destroy the few leaders of the Great River Bandits. Just these divine abilities alone were not something that the other leaders could compare to. Perhaps only the first leader and the fifth leader could suppress it. Got it. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. Although this dark firebird is invincible, your body is not strong. If I directly attack your body, let's see if this firebird will collapse. However, ordinary speed was not enough to avoid the dark firebird's attack. Even the falling plum-clear shadow step and the cosmic body were not as fast as the dark firebird. But Ling Xiao still had one more move. Earth-crossing golden light technique. His bloodline was constantly awakening, and the earth-crossing golden light technique was becoming faster and faster. At such a close distance, it was almost equivalent to teleportation. Patriarch Bai noticed Ling Xiao's calmness, although he didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. However, he had a very bad feeling about this. This feeling came out of nowhere, and it made him somewhat fearful. The dark firebird was still attacking the light wall. The cracks on the light wall were as dense as a spider web, and it could be destroyed at any time. The moment the light wall was destroyed, Ling Xiao attacked. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Patriarch Bai and the others only saw a flash of golden light. Not good, quickly withdraw the dark firebird. Although Patriarch Bai didn't know what Ling Xiao was going to do. However, Ling Xiao's sudden burst of speed caused his heart to sink to the bottom of the valley. As he shouted, he moved and used his true yuan to protect his body. The other 4 perfect Earth Core Realm warriors also did the same. But the remaining 10 late Earth Core Realm warriors were just a little bit short. Just a little bit. All of a sudden, they felt a burning sensation coming from their bodies. They controlled the flame. But in the end, they were burned to ashes by the flame. In an instant, the 10 of them vanished into nothingness, along with their internal organs. They were completely separated from this world. What a terrifying guy. The 5 perfect Earth Core Realm warriors gathered together and looked at the smiling Ling Xiao in horror. For the first time, they felt fear in their hearts. The 15 of them were here to take Ling Xiao's life. But now, it seemed, Ling Xiao's life was not easy to take. Standing proudly in the air, Ling Xiao looked at the 5 surviving perfect Earth Core Realm warriors mockingly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Your dark fire bird really gave me a big shock. However, shouldn't it be my turn to make a move next?" Ling Xiao smiled coldly and released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. After all, there was no one else here. As long as he killed the 5 people in front of him, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit would not be known to others. The pitch-black universe instantly enveloped the entire space. Patriarch Bai and the other 4 people's faces changed. What kind of martial spirit is this? How can it be so terrifying? They could feel the super pressure released by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But they couldn't see through the essence of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. You don't need to know what martial spirit is. However, I will return the words that you said before to you now. You should be proud to die under my martial spirit. Ling Xiao laughed. Every movement of his gave off the feeling of a super expert. It was as if the whole world was under his control. Blood Diamond Rat, it's time for you to show your power. The void suddenly changed. A world full of slaughter and blood had opened its door. From this door, a terrifying giant beast walked out. Its body blotted out the sky. Its ferocious might caused the world to tremble. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a terrifying roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! Run! This guy isn't someone we can deal with. At this moment, clan leader Bai suddenly came to a realization. Why would the Green Lotus swordswoman fancy Ling Xiao? Why was Ling Xiao able to give the Great River bandits such a headache? This young man was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. He was simply too powerful. It was too terrifying. Wanting to fight him was simply courting death. Escape? Why don't you think you can escape from my martial spirit? The 5 perfect Earth Core Realm warriors were like headless flies, running around in the universe of Tyrant. No matter where he fled to, it was just a universe of nothingness. He couldn't escape. There was no way he could escape. Boom, the blood-red mist engulfed one of them. That person let out a shrill scream. His entire body seemed to have been melted by the blood. His body quickly disappeared into nothingness. Outside, his body was thrown out. Only the essence of the energy was integrated into Ling Xiao's body. It turned into potential and energy in the Cultivation Sea. The items in his storage ring were automatically transferred to Ling Xiao's mountain river world. The remaining 4 people frantically fled to avoid the blood mist while looking back in horror at the fate of that person. That person's soul was completely destroyed by the blood mist. Not only was his physical body gone, but his soul was also gone. So terrifying. What was this? At that moment, they could only feel the killing intent and the ferocious bestial nature. It was as if a ferocious existence had walked out from the boundless universe. That kind of power was not something they could contend against. It is indeed the power of the heavenly demon. After devouring the perfect Earth Core Realm warrior's energy, Ling Xiao also devoured the dark mark at the same time. This kind of heavenly demon was called the devouring heavenly demon. It was somewhat similar to the devouring devil fetus that Ling Xiao had encountered before. He had originally wondered if the true controller of the heavenly demon ghost realm was the extraterrestrial demon. Now it seemed that this was most likely the case. This dark mark might be harmful to others. But to Ling Xiao, it was delicious nutrition. It could help increase the strength of his heavenly demon bone. His physical body was the black tortoise divine body, his bones were the heavenly demon bone, and his bloodline was the golden dragon king's blood. His soul had also been bestowed by the human king and had become incomparably powerful. So he was different from ordinary warriors. While the 4 people were in shock, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop. The blood mist was still spreading. And it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, another person was swept in. The blood mist melted him again, and his energy and dark mark were also devoured. Run! No matter what method we use, we have to escape. This guy is a real demon. He is not an existence that we can contend against. Seeing his companions being killed one by one, Patriarch Bai felt both heartache and regret. When they received the mission from the higher-ups, they were very happy. They felt that this mission could not only avenge Deacon Bai, but also please the higher-ups. Receive the favor of the higher-ups. They could continue to enjoy the power of darkness. But now, he regretted it. He was unwilling to die just like that. I told you, you can't escape. Since I have released this martial soul, I can't let you go. Otherwise, if you take away my secret, won't I be in trouble? Ling Xiao sneered. The blood mist swept in again, and 2 more people were swept away. Only Patriarch Bai was left. This guy was strong. He left faster than the other 4 perfect Earth Core Realm warriors. And he had many treasures that could block the blood mist. But Ling Xiao was not worried. This was purely a stubborn resistance. It was impossible to block all of his attacks. Finally, Patriarch Bai's treasures were swallowed by the blood mist. Patriarch Bai's heart sank to the bottom. Spare my life, the Bai family of Sword Spirit Sacred City will definitely remember your kindness. Patriarch Bai fled frantically while begging for mercy. No one wanted to die. Especially when they knew that death would be meaningless. He didn't want to die even more. Do you think it's possible? If I can't defeat you and beg for mercy in front of you, Will you let me go? No, you will only kill me in the name of revenge. Now, I am stronger than you, so, you have to die. There is nothing to say. What's more, I don't need such a useless family. Although the mystic world can coexist with thousands of races, only the demon race can't. They are invaders from outside the realm. Their only goal is to destroy the thousands of races and the mystic world. These creatures were born with the desire to destroy and kill. I will not allow them to exist in my future empire. Ling Xiao had always been a simple person. Those who were good to him, he would naturally treat them with respect. He would even repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. No matter who they were, as long as they dared to attack Ling Xiao, he would kill them. If not, he might be killed by these people's revenge one day. Only a dead man would be able to put his mind at ease. If that's the case, I have no choice but to fight. Patriarch Bai realized that begging for mercy was meaningless. Therefore, he detonated his inner core. But he didn't use it to kill anyone. The purpose of detonating his inner core was to release more energy. In an instant, the energy started leaking out. It turned into a huge dark firebird. It crazily jumped towards the blood mist. But too bad, it was all in vain. Although the battle lasted for a brief moment, the dark firebird was still completely covered by the blood mist. In the end, it died with a miserable cry. As for Patriarch Bai, he was killed at the same time. After killing Patriarch Bai, Ling Xiao retracted his martial soul and unleashed his martial soul barrier. He swallowed a pill that could replenish his strength. His true origin could be replenished with his potential. But, his strength could only be replenished with pills. While resting, he couldn't help but look into the distance. He could clearly sense the aura of Azure Lotus Swordswoman. Because the two mighty warriors were fighting on the ground. The aura they unleashed was extremely violent. She's fine. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Azure Lotus Swordswoman's strength was probably beyond the enemy's expectation. The battle was extremely intense. Although it wouldn't end in a short period of time, Azure Lotus Swordswoman didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. In fact, she had an obvious advantage. Ling Xiao felt relieved, so he started to speed up his recovery. This battle had increased the energy in his cultivation by 10%. It wasn't easy at all. As his cultivation kept increasing, it became extremely difficult to increase his energy level. If it wasn't for the Beast God's blood and the Extreme Core Demon Core, he wouldn't have been able to reach the early 6th Divine Core realm. Luckily, the first level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique had also reached the level of proficiency. This made it easier for him to level up in the beginning. After leveling up, the strength of the technique had increased by 2 to 3 times. It was pretty good. After half an hour, he finally recovered. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he ran deeper into the cave. He could feel that Yunfeng's and Qi Yaoguang's auras were mixed together. However, they weren't fighting. It was more like they were chatting. This was the worst-case scenario. If the two of them joined forces, then his only choice was to destroy this place and escape. No matter how heaven-defying he was, there was no way he could win. At this moment, in the Great River Underground City, Yunfeng, Qi Yaoguang, Blood Knife, Eagle Claw, Wen Rua, and Wind Wolf were sitting there drinking and chatting. They seemed to be discussing something. Lu Qingmong was still cultivating in the dark. Yunfeng had no idea that the blood pool that he had painstakingly built had been taken over by someone else. If he knew, he probably wouldn't be as relaxed as he was now. How about it, Miss Yaoguang? I only have one request, and that is to return the Big River planet to me. As for anything else, I can promise you anything you want. Yunfeng's subordinates were all dead. Now, he was the only one left. He had to rely on others. And Qi Yaoguang was the person he had chosen to rely on. Qi Yaoguang was about to speak. Suddenly, he looked at a certain tunnel. Yunfeng also felt that a terrifying aura was approaching at an extremely fast speed. His brows furrowed tightly. How could this person not be dead yet? Ling Xiao. Wen Rua, Blood Knife, and Eagle Claw didn't look good after seeing Ling Xiao. They all had conflicts with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in the void. A terrifying killing intent directly locked onto Yunfeng. Qi Yaoguang frowned and said, Ling Xiao, why are you here? She glanced behind Ling Xiao and didn't see Green Lotus Swordswoman, so she was a little confused. Ling Xiao came alone. Even if she didn't help Yun Feng could also kill Ling Xiao. Of course I'm going to kill him. Ling Xiao pointed at Yun Feng and said coldly. Kill me? Humph, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Yun Feng said disdainfully. And them, I'm going to kill them too. Ling Xiao pointed at Eagle Claw, Blood Knife, and Wenrua. A cold light shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. The killing intent all over his body was like a bloodthirsty beast. It shrouded the people he was talking about. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qi Yaoguang was even more surprised. Ling Xiao actually said he was going to kill her people in front of her. Was he provoking her? She wasn't very happy. The air was filled with a chill. The killing intent of the two sides confronted each other in the air. It made this place very eerie and terrifying. Ling Xiao, why do you want to kill my people? Qi Yaoguang frowned and said, I don't have any malice towards you. Ling Xiao said lightly, no malice? I'm afraid if Green Lotus Swordswoman didn't appear, you would have already attacked me. But you didn't attack me in the end, so I don't hate you. But they're different. They tried to kill me when I was alone. Since they didn't kill me, I'm going to kill them. Can't you just give me face and bury the hatchet? Qi Yaoguang really didn't want to be enemies with Ling Xiao. Because she could feel the terrifying potential hidden in Ling Xiao's body. If she couldn't kill Ling Xiao here, she would have such a terrifying enemy forever. It was really inappropriate. However, she couldn't just stand by and watch Ling Xiao kill her subordinates. So there were some things that had to be said. Okay, but you have to ask them first. If they still want to attack me, what should I do? Ling Xiao said coldly. He still had a good impression of Qi Yaoguang. Moreover, his main target this time was Yun Feng. If he could let Qi Yaoguang watch from the sidelines, this would be an opportunity for him. Miss, you think too highly of this kid. With the three of us, killing him is as easy as flipping our hands. Blood Knife snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't intend to bury the hatchet. Shut up. Don't forget that our main mission this time is to kill the traitor Yun Feng for the sake of the Great River Star. Qi Yaoguang shouted coldly. But miss, he has the beast god's blood and the Great River Star. Don't you want them? Eagle Claw said. Qi Yaoguang frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. The Great River Star belongs to us. I won't interfere in the battle between you and Yun Feng. Also, give us half of the beast god's blood. Otherwise, once we join forces with Yun Feng, you won't have a chance. Indeed, wealth was tempting. When it came to the beast god's blood, Qi Yaoguang's eyes were filled with greed. Don't even think about the beast god's blood, as for the Great River Star, you can exchange it with something. If I don't like it, then I won't allow it. Ling Xiao was very bad-tempered. There was no way she could take his things for free. Miss Yaoguang, you heard it. This kid is stubborn. Why don't you join forces with me to kill him? After that, I can go back to the Heavenly Demon Ghost region with you. It was obvious that Qi Yaoguang was very conflicted. He was also struggling. On one hand, he didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. On the other hand, he wanted to get the beast god's blood and the Great River Star. Haha, let me make this decision for you. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness and attacked Qi Yaoguang. Qi Yaoguang frowned. Her slender hand blasted out. Unexpectedly, he only managed to fight to a draw with his opponent. Yun Xiao. Ling Xiao also saw the person who suddenly attacked. It was Yun Xiao, who was ordered to leave by Green Lotus Swordswoman. She came back. Brother Yun Feng, what are you waiting for? Join forces with the Heavenly Demon Ghost and kill that kid. As for this little girl, I'm not her opponent. I can only block her temporarily. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Feng and said. Miss, I'm sorry. This Ling Xiao must die. For the sake of the Heavenly Demon Ghost, we can't listen to you. If you want to punish us, we're willing to apologize in the future. Wenrua looked at Qi Yaoguang, who was fighting with Yun Xiao, and said respectfully. The other three had the same reaction. Blood Knife, Eagle Claw, and Wind Wolf. They were all like this. You guys are crazy. You don't even listen to my orders? Qi Yaoguang was angry and anxious now. Although she was stronger than Yun Xiao, she couldn't defeat Yun Xiao without dozens of minutes. However, when Ruo and the others ignored her, perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao was a dead man and they couldn't let him go. I really didn't expect that some people in the Golden City would collude with the heavenly demon ghost. It's really surprising. Ling Xiao liked the current situation very much. Yun Xiao was afraid that Green Lotus Swordswoman would find trouble with her, so she didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. That was why she did this. But for Ling Xiao, without Qi Yaoguang and Yun Xiao's interference, he definitely had the strength to defeat these people in front of him. When Ruo, please guard the exit and don't let this kid escape. This guy's ability to escape is much stronger than his strength. Yun Feng glanced at Wen Ruo. Don't worry. Wen Ruo smiled. She took out a net-like object from her storage ring and threw it into the air. It immediately covered an area of about 300 square meters. This is called the Heavenly Dragnet. If he wanted to force his way out, his body would have to be sliced into pieces. Otherwise, it's just a dream. Wen Ruo said indifferently. Good. Now, I can get rid of this brat in peace. When Yin Feng saw this inescapable trap, he felt relieved. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, to be honest, I really admire your courage. Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, he took the initiative to walk right into the lion's den. Don't you know that the experts of the Bai clan of the Sword Spirit Sacred City are here to cause trouble for you? Even if we don't kill you, you can forget about returning to Fighting Soul Sacred City safely. Are you talking about them? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and touched the Dongxing Emperor ring lightly. Immediately, a corpse was thrown out. The reason why he kept these corpses was to attack his enemies. His opponent was not weak. Naturally, he would use any method that could be used. As expected, when they saw those corpses, Yun Feng and the others' faces changed. Humph, these people can't be killed by you. Who helped you, Green Lotus Swordswoman? After a while, Yun Feng snorted coldly and said, It must be her. But she should be entangled by others now. She can't help you at all. You really know how to comfort yourself. Ling Xiao mocked, Forget it, make your move. Today, I will let you see this brat that you look down on. How will I kill you? Ling Xiao could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Yun Feng anymore. Whether he was a mule or a horse, he would know after the battle. Kid, you think too highly of yourself. There is no need for Yun Feng to make a move. We brothers can kill you. Eagle Claw and Blood Knife stood out. In the previous battle, they forced Ling Xiao to retreat. But they failed to kill Ling Xiao, and the beast god's blood was snatched away by Ling Xiao. This made them very unhappy. Therefore, they must get back at him. The two of them released a terrifying killing intent. A blood-red long saber and a mighty eagle appeared on their backs. The powerful aura caused the dust on the ground to fly. Yun Feng glanced at Eagle Claw and Blood Knife and did not object. In fact, he was still very confused about Ling Zhao's strength. If someone could test Ling Zhao's true strength for him, it would be a good thing. Ling Xiao looked at Blood Knife and Eagle Claw and thought that it was just right. There were only 4 people he wanted to kill the most, Yun Feng, Eagle Claw, Blood Knife, and Wen Ruo. Eagle Claw and Blood Knife were among them. He had just agreed to give Qi Yaoguang face. But these two did not know what was good for them, so they could not blame him. Let's do it. Let me see what other shameless tricks you two trash have. 2 against 1, and still so arrogant. What a joke. Ling Xiao did not transform into the ultimate heavenly mouse. After his cultivation had broken through, he only needed to transform into a normal beast soul to kill these 2 trash. One of them was good at using knives, the other good at using claws. Both were powerful attack types. Therefore, he chose to transform into the King Kong Ape Beast Soul. He would use his defense to break down the opponent's attack, then counterattack. After transforming, Ling Zhao's body was glowing with a golden light, and he looked like a golden armored god of war. Humph, what's the point of looking good? Kill. Blood Knife and Eagle Claw looked at Ling Zhao's transformation with disdain. Both of them looked at each other. Then, they dashed forward, a blood-red blade shone with a blood-red light. A black eagle shone with a wild light, both of their attacks were powerful to begin with. When they merged into one, it was even more terrifying. Child's play. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, a golden 1,000-pound stick appeared in his hand. This was the ability of the King Kong ape beast soul transformation. But it was not a special skill. He swung the 1,000-pound stick, and a terrifying wind blew. This 1,000-pound stick weighed over 10,000 pounds. With just one swing of the stick, even a divine core warrior's body would be smashed into pieces. Eagle Claw and Blood Knife were both shocked by what they saw. They hurriedly stopped. They unleashed their blade energies and Eagle Claw attacks from a distance. The blade energies and Eagle Claws formed from True Yuan kept smashing onto the 1,000-pound stick, and they shattered into pieces. Not a single blow was able to break the 1,000-pound staff apart. With your current strength, you still want to defeat me? It's simply a pipe dream. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. The 1,000-pound stick in his hand suddenly lengthened, and he forcefully smashed it onto both men's bodies. With just one strike, both men were sent flying away. And this was without using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Just now, when Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he was able to instantly kill Clan Chief Bai and the other Peak Earth Core warriors. After Eagle Claw and Blood Knife fell to the ground, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. But their self-esteem had suffered a heavy blow. Both men spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva at the same time. Let's merge. Their voices sounded out as they clasped their palms together. From two men, they had become one. Fusion, what kind of monster was this? When Blood Blade and Eagle Claw fused together, Ling Xiao could feel how powerful they were. Although they hadn't reached the Heavenly Core realm yet, compared to before, their combat strength had increased by at least 10 times. Ling Xiao had seen fusion before. But it was rare, and he remembered he had only seen it once. He didn't expect to see it again today. After fusing together, Eagle Claw and Blood Blade had a blood-red wind blowing around their bodies. It was as if they were monsters that were born from the wind. Young man, you didn't stop us from fusing together, that's your biggest responsibility. Boom, in an instant, the blood-red wind grew by a few feet, and the blade slashed down. The fierce wind also raged, rushing towards Ling Xiao. Blood Blade Raging Wind. The wind was filled with a violent and destructive aura. Swoosh, it rushed towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, and once again smashed down with the 1,000-pound stick. The 1,000-pound stick shone brightly, and it collided with the blood-red wind in midair. The two of them were actually evenly matched. After a moment, a destructive aura spread out. The surrounding buildings started collapsing. Wen Rua and Feng Lang's expressions didn't look good. From this collision, they realized that Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than they thought. I never thought that in less than an hour, your strength would have such a huge breakthrough. Blood Blade and Eagle Claw were surprised as well. After fusing together, they had a common name, Blood Eagle. But you're still no match for us. Everlasting Storm Blade. Blood Eagle let out a deep roar. Huge streams of saber chi shot out from his saber. They rushed towards Ling Xiao's 1,000-pound stick. They kept attacking, they kept pushing back. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Looks like I won't be able to win against this guy with just the King Kong ape transformation. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao decided to transform into the everlasting heavenly mouse. At the same time, he took out the heavenly sword of Dongxing. At that moment, the heavenly sword of Dongxing shone brightly. It directly shattered the gale. This scene caused everyone to be even more shocked. Yun Feng's eyes were filled with greed. He thought that Ling Xiao only had the Mega River Star and the Beast God's blood. What he didn't expect was that there was actually such a good weapon. This was really unexpected. Shui Ying's expression didn't look too good. When Ling Xiao did not use this sword, he could fight on par with their combined strength. If he used this sword, wouldn't he be even more powerful? How were they supposed to fight then? Qi Yaoguang felt even more conflicted. On one side was his subordinate, and on the other side was Ling Xiao. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more accurate her previous guess was. However, she really didn't want her subordinates to be killed for no reason. Qi Yaoguang, why don't we stop fighting? You've seen that kid's talent. If you don't kill him, you won't have a good ending either. You've already offended him anyway. Xianxia was sweating profusely from Qi Yaoguang's attacks. She didn't want to continue fighting either. Her previous idea was to stall Qi Yaoguang and let his subordinates do the job. Now that they had already started fighting, there was really no need for her to fight to the death with Qi Yaoguang. How about we stop at the same time? Qi Yaoguang said. Sure. Yunqiao couldn't ask for more. The two of them suddenly retreated at the same time and left the battle. They also heaved a sigh of relief. Shuang, stop immediately. After stopping, Qi Yaoguang did something that Yunqiao didn't understand. Qi Yaoguang, are you alright? Shouldn't you hurry up and kill that kid now? You actually asked your subordinates to stop? Yunqiao questioned. My decision has nothing to do with you. Qi Yaoguang knew in his heart that his subordinates might not understand his decision. However, he knew that his decision was absolutely right. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who could be dealt with so easily. He definitely couldn't be offended easily. Unfortunately, Shuang was in a fit of anger and wouldn't listen to her. He completely ignored her. Ling Xiao naturally had no intention of stopping the battle. He directly released his martial soul enchantment. He focused on the battle. No matter what Qi Yaoguang's attitude was, since Shuang had already attacked him, he had to die. With the obstruction of the inescapable net and the martial soul enchantment, even if Qi Yaoguang wanted to rush in to stop the battle, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to do so. By then, it would be too late. She could only watch helplessly from outside. Qi Yaoguang, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's your subordinates who are courting death. Ling Xiao sneered and held the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand. He stabbed out. Bloodthirsty Celestial Demon Seal. With the enhancement of a treasure sword like the East Victory Sky Sword, the power of this move was basically close to a peak 7th level Emperor level martial technique. And Shui Ying's martial technique was at most a high 7th level Emperor level martial technique. Not to mention, Ling Xiao also had the enhancement of the Beast Soul transformation. So what if the Blood Saber and Eagle Claw combined? He still had to die. Crack, in midair, the combined body was split into two. It was just a sword. It pierced through the roaring wind and shattered the terrifying saber. It chopped the combined body in half. No matter if it was Shuang or Eagle Claw, there was no way they could survive under such circumstances. The next thing Ling Xiao did after chopping the combined body was to shatter their inner cores. Fuse them into his own body. Witnessing this, Wen Ruo and Feng Lang's hearts turned cold. Their hearts were filled with fear. If the combined body of Eagle Claw and Shuang couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, then even if they joined forces, it would be useless. They looked at Yun Feng. Perhaps Yun Feng was their last hope. That sword was too terrifying. It was not something a complete Earth Core Realm warrior could withstand. Only a Heavenly Core warrior like Yun Feng had a chance. Yun Feng's eyes locked onto Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with ferocity, surprise, and a complicated expression. Ling Xiao was facing a perfect Earth Core warrior, and it was so easy for him. Before this, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill the 2nd and 6th managers. But now, he believed it. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Feng with disdain. There was a mocking look in his eyes. Great Chief of the Great River Bandits, now, it's your turn. A cold voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. His voice was filled with mockery and ridicule. This caused Yun Feng to be furious. He was an early Heavenly Core warrior. He was many times stronger than Eagle Claw and Shuang. Ling Xiao dared to look down on him, he dared to look down on him like this. This was unforgivable. You think you're a strong warrior just because you killed a piece of trash? I've seen many young men like you. Yun Feng drew out his sword. It was a rare Heavenly King weapon, but it was obviously enchanted with a spirit. In the 4 regions, there was a profession called Spirit Enchantment Master. A weapon enchanted with a spirit was much stronger than other weapons of the same level, and it also had a special effect. Yun Feng didn't use this sword to fight warriors with a lower cultivation than him, because he didn't think it was necessary. Yun Feng rarely used the spirit augmenting sword. This was because he didn't think it was necessary to fight someone with a lower cultivation than him. But today, when he was facing Ling Xiao, he had drawn the sword. This could only mean one thing. Ling Xiao's formidable strength had caused him to be cautious and cautious. He dared not underestimate his enemy. If he were to fail miserably, it would not only be a shameful matter, but it would also be very likely that he would lose his life. Bang! At the same time, a sword intent was unleashed from his body. It was a murderous sword intent, a furious sword intent, it was a shocking sword intent. Right now, everyone could clearly feel the killing intent and fury unleashed from Yunfeng's body. It wasn't only because Ling Xiao had almost destroyed his pirate group. It was also because Ling Xiao dared to be so arrogant in front of him. In today's battle, either Ling Xiao or Yunfeng would die. Of the two, only one could survive. There's no way he can win. When Ruo shook her head and said, although Ling Xiao is strong, there's no way he can win against a heavenly core warrior. That's right, looks like we don't have to fight anymore. Feng Lang nodded his head as well. Not only them, Qi Yaoguang and Yun Qiao were also certain that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to win. The heavenly core realm was a very special realm. It could absorb the energy of nature, and it could borrow the power of nature. When Ling Xiao fought with Yunfeng, he wasn't just fighting against Yunfeng, he was also fighting against the heavens and earth. How could he win? He knew he was going to die, but he still chose to fight. Why? Yun Qiao mocked. He won't be the one to die. Qi Yaoguang shook his head and said, I've seen a few abnormal monsters. Evildoers were the kind of existences that could make the impossible possible. You don't think he can win? But, he can win. As someone who hadn't known Ling Xiao for long, Qi Yaoguang had full confidence in Ling Xiao. He didn't believe Ling Xiao would lose. But, she was curious as well. If Ling Xiao was still alive, would Yunfeng die? But, how could a warrior at the 6th level of the Divine Core Realm kill a Heavenly Core Warrior? Your strength is really too shocking. To be honest, I was shocked by you. A young man like you should stay in Fighting Soul Sacred City and cultivate properly. In the future, he would definitely become a giant. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong path. Yunfeng calmed himself down and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. His voice became more murderous and cold. The path you've chosen will definitely lead you to a tragic death. Your talent is very good, and your strength is very strong, but you absolutely do not have the qualifications to be rampant in front of me. Maybe I underestimated you. But don't you think you're overestimating yourself? We Great River bandits have been here for 100 years. How could they let a small fry like you destroy them so easily? You will pay a heavy price for what you have done. Come and see how frightening a Heavenly Core Warrior is. Then, Yunfeng gently raised the sword in his hand. A terrifying energy was brewing within the sword. A terrifying aura could be felt from his body. You know what? Actually, when I first met you, I was very happy. Because I feel like you're my kind. After saying that, a divine dragon appeared behind Yunfeng. 9 Heavens Ice Dragon. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This was a beast god with a high-grade divine position. It was also a divine dragon. No one knew how long it had been. Ling Xiao finally saw someone with the divine dragon martial soul again. Furthermore, it was a beast god warrior. Beast god martial soul transformation. Yunfeng's body changed as well. It turned into a ferocious transformation. On the surface of his body, it looked like he was wearing an armor made of ice crystals. It looked very similar to Ling Xiao's Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. But obviously, it was not as powerful. After all, there was a huge gap between their divine positions. All of Ling Xiao's divine positions were primordial divine positions. This Yunfeng was just a high-grade divine position. The gap was huge. Everyone stared at Yunfeng. They could feel a frightening aura crazily flowing within Yunfeng's body. This Yunfeng is scarier than I thought. Qi Yaoguang furrowed her brows. She began to doubt if there was something wrong with her judgment. Could Ling Xiao really win this battle? Miss Yaoguang, do you understand now, that Brat is just a beast soul martial artist, but my big brother is a beast god martial artist, he is invincible in the same cultivation realm. Yun Xiao said excitedly. Looking at Yunfeng, her face was full of love. Rumor has it that a 9 Heavens Ice Dragon once wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. Later, it suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect it to become Yunfeng's martial soul. Logically speaking, with his cultivation, it is impossible for him to defeat the 9 Heavens Ice Dragon. Could it be that he has the help of an expert? Wenrua furrowed her brows. Although the 9 Heavens Ice Dragon was just a divine dragon skeleton condensed from ice and snow, it had the strength of an ultimate Dan realm. Yunfeng naturally could not defeat it. That was why Wenrua was so confused. She thought that there must be an expert behind Yunfeng. Do you understand now? It was a stupid mistake to challenge me. I thought we could be friends. But you've disappointed me with your actions. Now facing me, how do you feel? Yunfeng looked at Ling Xiao and asked proudly. Feel? Ling Xiao looked at Yunfeng and said with a smile, is a beast god warrior so great, you just have a high-level deity position. How dare you clamor in front of me? Become friends with you? Are you qualified? Bah. After saying that, 9 beast god martial souls suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. Except for the horse and sheep, there were no suitable beast souls so far. The other 10 already existed. He was now under the transformation of the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul. 9 terrifying beast god souls naturally appeared behind him. The purple lightning bull covered in lightning, the yin-yang universal tiger with light and darkness reflecting each other, the hell shadow rabbit looming in the black shadow, the frost divine dragon formed by interweaving frost, the hell hydra that spat out poisonous fog and made one's hair stand on end, the King Kong ape with golden light protecting its body, the immortal bird that was covered in blazing flames, the hell Cerberus that could spit out lava and control hell, the canopy beast that could control all water elements and move freely in the water. Behind Ling Xiao was a huge collection of divine beasts. When this horrifying scene appeared, Yunfeng's expression instantly turned ugly. He didn't expect this at all. Not only was Ling Xiao a beast god warrior, he also had so many beast god martial souls. None of them were weaker than his 9 Heavens glacial dragon. Humph. You can't win just because you have more. As for your martial soul, because your cultivation base is too weak, the strength it can unleash can't be too strong. Facing me, you still have no chance of winning. Yunfeng let out a cold snort. He was still calm. Although the scene before him had given him a huge shock. He was a heavenly core warrior. How could he be scared by a mere mortal core warrior? He believed that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. In a real battle, there was no way he could be stronger than him. As Yunfeng spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. The surrounding air suddenly became cold. There seemed to be only cold left in the whole world. Then in the next moment, Yunfeng's body disappeared. He turned into the cold wind in this cold world. Ling Xiao could only see a flash of white light disappearing. Then, a terrifying aura enveloped his whole body. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Ling Xiao's forehead. This might be the most terrifying battle since he entered the nest of the Great River Bandits. But he could only win, not lose. Gently stepping on the ground, Ling Xiao's figure also disappeared. Boom, it almost stuck to his afterimage. Huge ice thorns pierced out from the place where Ling Xiao originally stood. If Ling Xiao was still there, his body would have been penetrated and become a hedgehog. Fortunately, his speed was not slow. Compared with Yunfeng, this might be his only advantage. Huh? Yunfeng was stunned. Then he laughed wildly, good speed, but do you think you can be faster than me? Clatter, a pair of ice wings appeared on Yunfeng's back. Among the divine dragons, there were also types with wings on their backs. This kind of divine dragon was faster. On the wings, there was a strange brilliance flowing. In the next moment, Yunfeng disappeared again. It was as if he had returned to zero from this world. Not even a trace of aura was left. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, could feel the terrifying pressure coming from the void. This pressure came from all directions. It was completely impossible to judge from which direction Yunfeng attacked from. The Tai Chi eye flashed with black and white light. It was rotating at an extremely fast speed. It wanted to capture all the energy in this world. This Yunfeng was really terrifying. Not only was he extremely powerful, but his speed was also not slow at all. The most terrifying thing was that he had many skills that could catch the enemy off guard. Although Ling Xiao had a very strong resistance to frost, he was still able to withstand the cold. Facing Yunfeng, he still did not dare to fight head-on. because Yunfeng could really kill him. Even if he used the Dongxing Heaven Sword, he could not block this attack. The only way was to use speed to deal with Yunfeng. Then, he would look for opportunities. His advantage was not only his speed, but also his ability. I'm afraid that only the most powerful 12 divine beasts' technique and rage of the Black Soul can completely ignore defense. Only then would he be able to hurt the other party. I have to find an opportunity. Ling Xiao knew very well that even if he used the strongest move of the innate celestial demon seal, he would not be able to block Yunfeng's attack. At most, it would be a stalemate. How could he win? Ling Xiao frantically dodged Yunfeng's attacks while calmly thinking of a countermeasure. He had chosen this battle, so he naturally had to persevere. He even released the Donghuang elites who had not been completely wiped out. In any case, these heroic spirits were formed by the Dongxing Emperor Ring absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Even if they were all killed, they could still be revived. However, it would take some time. There were still 500 Donghuang elites left. Relying on these Donghuang elites, he had earned himself a rare opportunity to think. However, just as he had expected, the elites of Donghuang were unable to put up any resistance against Yunfeng. 500 elites, in just a few minutes, all of them were destroyed. Die. Suddenly, another Yunfeng appeared behind Ling Xiao. The sudden attack caught Ling Xiao off guard. He hurriedly activated the invincible Vajra to block it. Although he had blocked it, his body was still sent flying. The invincible Vajra shattered. Even the black tortoise divine body was injured. Ice substitute. Qi Yaoguang exclaimed, a substitute condensed from the power of ice, although it doesn't have the slightest attack power. However, it can be freely swapped with the original body. In an instant, it has the original body's ability, while the original body loses its ability. How can Ling Xiao block such an unpredictable attack? Ha ha ha, that kid is dead for sure. Wen Ruo revealed an excited expression and laughed wildly. Ling Xiao's performance once made him doubt his life. However, seeing this, he gradually calmed down. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he still couldn't defy the heavens. Today, Ling Xiao couldn't defeat Yunfeng no matter what. Wind Wolf also laughed. He was worried for nothing. Did you see that, Miss Yaoguang? This is the Ling Xiao you thought couldn't be killed, but in my big brother's eyes, he's nothing. He's nothing. Yun Qiao said with a smile. But don't forget, your big brother still couldn't kill him. His cultivation is only at the early 6th divine core realm. But your big brother has been fighting for half a day. Qi Yaoguang still believed in his own judgment. He thought the current situation was just an accident. On the battlefield, Yunfeng suddenly stopped attacking. Standing there, he looked like an ice god of war. His blue eyes were filled with coldness. He was looking at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. But what made him depressed was that Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of panic. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't panic. From the moment he faced the Heavenly Core Warrior, Ling Xiao knew clearly that this was a fight with his life on the line. There was a huge gap between him and his opponent, and it was impossible for him to win easily. The injury he suffered this time only made him more motivated, and he wouldn't be discouraged. Kid, how do you feel? Do you suddenly feel like you're so small and ignorant? Do you feel like you're so ignorant and ridiculous when facing such an attack? Yunfeng laughed. It seemed like he had become more confident and arrogant because he was in control of the situation. He felt like killing Ling Xiao wouldn't be a problem at all. Hee, a mighty heavenly core warrior fighting a tiny mortal core warrior like me, and you're so proud of yourself. You're just like a strong man bullying a little kid, and you're so proud of yourself. People like you are really disdainful. Great River Bandits, I don't think so. Ling Xiao stood up once again. There was another sword in his left hand. The Eastern Victory Demon Sword. When the Heavenly Sword and Demon Sword appeared at the same time, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was boiling. His killing intent became even denser. It was like a volcano erupting, and it was burning crazily. He could feel the high fighting spirit in the air. Wen Ruo, Feng Lang, and Yin Qiao's expressions were not good. Ling Xiao didn't feel dispirited, and he didn't feel scared either. Facing an enemy who was much stronger than him, he was still filled with fighting spirit. This man, no wonder Qi Yaoguang thought highly of him. No matter how strong you are, I have no fear. Don't even think about making me give up, and make me despair. Even if I'm about to die, I'll still fight. Yunfeng's expression was not good either. He became angry and ferocious. Up until now, he had the upper hand in this fight. But, he had only met Ling Xiao once. He was a heavenly core warrior, his opponent was only a mortal core warrior. A heavenly core warrior fighting a mortal core warrior should be able to instantly kill him. But, just because he met Ling Xiao, he felt proud. This shouldn't be the case, and it was really shameful. Whether a person was strong or not, his cultivation level could not be completely reflected. The strength of comprehensive combat strength was the real strength. It was just that comprehensive combat strength could not be directly seen. Only cultivation level could be more direct. That was why people cared more about cultivation level. No matter what, you must die today. Yunfeng was unwilling to continue arguing with Ling Xiao. Because he found that he couldn't argue with him. Instead of wasting that time, it was better to kill Ling Xiao. As he spoke, the coldness on the long sword in his hand became even more terrifying. A bone-chilling wind jumped on the sword. The terrifying sword chi seemed to tear the entire space apart. Even the inescapable net and the martial spirit barrier were trembling. It felt as if the entire great river city was about to be destroyed. After the light on the sword expanded, it condensed crazily. The originally huge sword chi condensed to less than a foot. But the terrifying energy was enough to make people tremble in fear. Yunfeng wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. This sword was no longer an ordinary sword chi. It was a sword blade that had completely condensed into a substance. Unable to release it through the air, he could only get closer. Then, he would stab this sword into Ling Xiao's body. In that way, even if Ling Xiao had a peak 7th order emperor level physical body, he would still die. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, who would dare to laugh at him for being incompetent, all the rumors and slanders would stop in an instant. Even the arrogant Qi Yaoguang would not dare to underestimate him and would have to be respectful in front of him. Qi Yaoguang took a fancy to Ling Xiao. Green Lotus Swordswoman took a fancy to Ling Xiao. Even his boss behind the scenes felt that he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao. He even sent the Bai family of Sword Spirit Sacred City to help. This resentment, this grievance, he had to vent. He couldn't even wait for a minute. So this sword was the end. Ling Xiao looked at the sword and the blade. He could feel the terror and power on the blade. It could definitely destroy him. He suddenly thought of a very bold plan. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. On Ling Xiao's two swords, quintessential essence was also crazily condensing. Blood and slaughter engulfed him once again. He had awakened the 12 divine beast techniques Tao of slaughter and Tao of blood. Bloody even managed to force the chill back. Above the two swords, a huge demonic beast was formed. Crimson blood sky drilling rat, this illusory demonic beast exuded a terrifying aura of slaughter and blood. Fear appeared in Wenrua and Feng Lang's eyes. Yun Xiao and Qi Yaoguang were even more surprised. Ling Xiao is going all out. Qi Yaoguang said. Humph, even if he goes all out, it's useless. The power of his sword is indeed terrifying. An ordinary perfect Earth Core Realm warrior would be killed in a split second. But don't forget, my big brother is an early heavenly core warrior. More importantly, he was a beast god martial artist. With Ling Xiao's strength, how can he defeat him? Yun Xiao naturally still firmly supported her elder brother. This Ling Xiao was too ruthless, he wanted to fight Yunfeng head-on. Did he want to die? To be honest, Yunfeng was also shocked by Ling Xiao's attack. The two swords were clearly emitting the aura of an 8th level Emperor Realm martial skill. Although it was just a basic martial skill, it could definitely hurt Yunfeng. Of course, that was only if he didn't defend himself. Right now, he had mastered an even more terrifying attack. How could Ling Xiao fight him? Yunfeng's expression changed from surprise to a smile. I can see that this is your most powerful attack, right? Too bad, if you used this attack against an Earth Core warrior, you would definitely win. But against me, you don't stand a chance. Yunfeng was a powerful warrior. That was why he could feel how powerful Ling Xiao's attack was. But it was still weaker than him. Although if they fought head-on, both of them would be severely injured. he would be severely injured, but Ling Xiao would definitely die. This was a very good deal, and he definitely wouldn't suffer a loss. Kill! Yun Feng roared and rushed over crazily, holding a terrifying long sword that looked like an ice crystal. The spiritual patterns on it were constantly flickering. Yun Feng poured almost all of his effort into this attack, in order to kill Ling Xiao directly. Die! Ling Xiao didn't have any intention to dodge. Both swords struck out. The huge blood diamond rat pounced out. It fiercely blocked Yun Feng's attack. At that moment, the space was filled with destructive power that kept exploding. The martial spirit barrier and the inescapable net were constantly shaking. When Ruo and Feng Lang desperately activated their vital essence to protect themselves. But they were still hit by the released energy and spat out blood. The entire martial spirit barrier was wrapped by the violent energy. Including Ling Xiao, Yun Feng, Wen Ruo, and Feng Lang, they were all wrapped in it. Rumble, explosions kept ringing out. The red sword light and the white sword light kept destroying each other. Devouring each other. The destructive and murderous power was raging and rampant in the entire space. What kind of attack is this? Even if we stay inside, I'm afraid we'll be injured. Qi Yaoguang frowned. Although Yin Xiao didn't want to agree, she had to admit that Qi Yaoguang was right. After the two attacks collided, that terrifying power was much more powerful than the combined attacks of the two. And it wasn't just 1+1, it was stronger. The two forces seemed to be unable to destroy each other easily. In the space, the bloody light and the white light reflected each other. Suddenly, there was a scream. It's Feng Lang. Qi Yaoguang frowned. It was a pity that the 6 subordinates she had brought were all going to die here. What could she do? Kill Ling Xiao, not to mention that she couldn't intervene at all. Even if she could she really kill Ling Xiao? Alas, why didn't they listen to her? Ah, another blood-curdling scream rang out. This time it was Wen Ruo's voice. These two people didn't directly participate in the battle, but they were injured by the aftermath of the battle. They both died. Perhaps when they died, they didn't expect that they would die in such a pathetic manner. When Ruo and Feng Lang are both dead, that Ling Xiao won't be able to survive either. I think the only one who survived is my big brother. Yun Xiao was very confident in Yun Feng. It wasn't because she was arrogant. After all, Yun Feng was the only heavenly core warrior here. Among the 4 of them, he had the highest chance of surviving. If even he couldn't survive, then the others wouldn't be able to either. The two forces collided and tore at each other. Finally, Yun Feng's attack gained the upper hand. It completely destroyed the bloody red sword beam. And the situation seemed to have become clearer. The moment the smoke and dust dissipated, a figure appeared. Although he was half kneeling on the ground, he was still alive. It's Big Brother! Yun Xiao shouted out excitedly. That's right, it was Yun Feng. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he was severely injured, and he only had half of his life left. His overall strength was greatly weakened as well. But he didn't regret it. Even if he was severely injured, as long as he didn't die, the victory would belong to him. How could this be? Qi Yaoguang couldn't believe her eyes. According to her judgment, Ling Xiao shouldn't be killed so easily. However, the current situation was that Ling Xiao's corpse was nowhere to be found. However, Yun Feng was still alive. Although Yun Feng was seriously injured. After all, he was still alive. This was a victory that belonged to him. How could this be? Qi Yaoguang shook her head. The reason why she didn't want to be enemies with Ling Xiao was that she felt that Ling Xiao was very difficult to kill. But reality slapped her in the face? See, Miss Yaoguang? If you had listened to me before, your subordinate wouldn't have died. Although that guy is very talented, he's still a chick that hasn't hatched. There's nothing to worry about. Do you regret it now? Yun Xiao mocked Qi Yaoguang. Qi Yaoguang didn't refute. However, at this moment, a blazing flame suddenly rose up. Yun Xiao's laughter stopped abruptly, and her eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Qi Yaoguang was also shocked. Within the flames, a figure appeared. He was standing behind Yun Feng. Yun Feng turned his head with difficulty. But the moment he turned his head, a sharp long sword pierced through his dantian. He was already seriously injured. In addition, he was defenseless. This sword was completely unstoppable. No, it can't be. Yunfeng's expression changed drastically as if he had seen an evil ghost. He worked hard to fight Ling Xiao head-on with serious injuries. He thought that he had already killed Ling Xiao. But in the end, it was all in vain. Ling Xiao didn't die. Surprised, right? Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to understand now. I can't defeat you, but I can kill you now. Don't you think it's infuriating? Ling Xiao looked at Yunfeng sarcastically and twisted the Dongxing sky sword in his hand. Yunfeng's vitality was rapidly draining. Let go of my brother, or I'll kill you. Yun Qiao suddenly regained her senses and roared crazily. Ling Xiao ignored her completely. There were 2 layers of defense, martial soul enchantment and inescapable net. It was impossible for Yun Qiao to barge in. The strength of an early heavenly core warrior should be able to increase my overall strength by a lot. Yunfeng's true yuan continued to flow into Ling Xiao's body through the heavenly sword of Dongxing. Facing Yunfeng, who was getting weaker and weaker, Yun Qiao was about to go crazy. But she couldn't do anything. Finally, Ling Xiao pulled out the East Victory heavenly sword. He kicked Yunfeng out. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for such people. Yunfeng didn't care about other people's lives. Sacrificing 100,000 people was like playing a game to him. Of course, he wouldn't take Yunfeng's life seriously. After absorbing all of Yunfeng's Xingyuan and the battle just now, Yi Zichen's Xingyuan had become much stronger. Ling Xiao made another breakthrough in his cultivation. He had broken through to the mid-6th Divine Core Realm from the early 6th Divine Core Realm. Not only that, but the first layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique had also been promoted to large success. But it was still a great harvest. Ling Xiao put Yunfeng's corpse into the Dongxing Emperor ring. This man was the leader of the bandits and also the evidence. If others didn't believe he killed Yunfeng, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Right at this moment, Sword Lady Azure Lotus appeared. Zhang Long and the others had followed her here as well. They just happened to see Ling Xiao putting away Yunfeng's corpse. Witnessing this scene, a shocked expression emerged in their eyes. Ling Xiao was able to kill an early heavenly core warrior. This was really shocking. When Yin Xiao saw Sword Lady Azure Lotus, her expression changed. She quickly turned around and fled. The reason why she dared to come back was because she thought Sword Lady Azure Lotus would never come back. But now, this was out of her expectation. If she didn't run away, was she going to stay here and wait for her death? Sword Lady Azure Lotus only gazed at Yun Qiao coldly. She didn't chase after her. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. Although she wasn't injured in the fight just now, she had consumed a lot of her energy. If they really fought, she might not be Yun Qiao's match. Luckily, Yun Qiao was scared out of her wits, and she ran away without a fight. Ling Xiao, are you alright? Zhu Xiaohan rushed towards Ling Xiao. In this mission, the ones who had the deepest feelings for Ling Xiao were none other than Zhu Xiaohan and Zhang Long. They were also the ones who had the most pleasant cooperation. The others weren't bad either. Because those who went against Ling Xiao were either dead or had quit the mission. Only Lu Qingmong's whereabouts were unknown. I'm fine. Ling Xiao was recovering his energy. He had just used the 12 Divine Beasts skill, so he had consumed a lot of his energy. Zhang Long and the others all gathered around. One after another, they chatted with each other excitedly. Brother, you're so strong. You even killed Yunfeng. What a pity, I didn't get to see the entire fight. Zhang Long said excitedly. How did you do it just now? Qi Yaoguang suddenly asked. She still didn't understand. Even a divine physique warrior couldn't come back from the dead. Ling Zhao's body was shattered into pieces just now, but he was still alive. However, he was still alive. This was too shocking. This is a secret of the martial Dao. Ling Xiao actually didn't have any bad feelings towards Qi Yaoguang. Those were two different things. The ones who dealt with him were Qi Yaoguang's subordinates, not Qi Yaoguang. But there were some things that he still couldn't say. That's true. You can't possibly tell me such a secret. Qi Yaoguang laughed bitterly. Thinking of her subordinates who died without a complete corpse, she felt helpless. Ling Xiao, although I know that you will grow stronger. But you killed my subordinates after all. The enmity between us is formed. I can't kill you today, but I hope that you don't go to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Qi Yaoguang was also in pain. She knew that if she didn't kill Ling Xiao now, it would be even more impossible in the future. But those stupid subordinates of hers made her and Ling Xiao hate each other. If she didn't do anything, wouldn't those people die for nothing? Their families wouldn't let it go just like that. Actually, you don't have to be enemies with me because of their stupidity. Ling Xiao said lightly. It's too late. I just hope that you don't come to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. Goodbye. Qi Yaoguang didn't want to see Ling Xiao again. Because when they met again, they might become enemies. She sighed and turned to leave. Qi Yaoguang, I want to ask you about two people. Ling Xiao suddenly said. He had always wanted to know if the Divine Codex and Ling Jiaojiao were in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. But he was afraid that he would anger Qi Yaoguang and be killed by her. But it was different now. With Green Lotus Swordswoman here, it wouldn't be so easy for Qi Yaoguang to kill him. Speak. Qi Yaoguang said lightly. One is called the Divine Codex, the Golden Divine Codex, the other is called Ling Jiaojiao. Hearing the first name, Green Lotus Swordswoman was obviously stunned because the Golden Divine Codex was the daughter of the Golden Emperor. She didn't know how Ling Xiao knew about the Divine Codex. But she didn't say anything. On the other side, Qi Yaoguang's expression also changed. Why are you asking about them? Obviously, Qi Yaoguang definitely knew these two people. Nothing, I'm just asking because I've seen her before. Ling Xiao only said that he had seen her before and didn't say anything about their relationship. He still kept a secret. Don't ask. You should know that the Golden Scripture is the daughter of your Golden Emperor. I've seen her before. Qi Yaoguang seemed to be hiding something. As for Ling Jiaojiao, if you still want to live, don't mention her name in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region or the Golden City. After saying that, she suddenly tore through the air and left. With regret and helplessness. She came here for the Great River Star, but in the end, she had to return empty-handed. This is for you. Ling Xiao released the 100,000 people trapped in the Great River Star and threw it to Qi Yaoguang. This thing was completely useless to him. Just treat it as returning a favor to Qi Yaoguang. I, Qi Yaoguang, don't owe you a favor. Something flew over from afar. Ling Xiao reached out to catch it and couldn't help but be overjoyed. It turned out to be a demon beast core, and it was the core of the Nine Heavens glacial dragon. He had just obtained a drop of beast god's blood from Yunfeng's body. Now, he had obtained the Nine Heavens glacial dragon. As long as he could find another drop of beast god's blood, he would be able to cultivate the new 12 divine beast technique. What happened to Sister Jiao Jiao? Why can't I mention her name in the Golden City or the Heavenly Demon Ghost region? Ling Xiao was puzzled. But Ling Jiaojiao was his sister after he reincarnated, and she was the only one who was willing to help him when he was down and out. He couldn't leave Ling Jiaojiao alone. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. He looked at Green Lotus Swordswoman and found that she was also full of confusion. He would naturally explain this matter in detail later. Green Lotus Swordswoman was good to him and was a trustworthy person. Who is that person? Zhang Long asked curiously. Also, what about the other Great River bandits? That woman is called Qi Yaoguang, an expert of the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. She came here for the Great River Star. As for the other Great River bandits, I killed them all. Ling Xiao said casually. Basically, the main targets of this mission were all killed by him. Zhang Long and the others had also killed a few, right? On the other hand, the disciple of the Holy Lord, Lu Qingmeng, who was said to be the strongest, did nothing other than joining forces with Ding to kill him. Boom, suddenly, a bloody aura rushed out from the depths of Great River City. It even broke through the surface of the earth. There, a young man covered in blood stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, isn't it time to settle our grudges? Lu Qingmeng. Eldest senior brother. Everyone looked at Lu Qingmeng in astonishment. Although Lu Qingmeng's cultivation had yet to break through. And he was a perfect 7th divine core warrior. But at this moment, Lu Qingmong's body was covered with blood-red scales and ferocious barbs. The light seemed to have left him. There was only blood in his body. His combat prowess had clearly increased. He was much stronger than the combination of the blood saber and eagle claw. He was very close to breaking through to the heavenly core realm. It could even be said that he was half a step into the heavenly core realm. He wasn't as strong as a true heavenly core warrior, but he was much stronger than all earth core warriors. You actually practice the evil arts of the Great River Bandits. Sword Maiden Green Lotus said with a frown on her face. Humph, as the supervising angel, you won't interfere with the fight between disciples of Fighting Soul Saint City, right? Lu Qingmong let out a cold snort, then he gazed at Sword Maiden Green Lotus indifferently. It was as if his eyes could see through everything. Besides, you've consumed a lot of your strength. And you're even injured. That Xianxia is such an idiot, she actually ran away. But I think with her intelligence, she will figure it out soon. She will definitely come back. Therefore, you should think about what you should do next. You don't have to interfere with our business. Sword Maiden Green Lotus looked at Lu Qingmong. This young man was right about everything. She didn't look injured on the surface, but in fact, her inner core was cracked. Her opponent was very strong. She killed him with brute force, but she was also severely injured. If she didn't fight now, the cracks on her inner core would slowly heal. But, if she chose to fight, it would only cause her injuries to worsen. In the end, her inner core would explode and she would die. Ha ha ha, Lu Qingmong, are you blind? How could Elder Green Lotus be injured? Ling Xiao stood up. With his strength fully recovered, he walked up to Sword Maiden Green Lotus while laughing out loud. He quietly placed a pill into Sword Maiden Green Lotus's hand. Take this, it won't take long for the cracks on your inner core to heal. You don't have to worry about me, I can even kill a heavenly core warrior. Let alone him. Although Ling Xiao had used Rising from the Ashes once, he still had life reversal that he hadn't used yet. If he really couldn't do it, he could use the same trick again. But, after thinking about it, he didn't think it was necessary. No matter how strong Lu Qingmong was, he was just a peak Earth core warrior. There was no way he could overcome that obstacle. He wasn't a heavenly core warrior. He would definitely win. He spoke to her using his soul. Sword Maiden Green Lotus was startled for a second, then she accepted it. After that, she sat down with her legs crossed and started meditating. The sooner she recovered, the less of a threat Xianxia would pose. Alright, Ling Xiao, it's time to settle the score between us. I've been hiding from you for a long time. But I was lucky, I got something good. Next, it will be your doomsday. Lu Qingmong didn't hesitate to turn into a monster, all for the sake of killing Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao make him lose face, but he also made him lose face. He was also his biggest threat. If he wasn't that stupid Ling Xiao, he would be killed. Lu Qingmong, you're crazy, you wanted to team up with City Lord Ding to deal with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't hold you responsible. Now you want to deal with him. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get past me first. Zhang Long thought Ling Xiao would be injured after the fight with Yin Feng, and he would never be Lu Qingmong's match. Therefore, he stood out. Me too. Zhu Xiaohan stood out as well. She stared at Lu Qingmong coldly and said, in this mission, you didn't help us at all, but you still ambushed Ling Xiao. You don't deserve to be our senior disciple. Sigh, we're so embarrassed. Qin Xiuji sighed and stood out as well. That's right, if not for Ling Xiao stopping that river bandit, we would all be dead. One doesn't need to be too great, but one can't be ungrateful. He Mingdi also stood out. I support Ling Xiao. The last one to stand out was Daisy. Only Chen Yu was left in a daze. Since when did Ling Xiao become the backbone of these people? He was even their leader. Although she didn't hate Ling Xiao, she couldn't help Ling Xiao. She could only watch from the sidelines. After all, her brother was killed by Ling Xiao. Good. One by one, you want to betray War Soul Sacred City, betray the Sacred Lord. I think you all want to die. Lu Qingmong suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Zhang Long and the others couldn't resist at all and were instantly sent flying. They fell to the ground and vomited blood while looking in horror. Ling Xiao, run! Zhang Long realized how terrifying Lu Qingmong was. Lu Qingmong's formidable strength had shocked Zhang Long. At this moment, all he could think of was to ask Ling Xiao to run away. Only if Ling Xiao ran away could they have a chance to avenge Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong was no longer a human, she was a monster. Run away? Are you guys misunderstanding something? Ling Xiao laughed. Compared to Yun Feng, this Lu Qingmong is just a piece of trash. If I have to run away from him, how am I going to survive in the future? He gently waved his hand, and the healing pills fell into the hands of the injured men. Go and treat your wounds, it won't take long. Since he came to me, I'll just kill him. Seeing how confident Ling Xiao was, the others looked at each other, but none of them said anything. They swallowed the healing pills and started treating their wounds. I didn't expect you to be a brave man. Lu Qingmong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, too bad, you're too arrogant. You won't get anything good in the end. I should be the one saying that to you. Since you're hiding, you should continue hiding. You're looking for death when you haven't even broken through. Should I say you're stupid? Or should I say you're stupid? Ling Xiao really didn't expect Lu Qingmong to show herself. It saved him a lot of trouble, and he didn't have to waste time looking for her. Ling Xiao, can he really do it? Zhang Long was still worried. What are you afraid of? Don't forget about that. Zhu Xiaohan lowered her voice and said. Zhang Long finally understood. That's right, Ling Xiao had killed Di Ying. Although Di Ying's strength was still weaker than Lu Qingmong's, the difference wasn't that big. Anyway, he hadn't even reached the heavenly core realm yet. As for Ling Xiao killing Yun Feng, because they didn't witness it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Qingyu was curious as well, she had no idea what kind of fortuitous encounter Ling Xiao had. He was able to kill Yun Feng. It was a pity that she couldn't witness the exciting battle just now. But now, the situation was different. She could clearly see Ling Xiao's true strength. He wanted to see what was so special about Ling Xiao that he dared to accept Lu Qingmong's challenge. The battle was about to begin. Ling Xiao did not underestimate his opponent. His body entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. However, he did not use dual swords. He held the East Victory heavenly sword in his hand. To deal with Yun Feng, he needed 2 swords. But to deal with Lu Qingmong, there was no need for that. Actually, he was looking forward to Lu Qingmong giving him some surprises. The stronger Lu Qingmong was, the better it would be for him. The moment the transformation was completed, a terrifying aura was released. In that instant, Zhang Long and the others, who had gradually calmed down, became agitated once more. This aura was too powerful. He actually broke through? This was something they didn't know before. When Ling Xiao arrived here, he was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. But now, he was a mid-6th Divine Core warrior. How on earth did he cultivate? How could it be so fast? Fight, Ling Xiao and Lu Qingmong finally moved. 2 afterimages were crossing each other in the air, and they kept colliding with each other. The energy that leaked out from their collision caused the air to explode with loud noises. The buildings in Great River City were shaking, and cracks kept appearing on them. So fast. Amazing. Are they evenly matched? Judging from the current situation, it seemed like both of them were evenly matched. Neither of them was at a disadvantage. But, everyone knew that their initial attacks were just probing attacks. After a while, Lu Qingmong finally couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's speed. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao was indeed superior. Also, the East Victory heavenly sword in his hand was better than Lu Qingmong's weapon. Saint Hall's blood sword Thousand Shadows. The furious Lu Qingmong had no choice but to unleash his ultimate attack. A blood-red sword energy crazily shot toward Ling Xiao. Innate Celestial Fiend Seal. Slaughterhouse. Ling Xiao wouldn't show any weakness. The East Victory heavenly sword in his hand released a dazzling light. In the entire space, sword energy that was as fine as a cow's hair and that blood-red sword energy kept colliding. The 2 types of sword energy fought in the void. They were in a stalemate. A few minutes later, the 2 sword energy actually cancelled each other out. But judging from the situation, Ling Xiao seemed to have the upper hand. That made everyone feel more at ease, but at the same time, they were also very surprised. They originally didn't quite believe that Ling Xiao killed Yunfeng. They felt that it should be Qi Yaoguang's doing. Therefore, they didn't have much confidence in the battle between Ling Xiao and Lu Qingmong. But looking at it now, the situation seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao's performance was really amazing. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he also seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. Ling Xiao is indeed Ling Xiao. Elder Qinglian's eyes are really sharp. Zhang Long shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thinking about how she had just asked Ling Xiao to escape, she felt a little embarrassed. That's right. Ling Xiao wasn't this strong before, but his growth rate is too fast. With his current strength, no city lord in Fighting Soul Sacred City would be a match for him. In Fighting Soul Sacred City, he's probably the #1 person after the Sacred Lord and the Disciplinary Hall's Great Elder. Zhu Xiaohan's eyes were filled with excitement. Although she knew that her love for Ling Xiao was one-sided, it was just a crush. There would almost never be a result. But she didn't care. Sometimes, having a crush was also a precious memory. Yes, he's definitely the #1 person in Fighting Soul Sacred City. Qin Xiuji and He Ningdi both had the same thought. Thinking about it carefully, when they first came here, they seemed to have mocked Ling Xiao's strength. They would become a burden. However, unknowingly, Ling Xiao had become their pillar of support and even their idol. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. She already knew that she had no hope of revenge. But seeing this, she felt even more hopeless. How could she talk about revenge? Little brother, why did you provoke such a person? These people watched the exciting battle, and Ling Xiao was actually quite satisfied. In the battle with Yunfeng, he was always at a disadvantage, and in the end, he even had to use rising from the ashes to scheme against his opponent. It wasn't satisfying at all. But this battle was different. It was very satisfying. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all. He felt all the cells in his body roaring with joy. Lu Qingmong didn't feel as happy as Ling Xiao. The more he fought, the more unhappy he felt. Ling Xiao was much stronger than before. He miscalculated. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would definitely be able to achieve a crushing victory with his current strength. However, the reality was that he could only fight to a draw with Ling Xiao for the time being. He was even suppressed by his opponent. This didn't make him afraid. Instead, it made him want to kill even more. Because if he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. Ling Xiao's growth was too fast, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before his cultivation would surpass his. He didn't dare to continue waiting. Martial Soul of the Sacred Hall. With a furious roar, Lu Qingmong finally unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul was of a higher grade than most people's. It was a sacred hall. After unleashing his martial soul of the sacred hall, Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a sacred space. In this space, sacred music kept echoing out, and it was able to affect his thoughts. It felt like the sacred light was trying to assimilate his true yuan and his body. It was truly terrifying. But, who was Ling Xiao? Although he didn't unleash his martial soul of Tyrant, his soul was still incredibly powerful. His body was also incredibly strong. An equally powerful force was unleashed from his body, blocking the sacred light. This was him. If it were any other warriors, even if they were at the perfect Earth Core realm, in this sacred hall, they would most likely become Lu Qingmong's puppet. No wonder Lu Qingmong was so arrogant. He also possessed 2 martial souls. The sword martial soul was just a facade, it was only used for combat. The martial soul of the sacred hall was his true trump card. Dark beast, submit to the light, resisting will only make you die a more miserable death. Lu Qingmong still thought of himself as the messenger of light. It seemed like he had forgotten that he had sacrificed himself in order to become stronger. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmong with disdain and said, "You should think about your god of light seeing you like this. Maybe he will die from anger." Bloodthirsty plague. If Lu Qingmong thought that Ling Xiao only had the ability to resist the sacred light, then he was wrong. Ling Xiao wasn't used to being beaten up all the time. Even when facing a mighty warrior like Yunfeng, he was still thinking about how to fight back. Let alone Lu Qingmong. The bloodthirsty plague had obviously become stronger than before. especially after breaking through to the sixth divine core realm. Ling Xiao had noticed this. In the past, as long as someone was stronger than him, they would be able to use a portion of their true yuan to suppress the bloodthirsty plague. But now, most of them couldn't do it. The bloodthirsty plague would constantly corrode their bodies. Even if they tried their best to resist, they could only slow down the rate of corrosion, they couldn't completely suppress it. Blood-red light and pure white light intertwined together. It was a clash of holiness and evil. Zhanlong and the others were dazzled. Is this poison? What a joke. You think I'm poisoned? Lu Qingmong didn't take Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague seriously at all. He thought it was just an ordinary poison. She couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, he only used his true essence to force the red light back. He thought that everything was fine. But he didn't know. The tiny plague was eating away at his body from the inside. He continuously transferred his true essence, qi, and blood into Ling Xiao's body. This process was like a pathological change. At first, he didn't feel it was too serious. By the time he could feel it, it was already an incurable disease. Ling Xiao had modified the bloodthirsty plague based on his experience. In the past, he had used too much medicine, causing the enemy to react strongly and completely suppress the bloodthirsty plague. This was called boiling a frog in warm water. By the time the frog felt the water was hot, it wouldn't be able to jump out. To Ling Xiao, the enemy's underestimation was a blessing. And the fiercer the enemy's attack, the faster and stronger the bloodthirsty plague's damage. Ling Xiao didn't want to give Lu Qingmong a chance to notice. After releasing the bloodthirsty plague, he started to attack. The two of them once again fell into a frenzied battle. Sometimes, it was so fast that Zhanlong and the others couldn't see it clearly. Zhanlong wanted to ask Green Lotus Swordswoman, but he found that she was still healing. He had no choice but to endure. Holy light descends, purify evil, holy light sword. Although the blood pool's energy made Lu Qingmong stronger, he was still a martial artist from the Heaven Holy Land. The martial arts techniques he learned were all brought from the Heaven Holy Land. Therefore, at the critical moment, it was still these martial arts techniques. The power of this move was extremely strong. It had already reached the level of a peak 7th level Emperor martial arts technique. Even Qi Yaoguang's subordinates couldn't use this martial arts technique. The moment the holy light descends, Ling Xiao felt like he was looking at birdmen with wings on their backs. These birdmen held holy swords and released white sword light towards him. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Holding the East Victory Sky Sword, he attacked without fear. Innate Fiend God Seal, 10,000 beasts become one. With the enhancement of the East Victory Sky Sword, the power of Ling Xiao's move was almost at the peak of the 7th level Emperor martial arts technique. If Zhanlong and the others were worried about Ling Xiao before, at this moment, there was no longer any trace of worry on their faces. Because Ling Xiao's face was blooming with a confident smile from the beginning. And this sword directly destroyed Lu Qingmong's holy light sword. The bloody light was so strong that it almost filled the entire holy hall. Too strong. Is this Ling Xiao? I feel like he's just toying with Lu Qingmong. Hanajiku couldn't help but say. This girl didn't speak often, but when she did, she would get to the point. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Ling Xiao is getting stronger and stronger in this battle. But Lu Qingmong's power seems to be weakening, and the speed isn't slow. Zhu Xiaohan also analyzed. It must be the work of that bloody light. Zhanlong said, Ling Xiao, this brat, actually has this kind of skill. It's really amazing. Lu Qingmong's face became more and more gloomy. It was even a little pale. He suddenly felt that his qi seemed to have disappeared by a lot. His qi and blood couldn't keep up with his usage. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this moment, he was much weaker than before. One had to know that he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao even when he was at his strongest. Let alone now. He was scared. You monster. Lu Qingmong finally realized that Ling Xiao wasn't a genius or a monster at all. He was a monster. A freak, an existence that couldn't be judged with common sense. I'm honored that you can call me that, but unfortunately, you can't arouse my interest now. Because you've consumed too much, you've become too weak. A battle with you can no longer bring me any benefits. If I want to kill you, you won't object, right? To be honest, Ling Xiao was starting to regret using the bloodthirsty rat plague. The bloodthirsty rat plague was too heaven-defying, and its ability to weaken his enemies was even more terrifying than before. There was no need to use it against someone like Lu Qingmong. Because of that, he couldn't arouse his interest anymore. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Lu Qingmong suddenly laughed out wildly. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? While laughing, Lu Qingmong crushed his own inner core. He didn't use it to self-destruct, he used it to attack. This was a common technique used by divine core warriors to perish together with their enemies. Lu Qingmong knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao right now. But, he couldn't stand it anymore. He had to kill Ling Xiao, even if he had to become a cripple. What's going on? Is Lu Qingmong crazy? Why is he using his core to unleash his full strength? Doesn't he know that even if he can defeat Ling Xiao by doing this, he will become a cripple? Qin Yu said in surprise. It's not that he's crazy, Ling Xiao is just too strong, that's why he had no choice but to do this. If not, there's no way he can defeat Ling Xiao. Zhang Long said with a frown on his face. He had just calmed down a moment ago, but now his heart was in his throat again. After all, if a warrior like Lu Qingmong really wanted to fight with his life on the line, it would be very frightening. I never expected Ling Xiao to be so strong. Daisy murmured to herself. Right at this moment, Sword Maiden Azure Lotus opened her eyes as well. A joyful expression could be seen in her eyes. Ling Xiao's growth was much better than she had imagined. The bloodthirsty plague was used at the perfect time. Unknowingly, he had caused his enemy to lose a huge amount of combat strength. Amazing, a genius like this, once he grew up, let alone the Black Tortoise continent, perhaps the entire mystic world would tremble because of him. Senior disciple Zhang Long, I'm worried that Ling Xiao won't be able to stop him. Using this method to fight, Lu Qingmong's combat strength will instantly reach the early heavenly core realm. I'm afraid Ling Xiao is in danger. Zhu Xiaohan said anxiously. It's equivalent to the early heavenly core realm, but it's still not the heavenly core realm. Don't worry too much. Zhang Long shook his head and said, furthermore, all we can do now is pray for him. In this situation, there's nothing we can do to change anything. Besides, we still have Elder Azure Lotus. If Ling Xiao is really in danger, I believe he'll help. Zhu Xiaohan looked at Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and finally let out a sigh of relief. If there was anyone here who could save Ling Xiao from danger at this critical moment, it would be that person. It could only be Sword Maiden Azure Lotus. No one else could do it. Lu Qingmong, why do you have to do this? Zhang Long let out a sigh. They were after all from the same sect, and at this moment, he too felt slightly sad. He felt that Lu Qingmong was too impulsive. How could he have known that the main culprit who caused Lu Qingmong to become like this was his master, the Holy Lord Di Tuatian? Can't you come up with something new? The Niden was such a precious thing, yet he detonated it just like that. TSK, looks like you've really run out of tricks. Facing everything that Lu Qingmong had done, Ling Xiao remained absolutely calm. He had seen this kind of attack before. Therefore, he was not surprised. He was just a little disappointed in Lu Qingmong, this so-called genius. Whether it's a new trick or not, it's enough to kill you. At this moment, Lu Qingmong naturally wouldn't listen to anything Ling Xiao said. He wanted to die together with Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. Even if he had to die, he would not hesitate. Back then, the sacred leader had rescued him from the wilderness and brought him back to fighting Soul Sacred City. The mission given to him by the Holy Lord was to kill Ling Xiao. If he couldn't even do this, then, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the sacred leader? Wouldn't that be a failure? As a proud person, he couldn't accept such a failure. His blood-red eyes revealed the cruelest expression in the world. You must die. Lu Qingmong roared. There's no need to be so loud. We'll see who lives and who dies later. You won't get the upper hand just because you're loud. Ling Xiao realized that Lu Qingmong was going all out. But he didn't care. He also took out the Dongxing demon sword. the Dongxing Heaven sword in his right hand and the Dongxing Demon sword in his left. The domineering and demonic aura once again enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like an unparalleled demon god. Everyone could feel his terrifying battle intent. Lu Qingmong's expression didn't change. He had already given up everything, including his life. What was there to be afraid of? Violent inner energy began to surge into the weapon in his hand. The sacred sword, the sword of light, flashed with two colors, blood red and white. It seemed to be fusing. Let me show you the true might of the Sacred Palace. Sacred Palace wasn't just the name of his martial soul. It was the martial skill that Lu Qingmong had been cultivating with all his might. But too bad, this martial skill was an 8th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, and only those who had reached the 8th grade Divine Core Realm could use it. This was the reason why he hadn't used it yet. But now, he had detonated his inner core, releasing all the inner energy within. All of it was used to form this skill. Even the energy within the blood pool was used. The white sacred palace slowly turned blood red. But it still emitted a holy aura. It was contradictory, but at the same time, unified. This skill is the fusion of my ultimate martial skill and the energy of the blood pool. Are you still not going to die, blood sacred palace, holy land? The sword in his hand shattered. It fused with the sacred palace martial soul. The blood-red sacred palace had assimilated the sky and the earth. The entire world had turned blood red. Holy music kept ringing out from the sacred palace. Zhan Long and the others quickly backed off. Because when they heard the music, they felt like kneeling down before Lu Qingmong. The feeling of obeying Lu Qingmong's orders. It was a terrifying feeling. It made it hard for them to calm down. After unleashing this skill, Lu Qingmong fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He had used all of his strength to unleash this skill. If he couldn't succeed, he would have completely failed today. But, he believed he could succeed. This skill had used all of his combat strength. It would be strange if Ling Xiao could withstand it. The strength of the blood sacred palace was still growing. It was as if it was absorbing all the energy around it. The terrifying and oppressive feeling made Ling Xiao furrow his brows. But, he didn't think too much about it. He was still focusing on forming his skill. Blood Heavenly Drill Rat, and it was a fully matured Blood Heavenly Drill Rat. The aura of blood and slaughter gathered around his swords. The true energy in his body crazily surged into the swords like a tidal wave. Zhan Long and the others were staring at this scene. A bell rang within the blood sacred palace. A dazzling light fell from the sky, but no one could see what it was. But Zhan Long and the others directly knelt on the ground. Only Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ling Xiao remained standing. Even though Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. But, he still held on. The beast god martial soul behind him was roaring. It was a crazy roar. As if it was resisting that terrifying pressure. It's a pity for Lu Qingmong. Green Lotus Swordswoman sighed. Even she had to admit that Lu Qingmong was definitely a talent. If she was killed by Ling Xiao, it would be a huge loss for the Golden Sky region. This skill was too powerful. Martial artists of the same cultivation level couldn't resist at all. She gently waved her hand, and Zhan Long and the others stood up again. The pressure was reduced. Elder Green Lotus, can Ling Xiao block it? Zhan Long asked worriedly. Of course. Green Lotus Swordswoman was very confident. This was because she felt an even more terrifying power from Ling Xiao's body. Boom, that blood-red light finally exploded. A knight appeared in the sky. It was a true knight. A blood-red armor covered his entire body. A pair of blood-red wings grew out of his back. He was 4 to 5 meters tall, holding a long sword in his hand and another long sword at his waist. His cold eyes revealed a feeling of looking down on all living things. At the same time, the blood chi on Ling Xiao's 2 swords had already condensed into the image of the blood-drilling rat. The will to kill roared in the entire space. The sacred hall seemed to be about to collapse because of this. Facing the extremely terrifying Blood Templar Knight, Ling Xiao's heart was strangely calm. He was strangely confident. The souls of the 2 swords had also merged their power into the blood-drilling rat. It made the blood-drilling rat let out a satisfied roar. Ling Xiao felt that what he was holding in his hands was no longer a sword. It was a vicious beast that could even drill through the sky. Zhanlong and the others watched quietly. They felt their hearts beating faster and faster. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so strong that he could face Lu Qingmong's all-out attack, and the power to resist? At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have broken away from the category of human and turned into a god. A god that could make vicious beasts bow their heads and listen to him, as the energy continued to condense. The blood continued to fuse. The blood-drilling rat's appearance became more and more realistic. And more ferocious. Too shocking, for Zhanlong and the others, this was simply a battle of two different dimensions. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Lu Qingmong, they were both beyond their imagination. As mentioned before, the 12 Divine Beasts technique didn't have any fixed moves. If one had to describe it, there was only one move, shapeshifting attack. It could borrow the power of the 12 Divine Beasts to attack the enemy. However, this move could become stronger as Ling Xiao continued to grow stronger. This was the strength of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Evil Beast. Seeing the blood-drilling rat's appearance, the Blood Templar Knight suddenly roared. A violent aura swept through the entire sacred hall. The sacred hall's buildings began to collapse. Bloody Knights, kill him! Kill Ling Xiao! Lu Qingmong lay there, madly shouting with all her remaining strength. Ling Xiao looked at the Bloody Knight coldly. He was indeed very strong. He was almost as strong as Yin Feng. But in the end, he was just about to reach that level, so he wasn't afraid. Go, blood heaven-piercing rat, use your blood to devour that traitor of the Templar Hall. Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Ling Xiao's sun god position erupted with the aura of a god. And in that world of slaughter, blood light soared into the sky. The condensed blood heavenly drill rat instantly grew in size, almost turning into a monster that blotted out the sky. The huge underground world was about to be filled up. Roar! The crimson blood drill rat let out a huge roar and charged out. It contained the most terrifying killing intent. With a bloody aura that filled the sky, he rushed towards the blood-colored Holy Knight. The Templar Knight suddenly thrust out his spear. Holy light gushed out from the spear. But in the next moment, the holy light was contaminated. It was completely enveloped and eroded by a bloody mist. The blood heavenly drill rat actually bit the blood-colored Holy Knight's body. He frantically waved his hands and punched the soles of his feet. He let out a shrill scream. So what if it was holy light, so what if it was a god? It still couldn't resist the terrifying beast, because the Black Tortoise continent belonged to the beast god. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the arrogant Templar Knight was completely swallowed by the blood heavenly drill rat. It instantly transformed into Ling Xiao's power. The Templar Hall began to collapse. But the blood heavenly drill rat didn't complete its mission and still pounced towards Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong must die. This was Ling Xiao's will, not only because Lu Qingmong saw him kill Diying. More importantly, Lu Qingmong really wanted to kill him. Since she wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to be polite. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let Lu Qingmong completely disappear from this world. Too powerful. Zhanlong stood up, somewhat excited. It was finally going to end. Although he sympathized with Lu Qingmong, he wouldn't plead for mercy. Lu Qingmong had the time to hide, he even had the time to return to fighting Soul Sacred City. But he didn't, he chose to kill Ling Xiao. He even destroyed his own inner core. It was all a lie, he deserved to die, no one could help him, no one could save him, he could only watch as the blood-colored Holy Knight was easily torn apart by Ling Xiao's attack. Even the Templar Hall collapsed. Lu Qingmong was completely dumbfounded. How much did he believe in his attack? He even thought that even a heavenly core warrior wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. But too bad, he thought too much. He thought too highly of himself. Was he going to die? At this moment, Lu Qingmong couldn't even move, let alone dodge or defend. His heart sank into complete despair. The gap between them was too big. He thought that Ling Xiao was weaker than him, but in fact, the gap between him and Ling Xiao was huge. He even felt that Ling Xiao hadn't used his true strength yet. There was still a terrifying energy in Ling Xiao's body. Once that energy was unleashed, he would die a horrible death. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to use his last Templar Hall. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Lu Qingmong didn't want to die. Even at this point, he still wanted to live. I'm from the heavenly sacred land, I'm the one who represents light. I can't die, never, Ling Xiao, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Although Lu Qingmong was exhausted, he still screamed crazily. Suddenly, Yun Xiao appeared. She didn't attack Sword Maiden Green Lotus, but instead, she pounced towards Lu Qingmong. She wanted to save Lu Qingmong. You finally showed up? The Green Lotus swordswoman's lips curled into a smile. I told you to leave obediently. Don't come back. But you didn't listen. Now, I'll send you to your death. As she spoke, she released a beam of Green Lotus sword chi. Yun Xiao was shocked. Impossible, aren't you injured? Yun Xiao panicked. She hurriedly turned around and fled. She wanted to save Lu Qingmong, but now she gave up. This woman was quite good at running away, even the Green Lotus sword chi couldn't catch up to her. But in this short delay, the blood-drilling rat had already landed on Lu Qingmong's body. Lu Qingmong was reduced to ashes. He was completely killed. No one knew that in the distant heavenly sacred land, a certain supreme existence suddenly opened his eyes while meditating. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that the light seed I painstakingly nurtured would be killed. Who is it that can do this? There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. No matter who it was, they dared to destroy my light seed and injure me. The light seed was created by this heaven-sacred land expert with his own blood and sweat. Then, it was directly injected into the unborn child. Once the child was born, it would be occupied by the light seed. It would become one of his clones. Then, it would slowly grow. The experience it absorbed would also be obtained by his main body. Lu Qingmong's light seed was growing well, although it wasn't the best one. But it also had the opportunity to cultivate in the Golden City. This way, it wouldn't be long before the heaven-sacred land ruled over the Golden Sky region. However, the sudden appearance of this fellow completely disrupted his rhythm. He even ruined his plan. It was as if the beautiful and outstanding daughter that he had painstakingly raised was ruined by a scoundrel. That kind of grievance, that kind of depression, it was really unbearable. But of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. After killing Lu Qingmong, he was in a good mood. Ling Xiao, your performance this time was really outstanding. I will report everything to the higher-ups. But I need to remind you. Let's not talk about the Golden City, just the 3,000 sacred cities. You're already at the top of the 1 billion disciples. You're a powerful character. But you also need to understand that Lu Qingmong's best ranking was only 500. In other words, even if you defeated Lu Qingmong, there are still hundreds of young disciples who are stronger than you. You must guard against arrogance and rashness. The Golden City will give you priority based on your results this time. But you have to be in the top 3 for that to be possible. You have to know that the Golden City only selects one disciple from the 3,000 sacred cities every year. Green Lotus swordswoman's words were naturally because she was worried that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. After all, this time's battle against the Great River Bandits was a complete victory. It was hard for people to not be arrogant. She needed to remind Ling Xiao in advance, so that Ling Xiao wouldn't make a mistake in the future. Don't worry, Elder Green Lotus, I know what to do. Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't be arrogant, because he had encountered stronger enemies. He also knew that he had to continue to become stronger to be able to save the people he wanted to save. Arrogance, that didn't exist, facing the powerful Eternal Palace and Savage Beast region. He couldn't be arrogant even if he wanted to. That's good. You can return to fighting Soul Sacred City first. I will protect you from the shadows. Green Lotus swordswoman smiled. Although there shouldn't be any danger here. However, since the mission had been completed, there was no need for him to stay. After she finished speaking, Green Lotus swordswoman disappeared. Ling Xiao smiled and asked everyone to leave. The current him had become the leader of these people. Especially after killing Lu Qingmong, his prestige also reached the peak. This was a huge change. One had to know that when they first arrived, Ling Xiao was even thought to be the guy who was most likely to drag them down. But now, not only did he not drag them down, he even became the strongest. If not for Ling Xiao, this quest would not have been completed. Everyone chatted excitedly as they hurried along. After completing the mission, everyone was in a good mood for a short moment of relaxation. Ling Xiao, have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the Holy Lord? Zhanlong asked worriedly. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. What am I afraid of? Furthermore, as long as you don't say anything, who will know it was me who killed Diying and Lu Qingmeng? Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal at all. That so-called Holy Lord was only at the 8th Divine Core realm. Although he might not have a chance to win right now, escaping wasn't a problem for him. Who could do anything to him? Not to mention, he had Green Lotus Swordswoman, Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun behind him. He didn't need to worry at all. You're right. Zhanlong was no longer worried. If anyone dares to say anything, I, Zhanlong, will be the first to teach them a lesson. The group continued their journey. The way back was similar to the way they came. They returned to the coordinates they came from, and then opened the portal to go back. The portal was opened by a talisman. Ling Xiao got this talisman from Diying. On the way back to fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao kept thinking about what Qi Yaoguang said. The Golden Divine Codex and Ling Jiaojiao might have encountered some trouble in the Heavenly Demon and Ghost region. Although he wasn't sure about this trouble. But he had to make a trip to that place. If he didn't know where the Golden Divine Codex and Ling Jiaojiao were, he wouldn't be in a hurry. But now that he knew, he couldn't waste any more time. Since he had a powerful backer, he could go to the Golden City if he wanted to. Not to mention the Heavenly Devil Ghost region. The Heavenly Devil Ghost region covered a huge area, almost the same as the Golden Heavenly region. There should be a core place there. It seemed to be the Heavenly Devil City. As for other places, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Even if he couldn't go anywhere, no one could deal with him. After he was done with the things at hand, he prepared to leave. The mission carried out by the 3,000 sacred cities wasn't simple. There were many casualties. Some sacred cities were completely annihilated. Most of the sacred cities didn't manage to complete the mission. What Fighting Soul Sacred City did this time was actually one of the best. Although many of their disciples died. But the mission was completed beautifully. They saved 100,000 people, and eliminated the pirates. With this result, even if they weren't first place, they were definitely in the top 10. The moment they came out of the teleportation gate, they saw the black mass of people outside the Fighting Soul Sacred City. This was to welcome their triumphant return. Because the results were good, everyone had a smile on their faces. Today, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was out in full force. It was unknown how many years had passed since they had obtained such good results. Even Di Tuatian seemed to have forgotten about the death of his disciple, and his face was full of smiles. Sacred Lord, City Lord, General, Commander, and many ordinary disciples. Even the 3 old guys from the punishment hall were here. They still didn't know what happened during the mission. Ling Xiao sighed. If the Sacred Lord knew that his 4 most valued disciples were all dead. One of them was a spy of the Great River Bandits, how would he feel? It would be best if he died of anger, and he didn't have to do anything. And the 3 elders of the punishment hall, they had always wanted him to die. This time, he came back alive. The other party would be very disappointed. Of course, most people didn't know that Ling Xiao was the main contributor to this mission. The others were all just bystanders. They were still looking for Lu Qingmeng and the others in the crowd. When Ling Xiao and the others came closer, the 3rd elder of the punishment hall walked out. He looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, I didn't expect a trash like you to still be alive. This time, you must be basking in the glory of others, right? You still have the face to walk at the front, don't you know how to write the word shame? Xing Wu, what are you doing? Since the mission was completed, Ling Xiao is also one of the contributors. What's going on here? Why are you questioning me so fiercely the moment you arrive? Jiang Nan wasn't happy with what Xing Wu said. Currently, Jiang Nan had broken through to the early 8th Divine Core realm. However, she didn't show it off. She had been hiding her true strength. But, with the increase in her cultivation base, she was confident. Her current cultivation base was all thanks to Ling Xiao's pills. Naturally, she had to protect her disciple with all her strength. Hero? Ha 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 ha, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? The second elder of the law enforcement palace stood out while laughing, but, today is a happy day. I, Xing Hu, am too lazy to argue with you. Where is Qingmeng? He is the biggest hero of this mission. We have already prepared the best banquet to welcome him back. Not only Xing Wu and Xing Hu, even the other warriors didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes. The only ones who could still protect Ling Xiao were the people from Jiangnan Palace. I'm sorry, Lu Qingmeng is dead. Ling Xiao looked at Xing Hu with a mocking expression. Biggest hero? That bastard Lu Qingmeng has caused us a lot of trouble in completing the mission. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Xing Hu furiously said. On the other hand, the Holy Lord Di Tuatian's expression became even uglier. Not only did Ling Xiao say Lu Qingmeng was dead, he also said Lu Qingmeng had affected the progress of the mission. This wasn't a good thing. Not only was it a slap to his face, it might even affect his position as the Holy Lord. Ling Xiao, speak clearly. Di Tuatian coldly said. That's right, it's not up to you to speak nonsense. All the others were furious. Jiang Nan was surprised as well. Lu Qingmeng was dead, this was too unexpected. What's there to say? Not only is Lu Qingmeng dead, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, and Gui Li are all dead. Oh, and that Immobilian, she's dead as well. Ling Xiao said with disdain, speaking of which, the losses in this mission are really bad. While speaking, his eyes were staring at Di Tuatian's face. He wanted to see how Di Tuatian's expression would change. Although Di Tuatian was a man with great self-restraint, he knew how to endure. But, when he heard what Jiang Nan said, he was furious. Boom, a terrifying aura was released from his body. Many of the ordinary disciples nearby were sent flying. All of these ordinary disciples were divine core warriors. Some even fainted from the shock. It was enough to show how terrifying Di Tuatian was. Sacred Lord, don't be angry. These people are all trash. That Guili is a spy of the Great River Bandits. Not only will his death not have any negative impact on fighting Soul Sacred City, it will only make us stronger. Ling Xiao continued to speak as if he could not see Di Tuatian's anger. Zhan Long. What's going on? Di Tuatian roared. Reporting to the Holy Lord, the details are simply too complicated. In short, what Ling Xiao said was true. That ghostly almost led us into a trap, causing us to be completely annihilated. Fortunately, junior brother Ling's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he saw through this person's identity. That's how we managed to avoid the crisis. However, Lu Qingmeng didn't believe junior brother Ling's words and trusted Ghostly, causing us to be trapped. It was junior brother Ling who saved us again. However, not only were Lu Qingmeng, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan ungrateful, they even ambushed junior brother Ling while he was fighting with the Great River Bandits. In the end, Bai Luo and Huang Quan died in the trap. Lu Qingmeng was also killed by the Great River Bandits. What Zhan Long said was both true and false. Of course, he wouldn't easily tell them that Ling Xiao killed Lu Qingmeng. Once he told them, Di Tuatian wouldn't be reasonable, he would just attack. This is impossible. Di Tuatian roared. Many people were so scared that they knelt down. However, those who returned in triumph were standing firm. After being suppressed by the Green Lotus Swordswoman, this holy master didn't seem to be much. Sacred Lord, it's all true. He Mingdi, Qin Xiuji, Zhu Xiaohan, and Hanajiku all said at the same time. Only Qin Yu didn't say anything, but she didn't refute either. Although they all knew it was a lie. No one could expose it. Once it was exposed, not only would Ling Xiao be in trouble. Even they would be implicated because of this. Not only were they saved by Ling Xiao, they didn't want to betray Ling Xiao, they would also be implicated. They weren't stupid enough to tell the truth. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where's Diying? Where's Diying? Wasn't he the leader? Why is he missing as well? Don't tell me even Diying is dead. Di Tuatian was on the verge of exploding in anger. That's right, the leader was accidentally betrayed by that traitor Guili, and he fell into the enemy's trap. He was killed by the Great River Bandits. That Great River Bandits is a heavenly core warrior. Even City Lord Diying is no match for him. Zhang Long made up his mind and lied until the end. How did Diying die? Only 3 people knew the truth. One of them was Ling Xiao, and the other 2 were Zhang Long and Zhu Xiaohan. If they didn't say anything, the truth would never be exposed. Since Zhang Long had lied, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He was still no match for Di Tuatian, and he couldn't hide the truth for long. He would hide it for as long as he could. Once he rose to power, even if Di Tuatian knew the truth, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I can't believe even Mayor Di is dead. Everyone was shocked. Just how terrifying was the enemy this time? It was a miracle that these people could complete the mission. Great River Bandits. Humph. Di Tuatian believed Zhang Long. Because he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to kill Diying with his strength. Saint Lord, you don't have to be so angry. The Great River Bandits dug their own graves. We've killed all of them. This is the body of the Great River Bandits, Yun Feng. Ling Xiao took out the body from the Dongxing Emperor ring and threw it out. It caused an uproar. You killed him? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. Even though she thought she knew Ling Xiao the best, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to kill Yun Feng. I just played a little trick. It's not my true strength. Ling Xiao said modestly. It doesn't matter if you're a little despicable when dealing with people like him. It's good that you've won. Jiang Nan said excitedly, you all saw it. My disciple, Ling Xiao, is the biggest contributor to this mission. What else do you have to say for looking down on him? No one dared to utter a word. Xing Wu and Xing Hu, who were arrogant before, shut their mouths. Even Sacred Master Di Tuatian couldn't refute. Alright, there's no need to say anything more, you've completed the mission and performed well. However, it's also a fact that you didn't protect your teammates. There's no need for a celebration. Let's go. Di Tuatian only had one thought now, which was to immediately send people to investigate what happened during the mission. He felt that there was something fishy going on. He even suspected that the supervising angel, Green Lotus Swordswoman, had interfered. Otherwise, Ling Xiao alone wouldn't have been able to do it. Even if he had used some unconventional means, he wouldn't have been able to kill Yun Feng. Sacred Master, you're too stingy. Isn't that too disappointing? Ling Xiao said coldly, the 3,000 holy cities have a great disparity in strength. It wasn't easy for our fighting soul sacred city to be ranked above average. If we complete this mission successfully, our ranking will definitely go up. You cancelled the celebration banquet because your disciple died in battle. Let me ask you, do you really deserve to be a sacred lord? The competition between the 3,000 holy cities was very fierce. According to the rules of the Golden City, wars could even break out between the holy cities. They could annex or destroy other holy cities. The total number of the 3,000 holy cities would not change, but some would become stronger and some would be destroyed. New holy cities would be born. The completion of this mission was only a small test for the competition between the 3,000 holy cities. However, this test did allow Fighting Soul Sacred City to achieve a breakthrough. Ling Xiao was just unhappy with the Sacred Lord and those who targeted him. He did not have much resentment toward Fighting Soul Sacred City. Even the day he stepped into Fighting Soul Sacred City, he treated it as his home. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to complete the mission this time. After knowing Green Lotus Swordswoman, he could have directly asked her to let him enter the Golden City through the back door. There was no need to take Fighting Soul Sacred City seriously. However, he did not do that. Firstly, he did not have the habit. Secondly, he still had feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Especially those people in Jiangnan Palace, they were very good to him. I also think that Ling Xiao is right. Since the Sacred Lord does not want to hold this celebration banquet, Jiangnan Palace will take care of it. Jiangnan said lightly, everyone has worked hard. Feel free to come to Jiangnan Palace to eat and drink. I will pay for all the expenses today. When she was not strong enough, Jiangnan never had any improper thoughts. However, now that she had broken through, she also had a different view of Di Tuatian. A person like Di Tuatian was not qualified to continue being the sacred lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. It was not because of what happened today, but because Di Tuatian had always only poached the obedient disciples to his side. As for the rest, he did not care at all. If you were just a city lord, it would not matter. However, if you were the sacred lord, this would not do. Xianxia also wanted to be the sacred lord. When she was strong enough, she would naturally consider this. It was necessary to win over these outstanding people who had returned after completing this mission. Di Tuatian didn't want it, but she did. Whoever dares to attend Jiangnan Palace Hall's celebration banquet can forget about becoming my disciple in the future. As for those who are already my disciples, immediately scram. Di Tuatian had steeled his heart. Ha ha ha, Di Tuatian, you don't seem to be as impressive as before. How did a puny little city lord make you so embarrassed? Suddenly, a loud laugh came from afar. Everyone turned to look in surprise. A white-haired old man brought a few young people with him as he flew through the air. By Jianhai. When Di Tuatian saw this person, his face turned gloomy. The newcomer was the Holy Lord of Sword Spirit Sacred City, by Jianhai. He was slightly stronger than Di Tuatian. The young man behind by Jianhai had higher cultivation than the disciples of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The strongest among them had touched the edge of the heavenly core realm, and he might break through at any moment. As for the other three, they were all at the complete earth core realm. Their strength was not any weaker than the leaders of the Great River Bandits. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao in Fighting Soul Sacred City, the overall strength of Fighting Soul Sacred City would be no match for these guys. Bai Jianhai's sudden arrival made Di Tuatian ignore Jiangnan's words. He looked at the white-haired old man coldly and asked, Bai Jianhai, why are you here in Fighting Soul Sacred City? Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Your Fighting Soul Sacred City has always been above my Sword Spirit Sacred City, you've even killed many of my disciples. Even the previous Saint Lord of my Sword Spirit Sacred City died at your hands. Now, our Sword Spirit Sacred City is ranked within the top 500. This time, my new disciple has completed the mission given to him by the higher-ups in one fell swoop. I'm sure it won't be a problem for him to be ranked within the top 300. Don't you know why I'm here in Fighting Soul Sacred City? Are you here to show off? Di Tuatian sneered and said, too bad you've come to the wrong place. This time, our Fighting Soul Sacred City has also completed the mission perfectly. Our Fighting Soul Sacred City's ranking will definitely be within the top 500. Although we're still not as good as your Sword Spirit Sacred City, we're not far behind. You want to slap my face? Ridiculous. Di Tuatian didn't expect that he would have to rely on Ling Xiao to gain face for himself. That kind of feeling wasn't very good. But he had to do it. Because if he didn't do it, he would be ridiculed by this guy called by Jianhai until he couldn't show his face. How is that possible? I heard that your disciple Lu Qingmong was killed by the Great River Bandits. How did you complete the mission? Bai Jianhai didn't just come here to humiliate Di Tuatian. He wanted to use this opportunity to destroy Fighting Soul Sacred City. However, this accident caught him off guard. He had only heard that Di Tuatian's 4 disciples were dead. He came here in a hurry and didn't even investigate clearly. Bai Jianhai, my Fighting Soul Sacred City doesn't only have the Holy Lord's disciples. Jiangnan soared into the air and looked at Bai Jianhai coldly. If she wanted to become the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, she had to perform well. This was also the request of Sword Maiden Qinglian. Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to talk to this Holy Lord? Bai Jianhai sneered, then he waved his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave. In his mind, Jiangnan was just the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. There was no way she could block his attack. Even if she didn't die, she would be severely injured. However, what happened next shocked him greatly. Jiangnan lightly waved her hand and shattered Bai Jianhai's attack. Is this how the Holy Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City should behave? Jiangnan said coldly. Heavenly Core Realm. Seeing Jiangnan's performance, everyone was shocked. Since when did the Fighting Soul Saint City have another Heavenly Core Warrior? No wonder this girl dared to talk back to me. But, how did she do it? Di Tuatian furrowed his brows. He didn't look happy at all. Bai Jianhai's expression became even worse. He was Alone, obviously he was no match for Di Tuatian and Jiang Nan. Great, fighting Soul Sacred City is really surprising. Bai Jianhai didn't attack again, but he was anxious. Although there were peak Earth Core warriors in Sword Soul Sacred City, breaking through to the Heavenly Core realm wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Bai Jianhai looked down at the crowd. Suddenly, he looked at Ling Xiao. Di Tuatian, let's settle our past grudges in the future. But today, I have to ask someone for you. Who? Di Tuatian asked. If he could avoid fighting with Bai Jianhai, Di Tuatian would be more than willing to do so. It's him. Bai Jianhai suddenly pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and said, this guy, he killed someone from my Bai family. I only want him, then I can leave. What do you think? Di Tuatian furrowed his brows. Although Di Tuatian didn't like Ling Xiao very much, Ling Xiao was a meritorious minister. Moreover, he was the future backbone of fighting Soul Sacred City. Was it really good to give him to Bai Jianhai? But on second thought, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to become one of his people. Since that was the case, it was better to do Bai Jianhai a favor. This way, he could clean up the disobedient disciples and also make Jiang Nan more obedient. If you have the ability to take him away, then take him away. Di Tuatian's words were a bit ambiguous. He deliberately said this so as not to embarrass himself too much. A mere little disciple, Bai Jianhai, can't take him away? Bai Jianhai sneered, then looked at someone and said, Koi, this is the enemy you have been looking for. Now he is here. Go and capture him alive. Yes. From behind Bai Jianhai, a graceful woman walked out. The woman was dressed in red and looked very handsome. It caused many disciples of fighting Soul Sacred City to drool. Ling Xiao, do you still remember me? Koi looked at Ling Xiao with a cold expression. Who are you? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Bastard, did you forget me? In the immemorial divine tomb, I am the daughter of myriad country dragon mother, Koi King. The woman said angrily. Koi King? You actually came to the 4 major regions, I didn't expect that. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Back in the immemorial divine tomb, Koi King had clearly been killed by him. In the entire myriad country, only Dragon Shark King was his brother. He didn't expect Koi King to still be alive. It seemed that she had some fortuitous encounter and her cultivation had reached the perfect Earth Core realm. She was very strong. You didn't expect it, right? Back then, you tormented our myriad country enough. Now, it's time for me to take revenge. Koi had a deep obsession with Ling Xiao. Because of an accident, her corpse was brought to Sword Soul Sacred City. But after a fortuitous encounter, not only was she resurrected, but her strength also increased greatly. Compared to before, it was simply a world of difference. Ling Xiao could sense the aura of another person from the Koi's body. He must have obtained another person's inner core and martial soul. That was why his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had done this before, using this method to help his own people. Therefore, he understood the Koi's situation the best. This woman could be considered extremely lucky. If he continued to develop like this, the future might be quite good. But why did this idiot want to provoke him? Ling Xiao sighed and said, the past is the past. Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should thank the heavens for giving you a chance to live. Instead of chasing after him and demanding revenge. Your brother, the Dragon Shark King, is now my brother. Can you not do it? Humph, are you afraid? The Koi King coldly snorted and arrogantly said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Why did he encounter such an idiot? Alright, since you want to die, let's do it. Ling Xiao was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. Ling Xiao, be more respectful to the Koi. That's right, such a beautiful woman, you shouldn't have such an attitude. It seemed like there were some fans of the Koi in fighting Soul Saint City. Hearing Ling Xiao being disrespectful to the Koi, they immediately shouted, not feeling ashamed at all. Junior brother Ling, this Koi is not easy to deal with. She hasn't been in Sword Soul Saint City for long, but she has improved rapidly, and is known as the second genius of Sword Soul Saint City. She is second only to her senior sister Lin Chuyan. Leng Qiuyan, why did he hear this familiar name again? If he hadn't seen the koi, Ling Xiao probably wouldn't have connected Leng Qiuyan with the old Leng Qiuyan. Leng Qiuyan had once controlled Dark Frost, the true controller of Soul Palace. This woman was only left with a soul. During the battle, no one knew if she had died or not. She was here, and she was staying in Sword Soul Saint City with the Koi King. Judging from this, Leng Qiuyan was even scarier than the Koi King. Could she be a heavenly core warrior? Fuck, if that was the case, this Leng Qiuyan must have possessed the body of a super strong warrior. Ling Xiao, did you hear that? Senior sister Leng Qiuyan and I are the children of legends of the 3000 Saint City. How dare you look down on me? The Koi King stared at Ling Xiao coldly, showing a disdainful expression. I don't care if you are the children of legends, you are not disciples of Golden City, why are you so arrogant? Ling Xiao said with disdain. The Koi King wasn't angry, he said with a smile, although I am not a disciple of Golden City yet, I will be soon. Of course, senior sister Qiuyan is scarier than me. This time, our Sword Soul Saint City's mission is to face the bloodthirsty sect, who are on par with the Great River Bandits. They have done some shady things in the Western Kingdom. Senior sister Qiuyan alone killed 10 great warriors of the bloodthirsty sect. Did you know, 9 of the 10 great warriors were at the perfect Earth Core realm, one of them was at the Heavenly Core realm. The Koi King was still showing off. Ling Xiao found it funny. What have I done? If I tell you, you will be scared to death. Are 10 perfect Earth Core warriors really that powerful? This time, the number of perfect Earth Core realm martial artists that I have killed is much more than that Leng Qiuyan. And I even killed a Heavenly Core warrior. If that's the case, Leng Qiuyan might be a Heavenly Core warrior now. Although Ling Xiao didn't care, he was still listening to the Koi King seriously. This Leng Qiuyan had a huge grudge against him, she wouldn't let him go easily. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to learn more about her. He just wanted to scare Jiang Chen. Was this Koi King stupid? I say, cut the crap. Have you forgotten what happened in the archaic divine tomb? At first, you didn't take me seriously, but what happened later? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone, no matter if it is you or Leng Qiuyan, if you behave, you won't get into any trouble. But if you want to attack me, then don't blame me for being ruthless, I promise I will kill you. Ling Xiao, shut up. Di Tuatian roared, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of Leng Qiuyan, you are nothing but a fart. Even Lu Qinmong is no match for Leng Qiuyan, and the difference is huge. Your master Jiang Nan might be on par with her. You're the one who should shut up. Who gave you the right to roar at me? Ling Xiao didn't give Di Tuatian any face, who do you think you are? Someone came to ask for a disciple of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, not only are you not angry, you even tried to send me away, a person like you is not worthy to be the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You. Di Tuatian's expression became even uglier. Just now, he only scolded Ling Xiao because he felt embarrassed. But he didn't expect what he did would be even more embarrassing. What about you? If you think it's embarrassing, then shut up. Ling Xiao said with disdain. Ha ha ha, Di Tuatian, oh Di Tuatian, you have really disappointed this old man. Even a brat can scold you. Relax, leave this brat to Koi King to take care of today. I will definitely vent your anger for you. Bai Jianhai liked to see Di Tuatian suffer a setback very much. This made him feel very amused. Old thing, laugh your sister. What Koi King, Leng Qiuyan, your Sword Soul Sacred City's so-called geniuses are merely defeated opponents under my hands. Presumptuous. Right at this moment, a man walked out from the crowd. This guy wasn't a disciple from the Sword Soul Saint City, he was a disciple from the Fighting Soul Saint City. He was the disciple of the great elder of the Law Enforcement Palace. He was also the strongest young law enforcement guard in the Law Enforcement Palace. His name was Tai LV. Tai LV looked at Ling Xiao and said, I noticed it just now, how dare you be so rude to the Saint Lord? No matter if it's the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Saint City. Or the Saint Lord of the Sword Soul Saint City. How dare you refute him? Don't think too highly of yourself just because you've completed this mission. If I remember correctly, you're only a peak 4th Heavenly Core warrior. How dare you act so rashly in front of others with such a weak cultivation base? Today, I'll teach you a lesson, I'll let you know what it means to be strong. Saint Lord, what should we do? Kuei looked at Bai Jianhai and asked. Let them fight, you just stand aside and watch. This Ling Xiao is quite famous, I really want to see what kind of abilities he has. Bai Jianhai was happy to see the disciples of the Fighting Soul Saint City fighting amongst themselves. Ling Xiao looked at Tai Lv with disdain and said, This is my business, why do you care? Presumptuous. Tai Lv's expression became gloomy, I was just going to teach you a lesson. But since you're so arrogant and ignorant, today, I'll cripple your cultivation and turn you into a cripple. You'll understand your identity and status. Cripple me? You'll let me understand my identity and status? Ling Xiao smiled. He had never offended this iron law before. Perhaps it was because he had killed a law enforcement guard before this. Or maybe this guy wanted to show off his power in front of Saint Lord Di Tuatian. It was even possible that this guy was interested in koi fish. You can cripple him, but you can't kill him. His life is mine. Kuei said coldly. Don't worry, junior disciple sister Kuei, I'll let you deal with this ignorant fool. Not only was Tai Lv not angry after hearing Kuei's words, he even seemed happy. This guy was indeed interested in Kuei. The reason he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao was probably because he wanted to show off his power in front of Kuei. What a shameful fellow. He was obviously a disciple of the War Soul Sacred City, but he had to be a dog of the Sword Soul Sacred City. That's good. Go ahead. Kuei nodded. It was as if Tai Lv had received an imperial edict. He cupped his hands at Kuei and said, Don't worry, Mississippi. I will definitely cripple him. Leave his life in Miss's hands. Yes. The koi fish simply nodded. Ling Xiao had really disappointed her. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already inferior to hers back in the archaic divine tomb. Today, she was still not as good as her. What she didn't know was that her cultivation relied on other people's inner cores and martial souls to become stronger. His foundation was not stable, and his upper limit was not high. At most, he could cultivate to the extreme realm of alchemy, and he would not be able to make any further breakthroughs. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao wanted to become the strongest cultivator in the profound world. He would never do anything that would affect his upper limit. Today's matter was rather interesting. Both Kuei and Tai Lv seemed to think that they had Ling Xiao in the bag. Ling Xiao was like a fish on the chopping board, allowing them to take care of him as they wished. Senior apprentice brother Tai Lv, forget it. We're all disciples of the War Soul Sacred City. What's the point? Jinyu could not resist saying. On the surface, she was pleading for Ling Xiao, but in reality, she was considering Tai Lv's safety. Because she witnessed the scene of Ling Xiao defeating and killing Lu Qingmong with her own eyes. The Lu Qingmong in her normal state could easily defeat Tai Lv. But the Lu Qingmong in her monster form was killed by Ling Xiao. Who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Tai Lv? It was actually very clear already. However, when Tai Lv heard this, not only did he not thank her, he even felt that she was a traitor. He snorted coldly and said, Shut up, you traitor. Jinyu was furious. She thought to herself, then go to hell. Who cares about you? Seeing Jinyu stop talking, Tai Lv cast his gaze on Ling Xiao mockingly, then said mockingly, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you're really too pitiful. You think that you're a hero because you completed the mission. Actually, you're just a trash who basked in other people's light. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could have any contribution in the mission at all. Even if others said it, he would not believe it either. Because it was simply impossible. In my opinion, you're even more pitiful. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, then lifted his foot and walked toward Tai Lv. True essence gushed out from his dantian, spiraling around his body. It looked like he was just walking toward Tai Lv. There was no terrifying aura. There was no shocking performance either. It was just so calm, so indifferent. But the next moment, he already arrived in front of Tai Lv. His right hand was wrapped in a layer of blood-colored armor. This was the power that came from the limitless Sky Rat and Blood Diamond Sky Rat. Partial beast transformation. It was no longer a fist, but a blood-colored sun. Everywhere the fist passed, blood energy exploded. Killing intent bloomed. Everyone was stunned for a moment. In this instant, things happened too quickly. Tai LV did not even think that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to attack. He hurriedly urged his true essence in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's punch. Dodge, that was impossible, because he could not dodge at all. Facing this blow, the only thing he could do was to block it. Boom! A violent aura bloomed on the spot. The raging power exploded in the void. The blood-colored light instantly enveloped Tai LV's entire body. At that moment, Tai LV felt as if he had been swallowed into the stomach of a ferocious beast. That kind of fear came from the depths of his heart. It was too terrifying. His figure hurriedly retreated. But even so, many parts of his body had been corroded by the blood mist. It looked very ferocious. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. He just smiled mockingly. With such little strength, you dare to clamor in front of me, you sad paramecium, how could there be a trash like you in the disciplinary hall? Ling Xiao's words made Tai LV's face very ugly. The faces of the 3 elders of the disciplinary hall were also ugly. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Except for the few comrades who had gone through life and death with Ling Xiao. The rest of the people were shocked. Looking at the young man bathed in the blood light, they realized that they had underestimated this guy. This kid is not simple, but Tai LV underestimated him just now, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Although everyone witnessed the fact that Ling Xiao repelled Tai LV with one punch. But stubbornly, they still felt that Ling Xiao was not Tai LV's opponent. Because Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as good as Tai LV's. Because Tai LV had underestimated him just now. Perhaps the strength of these 2 people was actually on par, almost everyone had such a guess. Tai LV, are you playing around? The great elder of the disciplinary hall, Xing Meng, said coldly. Xing Meng's cultivation was very strong, but he was more special. He was a Soul Clan martial artist. And his cultivation method was different from ordinary martial artists. It was even different from Dark Frost. Although Dark Frost was a soul martial artist, she also cultivated her physical body. Xing Meng's physical body had almost become a shell. He had changed it countless times. This body might just be one of the shells he had changed in his life. But there was no doubt that his combat strength had reached Dituatian's level. His voice rang out, causing Tai LV to tremble in fear. He had to take responsibility for his own pretentious act. No one could help him at all. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be much stronger than I thought. But this might be more interesting. If you were too weak, defeating you would be too boring. Tai LV was very good at acting. At this time, he still said such words. As if he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Just now, he was just letting Ling Xiao win. Didn't anyone tell you that if you don't have the strength and still like to act pretentious, you will die miserably? Ling Xiao looked at Tai LV and sneered. Tai LV was obviously a little afraid in his heart. Now, he was just being forced to ride a tiger. But in order to cover up his sorry state, he actually pretended to be very powerful. It was really tiring to live like this. I'm not acting pretentious. My strength is stronger than yours. Just now, I just underestimated you, so you took advantage of me a little. Do you really think you are that powerful? Tai LV was still stubborn. There was no other way. He couldn't admit defeat at this time. Forget it. It seems that the only way to shut you up is to cripple you. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense anymore. His hands turned into ferocious claws at the same time. A blood-red aura was constantly released. This fist borrowed the power of the blood diamond rat, but it wasn't a direct attack. So, it consumed less energy. It could be used repeatedly. Not good. Shield Martial Soul. Tai LV released his martial soul. It turned out to be a shield. The huge shield blocked in front of him. It released a powerful force. It was as if no sword or saber could pierce through it. Kill. Ling Zhao's expression didn't change at all in the face of this huge shield. His gaze was still contemptuous. Blood light burst out from his hands, and his whole body was wrapped in blood. It was as if he had really turned into a bloodthirsty beast. Everyone felt a tremor in the depths of their souls. Including those experts. Boom, finally, the blood-red fists hit the huge shield. Crack, the shield shattered with a loud sound. Ling Xiao's fists landed on Tai Lv's chest without any hindrance. Crack, this time, it seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. Iron Law simply could not block this terrifying attack. His body was blasted away. He fell heavily to the ground and could no longer stand up. Humph, trash like this dares to challenge me? It's not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao still didn't give chase. After being hit by his fist, Iron Law was completely crippled. There was no need for him to kill this person. He just wanted to tell him the consequences of provoking him for no reason. This was called killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Looking at this shocking scene, Yizichen shook his head. Everyone sighed and sighed with emotion. Ling Xiao was still standing there, arrogant and overbearing, and Iron Law, who was clamoring to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. Only his hands and feet were trembling, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. This was completely different from what most people had expected. Except for those few people who carried out the mission with Ling Xiao. The rest probably thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for Iron Law. They probably thought that Iron Law could win. Unfortunately, reality always slapped them in the face. Miss Koi, help me take revenge. Tai Lv finally raised his head, but he was asking Koi for help. Koi only looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and didn't even look at Tai Lv. In Koi's eyes, Tai Lv was just an inconspicuous trash. He wasn't worthy of being looked at by her. Koi, give that brat some face. Our Sword Spirit Sacred City's secret technique can still help him recover. Dituatian, give us Iron Law, no problem, right? Bai Jianhai laughed. Whatever. Dituatian also didn't look at Tai Lv. Because he felt that Tai Lv was too embarrassing for him. He originally hoped that Tai Lv could help him defeat Ling Xiao and regain some face. But who knew that it would end up like this? He wished that he could slap Tai Lv to death. Tai Lv, are you willing to join my Sword Spirit Sacred City? Bai Jianhai looked at Tai Lv and asked. Willing, I'm willing, even if I have to be a cow or a horse, I'm willing, as long as I can stay by Miss Koi's side. I can give up everything. He was really like a dog. Disappointing to the extreme. Evil disciple. The great elder of the punishment hall, Xing Meng, was so angry that his flesh was trembling. This Iron Law was too shameful. It was simply a disgrace to the name of Battle Spirit Sacred City. The people of Battle Spirit Sacred City also felt embarrassed. The punishment hall's punishment guards were supposed to protect the sacred city and defend the honor of the sacred city. However, this Iron Law was actually so spineless to such an extent. He would rather be a dog for Sword Spirit Sacred City. It was too disappointing, too infuriating. Tai Lv, you scum, compared to Ling Xiao, not only is there a difference in strength, but there is also a huge difference in character. You're simply a disgrace. Xing Meng originally thought that people like Ling Xiao were the scum of Battle Spirit Sacred City. But now he suddenly realized that he was wrong. Ling Xiao dissed the heavens and earth, he did not even put the sacred leader in his eyes. But when it came to the honor of Battle Spirit Sacred City, he would do his best. He would definitely not be as trashy as Tai Lv. Ha 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 ha, I feel that a wise man submits to circumstances. Tai Lv, you did well. Our Sword Spirit Sacred City will accept you as a dog. Anyway, Battle Spirit Sacred City will soon disappear from this world. Bai Jianhai laughed and ordered someone behind him to help Tai Lv over. Not only did Tai Lv not look ashamed. Instead, he looked very excited. It was as if leaving Battle Spirit Sacred City and joining Sword Spirit Sacred City was a huge honor for him. Truly despicable. Looking at Tai Lv, Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. He did not kill Tai Lv because Tai Lv was still considered a member of Battle Spirit Sacred City. But now Tai Lv actually joined Sword Spirit Sacred City. To him, there was no need to sympathize. As long as there was a chance, he would chop off this traitor. After all, he hated traitors the most. So what if he's despicable? Your Battle Spirit Sacred City is now in a precarious situation, sooner or later it will be destroyed by my Sword Spirit Sacred City. He came to my Sword Spirit Sacred City to be a dog, at least he can still live. But your only result is to accept my sword spirit sacred city's trial and finally die a painful death. You don't even have the chance to be a dog. Today, no one can help you. Bai Jianhai sneered, coyly, do it, I can't wait for this kid to kneel in front of me and admit his guilt. Understood, sacred leader. Kuei slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. When he was about 50 meters away, he stopped. Come with us obediently, don't force me to make a move, otherwise, not only will you be more miserable than that dog, you will also lose your dignity. Kuei laughed. You guys talk too much nonsense. If you want to make a move then hurry up, I could defeat you before. I can still defeat you now. I'll fulfill your wish. Kuei had been waiting for this day for a long time. She had finally met Ling Xiao, and she could finally take her revenge. She had been staring at Xianxia for a long time. Kill. Enraged, Kuei transformed into a huge carp behind her body. The carp leapt through the dragon's gate. It transformed into a divine dragon that looked like a piece of silk. The divine dragon entered Kuei's hands, and it was unleashed with a violent True Yuan. The attack was aimed at Ling Xiao. Petty tricks. When Ling Xiao faced any warriors below the heavenly core realm, as long as he transformed into his beast soul, he would be able to win. He would be able to crush them. Therefore, he didn't take any warriors below the heavenly core realm seriously. That was iron rule. Kuei was the same. Against Kuei, Ling Xiao planned to end the fight in the most shocking way possible. The dark red blood mist transformed into the image of a gigantic blood heavenly drill rat. The berserk slaughter will continue to rise. Ling Xiao didn't even use this move when dealing with Iron Rule. If he did, he would be able to kill Iron Rule with just one move, but now, he was facing Kuei. Ling Xiao didn't have much patience. This woman had chased him all the way from the western region to the four regions. This time, he was going to make sure that she was completely dead. What kind of move is this? Why does it have such a terrifying killing intent? Everyone present revealed a shocked expression. Kuei, be careful, this guy is strange. Bai Jianhai warned. But too bad, his warning came too late. Kuei didn't respond. Ling Xiao had already unleashed his attack. Roar amidst the violent roar, a blood mist covered Kuei. The blood-drilling rat opened its bloody mouth. He bit off the head of the divine dragon that was like a piece of brocade. So what if it was a dragon? It wasn't a real divine dragon. It was nothing more than an illusory thing created by human martial artists to show off their strength. Crack, the divine dragon shattered. Kuei's face was filled with fear. You were weaker than me in the past, and you are still weaker than me today. Ling Xiao's cold voice echoed in the air. The koi fish was at a loss. She had always been afraid of Ling Xiao. This time, she was here to solve her inner demons. But in the end, this was the result. It was too embarrassing, it was too tragic. Ling Xiao, stop. Di Tuatian roared. However, Ling Xiao simply ignored Di Tuatian. When he was being attacked, Di Tuatian chose to ignore it and even betray him. Now that he was about to win, Di Tuatian came out to stop him. What kind of bullshit logic was this? When Di Tuatian shouted, Bai Jianhai also attacked. However, he was still a step too late. The terrifying blood-drilling rat swallowed the koi's entire body. Not a single trace was left behind. Boom, Jiang Nan took action to block Bai Jianhai's attack. However, his cultivation base was not as high as Bai Jianhai's and he was forced to take tens of steps back. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, he managed to stop Bai Jianhai. Therefore, Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Ling Xiao, you killed my proud disciple. I'll kill you. Bai Jianhai did not look at Jiang Nan. Instead, he stared fiercely at Ling Xiao. That was hatred from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were incomparably scarlet, as if he had received a great provocation. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao mocked, don't forget, this is the Fighting Soul Sacred City, although our sacred lord is a coward, it doesn't mean that others are too, you really dare to make a move. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jianhai laughed wildly and said, so what if it's the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Even if this old man kills you here today, no one will dare to say anything. Your master, Jiang Nan, is not bad. Unfortunately, she is not this old man's match. After killing you, this old man will kill her too. Bai Jianhai's words made many people in the Fighting Soul Sacred City feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Even the Sacred Lord did not utter a word. What could others do, however, just as Bai Jianhai was about to make a move? A terrifying sword energy suddenly appeared. This sword chi caused everyone present to feel the threat of death. At that moment, their hearts trembled with fear. Bai Jianhai also stopped attacking Ling Xiao. His face was extremely stiff. He did not see anyone, only the terrifying sword energy still existed. Elder Green Lotus? As an elder of the Golden City, you shouldn't interfere in the dispute of the 3,000 sacred cities, right? Bai Jianhai braced himself and said. He did not know where Green Lotus Swordswoman was, but he could feel the terrifying aura released by Green Lotus Swordswoman that made him not dare to act rashly. Get lost. There was no answer. Bai Jianhai only received one word. This voice was cold and sharp like a sword beam. It was as if a sword beam was attacking Bai Jianhai and piercing his heart. Bai Jianhai's face was very ugly. He might not care about others, but Green Lotus Swordswoman was a well-known figure in the Golden City. He could not afford to offend her. Since Elder wants to protect this kid, this subordinate does not dare to act rashly. Bai Jianhai gritted his teeth and then cupped his hands toward a place where there was no one. He turned around and left in a sorry state. He was here to pick a fight. But in the end, he left a corpse behind. Wait, don't leave me behind. Poor Tai LV was not taken away by Bai Jianhai. He, who had been reduced to a cripple, shouted in horror. Because he knew what kind of punishment he would suffer next. Evil creature. Xing Meng coldly snorted. Tai LV's face suddenly changed, and his expression became extremely ugly. When he wanted to beg for mercy, it was already too late. Xing Meng was a true soul martial artist, and his attacks were traceless. Tai LV had died tragically. Seeing Bai Jianhai and his group leave, Ling Xiao sneered and called the people of Jiangnan Palace to leave. This time, those who had completed the mission outside, except for Qinyu and Hanajiku, also went to Jiangnan Palace. Qinyu wanted to return to Condor Palace. And Hanajiku wanted to stay by Di Tuatian's side, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Back to Jiangnan Palace. Green Lotus Swordswoman was waiting there. Sister Jiangnan, are you okay? Green Lotus Swordswoman looked at Jiangnan and asked. I'm fine, sister, I suffered a minor injury. Jiangnan replied. That's good, since you're all here, let's eat and drink while talking about some important matters. Green Lotus Swordswoman reminded, this mission is only one part of the ranking battle. 1 month later, the second part will be carried out. That will be the true meaning of the battle, but this time, the selection will be based on the completion of the previous mission. You completed the mission very well, so it's very likely that all of you will participate in the battle. Ling Xiao, you killed Koi, I'm afraid you'll be targeted by Sword Spirit Sacred City. That Ling Chuyen is more scheming than Koi. If she participates in this battle, I'm afraid she'll be able to enter the top 10. This will greatly increase the strength of Sword Spirit Sacred City. At that time, they'll obtain more resources. Once Sword Spirit Sacred City becomes much stronger than Battle Spirit Sacred City, then they'll definitely start a war. Golden City has always been open to the war between sacred cities. They won't stop it. Hearing Green Lotus Sword Lady's words, Zhan Long and the others frowned. For the 3,000 sacred cities, as long as one genius could enter the top 10. Even if they couldn't go to Golden City to cultivate. Then it would also greatly increase the status of this sacred city. The resources allocated would greatly increase. At that time, they would leave the other sacred cities far behind. Fighting Soul Sacred City was really in danger. What are you afraid of? Whether it's Koi or Ling Chuyen, they are just defeated by me. She still wants to enter the top 10, dream on. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, Ling Xiao suddenly said. That's right, we have Ling Xiao, what are we afraid of? Zhan Long said excitedly. That's right, Ling Xiao killed that Koi in one move, although Koi is much weaker than Ling Chuyen. But our Ling Xiao did not use his full strength. Right now, those top-ranked halls don't put us in their eyes. That's because they don't know how powerful Ling Xiao is. Zhu Xiaohan also nodded repeatedly. Kid, it seems that your position in their hearts is very high. Green Lotus Sword Lady looked at Ling Xiao and sighed with emotion at Fighting Soul Sacred City's luck. If not for Ling Xiao, Fighting Soul Sacred City would probably be in trouble. But Ling Xiao's existence could turn unknown bad luck into good luck. Although Jiangnan Palace was full of confidence towards Ling Xiao and Fighting Soul Sacred City. However, outside, most of the disciples of Fighting Soul Sacred City were in a state of panic. What should we do? Ling Xiao actually killed Sword Soul Sacred City's Koi. We have to be careful when we go out in the future, otherwise we will be killed by people from Sword Soul Sacred City. That's right, they have Lin Chuyan. They can definitely enter the top 10 or even top 3 in the ranking battle a month later. Then, Sword Soul Sacred City's status will rise, and we will be miserable. This is all Ling Xiao's fault. Why don't we withdraw from Fighting Soul Sacred City? Even if we lose face, it's better than dying. Yes, withdraw. For a time, many disciples withdrew from Fighting Soul Sacred City and prepared to join other sacred cities. This was allowed in the 3,000 holy cities. According to the Golden City, if a holy city couldn't even keep its own disciple, then the holy city wouldn't be able to do anything. Then he didn't deserve them. In the end, nearly half of the disciples left Fighting Soul Sacred City. In addition to the ordinary disciples, there were also disciples of the general and the city lord who chose to withdraw. Among them, the most famous was actually the disciple of the Holy Master, Han Xiao. Han Xiao's ranking among the Holy Lord's disciples was rather low. But no matter what, he was still a mid-7th Divine Core warrior. The saint city he had joined was none other than the Sword Spirit Saint City. For this reason, they had also poached many disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. For a time, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City were in a state of panic. Seeing this, Di Tuatian also frowned. On the surface, the departure of these disciples seemed to be caused by Ling Xiao. But in fact, it was because he was too cowardly in front of Bai Jianhai. This made the disciples feel insecure. Looks like this War Soul Sacred City is already a mess. I should also leave, but before we leave, we must kill that Ling Xiao. Di Tuatian didn't have any feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City. He was just here to accept the Golden City's appointment. Rather than being the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, he would rather be the city lord of one of the higher-ranked sacred cities. That way, his status would be higher. Ling Xiao didn't know that Di Tuatian had already decided to give up on Fighting Soul Sacred City. After the celebratory feast, Sword Lady Azure Lotus and Jiang Nan went to catch up. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, returned to his room to consolidate his cultivation. His cultivation had now reached the late 6th Divine Core realm. Compared to before he used the Bloody Devil Rat, his cultivation was much stronger. From now on, he wouldn't have much of an advantage when facing his enemies. At most, he would only be able to break through to the next stage. For example, a late 6th Divine Core warrior could easily kill a late 7th Divine Core warrior. But for a peak 7th Divine Core warrior, it would be difficult. After all, he couldn't use the 12 Divine Beasts skill as a normal combat style. He couldn't simply reveal his martial soul of Tyrant either. Of course, he didn't even need to transform into a beast soul to easily defeat a warrior at the same level as him. There was no problem at all. Although the mission had been completed, the results of the 3,000 holy cities were still being tallied. Even if the results were to be announced, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. According to Sword Lady Azure Lotus, besides her, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun would be coming as well. The 3 of them would be the supervisors of the ranking battle. They would probably stay here until the ranking battle ended in 1 month. While Ling Xiao was cultivating, some news had spread like wildfire. Firstly, it was about Ling Xiao killing Koyu. This caused a huge commotion in the 3,000 holy cities. Before Koyu died, she was the goddess in countless young men's dreams. Not only was she beautiful, her cultivation speed was also incredibly fast. She and Ling Chuyan had always been the targets of many men. But Koyu was killed by Ling Xiao. On one hand, everyone was surprised that there was such a hidden genius in Fighting Soul Sacred City. On the other hand, everyone was rubbing their palms, eager to get even with Ling Xiao. But because Ling Xiao had been staying in Fighting Soul Sacred City for the past 2 days, they couldn't do anything. All they could do was cry out, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, all the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City were proud of Ling Xiao. Those who could stay in Fighting Soul Sacred City under such circumstances were all loyal to Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao's existence made them see hope in the future. So they pinned all their hopes on Ling Xiao. They hoped that Ling Xiao could bring about a miracle. At a certain moment, Hanajiku came to Jiangnan Palace. She found Ling Xiao. "The Sacred Lord wants you to go," Hanajiku said faintly. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao asked. "I think he wants to kill you, but it's not good to offend Elder Azure Lotus, so he asked you to go. If he kills you, even Elder Azure Lotus can't do anything," Hanajiku said truthfully. "I should have thought of this. I have some grudges with him, and it's time to settle them." If Ling Xiao wanted to improve his cultivation faster, he had to keep fighting with experts. Now, martial artists below the celestial core realm were of little help to him. Then, an expert like Di Tuatian would be the best opponent to fight against. "You're going?" Hanajiku was surprised. "Of course." Ling Xiao smiled. "Are you crazy? You know he wants to kill you, but you're still going to die." Hanajiku was anxious. Although she did something stupid in the past, she had always admired Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had saved her life. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed. "There are too many people in this world who want to kill me. Di Tuatian isn't qualified." Ling Xiao smiled, not showing any signs of fear. This made Hanajiku even more shocked. She knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but she didn't know how many secrets Ling Xiao had. He wasn't even afraid of Sacred Lord Di Tuatian. "Alright, go back and report. Be careful. Tell him I'll be there later." Ling Xiao could choose not to go. The day he would have to face Di Tuatian had come earlier than he had expected. For Ling Xiao, this was definitely a huge challenge. However, this kind of challenge made it easier for Ling Xiao to become excited. "Senior Jian Chen, Senior Chu Ling, you've given me the divine demon sword soul. You've helped me through countless times. This time, I'll try to take revenge for you. But the opponent is too strong, I might not be able to kill him. But don't worry, what I said is a promise, I won't go back on my words." After Hanajiku left, Ling Xiao packed up and headed towards the Saint Lord's Palace. The Saint Lord's Palace, this was the first time he went there after coming to Fighting Soul Saint City. Although he didn't know who Jian Chen and Chu Ling were. But what Di Tuatian had done had made him want to kill them. Now, it was Di Tuatian who wanted to kill him, and he was just a fish in the sea. If he defeated Di Tuatian, he would survive, and his strength would increase. If he lost, he would probably die. When he left, Ling Xiao didn't tell anyone about this, including Sword Maiden Azure Lotus. Once a person had someone to rely on, he wouldn't be able to unleash his terrifying potential. That would be detrimental to his cultivation, and it would be detrimental to his strength. The Jiangnan Palace wasn't far from the Saint Lord's Palace. In just a few minutes, Ling Xiao arrived. He raised his head and looked at this majestic place. A sneer emerged on Ling Xiao's face. "Di Tuatian, I'll give you a big surprise." Di Tuatian's strength was much stronger than the Great River Bandits leader, Yun Feng. He was a late heavenly core warrior, on par with Yun Xiao. Based on common sense, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Di Tuatian. But could Ling Xiao be judged by common sense? Of course not. Creak, the door of the palace was pushed open. No one was inside. Looks like in order to kill him, Di Tuatian had driven away all his servants. Only Hanajiku and Zhan Long were there. Both of them didn't have a good expression. Hanajiku was helpless. Zhan Long was angry. "Why did you come?" Zhan Long couldn't help but ask. "How can I not come when the Saint Lord ordered me? Besides, you're the first friend I made after coming to War Soul Sacred City. If I don't do anything when you're in danger, am I still human?" This was the other reason why Ling Xiao had come. Di Tuatian used Zhan Long as a hostage. He had no choice but to come. It seemed like there was a choice, but in reality, there was no choice. If I die, you can still avenge me. If both of us die, then we're all done for. Zhanlong sighed. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death, not to mention that he, Dituatian, might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao smiled and walked through the path between War Dragon and Hanajiku to reach the Holy Lord's throne. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the throne. And it gradually became clearer. Dituatian was wearing a golden robe and looked very impressive. An expression of contempt and mockery appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, in the end, you've been implicated by love. If you didn't come, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but you came. Even the Azure Lotus Swordswoman can't easily break into the Holy Lord's palace. After saying that, he pressed a mechanism on the throne. The entire Holy Lord's palace was enveloped by a powerful energy. And this unforeseen event alarmed everyone in Fighting Soul Sacred City. One by one, experts arrived. The 3 elders of the disciplinary hall. Jiangnan City Lord Jiangnan. A heavyweight like the Azure Lotus Swordswoman had arrived. Many other city lords, generals, and commanders had also arrived. What happened? Why did the Holy Lord activate the War Soul Array? The first elder of the disciplinary hall, Xing Meng, asked in surprise. The War Soul Array would only be activated when War Soul Sacred City encountered an unprecedented crisis. Even the Holy Lord was in danger. I'm not sure, but someone saw Ling Xiao enter the Holy Lord's palace. Xing Hu said. What? Hearing this, Jiang Nan and the Azure Lotus Swordswoman's expression changed greatly. Ling Xiao had stepped into the Holy Lord's palace. It was obvious that he was in trouble. Could it be that Ling Xiao is trying to assassinate the Holy Lord? Him? Stop joking. I feel that the Holy Lord has never been friendly to him. He wants to kill him, but he's afraid that the Azure Lotus Elder will interfere. That's a reasonable explanation. Sigh, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to survive. I really don't know what the Holy Lord is thinking. He's the only decent disciple the War Soul Sacred City has. The crowd immediately began to discuss. Everyone found it unbelievable. They couldn't understand Dituatian's actions. Boom, the Azure Lotus Swordswoman threw a punch. However, the War Soul Array only shook a little, but there weren't any cracks. It seems that I can't break this War Soul Array by myself. I hope Qihua and Zhao Fengyun can come quickly. Otherwise, the young master will be in trouble. Although Ling Xiao respected her, in her heart, Ling Xiao was the young master. He was her master's grandson. The people inside could already feel the tremors outside. Dituatian smiled and said, see, the Azure Lotus Swordswoman has already made her move. But it's meaningless. Although I really don't understand. Why would someone like the Azure Lotus Swordswoman be so protective of you? But today, I want you to die, so you have to die. Ling Xiao stood there without a trace of nervousness on his face. He just smiled faintly and said, it's really an honor. The Holy Lord wants to activate the War Soul Sacred City's array to kill me. How rare, how rare. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Dituatian frowned. According to his thoughts, Ling Xiao should feel fear now. Even if he didn't beg for mercy, his expression should have changed greatly. Why didn't he feel nervous at all? Did he have something to rely on, or did he have a backup plan? Of course, he could be bluffing. After thinking for a long time, Dituatian still couldn't think of a reason why Ling Xiao was so calm. He decided not to think about it. After all, he had absolute power in front of Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao had something to rely on, it was useless. It seems that you don't fear me. But before I kill you, I want to know the answer to a few questions. You can choose not to answer. Then I'll kill you now. You can also choose to answer. I'll leave you a complete corpse. Dituatian had a lot of questions in his heart, and he wanted answers. Don't worry, before you die, I'll tell you the answer to everything. But not now. Ling Xiao said faintly. I'll die? Dituatian was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly laughed wildly. Amidst the wild laughter, a terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body. Behind him, a martial soul that belonged to him appeared. It was a sword, but this sword was a little strange. It bloomed with a golden light, as hot as the sun. And the sword martial soul's level had already reached 40% innate realm. This was the first sword martial soul that Xianxia had met that was at the same level as his demon god sword soul. In this way, Xianxia didn't have any advantage in terms of sword martial soul. His cultivation was also inferior to his opponent. Do you understand now? You don't stand a chance against me. At this moment, Tuatian was like a peerless sword that had been sealed for a long time. The sword chi pierced the surroundings. Even the people outside the Sacred Leader Palace could feel the sharp aura. The Sacred Leader actually released his martial soul to deal with Xianxia? Xing Meng didn't quite understand. Shouldn't killing Xianxia be easy? Could it be that Xianxia is a peerless expert? Many people were confused. However, from the outside, they couldn't see inside at all. They could only feel the aura of both sides. At this moment, Tuatian's aura was extremely strong. As for Xiao's aura, it was almost impossible to feel. Xiao stood there without moving. However, he was surrounded by a bright golden light. His eyes couldn't see anything at all. It was as if he was in a red sun world. Tai Chi eye, open. Four-leaf demonic eyes, open. In order to defeat his opponent, Xiao would do anything today. No matter what move it was, he had to try it. The Tai Chi eye could see that in the depths of the golden light, there was an even more dazzling golden light. It was in a human form. Without a doubt, it was Tuatian. Sword, come. Tuatian's voice sounded. A long sword came from the void. It was very similar to his sword martial soul. It was also completely golden. It shone brightly. The sword was not long, only 3 feet long. It was also not wide, only 7 inches. However, the sword chi that it released made the sword look like an incomparably huge sword. When the sword appeared, Tuatian's aura became even sharper. The temperature here also became even more terrifying. Hinajiku and Zhang Long hid in the corner and could still feel the torment. Fortunately, Xiao was in front of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive today. What a terrifying battle. Hinajiku finally realized how laughable her revenge was. Facing Tuatian, she had no chance at all. Celestial Grade Heavenly King Artifact, Golden Red Sword. Zhang Long had heard that Tuatian had the only low-grade Heavenly King artifact in the entire War Soul Sacred City. However, he had never seen it before. What he didn't expect was that the sword would actually appear today. The sword was held in Tuatian's hand, emitting an incomparably sharp light. Tuatian's sword intent was extremely terrifying. It was the same as Xiao's, a peak sword intent. Moreover, Tuatian had also grasped the even more terrifying Scarlet Sun Will. He had also reached the pinnacle. In the past, Tuatian basically did not use Crimson Sun's Will when he fought with others. Because there was no need. He could kill his enemies with just his sword intent and his own cultivation. And today, the reason why he used the Scarlet Sun Will was so that he could safely kill Xiao. Xiao, this brat, had shown too many unexpected things. As a sacred lord, he didn't want to fail miserably. Therefore, he had to use his full strength. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, in Tuatian's eyes, Xiao wasn't a rabbit, but a cunning and treacherous fox. You actually used such a powerful force to deal with a mere disciple like me. Holy Lord, oh holy Lord, you really think highly of me. Everlasting Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Xiao did not hesitate. He directly released the Everlasting Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. At the same time, the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword were unsheathed. Violent sword chi bloomed. It actually formed a barrier around Xiao. It blocked Tuatian's sword chi outside. It was as if he was holding 2 ferocious beasts. The killing intent continued to spread in the golden light. That frightening killing intent caused even an expert like Tuatian to feel a trace of fear. Why is it like this? Tuatian frowned. I can't see the grade of the 2 swords in this brat's hands. But it's even more terrifying than my scarlet gold sword. The aura it emits is like a wild beast from the universe. This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there won't be a chance. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao mocked. Actually, there's no need. I can tell you clearly. My strength is inferior to yours, I just want to surpass myself here, surpass you. Di Tuatian looked at Ling Xiao and frowned even more. What a pity, if we weren't enemies. I would really be willing to take you as my disciple. I, Di Tuatian, have taken many disciples in my life. Many of them are outstanding. But there isn't a single one like you. I have to admit that you have the potential to surpass me. But unfortunately, you don't have the time. Today, you must die here. In this world, there will no longer be a Ling Xiao. Even if there is no enmity between us, you are not worthy to be my master. My master is much stronger than you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, more importantly, I don't dare to compliment your character. Nonsense, in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. As long as I can become stronger, I will pay any price, even if I betray my master. Betray my fellow disciples. I won't hesitate, you don't understand. You are still too young. Could one's character be eaten, as long as I can become stronger, so what if I am an unforgivable evil demon? Di Tuatian roared. Is that so? Then, let me see what you've become after you've lost your basic conscience. How strong can you be? Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Falling plum clear shadow steps had already been used. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Di Tuatian. The enemy was too strong. Whether he attacked first or later, it didn't mean much. Just attacking first made one's fighting spirit soar. The two swords revealed two different sword principles. One was tyrannical, one was demonic, but whether it was tyrannical or demonic, they were all in the hands of this person called Ling Xiao. Can you see me? Di Tuatian's voice suddenly came from all directions. Relying on the golden light sword soul, he could make many martial artists extremely sullen in battle. Some people who were stronger than him couldn't even capture his position. How could they fight him? However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye. The power of the Tai Chi Eye contained the origin of this world, yin and yang. How could a mere golden light stump the Tai Chi Eye, Qi, until the moment when the sword blade touched Di Tuatian? Di Tuatian realized that something was wrong. Although he dodged very quickly, Ling Xiao's sword still stabbed him. It left a bloody mark on his body. The two swords danced. Ling Xiao attacked crazily. The sword shadows kept attacking Di Tuatian. The first few swords were still able to force Di Tuatian to frown. But after that, it was basically meaningless. Di Tuatian used practical actions to prove his strength. He flew up and kicked Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. But he couldn't dodge this attack. He could only desperately use the two swords to block. Boom, the tyrannical power sent Ling Xiao flying. Ling Xiao flew dozens of meters away and hit the wall. Di Tuatian followed up with an attack in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, the moment he hit the wall, Ling Xiao disappeared. He turned into a shadow and lurked in the darkness. Shadow warrior. Ling Xiao adjusted his breathing in the darkness. If you don't come out, I'll kill Xianlong. Ling Xiao was in the shadow dancer state. As long as he did not release his aura, even Di Tuatian would not be able to discover him. Hence, Di Tuatian used Xianlong to threaten Ling Xiao. Don't worry about me. Xianlong roared. Di Tuatian, I don't need you to do anything. I'll take care of myself. Xianlong hated being a burden to others the most. Today, he was used as a hostage by Di Tuatian to threaten Ling Xiao. He felt that living was useless. Hence, he chose to kill himself. You want to kill yourself? Not a chance. A golden light sped away. The weapon in Xianlong's hand was directly sent flying. However, what Di Tuatian did not expect was that the moment Xianlong's weapon was sent flying, even Xianlong himself disappeared. Brother Ling, where is this place? Xianlong asked in surprise. This is the space of the Dongxing Emperor Ring. You can stay here for now. Ling Xiao was now extremely glad that he had obtained a treasure like the Dongxing Emperor Ring back then. Otherwise, facing Di Tuatian today would really be a headache. Di Tuatian's expression was very ugly. His only hostage had also been taken away by Ling Xiao. Now, he had no way to threaten Ling Xiao. Humph, I don't believe that you can hide forever. Dituatian snorted coldly. Although it was very difficult for him to discover Ling Xiao, it was also impossible for Ling Xiao to hurt him. Ling Xiao did not say anything. Instead, he directly released the bloodthirsty plague. A terrifying energy instantly invaded Dituatian's body. Insignificant skill. Dituatian did not care about this bloodthirsty plague at all. True origin activated, and the crimson sun will erupted. The blood-red energy that surged into his body was instantly expelled outside. If this was all the bloodthirsty plague could do, then it was naturally meaningless. However, now that the bloodthirsty plague had grown, it had an additional function. In addition to the instantaneous explosion of damage and weakening, it could also silently continue to weaken and damage. And it was extremely difficult to discover. The newly born plague was 100 times smaller than the previous plague. Hiding in Dituatian's cells, it continued to devour Dituatian's true essence and blood qi. In any case, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. No matter what the method was, as long as it could weaken Dituatian, he would use it. Nine-headed hell snake beast soul, nine-headed snake venom domain. After releasing the bloodthirsty rat plague, in order to hide his motives, he decided to use the bloodthirsty rat plague. Ling Xiao released the 9-snake poison domain. The 9-colored poison pounced at Dituatian at the same time, turning into 9 huge poisonous snakes. Do you really think you can hurt me with such petty tricks? Dituatian seemed to be very disappointed. It seems like you've exhausted all your tricks. He was just about to circulate his true essence to destroy the poison so that it could not enter his body. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's attack came again. Frost Divine Dragon, Frost Dragon Breath. Even if it was only a momentary freeze, it still obstructed Dituatian's action of dispersing the poison. This caused a large amount of poison to enter Dituatian's body. Even if Dituatian could expel the poison, he would still be injured. Even if it was just a little bit of injury, it was enough for Ling Xiao. Taking advantage of the moment when Dituatian was expelling the poison, Ling Xiao threw out 3 formation refining stones in a row. It was still the pestilence bone-dissolving formation, the 10,000 beast blood refining formation, and the lesser 10,000 thunder immortal slaying formation. Bastard! Dituatian realized that something was wrong and finally stabbed out with his sword. This sword was used at the right time. It was the moment when Ling Xiao finished setting up the formation and exposed his aura, unable to enter the shadow warrior form. Chi, the sword pierced through Ling Xiao's body. A bull-sized wound appeared on Ling Xiao's body. Blood gushed out wildly, even the black tortoise divine body, which was equivalent to a peak 7th Order Emperor realm defensive martial skill, could not withstand Dituatian's attack. It could not withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao frantically retreated and then quickly disappeared. He swallowed a large number of healing pills. Fortunately, the 3 formations had already been activated. Moreover, in order to attack Ling Xiao, Dituatian forcefully circulated his true essence and did not have time to expel the poison. As a result, he suffered an internal injury. Damn it, no heavenly core warrior has ever been able to hurt me, Ling Xiao. Oh Ling Xiao, you've actually hurt me twice today. The first time, it was just a small external injury. But the second time, it actually caused me to suffer an internal injury. This is intolerable. Dituatian was extremely irritated. Right at this moment, the bloodthirsty plague, 9-snake poison field, plague bone melting formation, myriad beast blood refining formation, and lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation had all been activated. Even though the effect was minimal. But, 1,000-mile dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Ling Xiao believed that he could definitely kill Dituatian. But, right now, he was feeling really bad. Dituatian's attack was just too powerful. He had attacked more than 10 times, but at most, it was like a mosquito bite. But, when Dituatian attacked, it was like he was bitten by a ferocious tiger. The difference in attack strength was just too huge. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many tricks up his sleeve, he really wouldn't have been able to do it. Of course, after fighting with such a mighty warrior, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased at an incredible speed. Originally, it was only 10% of the late 6th Divine Core realm. After just a few exchanges, it had increased to 30%. Indeed, he had made the right choice. A mighty warrior like Di Tuatian would really help him become stronger. But, with such a small increase, it was impossible for him to increase his overall strength by much. Facing the terrifying Di Tuatian, he was still in a very dangerous situation. It looked like he couldn't continue like this. He had to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Relying on the effect of the healing pill, and his already powerful recovery ability, Di Tuatian was able to recover quickly. Half an hour later, he had almost fully recovered. After that, he unleashed the martial soul barrier. He blocked the daisy outside. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to use the martial soul barrier to block the aura of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Although he couldn't completely block it, as long as he could block most of it, those people outside wouldn't be able to sense it. Sky Tyrant martial soul. Bang! In an instant, a shocking energy exploded within the martial soul barrier. The world that was originally shining with golden light turned into nothingness. Everything was empty. What is this? Di Tuatian was shocked. He could feel that at this moment, Ling Xiao's strength had increased explosively. This increase had even given Ling Xiao the ability to fight him face to face. Although he was still no match for him. He was no longer as helpless as before. Kill! Once again, Ling Xiao turned into a blood-red lightning and dashed forward. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. His speed had increased by 100 times. Originally, he was still weaker than Di Tuatian. But now, he had completely surpassed Di Tuatian. Bang! The Eastern Victory Demon Sword and Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword collided with Di Tuatian's golden sword. Di Tuatian was forced back half a step. A surprised expression appeared on his face. He could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had increased by at least 100 times. Aside from his cultivation level, his combat strength had basically reached the early heavenly core realm. Although he was still weaker than Di Tuatian. But, the huge gap between them was no longer there. He now had the ability to kill Di Tuatian. What secret skill did you use? How did you manage to unleash such a terrifying combat strength? If this gets out, you'll be in big trouble. Di Tuatian was shocked. He was a Saint Lord, a late heavenly core warrior. Facing a late mortal core warrior, he was forced to retreat. Even if he told others about this, no one would believe him. This young man was really too shocking. But, so what if his combat strength had increased? He was still weaker than Di Tuatian, he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Golden star shattering light. Di Tuatian thrust his sword forward. Golden sword chi shot towards Ling Xiao like a shower of meteors. Each sword energy was powerful enough to kill Ling Xiao. King Kong Ape, indestructible King Kong. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the indestructible King Kong Ape was even more powerful. The power of the entire universe was supporting it. The gigantic King Kong Ape blocked Di Tuatian's golden sword energies. The sword energy smashed onto the King Kong Ape's body like raindrops. Although the defense was shattered, however, all of the golden light sword chi was completely blocked. Good kid, looks like your strange secret skill didn't just increase your combat strength. Even your speed and defense have increased. You're really hard to deal with. If we can work together, the Fighting Soul Sacred City will definitely become the #1 saint cities. Work together with you? I told you, you don't deserve it. Ling Xiao said with disdain. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Golden Divine Realm, Shattered Star Ocean. An even more brutal sword skill was unleashed. The Crimson Gold Sword unleashed an even more terrifying sword energy. It actually formed a terrifying existence like the Milky Way. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Damn it, in my Sky Tyrant martial soul, he can actually form a galaxy of sword energies. This Di Tuatian is indeed a late heavenly core warrior. This is terrifying. The longer the battle went on, the more frightened Ling Xiao became. Of course, what he didn't know was that Di Tuatian was even more surprised than him. Di Tuatian's cultivation was much higher than his, but he couldn't defeat him. Although he was under a lot of pressure, he was still the weaker one. It was normal for him to be at a disadvantage. Back off, Ling Xiao knew that Di Tuatian's sword attack was an 8th grade Emperor martial skill, and it was a mid-grade martial skill. It was even more violent than his Blood Diamond Rat. It was impossible to block it. It could only weaken the opponent's attack power. Innate seal of celestial demons, bloodthirsty forest. The two swords simultaneously activated their true essence. Double bloodthirsty forest overlay. Coupled with the power of the tyrannical martial spirit. The bloodthirsty jungle seemed to have transformed into a cosmic jungle. Its power had increased tremendously, reaching the peak of the 7th level Emperor grade martial skill. Even so, the bloodthirsty forest was still completely destroyed by Dituatian's sword chi after a short while. However, it was just as Ling Xiao had expected. Even if the bloodthirsty forest was destroyed. But he also got a chance to catch his breath. He managed to avoid the most terrifying attack. Even if the remaining attacks hit him, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage. Only traces of blood could be seen as proof of Dituatian's attack. Although this bloodstain did not affect Ling Xiao much, it still proved how terrifying Dituatian was. Tisk, TSK. As expected of the Sacred Lord. His attacks are indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He had almost exhausted all his skills. However, up until now, he was still completely suppressed. Your potential is indeed terrifying. If you were given another year or two, no, even if you were given another month or two, you would probably be able to surpass me. But unfortunately, you are too arrogant. So, you will definitely die here today. As long as you die, I will have no worries. Dituatian actually felt that it was a pity. Ling Xiao was the most terrifyingly talented person he had ever seen. His potential was even greater than any genius he had ever seen in the City of Gold. It was a pity that he didn't realize it earlier. Now, the two of them had become sworn enemies. There would never be a day when they would reconcile. He could only kill Ling Xiao to avoid being killed by Ling Xiao in the future. Golden Light Divine Realm, Meteor Sword. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. The sword skill just now was only at the 8th level Emperor grade. And this attack was a high-grade 8th order Emperor level attack. It was also Dituatian's most powerful sword skill. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to use his most powerful sword skill. He wanted to end it once and for all. He definitely wouldn't give Ling Xiao a chance to live. Along with that sound, a huge golden sword fell from the void. It actually turned into a meteor and fell. It was like a dozen meteors connected together. From big to small. The smallest one was the tip of the sword. This huge pressure made Ling Xiao realize clearly. There was a huge gap between his strength and Dituatian's. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he still couldn't make up for this gap. But so what, was he going to admit defeat? No, never. Innate Celestial Demon Seal, all beasts in one. The East Victory Heavenly Sword in his right hand was brewing a powerful sword skill. Innate Celestial Demon Seal, Bloodthirsty Celestial Demon. The East Victory Demonic Sword in his left hand was brewing a powerful sword skill at the same time. It was different from before. This time, Ling Xiao finally used his dual-wielding skills. These weren't just two simple weapons. Instead, he used both hands to perform different sword skills at the same time. Even Dituatian couldn't do this. Boom, boom, 2 consecutive booms. Ling Xiao used 2 sword skills to block one of Dituatian's sword skills. Under the support of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Ling Xiao's 2 sword skills were comparable to the beginner 8th level martial arts of the Emperor class. Although it was still inferior to Dituatian's attack. But it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't block it. At that moment, the most terrifying explosion sound was heard in the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. And Dituatian couldn't withstand the impact of this skill explosion and was also sent flying. This scene left Hanajiku dumbfounded. Too strong, Dituatian was too strong, Ling Xiao was too monstrous. The aura of this terrifying explosion couldn't be completely covered by the martial spirit barrier. It was directly released outside. This caused the expressions of the people outside to change greatly. Is the Holy Lord really facing Ling Xiao? It feels like the Holy Lord has even used the meteor sword. I also don't dare to believe it. Could it be that some expert has snuck into Fighting Soul Sacred City and Ling Xiao just happened to enter? Xing Meng also frowned. No matter who it was, they couldn't believe that the person fighting with Tuatian inside was Ling Xiao. That was too unreliable. Sister Qinglian, what do you think? Jiao Nan asked through soul transmission. It's Ling Xiao. Others couldn't sense it because their cultivation was too low. But she could sense that the person fighting with Tuatian inside was Ling Xiao. It was just that she did not understand how Ling Xiao's battle prowess had suddenly become so terrifying. This kid, what else is he hiding in front of me? She shook her head and smiled bitterly. But she didn't blame Ling Xiao. Instead, she admired Ling Xiao even more. If Ling Xiao were to reveal all his secrets to someone he had only met a few times, she would definitely be shocked. That would be a real idiot. But how can Ling Xiao be so strong? Jiao Nan was shocked. In any case, she was considered Ling Xiao's master. Although she really didn't teach Ling Xiao anything. Let's not worry about this for now. Although Ling Xiao has become much stronger, he is still no match for Tuatian. Why aren't those two old men here yet? Sword Maiden Azure Lotus was getting anxious. Ling Xiao was fighting inside, and all she could do was watch from the outside. This feeling was too much for her to bear. Within the Saint Lord's palace, Tuatian finally realized that something was wrong. The attack this time was much weaker than he had expected. Only now did he realize that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. I didn't expect this guy to have such a terrifying secret skill. It can weaken my true yuan and qi and blood. Although this speed isn't fast. But if this continues, it will be terrifying. I have to end this as soon as possible. Tuatian calculated. If this continued, he would only need 1 day to weaken his true yuan and qi and blood by a third. Don't underestimate this third. It meant his overall combat strength had been weakened by 30%. Originally, he could suppress Ling Xiao, but now he couldn't. Tuatian gave up on the idea of continuing the battle. He was going to use his most powerful attack. Although the meteor sword was his most powerful martial skill. But it was not enough. He needed to strengthen the meteor sword. He was a late heavenly core warrior. He was also a man who had a secret skill. How could he not have a way to increase his combat strength? However, this skill was similar to the bloody rat devil, although it wasn't as powerful. But, it still had some side effects. That was why Tuatian didn't want to use it immediately. But now, he couldn't delay any longer. Besides, he believed that Ling Xiao had used all his trump cards. There was no need for him to continue probing. If this continued, he would be the unlucky one in the end. Thinking about this, a determined and cruel look emerged in his eyes. Sword Talisman, activate! Tuatian shouted out coldly. A sword beam shot out from his body. It was only the size of a palm. It looked like a talisman made from jade. Blood Soul Talisman? Ling Xiao had seen the Blood Soul Talisman before, so he could recognize the sword talisman in Tuatian's hand. I didn't expect you to know about the Blood Soul Talisman. Since you know about it, you should know how powerful it is, right? Sword Talisman, fuse into the scarlet gold sword. As Tuatian spoke, he fused the sword talisman into the scarlet gold sword. In that instant, the golden red sword's strength clearly rose. It was at least 10 times stronger than before. The golden light once again occupied most of the space in the martial spirit barrier. At that moment, Tuatian appeared even more like a god. He could control the life and death of his enemies at any time. His clothes fluttered in the wind. A solemn and determined expression appeared on his face. Such a terrifying commotion shocked the people outside once again. He actually forced the sacred leader to use the sword talisman. Who is this opponent? At this moment, other than the Green Lotus swordswoman, no one dared to believe that Tuatian was fighting inside. It was actually Ling Xiao. Golden Light Divine Domain, Sword Talisman, Heavenly Might, Meteor Sword. It was the same martial skill, but after fusing with the Sword Talisman, it was no longer a high-grade 8th level Emperor class martial skill. Instead, his cultivation had soared to the peak of 8th order Emperor realm. Their power was incomparable. One had to know that in the entire War Soul Sacred City, there was no such thing as a peak 8th order Emperor realm martial skill. Even a high-grade 8th order Emperor realm martial skill could only be mastered by this sacred leader. There were only a dozen or so mid-grade 8th Order Emperor realm martial skills and elementary martial skills in total. Tuatian believed that he could use this move. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to block it. In the vast universe, a group of meteorites formed a huge divine sword and attacked Ling Xiao. Explosive booms could be heard continuously. Even the entire Sacred Leader Palace was shaking. Hinajiku was completely dumbfounded. This scene was too shocking. It seems that I have to use my strongest attack. Otherwise, I will definitely die under this attack, 2 swords as one. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword and the Eastern Victory Demon Sword merged into one. The weapon soul of the Bloodfang Heaven-Splitting Rat appeared perfectly. Ling Xiao seemed to be holding a ferocious beast in his hand. It was shocking and terrifying. Senior Jian Chen, Senior Chu Ling, please watch over me. Even though this attack couldn't kill him, he had to block it. As long as I can survive. Even if this battle lasts for a few days and nights, I will wear him down. Ling Xiao called out Jian Chen and Chu Ling's names in his heart. Kill Tuatian. Not only because Tuatian wanted to kill him. It was also because he had promised Jian Chen and Chu Ling that he would take Tuatian's life. The power of the Bloodfang Heaven-Splitting Rat and the Blood-Drilling Rat merged. It turned into an even more ferocious monster. His cold eyes stared at Tuatian in the distance. There was no emotion, only coldness, a terrifying aura condensed on Ling Xiao's hands at an extremely fast speed. The sword will and the beast god will merged into one. You're still not dead. Tuatian didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with a full-strength attack. The previous meteor sword was only a row of falling meteorites. But this time, it was a sword river formed by meteorites. The scene was extremely spectacular. Even Tuatian himself was amazed by the terrifying power of this sword. This sword, not to mention Ling Xiao. Even a martial artist of the same cultivation level would be directly shattered. Even the soul could be destroyed at the same time. Blood-Drilling Rat of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Even if you're a sword chi formed by a river of stars. However, my blood-heaven-piercing rat is a star-devouring behemoth. Under the enhancement of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, this move that was originally only at the beginner 8th level of the martial emperor level. But now, it could unleash the power of an advanced 8th level martial emperor level martial skill. Although it was still inferior to his opponent. Ling Xiao's advantage was that his physical body was stronger. Although Tuatian's cultivation level was higher than his physical body was much weaker than his. After all, not every martial artist would cultivate defensive martial skills. Falling Star River, Blood-Drilling Rat Swallowing Sky, one was blood red, the other was bright. The 2 types of power exploded in the martial soul barrier with unprecedented impact. The martial artists standing outside all felt the ground shaking. Who is it? Who sneaked into our fighting soul sacred city? Is it Bai Jianhai? Xing Mei was confused. Even if he saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Tuatian with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't believe it. That was because this sort of thing was simply too inconceivable. It was unbelievable. Boom, finally, the Star River and the Blood-Drilling Rat collided. An even more terrifying explosion sounded. Hinajiku couldn't stand still. Her body was sent flying in all directions. It was unbearable. Even the people outside, those who were slightly weaker, could not stand steadily. Every single one of them revealed a look of horror. Oh no, Tuatian seems to be ruthless. Can the young master block it? Sword Lady Blue Lotus was going crazy. 2 terrifying moves collided. 2 types of sword principles, 2 types of will, the ultimate collision of the 2. Ling Xiao knew very well that he was at a disadvantage. But he relied on his strong body to release his true essence crazily. This was another advantage he had. His true essence didn't lose to Tuatian at all. Even his potential was almost exhausted. After a long stalemate, the 2 of them were once again sent flying at the same time. Even the martial soul barrier had cracks on it. Ling Xiao's body was covered with wounds. None of them were unscathed. He was lying on the ground, motionless. He could no longer maintain the martial soul barrier. The martial soul of Tyrant God had also returned to his body. Hinajiku, feed me the medicine. Ling Xiao shouted at Hinajiku. N. Hanajuku walked over to Ling Xiao, took out some healing and recovery pills, and fed them to Ling Xiao. On the other side, Di Tuotian's condition wasn't any better than his. His body was also covered with wounds. He couldn't move either. Di Tuotian couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hanajuku, what are you doing? Kill that guy. Di Tuotian roared. Compared to Ling Xiao, his condition was slightly better. At least, he could still move. He could even stand up. There was still some true yuan left in his body. A late heavenly core warrior was indeed powerful. Ling Xiao had tried his best. But, he still couldn't win. Hanajuku didn't pay any attention to Di Tuotian, she just fed Ling Xiao some pills. After that, she stood up. She walked towards Di Tuotian. Do you still remember the family that you exterminated? You killed my parents just for a sheepskin scroll. You killed my family. I've been waiting for the day I can take my revenge. Today, the day I've been waiting for has finally come. While walking towards Di Tuotian, Hanajuku had a cold expression on her face. At that moment, Di Tuotian was seriously injured. Although she still didn't know if she could take her revenge. But, this was her best chance, she had to give it a try. If Di Tuotian didn't die now, then, she and Ling Xiao would have to die. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and tried to recover as soon as possible. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Right now, because of the brutal attack just now, the energy in his cultivation ocean had once again increased to 100%, he was just one step away from breaking through to the peak 6th divine core realm, but, his body was empty. Even his potential had been depleted. Luckily, he still had some treasures he hadn't used. For example, the thief god's inner core. This was the best time to devour it. A single inner core of the thief god could not only fill his potential to the brim. Moreover, it could directly raise the upper limit of his potential to the level of the extreme core realm, in that case. When he fought in the future, he would be able to use even more true essence. It wouldn't be like today, where even his potential was exhausted. Hanajuku, don't listen to other people's nonsense. I had nothing to do with your parents' death. Di Tuotian said loudly. He was also recovering. Therefore, he had to stall for time. How could your disciple Zhang Ruofeng be lying? Hanajuku said coldly. Di Tuotian frowned. He had never thought that his disciple would betray him. How depressing. Alright, even if he said it, did he mention me? Di Tuotian asked. He didn't. He only said that it was City Lord Di Ying's order. Daisy thought for a moment and said. This silly woman. Ling Xiao could tell that Di Tuotian was stalling for time and hurriedly shouted, Hanajuku, he's stalling for time. Do it now. His words made Hanajuku realize what was going on. She quickly drew out her sword and thrust it forward. She was now an early 7th divine core warrior, and her combat strength wasn't weak. But, this thrust couldn't break through Di Tuotian's defense. Silly woman, you're too late. Di Tuotian sneered, then he struck out with his palm and sent Hanajuku flying away. Hanajuku fainted on the spot. But, Di Tuotian didn't chase after her. Although he said that, it wasn't what he thought. Although his attack had sent Hanajuku flying away, because he had used his true essence, something went wrong when he was meditating just now. Not only did his injury not get better, it actually got worse. Damn it, you're all a bunch of traitors. Di Tuotian looked at Ling Xiao, then he looked at Hanajuku. If he attacked now, he could kill both of them. But, the problem was, he couldn't move at all. He could only sit down cross-legged and heal. Hopefully, he could do it before Ling Xiao recovered. You must be thinking about how you can kill me once you've recovered, right? Too bad, I won't be able to fulfill your wish today. Life Rewind. With the use of Life Rewind, Ling Xiao, who was on the verge of death and couldn't move, suddenly stood up from the ground. Not only had his true essence completely recovered, his body was also intact. Only his potential was still slowly being filled up. It seemed like Life Rewind didn't include the recovery of potential. Holy Lord, are you panicking? Ling Xiao smiled. Di Tuotian was really panicking. He was panicking like a dog. He had painstakingly beaten Ling Xiao until he was severely injured. He thought that his chance had come. But in the end, this was the situation. Was this young man a god? The so-called genius Ling Chuyan was nothing in front of him. He estimated that more than half of the holy lords in the 3,000 holy cities couldn't kill him. Monster, he was really a monster. How could this be? Plum blossom acupuncture hand. Ling Xiao had something to say to Di Tuatian, but he couldn't let Di Tuatian recover. So, he used the plum blossom acupuncture hand. He sealed Di Tuatian's acupuncture points and meridians. This made Di Tuatian fall into despair. You. How could this be? Di Tuatian was really desperate. This young man was too scary. What kind of monster was he? Don't worry about me first. Listen to me. Ling Xiao simply moved a small stool and sat down. If he wanted to kill Di Tuatian, he had to let him know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a sense of accomplishment. First, your son Diying wasn't killed by Yun Feng of the Great River Bandits, but by me. In addition, Lu Qinmong, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, and Gui Li were the same. Second, and the most important point. Do you remember a couple? Their names were Jianchen and Chu Ling. Hearing these two names, Di Tuatian trembled. How do you know these two people? Di Tuatian asked coldly. Ling Xiao smiled. I really didn't find the wrong person. You are their disciple? Di Tuatian asked. Kind of. My innate god-fiend sword soul was inherited from them. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm not afraid to tell you, before the two seniors died, they asked me to kill you. Avenge them. Actually, when I first came to fighting Soul Sacred City, I was a little conflicted. Because I didn't know what kind of person you were. I didn't want to kill the innocent, and I didn't want to kill the wrong person. But you disappointed me too much. Even if the two seniors didn't ask me to kill you, I would still kill you for what you did. You found the wrong person. Di Tuatian suddenly said. It's said that people speak the truth when they are about to die, but you still want to play tricks at this time? Ling Xiao smiled. No, you found the wrong person. I don't deny that I killed Jianchen and Chu Ling, but they should know that with my strength, I can't kill them. Di Tuatian shook his head. You mean there is another murderer behind this? Ling Xiao had thought of this long ago. Jianchen and Chu Ling were very powerful. He didn't know it at first, so he wasn't too sure. But now, he knew it clearly. Jianchen and Chu Ling had both reached the heavenly core realm. Even the current Di Tuatian would not be able to kill those two people by himself. Although he knew there was someone behind Di Tuatian's back, but that was a matter for the future. Jianchen and Chu Ling only asked him to kill Di Tuatian. Perhaps they were worried that he couldn't afford to offend the person behind this. For now, he shouldn't pay attention to it. Once his strength reached a certain level, it would be easy to decide whether to kill or not. Since you've told me everything, should I ask you a question? It seemed like Di Tuatian had given up on resisting. Being controlled by a late 6th Divine Core warrior was indeed a bit shameful. But, he had no other choice. He just wanted to die with a clear understanding. Ask away. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. When you came here, did you think you could kill me? Di Tuatian asked. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, when I came here, I only had a 30% chance of killing you. I needed to cooperate well in every aspect in order to succeed. Luckily, you're weaker than I thought. I didn't find the bloodthirsty plague. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hurt you with my last attack. Also, I have something to tell you. During this period of time, Hanajiku has been serving you with a colorless, odorless, and temporarily harmless poison in your tea. Of course, she took the poison from me. Once it combines with the bloodthirsty plague, it will unleash a terrifying amount of damage. It will damage your meridians and inner core. So you planned this all along, kid, you're really scary. It was your idea to make Hanajiku my disciple, right? You were the one who taught her all those tricks to please me, weren't you? Ha 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 ha, I never expected this. I can't believe there's someone more sinister and vicious than me in this world. You're strong, I admit defeat, but, even so, you still don't have the confidence to kill me, right? Aren't you afraid of death? Di Tuatian let out a wild laugh and asked. Of course, I still have my biggest trump card. Master, you can activate the Battle Soul formation now. Let Azure Lotus. Swordswoman, Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame, General Zhao Fengyun, and Governor Jiang Nan in here. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Master? Di Tuatian was dumbfounded. Who was Ling Xiao's master? He had never heard of this before, and this master could actually break the battle soul formation. How was this possible? But whether he thought it was possible or not. The battle soul array had been activated. Green Lotus Swordswoman and the others came in. When Forefather Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun arrived, the battle inside had already ended. Just as they were about to forcefully break the battle spirit array, the battle spirit array activated itself. And there was a voice telling them to enter. As for the others, they were blocked outside. Di Tuatian looked outside. Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan hurriedly rushed in. Bastard, how dare you hurt my young master? I'll kill you. As soon as Forefather Scarlet Flame entered, he flew into a rage. He grabbed Di Tuatian's collar. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that Di Tuatian's entire body was injured to the point of no return. Moreover, his meridians and acupoints were all sealed. Even the healing medicine that he had taken couldn't take effect. This? Could it be that young master did this? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked in shock. Who else could it be but him? Di Tuatian smiled bitterly and said, My biggest mistake was that I knew too little about Ling Xiao. I didn't expect him to have such a terrifying trump card. I also didn't expect him to have a master who was proficient in array formations. Of course, I didn't expect the three of you to gather together for him. Although Green Lotus Swordswoman and the other two were incomparably powerful. Standing there, they were like mountains, causing Di Tuatian to feel a huge amount of pressure. However, he was about to die. Di Tuatian didn't care about this at all. You're really too stupid. When I recommended young master to come to the Battle Spirit Sacred City, you should have understood what I meant. At that time, what you should have done was to accept him as a disciple and teach him well. Perhaps, the grudge between you two could have been resolved. But look at what you've done, Sai, this is fate. Even I can't save you after offending young master. Green Lotus Swordswoman sighed. To be honest, she felt that it was a pity. Di Tuatian was also a genius. If he died like this, it would definitely be a huge loss to the Golden Heavenly Nation. It seems that Ling Zhao's secret is even bigger than I thought. Di Tuatian smiled bitterly. He regretted it a little. However, it was too late for regrets. Fine, just give me a quick death. It's not a loss to die in the hands of someone like you. I'll fulfill your wish then. Ling Xiao struck out with his palm. It landed on Di Tuatian's head. Don't tell me you think you can kill me like this? Show me something stronger. Di Tuatian looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. Is that so? You still want to act tough when you're about to die? Ling Xiao sneered. From his palm, a blazing flame was unleashed. This is an immortal flame. Di Tuatian was surprised. You still have a secret. Do you think you can fully understand my secret? Ling Xiao smiled. The raging flame was boiling. Di Tuatian was completely burned into ashes. At the same time, all the energy in Di Tuatian's body flowed into Jiang Chen's. Together with the thief god's inner core. Ling Zhao's cultivation had finally broken through to the peak 6th heavenly core realm. Thank you. Ling Xiao. The moment Jiang Chen killed Di Tuatian, Ling Xiao suddenly heard two voices. They were the marks left behind by Jian Chen and Chu Ling in his body. At this moment, he was completely free. No need to thank me. Seniors, rest in peace. Ling Xiao clasped his palms together towards the sky. After killing Di Tuatian, it seemed like Ling Xiao had finally relaxed. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. When Ling Xiao promised Jian Chen and Chu Ling to avenge them, he didn't know much about the 4 major domains. Even in front of the weakest warriors in the 4 major domains, he was just a piece of trash. But now, he had actually completed his revenge. Even Jiang Chen himself found it unbelievable. Young master. Before this, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun didn't really respect Ling Xiao. They only called him young master because of what happened to Hong Qi. But right now, they were really in awe of this young man. Even Fear, a late 6th Heavenly Core warrior, was actually able to kill a late 8th Heavenly Core warrior. Although they didn't know what had happened just now, they knew that it was something impossible for them to do. I'm sorry for making you guys worry. Xiao said with an indifferent tone, you should take it easy in the future. Since I have the confidence to step into the Saint Lord Palace, I won't die. Even if I can't kill Dituatian, I can still escape. I don't need a maid, I need someone who can help me when I'm in danger. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Fengyun and Ancestor Scarlet Flame cupped their fists together. They didn't feel conflicted because of Xiao's admonishment. On the contrary, there was an aura coming from Xiao that even they were afraid of. Of course, Xiao knew what it was. It was something that had been hiding in the depths of the universe of Tyrant. Back then, Black Demon had beaten up a mighty warrior from the Eternal Palace. That mighty warrior, Wang Quanjing, was probably a divine physique realm warrior. He was a terrifying existence that had surpassed the divine core realm. The stronger Xiao became, the more he understood how terrifying Black Demon was. Alright, don't be so restrained. I'm a junior, so I'll call both of you big brothers. If I call you uncle, I'll make you sound old. Do you have any objections? Xiao said with a smile on his face. Of course, young master can call us anything you want. Ancestor Scarlet Flame's tense face finally showed a smile. Zhao Fengyun was still as serious as ever, and he didn't talk much. He just nodded his head in agreement. Young master, you've really broadened my horizons this time. Before you appeared, no mortal core warrior had ever defeated a heavenly core warrior. It had never happened before. Even in the ancient records, it had never happened before. That is to say, even the ancient sages couldn't do it. But you did it, I'm afraid you're the first person in history to do it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said excitedly. It's not that bad, I just used some small tricks. Just like what Dituatian said, it's a little despicable. Xiao knew clearly that even though he had reached the peak mortal core realm, he was still a peak mortal core warrior. But when facing a heavenly core warrior, it was still impossible for him to defeat a heavenly core warrior. He might even need to use some sinister methods. But he didn't care. Those who survived were the mighty warriors. Monster. Even if you're in Golden City, you're still a monster. Zhao Fengyun still didn't talk much. But this praise made even Xiao, who had a thick face, feel embarrassed. Oh right, big brother Scarlet Flame, big brother Zhao, why are you here in the 3000 Saint City? Isn't the ranking competition 1 month later? Xiao asked. It's changed to 3 months later. Because something happened in Golden City. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said, that's why they're here. They also want to announce the ranking of this year's competition. The Fighting Soul Sacred City has perfectly completed their mission, and their ranking is now in the top 500. This is a huge improvement. Before this, they were still in the top 1000. Also, you, in the individual ranking, you're ranked 10th. This ranking, in addition to the fact that you killed the koi fish earlier. All of a sudden, you became the target that all men in the 3000 holy cities wanted to defeat the most. Because they don't think you're qualified to be the 10th. They all think that you cheated. Forefather Scarlet Flame said disdainfully, if that bunch of trash knew that you even killed Dituatian, they would definitely kill you. Then I'm afraid you won't be ranked 10th, but first, in any case, I have never seen any disciple from the 3000 holy cities who is stronger than Dituatian. Those are all empty. Xiao shook his head and said, in my opinion, there is no difference between the 3000 holy cities. Only by entering the Golden City can it be considered a true holy land for cultivation. Actually, you can't say that. Out of the 3000 holy cities, the top 3 holy cities were already known as the candidates for the Golden City. Basically, any disciple who was qualified to enter the 3 holy cities would have a great chance of entering the Golden City. I think you should choose one of them to join. As for the Fighting Soul Sacred City, let it fend for itself. Zhao Fengyun said indifferently. You want me to be a deserter too? Xiao smiled. This is not a deserter, it's helplessness. If you stay in the Fighting Soul Sacred City, you will never know how terrifying the top 3 holy cities are. I know you value your feelings, but as long as you become strong enough. No one will dare to bully the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan also advised at this time. Let's not talk about this anymore. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, there is something more important than this. What else can be more important than this? Azure Lotus Sword Maiden, Forefather Scarlet Flame, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan were all confused. I want to go to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. Ling Xiao said. Why are you going there? That is a terrifying place. And it is much more chaotic than the Golden Heavenly region. Heroes are divided and wars are endless. I'm not afraid to tell you that Huang Jindi's daughter, Xin Dian, went to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden reminded. Then I have to go even more because my sister, Ling Jiaojiao, is there. Ling Xiao gave a brief introduction of Ling Jiaojiao. Such a loyal and righteous woman is really rare. And she is your sister. You must go. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden was the first to change her mind. Forefather Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun had no objections. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden added, how about this, Fengyun will stay in the Fighting Soul Sacred City for the time being. Help Jiang Nan stabilize this place. Scarlet Flame and I will follow young master to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. I want to go too. Zhao Fengyun frowned. One of us has to stay behind to guard the house. And Fengyun, your identity is too special. You are a member of the military. Once you step into the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden advised. Sigh. Alright, I'll listen to you. Zhao Fengyun sighed. He also understood that Azure Lotus Sword Maiden's words made sense. Young master, what about you? Azure Lotus Sword Maiden asked. Naturally, I have no objections. I don't know what Sister Jiaojia's situation is right now. She might face many experts. With you guys following me, I feel more at ease. Ling Xiao laughed. If he had helpers, he naturally had to bring them along. Although they might not be needed, it was still a layer of protection. In case there really was a problem that couldn't be solved. With Azure Lotus Sword Maiden and Scarlet Flame Ancestor working together, most of the problems could be easily solved. It was just that Xin Dian was actually unconscious. He didn't know what had happened. Unfortunately, he wasn't qualified to go to the Golden City yet, so he couldn't help Xin Dian. Fortunately, according to Azure Lotus Sword Maiden, Xin Dian's life wasn't in danger now. It was just that he was unconscious. It was as if he had been cursed. What he needed to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. When he was qualified to go to the Golden City, he would be able to help Xin Dian. Let's go. There are still 2 things to announce. After the announcement, let's go to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden said. You guys should leave first. I'll get rid of it later. The fewer people who know about our relationship, the better. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. Alright. After Azure Lotus Sword Maiden and the others left, Ling Xiao walked over and woke Daisy up first. Listening to Ling Xiao's narration of the results, Daisy was sobbing like a baby. But it wasn't sadness, it was touched. Let bygones be bygones. Go and give it to City Lord Jiang Nan. No, it should be Holy Lord Jiang Nan. Go and apologize to her properly. No matter how she punishes you, take it. Because you did something that no one can forgive, although it's pardonable. But a mistake was a mistake. You should be punished. Do you understand? Ling Xiao reminded. Understood. You can go and do your work first. I need to think about it. Hinajiku nodded. Ling Xiao nodded and stepped out of the Holy Lord Palace. At this time, everyone in the Fighting Soul Sacred City had gathered here. Greetings, Elder. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived outside, he immediately heard Elder Shanhu's voice. He quietly blended into the crowd, and didn't cause too much of a commotion. Although everyone glanced at him, they were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. But with Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun here, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Azure Lotus Swordswoman nodded her head and said, Today, I have 2 things to announce. First, the Fighting Soul Sacred City's assessment has been completed with outstanding results. The Fighting Soul Sacred City's ranking has risen to 496th place, therefore, the Fighting Soul Sacred City will receive 10 million upper rank spirit stones, an 8th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, 10 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skills, 106th grade Emperor Realm martial skills, 1005th grade martial skills, 10,000 4th grade martial skills. In addition, there are also a number of rare pills. Among the 3,000 Sacred City's disciples, the weakest was at the 3rd Heavenly Core Realm. Therefore, the rewarded martial skills were basically all 4th grade Emperor Realm martial skills. As soon as the announcement was made, all the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City cheered. One had to know that the rewards in the past were far from this. It seemed like the higher the ranking of the Sacred City, the higher the reward. "Thank you, Elder, thank you, Huang Jindi." Everyone knelt down and expressed their gratitude. Now that the number of people in the Fighting Soul Sacred City had decreased, these rewards were easier to distribute. Those who stayed behind naturally rejoiced in their hearts. Also, Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciple, Ling Xiao, has reached 10th place in the assessment. He is also rewarded with a supreme rank spirit stone, an 8th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, and a number of rare pills. Supreme rank spirit stone. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned. One must know that the value of a supreme spiritual stone was equivalent to 10 million upper spiritual stones. Many people here had never seen a supreme rank spirit stone before. It was said that even in the Golden City, there were very few of them. Ling Xiao actually received a supreme rank spirit stone as a reward. The expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred in the crowd were simply dazzling. "This is for you." Ancestor Scarlet Flame flicked his finger, and a storage ring flew into Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao put the item into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He just casually glanced at it. Then, he discovered that the 8th Order Emperor Grade martial skill was actually a peak 8th Order Emperor Grade martial skill. Although it wasn't like the 12 Divine Beasts technique that could be upgraded. But the advantage was that this set of martial skills did not require any materials to cultivate. As long as one reached the 7th Divine Core Realm, they would be able to cultivate it. This would be very helpful for Ling Xiao to protect himself. After all, his martial skills were lagging behind. He couldn't use the 12 Divine Beasts technique all the time, right? That piece of top-grade spirit stone was even more amazing. It was definitely rarer than 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel an incomparably powerful force. As for those spirit pills and miraculous medicines, although they weren't as good as the ones he had refined, they weren't as good. But the most important thing was that they were able to fill their stomachs. It would be even better after he tempered it a little. "Next, I will announce the second matter." Zhao Fingyun's voice rang out, "Let me tell you some unfortunate news. The Holy Lord of War Soul Sacred City, Di Tuatian, was killed by the enemy. Not even his bones remain." Just as he said that, the ground below began to shake. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the crowd. Everyone panicked and fell into chaos. "Silence!" Zhao Fengyun shouted out loudly. His voice was so terrifying that everyone shut their mouths. Di Tuatian's death is a great loss to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. According to the three of us, the former city lord of Jiangnan Palace, Jiangnan, will replace Di Tuatian. He will be the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. I don't accept this. Just as Zhao Fengyun finished speaking, someone immediately shouted out from below. This voice came from Xing Meng. As the great elder of the law enforcement palace, Xing Meng's strength was on par with Di Tuatian. If Di Tuatian was dead, then the one who would replace him as the Saint Lord should be him. It's useless even if you don't accept this. This is a decision made by the three of us, but this is only temporary. Later, we will report this to the Golden City. Perhaps, the higher-ups will send a Saint Lord from nowhere. You must all be prepared. Zhao Fengyun glanced at Xing Meng with an indifferent expression. Xing Meng didn't accept this decision, it was within his expectations. After all, he would stay and help Jiangnan manage the Fighting Soul Sacred City. He was just a wanderer, it didn't matter where he went. Xing Meng opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Firstly, Zhao Fengyun was here. Even if he didn't accept it, it was meaningless. Secondly, as Zhao Fengyun had said, Jiangnan was only a temporary Saint Lord. In the future, the Golden City might send a Saint Lord from nowhere. That was how Dituatian came to be. Now that he and Jiangnan were in a heated argument, it was possible that outsiders would take advantage of them. After all, he just didn't accept Jiangnan's strength, but he didn't have any enmity with Jiangnan. Jiangnan, take this storage ring. Ancestor Scarlet Flame gave the sacred city's reward to Jiangnan. Thank you, Elder. Jiangnan took the storage ring and said in a clear voice, since I, Jiangnan, am the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, I won't only care about my own disciples. As long as you have talent, if you meet the requirements, you can get the resources you deserve from me. Thank you, Saint Lord. Other than the people from the law enforcement palace, everyone else had accepted their fate. Jiangnan was usually a good person. She was much better than Dituatian. If they had to choose, they would naturally choose Jiangnan and not Xingmeng. Xingmeng's nature was no different from Dituatian's. They were all jackals of the same tribe. Ling Xiao, this is great, Ling Xiao? Zhan Long had already been released by Ling Xiao from the Dongxing Emperor ring. Seeing that Jiangnan had become the Saint Lord, he was about to turn back and enjoy the good news with Ling Xiao. However, he realized that Ling Xiao had disappeared. Zhu Xiaohan, have you seen Ling Xiao? Zhan Long asked curiously. No. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew when, but Ling Xiao had already disappeared without a trace. There's no need to look for him. Ling Xiao received a special mission from the Golden City and went to complete it alone. I'm afraid he won't be back for 2 or 3 months. The ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities will be held in 3 months. He won't be absent. Of course, Jiangnan knew what Ling Xiao had done. She had already heard about it when she was in the Sacred Lord Palace. However, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to leave in such a hurry without even saying goodbye. Alright, we're leaving too. Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame tore through the air. Naturally, they were going to chase after Ling Xiao. Zhan Long seemed to have suddenly understood something. He couldn't help but feel envious. Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Qin Xiuji, He Ningdi, Hinajiku, the 6 of you will cultivate under my name from now on. It's not considered a master-disciple relationship. Just treat it as a student and teacher. Zhao Fengyun watched Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman leave and named 5 people. These 5 people were all from the same sect as Ling Xiao, who had gone through life and death with the Great River Bandits. Moreover, they dared to support Ling Xiao in front of experts. That was why Ling Xiao asked Zhao Fengyun to take care of them. Among the people who returned from the Great River Bandits, only Qinyu was not selected. Qinyu knew the reason. However, she still felt a little lost in her heart. If only I had firmly supported him back then. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know Qinyu's regret. At this time, he had already arrived at Beifeng Strong Country with Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Because the entrance to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm was in Beifeng Strong Country. Although he had never been there, Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame had been there. Following Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, the 3 of them flew towards the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. They thought that the distance wouldn't be too far. But in fact, after arriving at Beifeng Strong Country, they had already flown for a full 3 hours. They still couldn't see where the entrance was. Ling Zhao's understanding of the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm was just a small world. Sister Azure Lotus, I've always been very confused about something. From the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Black Tortoise Continent. On the previous 3 continents, there were almost no small worlds like this. Even if there were, they were very small. There had never been such a large number. How did these small worlds form? The journey was boring, so Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. It's a long story. Long before the mystic world split, this kind of small world had already appeared. Rumor has it that on the day the human king was born, countless meteors fell from the sky. Above the mystic world, almost all creatures thought that the end had come. However, after those meteors fell, they didn't cause any danger. Instead, they formed countless small worlds scattered all over the mystic world. Later, the mystic world split. Many small worlds couldn't withstand the new laws of the mystic world and collapsed, directly turning into nothingness. Almost all the small worlds of the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent collapsed. They returned to nothingness. In the future, there should be many small worlds in the Black Tortoise continent. This is what Master told us. Azure Lotus Sword Girl said with a smile. Do you know how the eternal desert of the 4 great regions was created? I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head. You may never imagine it. The eternal desert is actually made up of fragments of small worlds. Every grain of sand contained a terrifying amount of spatial energy. Once you step in, most people won't be able to come out alive. The 4 great regions are separated by the eternal desert. Only through a special teleportation array can ordinary people come and go. The eternal desert is a place where only experts can enter. Green Lotus Swordswoman's words shocked Ling Xiao. That desert was actually caused by the collapse of a small world. This was too terrifying. What about the 9 regions of the 9-star heaven realm? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. The entrances to the 9-star celestial realm are basically at the point of contact between the eternal desert and the 4 great regions. It's extremely dangerous. Forefather Scarlet Flame said with a smile, Sigh, your big brother has always wanted to go to the eternal desert to explore. He wanted to see what kind of amazing things existed in the eternal desert. It was a pity that he never had the strength to do so. Every time we reach the edge of the eternal desert, we can't withstand the terrifying spatial turbulence. Brother Qihua, do you mean that there is something special in the eternal desert? Ling Xiao said in surprise. Of course. Do you think that the 4 great domains are the 4 great domains? In fact, compared to the eternal desert, the 4 great regions and the 9-star celestial realm were just small places. Just like how the western region is compared to the entire Black Tortoise continent. Forefather Scarlet Flame said with a smile, I learned this from an ancient book. Oh right, a few of them came from the mysterious eternal desert. Their names are Su Mingzhen, Sun Xing, Zhu Neng, and Sha Hai. It is said that they are master and disciple. They came from the eternal desert. Ling Xiao had seen the 4 people that Forefather Scarlet Flame had mentioned before. When he first saw these 4 people, he knew that these 4 people were even more terrifying than the experts of the small purple spirit kingdom. He did not expect that they would have such a terrifying origin. These 4 people travel around the 4 great domains and the 9-star celestial realm. I don't know what their purpose is. However, every top expert was extremely respectful to them. No one dares to offend them. Forefather Scarlet Flame continued. How big is this Black Tortoise continent? I'm really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. Oh right, is there only one entrance to the heavenly demon realm? He suddenly asked. Of course not. There are a total of 9 entrances to the heavenly demon ghost realm. They correspond to the 9 great kingdoms of the heavenly demon ghost realm. However, there are only 2 entrances within the range of our golden heavenly region. This one is located within the range of the northern wind kingdom. It's the closest one to us. Suddenly, Forefather Scarlet Flame stopped talking and looked into the distance. Be careful, we're close to the eternal desert. When Ling Xiao heard this, he hurriedly looked forward. Everything was gray and hazy. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was lying there, and one could not see the end of it. Before reaching the eternal desert, Ling Xiao already felt a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Even when facing an expert who was countless times stronger than him. He had never felt this way before. It was as if he was just an ant. This feeling was too shocking. In the past, when he sat on the ground and looked at the stars, he was amazed by the vastness of the starry sky. Now, in this eternal desert, he actually had the same feeling. Could it be that every star was a world? As for the falling meteors, they transformed into numerous worlds. Then, they collapsed and became this vast eternal desert? Protect the young master well. Green Lotus Swordswoman reminded. Then, she released her vital essence to help Ling Xiao. Only then did Ling Xiao feel a little better. However, that terrifying aura still made his heart tremble. Looking at the eternal desert, then looking at the Golden Heavens domain. He felt that the Golden Heavens domain was like a small island in a stormy ocean. If he didn't have the Tai Chi and had a good imagination, He probably couldn't even imagine such a thing. This isn't sand. Finally, they arrived at the Eternal Desert. Green Lotus Sword Maiden and Forefather Scarlet Flame reminded Xianxia not to land on the ground. Because if he landed, he might never be able to stand up again. The bright sand on the ground was actually a small world. Remember, don't step on it. In fact, in the 4 major regions and the 9 stars realm, there were countless warriors who wanted to explore the secret of the Eternal Desert. However, only those who went in did not come out. Anyway, the people who went in disappeared. Whether they were dead or not, there was no way to know. Those 4 guys from the Eternal Desert, if they didn't bring the relics of the seniors who had once gone to the Eternal Desert to the 4 regions and 9 realms, I'm afraid we wouldn't dare to believe that they came from that mysterious place. Looking at the endless Eternal Desert in the distance, Forefather Scarlet Flame's heart was extremely restless. What about my grandfather? He can't step into the Eternal Desert either? Xianxia asked. Of course, Master can. He can even walk out of the Black Tortoise continent, let alone the Eternal Desert. He already knew the secret of the Eternal Desert. He just didn't tell us. That kind of secret is only interesting if we find it ourselves. I will definitely go back after I reach the Divine Body realm. Forefather Scarlet Flame's eyes flickered with anticipation. Death was scary. Just by flying along the edge of the Eternal Desert, Xianxia felt an unprecedented shock. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame's passionate words made him feel emotional and moved. For warriors, when they became stronger, they naturally wanted to face stronger challenges. The Eternal Desert might really be a good place. Xianxia looked into the deep darkness and said, "One day, I will find out the secret of the Eternal Desert." It's good for young master to have such thoughts, but you still need to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. The Eternal Desert is a nightmare for people with your cultivation. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus reminded. I understand. Xianxia knew that he still had a long way to go, so he was moving forward even more desperately. But we haven't reached the entrance yet? He changed the topic. After all, the Eternal Desert was too far away. At this stage, it was better to figure out the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory first. Don't worry, with our current speed, we should be able to reach it in 3 hours. Of course, the premise is that we don't encounter any trouble. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said, while looking around vigilantly. It was as if there was something terrifying in the dark desert. Xianxia didn't ask. In fact, he knew after thinking about it. This was the intersection of the Eternal Desert and the Golden Sky region. It must be the weakest place of the laws. A place that the Golden Sky region couldn't control. The chaos here was definitely more terrifying than other places. Even the Great River bandits were nothing here. The bandits that lived in this area were the most terrifying. There were also the demonic beasts that could travel through the spatial turbulence in the Eternal Desert. None of them were easy to deal with. If one was lucky, the bandits or demonic beasts they encountered would be weaker, but it was nothing. If one was unlucky, they would encounter a heavenly core bandit. For Xianxia, it was the end of the world. This was the reason why Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame had to protect Xianxia. When bandits moved, they would not be alone. They would usually move in groups. Besides the bandits and demonic beasts, the natural conditions here were also terrible. The spatial storms that appeared from time to time gave even Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame a headache. A spatial storm was no ordinary storm. Wherever it passed, the spatial laws would become chaotic. They might not die, but it was very likely that they would be trapped in the turbulent space forever. To die of old age alone. That was even more terrifying than death. Before coming, Xianxia had done an in-depth understanding of the situation here. However, when he saw the solemn expressions of Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame, he was shocked. He knew that the actual situation might be more troublesome than what was written in the book. Actually, you don't have to worry. Someone had already concluded a pattern of spatial storms. As long as we discover them in advance and avoid them in time, there won't be much of a problem. Perhaps because she was afraid that Xianxia would be worried, Green Lotus Swordswoman explained. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, he was more concerned about Ling Jiaojiao, who was in the Heavenly Fiend ghost trap. Green Lotus Swordswoman and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame could help him deal with the spatial storms and troubles along the way. But once they reached the Heavenly Fiend ghost territory, many things would probably go out of control. Perhaps, he would have to settle many things himself. Big Sister Qinglian, tell me more about this demonic skeleton. I want to know more. There aren't any detailed records in the book. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. Green Lotus Swordswoman nodded and said, Scarlet Flame, pay attention to the surrounding situation. N. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame nodded. He, who was usually bold and unrestrained, had become very serious at this moment. Green Lotus Swordswoman looked at Ling Xiao and continued, the 9-star celestial realm is 9 powerful small worlds, it's an existence that's on par with the 4 major regions. But these 13 forces are actually divided into strong and weak. It has to be said that the Eternal Emperor region is the boss of the 13 forces and is the strongest. And our Golden Heavenly region is ranked 4th. It's inferior to the Heaven Sacred Land and the Savage Beast region. As for this demonic skeleton, its strength isn't considered strong and can only be ranked 9th, which is considered relatively weak. But you mustn't underestimate the demonic skeleton because of this. One had to know that even the weakest of the 13 forces, the Deep Sea Dragon region, was ridiculously powerful. This kind of ranking is just to pick the cream of the crop. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. Alright, then I'll continue. Green Lotus Swordswoman continued, the strongest of the demonic skeleton is called the Devil Emperor. Like the Eternal Emperor and Yellow Emperor, they are all the strongest of this small world. But the Devil Emperor has a carefree nature. He does as he pleases. As a result, although the demonic skeleton nominally regards him as the supreme, in reality, the Devil Emperor basically doesn't care about anything. Unless it's a matter of life and death, he won't show his face. I'm afraid that in the 4 regions and 9 realms, only those few supreme experts know the Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor. I'll remember it. Ling Xiao was very clear that what Green Lotus Swordswoman told him was the key information. Under the Devil Emperor, there are 9 great devil kingdoms. The supreme expert of the Devil Kingdom is the Devil Venerable, and under the Devil Venerable is the Devil King. In the 9 great devil kingdoms, there are quite a number of devil kings. They were either in charge of a sect, or occupy several cities, or the right-hand man of the Devil Venerable. Hearing this, Ling Xiao asked curiously, what level of expert is the Devil King, how many are there? Devil Kings, Devil Venerables, and Devil Emperors are all existences above the Divine Core realm. There is only 1 Devil Emperor, and 9 Devil Venerables. However, the number of Demon Kings is not fixed. According to the investigation results of our Golden Sky region, there are around 100 Devil Kings. On average, there are around 10 Devil Kings in each Devil Kingdom. Some are less, some are more. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He thought that experts in the extreme realm of alchemy were already extremely rare. He didn't expect there to be more than 100 warriors above the Divine Core realm in this demonic skeleton. There were 13 such powerful existences in the Black Tortoise continent. 8 of them were even more frightening than the demonic skeleton. If that was the case, the number of warriors above the Divine Core realm might be around 2,000 to 3,000, or even more. Sigh, the path of a mighty warrior is still far away. Green Lotus Swordswoman let out a sigh. In front of all the warriors from the 3,000 saint cities, she was an unreachable elder of the Golden City. But in fact, only Green Lotus Swordswoman knew how tiny she was. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even Green Lotus Swordswoman was tiny. What did he amount to? Which Devil Kingdom does this entrance belong to? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered, do you still remember that Qi Yaoguang? He is from the Qi family of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Is the Qi family very powerful? Of course. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, the Qi family is ranked in the top 4. The Qi family's clan chief is a Devil King. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. Green Lotus Swordswoman said, the Demon King of the Qi family is called Demon King Qi Qi Yaoguang went to find the Great River Bandits for the Great River Star. The Great River Star is on the seal of the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. He is probably preparing to fight for the position of the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. No wonder Qi Yaoguang didn't let me go to the Sky Devil Ghost region. This Fengdu Demon Kingdom should be very chaotic now, right? Of course, the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom couldn't improve his cultivation. Now he has reached the limit of his lifespan. The first reincarnation, the limit of his lifespan is 500 years. If he can't enter the second reincarnation at this age, then he can only accept death. No one can change that. Why is this different from what I heard before? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Then you must have heard wrong. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a martial artist before entering the reincarnation can reach 200 years at most, and the first reincarnation will increase his lifespan by 300 years, reaching the limit of 500 years. As for the future, even we can't say. So if someone tells you the future information now, it's most likely not reliable. Green Lotus Swordswoman said. I see. The death of the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom will definitely lead to a fight for the position of Demon Venerable. The Qi family is ranked in the top 4, so they will definitely participate. Ling Xiao now had a general understanding of the situation of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. In fact, it's not just that. Generally, when the Demon Venerable dies, he will keep his inheritance. It will be passed down to the next Demon Venerable. In order to fight for this inheritance, the people below will also fight until their heads bleed. Green Lotus Swordswoman sighed. Their fight has nothing to do with me. I only care about my sister. Ling Xiao hasn't grown up yet. So he is not in a hurry to invade the territory of the Sky Devil Ghost region. He can't eat a fatty in one go. He must wait until he becomes stronger and then think of a way to unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That is the right way. The people in front, stop. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. There were about 100 of them. Bandits? Ling Xiao frowned. He really hit the jackpot this time. He actually encountered bandits. They are not bandits. Green Lotus Swordswoman shook her head and said, they should be Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm martial artists. An escapee. I wonder what exactly happened in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom for these people to be in such a sorry state. Should we make a move? Ling Xiao asked. After flying for so long, Ling Xiao also wanted to move his hands and feet. Perhaps there's no need. The strength of this group of warriors was not strong. Let's go and take a look. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, since they came from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, then why are they here? Perhaps we can learn something useful from their mouths. As he spoke, the group of people had already rushed over. Kill. This group of martial artists in dire straits were even more direct than bandits. Without saying a word, he made a move. Leave it to me. Ancestor Scarlet Flame chuckled. A ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in his hands. Then, he punched out. 100 martial artists were all blasted flying out. Nearly half of them fell into the eternal desert and were instantly sucked into the spatial turbulence. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by the sight. This eternal desert was truly incomparably terrifying. He really had to hide a little further away. With just one punch, nearly half of them were killed, and the remaining people were all seriously injured. No one was unscathed or even lightly injured. The leader of the group had already wet his pants. A bunch of idiots. Learn from the bandits. You know how to choose your targets. You idiots, even if you don't run into my hands today, you will probably die in the hands of others tomorrow. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, are you martial artists from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked domineeringly with his hands behind his back. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly shouted, scrambling to be the first, as if they were afraid that they would be killed if they spoke too late. Why do you want to escape? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked again. The Fengdu Devil Kingdom is fighting. We are disciples of the Black Fire sect. In the end, the Black Fire sect was destroyed by the Yu family. We had no choice but to escape. Although everyone's voices were very chaotic, Ling Xiao still understood. It's better for you to say it. Everyone else, shut up. Ancestor Scarlet Flame had a headache hearing this, so he appointed the leader of the other party to answer. What you family, Black Fire Sect, what's going on? Reporting to the hero. There are 7 major forces in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. They are the 3 clans and 4 sects. The Yu family is the family of the deceased demon Venerable and belongs to the strongest lineage. There are 2 demon kings in the family, the remaining Qi family, Yang family, and the 4 sects only have 1 demon king overseeing them. Our Black Fire sect is one of the 4 sections. Unfortunately, our sect master was killed by the experts of the Yu family. The Black Fire sect has been disbanded. The leader replied obediently. In front of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, he didn't dare to lie. Have you heard of a girl called Ling Jiaojiao? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I don't know, we really don't know. The leader hurriedly shook his head. But from his eyes, Ling Xiao saw signs of lying. Tell me the truth, or you will all die. Ling Xiao said coldly. We know her. Just as he finished speaking, the body of the martial artist suddenly exploded. A terrifying force would bury several martial artists in the vicinity with him. Get lost. Ling Xiao waved his hand, although he didn't know why this mysterious force wanted to hide Ling Jiaojiao's identity. But since he couldn't get anything out of these people, there was no need to keep them. Anyway, he had nothing to lose. Still not getting lost? Ancestor Scarlet Flame waved his hand. He was still willing to listen to Ling Jiao's words. Big brother Scarlet Flame, Sister Qinglian, let's hurry up. I have a feeling that Sister Jiaojiao should have encountered a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao looked at Qinglian Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame and said. He's loyal and has outstanding talent. When it's time to be ruthless, he won't be lenient. I like young master's personality. Let's go. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled and sped up. Not long after, they saw one of the entrances to the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory. It was no different from other teleportation portals. But there were clearly people guarding it. Could it be the Yu family? Ling Xiao frowned. The Yu family obviously wanted to wipe out the other forces in one fell swoop and then inherit the position of the Demon Venerable. The 3 of them, outsiders, would probably be stopped as well. Perhaps a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Don't worry too much. It's impossible for the Yu family to guard the entrance at this time. Although they are the most powerful force among the 3 clans and 4 religions. But they have no way to fight against the other 6 forces at the same time. What's more, how could the Black Fire sect be destroyed so easily? If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The Yu family is probably in a terrible situation now and will definitely not make enemies easily. Qinglian Swordswoman analyzed. What's there to be afraid of? Even if they want to stop us, we'll just kill them all, except for the powerhouses above the Demon King level. I'm not afraid of anyone. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was more direct than Qinglian Swordswoman. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, there were warriors guarding the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. But their quantity and quality were poor. It seemed like after the Demon Sovereign died, in order to fight for the position of the Demon Sovereign, they had started fighting amongst themselves. As a result, they had neglected the threats from the outside world. The martial artists guarding the entrance were really not strong. They were only at the Divine Vein realm. There wasn't even a single Divine Core warrior. It felt similar to the warriors Ling Xiao met when he first entered the Golden Heavenly region. There were only 30,000 warriors guarding the entrance. It was said that there used to be more than 1 million warriors here. And there was definitely a Devil King guarding the entrance. But now, it looked like a mess. Let alone a Devil King, there wasn't even a single Divine Core warrior. The chaos gave Ling Xiao and the other 2 a chance to sneak in. But, the reality was different from what Ling Xiao had imagined. Ling Xiao planned to sneak in. But Ancestor Scarlet Flame barged in. Facing a mighty warrior like him, the 30,000 warriors surrendered without hesitation. They didn't even have the intention to resist. This was not a joke. There wasn't even a single Divine Core warrior among the 30,000 warriors, even though they couldn't see through Ancestor Scarlet Flame's true cultivation. But, they could still feel his terrifying aura. Great God, please spare our lives. We are just trash that was abandoned. Just treat it as a fart. The commander of the defending army cried bitterly as if he was crying for his parents. Shut the hell up. Ancestor Scarlet Flame didn't have the intention to attack. Killing these people was even easier than killing a bunch of ants. It was pointless. When he asked them to shut the hell up, all of them shut their mouths. Now, I'll ask you one question, and you'll answer one question. If anyone dares to lie, I'll send you to hell. Ancestor Scarlet Flame roared. Yes, yes, yes. We'll answer whatever you ask, great God. We won't hide anything. Everyone nodded their heads. Big brother Scarlet Flame, let me ask. We have to separate these people so that they won't collude. Ling Xiao stood up. The four-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye opened. 30,000 warriors were controlled at the same time. These were only 30,000 divine vein realm cultivators. To Ling Xiao, they were nothing. He could control both at the same time. But, if there was a divine core warrior, it wouldn't be so easy. He did not ask any questions. Instead, he directly extracted everyone's memories. Furthermore, he had used his martial spirit barrier to block the aura of the outside world. In order to ensure his safety, he even released part of the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He strengthened the martial spirit barrier. He then used 4 layers of spirit avoidance talismans. Previously, the ancient martial art practitioner from the Black Fire sect had only wanted to talk about Ling Jiaojiao. Then, he would explode and die. That power did not come from the martial artist's body. Instead, it was external. He did this to avoid the same trouble. After a long time, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Everything is clear now. Ling Xiao stood up and swallowed a pill. His physical strength was rapidly recovering. The 3 of them went through the huge portal. Soon, they arrived at a world that was completely different from the golden skies. Heavenly Devil Ghost Territory. The environment of the Heavenly Demon Ghost Domain was very gloomy, just as the Ghost Domain had said. All the plants were black as ink. It was emitting an evil aura. The air was filled with a terrifying devil intent. If someone who wasn't a devil cultivator came here, it would be very uncomfortable. However, when Ling Xiao arrived here, he found it very comfortable. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit contained everything. Of course, the most important thing was that he had the heavenly demon bone in his body. Not long after they left, the 30,000 soldiers woke up from the soul catcher state. What happened just now? Someone asked curiously. Something happened, but why can't I remember anything? Another person said. Should we report this to the higher-ups? Report my ass. If we don't know anything, we'll be scolded if we report it. Most of the people insisted on this point. Therefore, until now, no one knew that Ling Xiao and the other 2 had entered the Heavenly Demon Ghost Domain. At the same time, Ling Xiao found a secluded place and stopped. He had obtained a lot of useful information from those memories. He needed to discuss his next move. Seeing that Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good, Green Lotus Sword Maiden asked, "Is your sister in trouble?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Sister Jiao Jiao is not in trouble, but a disaster." Hearing this, Green Lotus Sword Maiden and Ancestor Scarlet Flame were shocked. Disaster? To be able to say this word from Ling Xiao's mouth, it was obvious that the trouble this time was much bigger than they had imagined. What exactly happened? Just tell me straight. We will help you even if we have to risk our lives. Green Lotus Sword Maiden said. Ancestor Scarlet Flame also nodded. This time, following Ling Xiao to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, the 2 of them didn't plan to return safely. Sister Jiao Jiao's current status is very high, it's so high that even I can't understand it. Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's impossible. According to what you said, although Ling Jiao Jiao's aptitude is outstanding, it's far inferior to yours. Even if she came to the 4 major regions longer than you, her cultivation is much higher than yours. It's higher than your cultivation, but status isn't something that can be obtained overnight. Green Lotus Sword Maiden frowned and said, unless she has been possessed, she is no longer her, but has become another person. Sister Green Lotus is indeed Sister Green Lotus. You hit the nail on the head. Although the memories of those miscellaneous soldiers are very vague, the information about this is simple and doesn't involve any core secrets. But I can still guess a little. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sister Jiao came to the Golden Sky Domain with Shendian. Later, in an accident, she was taken away by the demon lord of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. She became the direct disciple of the demon lord. Shendian went to the heavenly demon ghost realm to find Sister Jiao. In the end, she didn't expect that she would be cursed and fall into a coma. Princess Shendian has always been a person who values friendship and righteousness. It's just that I didn't expect her to have such a touching story with you. Green Lotus Sword Maiden sighed and said, if Ling Jiao has been possessed, then she might be a shell. Then she would be nothing more than a shell. Only her body belonged to her. Her soul had long become someone else's. If you save her, you can only save a corpse. Do you still want to go? No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I was worried that something would happen to Sister Jiao. I implanted a trace of my consciousness into the depths of her body. If her soul perishes, I will know. But in fact, no such thing happened. Therefore, I suspect that her soul is only sealed in her body. So, as long as I destroy the soul that has possessed her, I can save her. Logically speaking, if it's a possession, one side won't leave behind the other's soul. Forefather Scarlet Flame thought that Ling Xiao was just comforting himself and couldn't help but say. Big brother Scarlet Flame, that's true. But Sister Jiao's situation is different. I've checked her body before. And, don't overthink it. I was just checking her talent. I found out that Sister Jiao has a very special physique. Her body is like a deep sea. It can allow all kinds of mixed energies to enter. It's very useful for the devil race's cultivation. But this deep sea only recognizes Sister Jiao's soul. The soul snatcher must have left her soul behind to use it as a key. Ling Xiao explained. Now that you mention it, I understand now. What is your Sister Jiao's current cultivation level? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked curiously. Extreme Core Realm. Ling Xiao answered, she's at the perfect 9th level of the Divine Core Realm, and is about to step into the Shattered Core Realm. The so-called Shattered Core Realm. When one reached the Extreme Core Realm, the inner core would naturally shatter. The energy would then be absorbed by the body. The Shattered Core Realm didn't have a fixed level, it was a transitional stage. When the body completely absorbed the energy from the inner core, when the warrior naturally stepped into the Divine Body Realm. This is too strong. Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. An existence at this level, unless he and Azure Lotus Swordswoman worked together, there was no way they could defeat it. Who is the person who took over the body? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked. It can't be the Lord Devil himself, right? I've often heard that when those Lord Devils reached the limit of their lifespan, in order to continue living, they would possess someone else's body. Although the success rate was extremely low, the possibility of deceiving the heavens was less than 10%. But they were still willing to try. After all, if they could succeed, they would have an extra 500 years of lifespan. The result would be completely different. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it must be related to the Lord Devil. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. But no matter who it was, they dared to hurt his sister Jiao. He would definitely make that person regret being born in this world. A ruthless look flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. No matter what method he used, he would make that person pay the price. In this world, there were many people who would add flowers to brocade, but there were very few people who would help him in his hour of need. Ling Jiao had helped him when he was in his most pain and helpless. He would remember this kindness for the rest of his life. Young master, your sister is our benefactor, we will not stand by and do nothing. However, he absolutely could not be impulsive in this matter. In the face of a strong enemy, if we are slightly rash, we may lose everything. Even his nickname was lost in the process. Understand? The Green Lotus Swordswoman reminded. Of course I know. Ling Xiao did not let hatred get to his head, because he already knew that it was meaningless to be rash. It would only make him more confused. Let's go. I want to see Qi Yaoguang first. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why do you want to see that little girl? Green Lotus Swordswoman was a bit confused. I forgot to tell you that older sister Jiao Jiao is currently staying with the Yu family. The reason why the Yu family dared to attack other powers so unscrupulously was because of this. It was because they had more than 2 demon kings. Moreover, he also had Ling Jiao Jiao, who could step into the core fragmentation realm at any time. They wanted to deal with the Yu family. He could only work with the Qi clan. Among the 3 clans and 4 sects, I only know people from the Qi clan and the Black Fire sect. Now that the Black Fire sect had been destroyed, they were no longer of much use. But the Qi clan is different. Ling Xiao explained. Young master, you are able to think calmly under such a furious situation. I really admire you. Not bad, it is time to meet Qi Yaoguang. Qi Yaoguang is the number 2 genius of the Qi clan. He is second only to her brother Qi Niming. That Qi Niming is a true genius, you must remember this man's name. He had relied on his own cultivation to reach the frightening mid-9th divine core realm, but young master, your talent is stronger than his. As long as you get the same amount of resources, your overall strength will soon surpass his. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled and said, but right now, perhaps we can work with this man. He will become one of our forces. Let's see. Let's meet Qi Yaoguang first. After all, I've killed a warrior from the Qi clan, and I think they still hold a grudge against me. Ling Xiao stood up. Although he said so, his eyes were filled with determination. His goal was simple. He was going to save Ling Jiao. But, he had to use the method properly. Otherwise, he would lose everything. You don't have to worry too much. Possession is just our speculation. As for whether it's true or not, we have to see it with our own eyes. Swordswoman Azure Lotus comforted Ling Xiao. Although she knew such comforting words wouldn't work. Because the fact that Ling Jiao had been possessed was a fact. Ling Xiao's mood wasn't that relaxed. Because it might involve the Honor Devil, an existence that surpassed the divine core realm. Luckily, the Honor Devil from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom was dead. Even if he possessed Ling Jiao's body, he wouldn't be able to recover his strength in a short period of time. If he forcefully increased his strength, it would only cause the new body to collapse. There was still a chance, even if he had to risk his life, he couldn't let Ling Jiao be a puppet for the rest of her life. Her body was controlled by someone, and her soul was sealed. That kind of torture was worse than death. Even if it was the Honor Devil, he would be willing to sacrifice himself to drag the Honor Devil down from his throne. He, Ling Xiao, was fearless for his family. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. At least, Sister Jiao isn't dead, that's good news. Ling Xiao looked at Swordswoman Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Both of them had been worried about him. It's good that you're fine. Young master, you have to understand. Only when you're strong can we solve this problem. Otherwise, everything will be over. Perhaps your sister Ling Jiao has placed her only hope on you. Swordswoman Azure Lotus gently rubbed Ling Jiao's head and said, don't disappoint a girl. Especially a family member. I'm fine, but you too, Ling Xiao sighed. I thought this time, it would at most involve some power similar to the 3,000 sacred cities. I never expected it to involve so many people. Even an existence that surpasses the divine core realm is involved. What I'm worried about the most is that you'll be dragged into this mess. Don't talk about dragging us into this mess. If it wasn't for your grandfather Hongqi, both of us and that young man Zhao Fengyun would have been dead long ago. We wouldn't have been able to avenge ourselves. Besides, it's not like we don't have any allies this time. If we can ally with the Qi clan, this matter will be easier to handle. Ancestor Scarlet Flame patted Ling Xiao and said. Although the strength of the Heavenly Devil Ghost region was not as strong as the Golden Heavenly region. But the Demon Emperor's personal strength might not be weaker than the Golden Sovereign. Even if he was no match for the Golden Sovereign, it would take a long time for the winner to be decided. Therefore, in the Heavenly Devil Ghost region, the danger that Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Swordswoman Azure Lotus faced was no less than Ling Xiao. The people of the Heavenly Devil Ghost region would never show mercy to them just because they were from the Golden City. In fact, Xindian was a good example. Xindian was the daughter of the Golden Sovereign, but she was still cursed into a coma. Ling Xiao, who was on his way, didn't know that the development of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom had already exceeded his expectations. He was looking forward to contacting Qi Yaoguang in private and then forming an alliance with the Qi family to deal with the Yu family. To save Ling Jiaojiao, however, at this moment, the Qi family was facing a disaster. 3 clans and 4 sections. After the Black Fire sect was destroyed, the other 3 sects and the Yang family took the initiative to join the Yu family. A huge alliance was formed. As a result, the Qi family was unlucky. At this moment, in the Qi family's residence, it was densely packed with martial artists. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, completely surrounding the place. It was almost impenetrable. Of course, these martial artists were nothing. The key was that there were 6 Demon King level experts in the Yu family's camp. 2 from the Yu family, 1 from the Yang family and 1 from the other 3 sects. With such a terrifying lineup, even the Qi family couldn't do anything. After all, the Qi family only had 1 Demon King. Even if there was a genius like Qi Niming, it was useless. Before a genius grew up, the effect could be said to be minimal. Accept your fate, Qi Fenghua, although you are very strong, so strong that the 2 of us aren't your match even if we join forces. But now that we have 6 people on our side, what can you do? The one who spoke was the Yu family's patriarch, one of the Demon Kings, Yu Tian. The reason why the Yu family chose to attack the Black Fire sect first was that they couldn't afford to provoke the Qi family for the time being. This Qi Fenghua was in existence second only to the Demon Venerable in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. The 2 Demon Kings weren't his match. But everything was different now. Yu Tian, you'd better remember that if you can't destroy my Qi family today, my Qi family will definitely destroy your Yu family in the future. Qi Fenghua looked at Yu Tian coldly and then waved his hand. Kill. There was nothing to say. The enemy had already arrived at their doorstep. Whether they fought or not, they couldn't escape death in the end. Before they died, they had to make the other party pay a price. The martial artists from both sides collided crazily. A great battle that would affect the situation of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom began. At the same time, in the Qi family's secret passage, Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang were running. Their storage rings contained the key to the Qi families. Come back. In order to take revenge, the Qi family decided to let Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang escape, leaving behind a glimmer of hope for revenge. Many years ago, this secret passage had been built. Only the upper echelons of the clan knew about the secret passage. The siblings exited the secret passage and fled madly. Oh no, someone is chasing after us. Yao Guang, take the storage ring and flee. Whether you go to another devil nation or the 4 great domains, it's all up to you. But you must remember to live well. Qi Niming looked at the approaching pursuers with a hint of madness in his eyes. Before Ling Jiaojiao appeared, he was the most outstanding genius in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. He didn't want to keep running for his life. Moreover, in order for his sister to escape, he had to attract the pursuers. Brother! I'm not leaving. Qi Yaoguang shook his head desperately. Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you so that you won't be sullied by others. Qi Niming roared. Qi Yaoguang was stunned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Brother! You must survive. Qi Yaoguang entered the dense forest and began his escape. The Great River Planet did not bring any benefits to the Qi family. Instead, it caused the Yu family to go crazy. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wanted that thing. In the end, they were too obsessed with it. Thinking about the Great River Planet, a man suddenly appeared in Qi Yaoguang's mind. Why did I think of him? Qi Yaoguang shook his head with a bitter smile. He's just a 6th divine core warrior, he can't help me much. But, I think I know him and Shindian. Shindian has fainted, I can only look for him. With this thought in mind, Qi Yaoguang started running towards the exit of the Golden Sky region. Qi Yaoguang ran for 3 days. Although her brother Qi Niming had attracted most of the pursuers away. But, some of them still managed to find her. She had to fight every single day. After 3 days, she was completely exhausted. Right now, even a 7th divine core warrior could easily kill her. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want her family members to die in vain, and she didn't want to let her brother down, she would have given up. Perhaps she would have given up. Surround her. Don't let her escape, she can't hold on any longer. Once again, Qi Yaoguang was intercepted. Qi Yaoguang's mind was in a daze. After fighting for an hour, he had killed more than a dozen men. Finally, he fell to the ground. While he was in a daze, he saw a man. No way, why would he come to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region? I must be seriously injured, I'm hallucinating. Qi Yaoguang finally fainted. Sigh. I came here to ask you for help, but you fainted first. Looking at Qi Yaoguang who had fallen to the ground, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. But, he couldn't just leave him to die. Qi Yaoguang had helped him during the Great River Bandits mission. Get lost. Looking at the pursuers from the Yu family, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. They were all small fries, he was too lazy to kill them. Brat, how dare you interfere with the Yu family's business? You're courting death. He didn't want to kill these men. But, these men were courting death. Sister Qinglian, sorry for the trouble. Brother Qihua's attack is too eye-catching, you should do it. Ling Xiao said to a dark corner. After that, he went over to check on Qi Yaoguang's condition. What a beautiful girl, how could she be so seriously injured? Sigh, consider yourself lucky to have met a good person like me. Feeding a healing pill to Qi Yaoguang, Ling Xiao threw Qi Yaoguang into the Dongxing Emperor ring. While at this time, the battle on Qinglian swordswoman's side already ended. Looks like the Qi family is in trouble. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they still thought about it. Even Qi Yaoguang had to flee for his life. The Qi family's situation could be imagined. With the three of their strength, they could not save the Qi family either. They could only take one step at a time. Go to Bloodpool City, that place is the Qi family's territory. After going there, we should know the situation. Qinglian swordswoman suggested. Go. The three people continued to hurry along. As for Qi Yaoguang, he stayed in the Dongxing Emperor ring. The injuries on his body were seriously too serious. Wanting to recover would probably still take a very long time. A day later, they already arrived at Bloodpool City. Although the current situation in Bloodpool City was still considered fine. But from time to time, one could see martial artists killing people on the streets. The killers were all wearing the unique uniform of the Yu family. The ones who were killed should be martial artists related to the Qi family. From this, it could be seen that apart from a few fish that escaped the net, the majority of the Qi family had already been annihilated. Or perhaps he was captured. Restaurants were always the best place to inquire about information. The three people found a restaurant that was still operating normally in Bloodpool City. When they entered, they heard people arguing inside. Only after listening carefully did they know. It turned out that the boss of this restaurant was actually a spy of the Yu family in Bloodpool City. All kinds of information had been passed to the Yu family through here. In the past, no one knew the identity of the owner of this restaurant, but after the Yu family destroyed the Qi family, the owner revealed his identity with great fanfare. On one hand, he was proud, and on the other hand, he was afraid of being accidentally injured by the Yu family. Although he knew that this might lead to the Qi family's revenge. But after weighing the pros and cons, it was still worth it. Qi, the person who was shouting in the restaurant, was easily killed. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. The restaurant owner sneered. Now, the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom belongs to my Yu family. Whoever dares to stand up for the Qi family, I'll kill him. After saying that, the owner left. He left the waiter to take care of the guests. Although Ling Xiao disdained such a person, he was not here to be chivalrous. He was here to inquire about information. There were quite a lot of people in the restaurant. It was noisy and they were all talking about what had happened recently. No one paid any attention to them. After the waiter came over, Ling Xiao ordered a few dishes to go with wine. As he ate, he began to listen to the discussions around him. Sigh, it's really tragic. It's said that the Qi family almost died overnight. A few fish that escaped the net are being hunted down. Yeah, when the demon Venerable was still around, he didn't make a move against the Qi family. Now that the demon Venerable has just passed away, the Qi family is being targeted. I don't know why. In fact, Ling Xiao was also very surprised by this question. Could it be that the one who possessed Ling Jiaojiao wasn't the demon venerable? Is Qi Fenghua also dead? Dead. Although Qi Fenghua is known as the #1 person below the demon venerable and the most powerful demon king, there are 5 demon kings. How can he not die when there are 5 demon kings? But I didn't see his corpse. With the Yu family's habits, if they really killed Qi Fenghua, they would definitely show it to the public. It's said that he was blown to pieces. It's said? Can it be true? I don't know if Qi Fenghua is dead or not. But Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming are still alive. The Yu family has already offered a huge reward. Let's not do such a wicked thing. The Qi family has been good to us. Even if we can't help, we shouldn't bite the hand that feeds us. Shu, lower your voice. The walls have ears. What I said is the truth. You guys probably don't know, but Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, this pair of genius siblings, have given the Yu family a lot of headaches. It was rumored that the 6 demon kings were injured in the battle with Qi Fenghua and would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Thus, many experts were sent to pursue the siblings. However, most of the people who were sent out were killed without any news. If the Yu family can't get rid of them completely, I'm afraid that they'll be in trouble in the future. Just as this person finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot out of nowhere. It was nailed between the man's eyebrows. Although the person who spoke wasn't dead yet, he could feel his life force rapidly depleting. Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, these 2 idiots, and it's not even worth mentioning, actually dare to say that my Yu family is going to be unlucky. Since you don't know how to keep your mouth shut, then this lady will teach you how to keep your mouth shut. As he spoke, a woman floated down from the 2nd floor. She was about 16 or 17 years old. His age was similar to Qi Yaoguang's, but his cultivation was far weaker than Qi Yaoguang's. He was only at the late 7th Divine Core realm. Qi Yaoguang was an 8th Divine Core warrior. This woman's cultivation wasn't that great, but her temper wasn't small. Just because someone said that Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang would become a threat to the Yu family, she wanted to kill them. She was really vicious. I was just telling the truth, and you actually killed me. These were the man's last words. After saying that, his eyebrows suddenly exploded, and he fell to the ground. Soon after, he stopped breathing. Looking at this scene, Ling Xiao didn't want to poke his nose into other people's business. Instead, he looked at Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Green Lotus. He said helplessly, "Looks like we're right, the Qi family has been eliminated by the Yu family." The power struggle between the heavenly demon Qi family is really brutal, it's really amazing. Not just the heavenly demon Qi family, the same goes for the 3,000 saint cities. When a saint city is destroyed, the people in that city will be implicated. Sword Maiden Green Lotus sighed and said, "This is the world of warriors, it's much crueler than the world of mortals." Just as she finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot over. But this time, it didn't hit anyone. It was gently flicked by the innocent girl, and the cold light fell to the ground. It was actually a silver needle. Their voices were very soft, but it was still heard by the people of the Yu family. "Didn't you hear what I said? How dare you mention the Qi family?" The girl said coldly, "Don't think that you can behave atrociously just because you're strong. This is now the territory of my Yu family. Miss, aren't you a bit too vicious? I just mentioned the Qi family, and you want to kill people?" Ling Xiao frowned. "So what if I kill you? Anyone who dares to mention the Qi family must die. The Qi family should be despised forever. Covered by the dust of history." The girl sneered. Okay, we know, we won't mention it." Because he had just arrived and had to act in secret, Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke trouble. Don't mention it just because you said so? Since you've already spoken, don't think about leaving safely. I now suspect that you are the remnants of the Qi family. Men, capture these 3 people. Following the girl's order, another 4 men jumped down from the 2nd floor. These 4 men were all peak 7th Divine Core warriors. They looked like the girl's bodyguards. It seemed like this girl's background wasn't simple. Forgive people whenever you can, don't cause trouble for yourself. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but the girl didn't want to let him go. With his violent temper, there was no way he could let this matter end peacefully. Swoosh, a sword energy shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip. It easily cut off a strand of the girl's hair. The 4 bodyguards were shocked, and they quickly protected the girl. How dare you attack me? The girl was furious. So what? You have 3 breaths of time to get the hell out of here, or else I'll kill you. Ling Xiao said coldly. You're courting death. The girl's expression was gloomy. She raised both of her hands and shot out dozens of silver needles. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, then he instantly transformed into his divine frost dragon beast soul form. An icy cold energy was unleashed from his body. In just an instant, the dozens of silver needles were frozen, then they all fell to the ground. They turned into ice chips. Freezing dragon breath. After that, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and spat out. An extremely cold energy burst out from his mouth. The 4 bodyguards were shocked, and they quickly jumped out. They blocked the terrifying cold energy for the girl. However, all 4 of them were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Although they quickly broke free from the cold energy. However, everyone's expression was very ugly. Young lady, step back, this guy is strange, I think he's a beast god warrior. Beast god warriors were extremely rare, and whenever they appeared, they would immediately attract the attention of other warriors. Of course, Ling Xiao was the same. You're quite knowledgeable, I can't believe you can recognize a beast god warrior. Ling Xiao glanced at the restaurant owner who was watching from the 2nd floor, and he sneered in his mind. It looked like he had no choice but to make a big fuss today. He had planned to destroy the Yu family anyway, and vent his anger for his sister, Ling Jiaojiao. You really dared to attack me. The girl's face was filled with disbelief. Now that the Yu family was in power, who dared to not give them face in Blood Pool City? However, this kid in front of her did not know what was good for him and actually attacked her. He even injured her bodyguard. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. His face suddenly turned cold, and he took a step forward. An even colder aura spread in the air. The wine on many people's tables froze because of this. The diners were afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved away. However, they did not go far. They all watched this scene with interest. The Yu family was in power, but they were too much of a bully. It was time for someone to stand up and teach the Yu family a lesson. So what if I attacked you? Is the Yu family that great? Is it so great that you can kill me? But I can't even fight back? Ling Xiao showed a mocking expression. These arrogant people seemed to think that they could bully others at will because they were in power in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. And others did not even have the right to attack. Just how ignorant was he? As the saying went, even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a human. However, the girl did not seem to understand his words. She suddenly smiled disdainfully, and the original panic in her eyes disappeared. Ling Xiao knew that the owner of this restaurant must have given her courage. The owner was an expert, and Ling Xiao knew this very well. The girl was even more clear. Therefore, the girl did it again? She stood up and said, "You should be an outsider. You really don't understand how scary the Yu family is. Do you believe that I will cut you into 8 pieces today, and then wrap you into buns? I really don't believe it." Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully, and took another step forward. An even colder aura blew, as if winter had arrived. I don't know if the Yu family is great or not. But I know that you are a piece of trash. In front of me, you don't even have the right to speak. You actually attacked me. As Ling Xiao spoke, his palms gathered even more powerful cold air. Then, he suddenly blasted it out. He did not use any martial techniques, and only used the strength of his body and the power of the Frost Divine Dragon to attack. But it was still very powerful. In the air, it was as if a divine dragon was roaring. The 4 bodyguards were scared out of their wits. He hurriedly defended with all his might. If the previous frost dragon breath only froze the target. If that was the case, then this palm strike could really kill. In the bone-chilling wind, the diners secretly gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up. She was truly a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of the tiger. She even dared to touch someone from the Yu family. He didn't care about the consequences at all. Scram! Facing the 4 bodyguards, Ling Xiao angrily roared, and an even more ferocious aura entered his palms. 4 consecutive palm prints blasted out. The 4 bodyguards couldn't stop him at all. His body was sent flying, and he froze in midair. When he fell to the ground, he was already seriously injured. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Looking at this young man, he didn't look very old. He was probably around 18 years old. How could it be so terrifying that it could instantly force back 4 perfect 7th Divine Core warriors? He was definitely a genius, but he didn't know where he came from. Judging from their methods, they shouldn't be from the heavenly demon ghost horde. A beast god warrior was indeed frightening. In fact, in Ling Zhao's opinion, those 4 bodyguards were too weak. They were all at the perfect 7th Divine Core realm, but their combat strength was far weaker than Lu Qingmeng's. He really didn't know how they cultivated. It was said that although a demonic cultivator could cultivate very quickly, their foundation wasn't stable, and they couldn't defeat ordinary warriors at the same cultivation level. They couldn't even compare with the geniuses outside. Today, Ling Xiao finally believed it. Chasing after cultivation speed wasn't a good idea. The young girl was so scared that her face turned pale. However, when she remembered that the owner of the restaurant was still there, she let out a sigh of relief. But, Ling Zhao's strength still surprised her. Although his cultivation level didn't seem high, his combat strength had shocked her. Trash, didn't you want to chop me into pieces and wrap me up? I'm standing right in front of you, why don't you do it? Ling Zhao's voice was extremely cold. He never liked to stir up trouble. But, he would never swallow his anger. Someone was trying to kill him, how could he not even dare to fart? That wasn't his style. Towards this kind of arrogant and condescending woman, he had no choice but to accept it. It was useless to say anything. The weaker you were, the more she would take advantage of you. The only thing he could do was to fight violence with violence, a strong counterattack. Stop. I'm afraid you still don't know who I am. The young girl swallowed her saliva, took 2 steps back, and said loudly. If she had known earlier, she would have asked her family to send a few more bodyguards to protect her. No, the number of people wasn't a problem, the key was that the bodyguards were too weak. But she had done this before, and no one dared to do anything to her. Who would have thought that she would meet such a rash person like Ling Xiao today? Oh? Then, may I ask who you are? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, don't tell me you're the daughter of the Demon Emperor Wu. If the Demon Emperor had such a trash daughter like you, he would be angered to death. It's fine if you're just trash, but the key point is that trash likes to bully and kill people. I really don't know how your brain works. You really don't know how to write the word death. What a joke, who dares to kill me? As long as you're in this Fengdu Devil Kingdom, my father can make your head fall to the ground with just a word. The young girl was choked by Ling Zhao's words, but she still stubbornly showed off her family background. Is that so? Then I really want to give it a try, let's see if your father really has this ability. Ling Xiao was originally a daring person. He had done this kind of thing before, and it wasn't the first time or two. Want to scare him? Not a chance. You dare, if you take another step forward, this young miss will make your head separate from your body. The young girl was really frightened. Why did she meet such a stubborn guy? She couldn't scare him, he was simply a madman. This kind of bullshit, you've said it more than once. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first, this is very fair, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his smile made the young girl's hair stand on end. As he spoke, his hands turned into dragon claws. The cold light reflected in the young girl's eyes, it was as if she saw the arrival of the god of death. Save me! The young girl was finally scared, she exclaimed. Stop! Following the young girl's voice. A person fell from the 2nd floor. It was the owner of this restaurant. His body was fat, like a moving ball. Seeing the owner of this restaurant, the diners felt some contempt in their hearts. But no one dared to say a word. Because the owner of this restaurant was very strong. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. That young man is going to be unlucky. Everyone couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. Sure enough, it was really unwise to go against the Yu family now. Although they sympathized with Ling Xiao. But the Yu family was the Yu family. That young girl's identity was special, so the owner of the restaurant couldn't not do anything. If this young girl died, the owner of the restaurant would be in trouble. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the fat ball. This fat ball had been watching from the second floor. Ling Xiao had known about this for a long time. Therefore, there was nothing strange about it. What's wrong? Didn't I pay for my meal? Or are you going to give me a few more side dishes? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, the restaurant owner was a little surprised. He was an early 8th Divine Core warrior. This young man was only at the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Even a beast god warrior was just a piece of trash in front of him. Why wasn't he afraid of him? Both Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame were hiding their auras, that was why he couldn't see through them. Therefore, he didn't notice. After a brief moment of surprise, the restaurant owner said with a cold voice, "Break your own arms and get the hell out of here." The restaurant owner's tone was really domineering. It was exactly the same as the young girl. He wasn't trying to stop the fight, he was trying to get back at the young girl. Breaking his arms is too easy for him, we should kill him. The young girl shouted. As if she had found a helper and a backbone, the young girl's fear instantly turned into hatred. Break your own arms, fatty, is there something wrong with your head? You want to break your own arms just because I ate some food? Do you believe that I won't burn down your restaurant? Ling Xiao sneered. And? The restaurant owner furrowed his brows. What an arrogant young man, how dare he act so arrogantly in front of him? All the customers were surprised as well. This young man was really something. He dared to speak like this in front of the restaurant owner, he was a madman. I just wanted you to break your own arms and get the hell out of here. I didn't expect you to be so courting death, looks like I'll have to kill you. The restaurant owner's expression didn't look good. In front of his master, a dog like him had to do his best. Kill me? Then I'm afraid you'll have to wait. I'll have to kill her first. Ling Xiao pointed at the young girl and said. With me here, you can't kill her. The restaurant owner was very confident. Is that so? That's not necessarily true. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. In front of everyone. Right in front of the fatty, he pierced the girl's throat with his finger. The young girl crashed to the ground, her eyes still filled with shock and disbelief. Silence, the restaurant became deathly silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the girl who had fallen down. The dark red spot on the girl's throat was too obvious. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually make a move? Moreover, it was done in the presence of the fat restaurant owner. He wasn't just attacking the young girl, it was a slap to the restaurant owner's face. He had slapped the Yu family in the face. How shocking, the girl's aura had become extremely weak. Although his Niden had yet to shatter. However, the cold aura had already invaded her inner core and started to resplendent her inner core. At this moment, she was filled with terror and shock. She was the eldest daughter of the Yu family. She was the daughter of the current head of the Yu family. The patriarch of the Yu family was a demon king. Today, someone actually dared to kill her. Furthermore, she could feel her soul gradually weakening. Bastard! The restaurant owner finally made his move. Then, he blasted a palm at Ling Xiao from behind. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. The restaurant owner's palm landed on the young girl's body. The young girl's body shattered into pieces. Her death was hastened. So you want to kill her as well? You should have told me earlier, then I wouldn't have had to do it. Ling Xiao's mocking voice sounded out once again. The restaurant owner's fat body kept trembling. He was obviously extremely angry. Men, chop this young man into pieces and feed him to the dogs. The restaurant owner obviously felt that he wouldn't be able to catch Ling Xiao by himself. But, almost all the waiters in his restaurant were strong warriors. None of them were lower than the 6th Divine Core realm. As he gave the order, Li Yundong's expression changed. More than 10 people jumped out in a flurry. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make his move, he suddenly returned to his seat. Young man, are you scared? Seeing this, the restaurant owner was puzzled. Right at this moment, a sword beam pierced through the restaurant's wall and flew toward the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner carefully dodged the attack. But, it was useless. The sword beam was too fast. It was unbelievably fast. In just a split second, the restaurant owner's heart was pierced through, and he was nailed onto the wall. Blood flowed down the wall. The scene was quite shocking. The man is an extreme core realm warrior. Ancestor Scarlet Flame lowered his voice and said. He doesn't seem to be an enemy. I think he has a grudge against the Yu family. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus analyzed. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He also felt that these two men were right. This man's sword attack was obviously meant to kill the restaurant owner. While they were talking, the sword beam suddenly exploded. The rest of the restaurant's waiters were all killed. None of them were left alive. The diners were all shocked by the scene. This sword energy was too frightening. Ling Xiao didn't think he would be able to block it. The attack of an extreme core realm warrior was really frightening. It's Qi Niming. Someone recognized the man who attacked with the sword. The man was holding a long sword, and he looked very weak. He also had many wounds on his body. Isn't Qi Niming Qi Yaoguang's brother? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he had no friendship with Qi Niming. Because the enemy was the Yu family, allies were necessary. If he could help Qi Niming, it would be a good thing for him. Just as he was thinking, Qi Niming's expression changed, and he jumped into the distance. He was obviously flustered. After a while, 3 figures chased after him. Each of the 3 figures was a powerhouse of the extreme realm of core. Although they were not as strong as Qi Niming individually. But if the 3 of them joined forces, they could take Qi Niming's life. And Qi Niming was obviously too tired. In order to distract the pursuers, he had fought countless times and was about to run out of energy. This person is worth saving. Ling Xiao's intuition told him that Qi Niming was definitely a friend that he could make. Young master, do you want to chase after him? Sword Maiden Azure Lotus asked. Let's go and take a look first. After ensuring the safety of the 2 of you, we can save him. If the danger is too great, then forget it. Ling Xiao didn't want to put Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame in danger because of saving Qi Niming. Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern, young master. But don't worry, although the 3 people chasing after Qi Niming are powerful. But they are definitely not a match for the 2 of us. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was in a good mood. The main thing was that Ling Xiao could still consider his safety at this time. This made him very touched. In fact, if Ling Xiao ordered him to chase, he would also go. But his mood was naturally different. You guys go first, I'll be there soon. Ling Xiao knew that it was meaningless for him to catch up. After all, his current strength was not enough to intervene in the battle of extreme core realm warriors. It was really great to be able to meet Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for leaving me such a precious treasure. Ling Xiao watched as Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame flew away. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Go out." The diners didn't dare to refuse and walked out of the restaurant. The entire restaurant was burned to ashes in a sea of fire. As for the girl and the restaurant owner, there was no evidence. Seeing the situation here, many people in Blood Pool City revealed excited and hateful expressions. That kind of trash should have been killed long ago. How satisfying. Although they hated the restaurant owner, they didn't have the strength to go against him. Now, someone did it. They were naturally happy. After destroying the restaurant, Ling Xiao chased after Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. In order to not attract attention, he chose the Shadow Warrior form. Not only was it safe to chase in the dark, but it could also help at critical moments. The Tai Chi I could already see the scene a mile away. After all, Qi Niming was already tired. Although his injuries weren't too serious, he was facing the siege of 3 extreme core realm experts. He still felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were still some distance away. However, as long as there were no other accidents, it wouldn't be a problem to catch up. What is this place? Suddenly, Qi Yaoguang woke up in the Dongxing Emperor ring. She felt her brother's aura. That was why she woke up early. Oh, you're awake? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "This is the space of my Dongxing Emperor's ring. Lass, you are lucky. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. It's really you." Qi Yaoguang couldn't believe her ears. Before she fainted, she thought that what she saw was just an illusion. She didn't expect it to be true. Ling Xiao actually came to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost territory and saved her. This was simply like a dream. She could feel that Ling Xiao's strength was stronger than when he was in the Great River Underground City. They had only been separated for a few days, and he had changed so much. She didn't dare to recognize him. Oh right, my brother. Qi Yaoguang suddenly felt her brother's aura again. It was very weak. Don't worry, Sister Green Lotus and Brother Scarlet Flame will save him. What you need to do now is to recuperate in peace. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Thank you. Qi Yaoguang really didn't know what to say. She was really lucky. She made the right choice back then. If he had offended Ling Xiao back then, it would have been difficult for him to escape this time. What are you thanking me for? I still need your help. Ling Xiao didn't elaborate. After all, it wasn't the right time to talk. On the other side, it was clear that the experts of the Yu family had also felt the auras of Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. The battle stopped for a moment. They vigilantly looked in the direction where Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Green Lotus were flying from. Qi Niming didn't escape either. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to escape. He might as well make the best use of his time to recover. Who is it? How can he be so powerful? One of the martial artists frowned. I'm not sure, but you can ask first. Right now, our Yu family is unifying the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Don't make too many enemies. Another person said. What's there to be afraid of? No matter who it is, just kill them. When has our Yu family ever been afraid of others? The third person was obviously a bit rash. Qi Niming also looked into the distance. His brows furrowed. He didn't know who it was. However, he really couldn't think of anyone who would help him at this time. His Qi family's forces were almost uprooted by the Yu family overnight. If someone really came to save him at this time, even if Qi Niming had to work like a horse, he would repay the favor. Of course, he had to take revenge for the Qi family first. The three men in front of him were extremely terrifying. They were all elders of the Yu family. 3 early 9th level Divine Core warriors. Although he was a mid-9th level Divine Core warrior, he had been fighting crazily for 4 days and 4 nights. He hadn't rested for even a minute. He was too tired. He was no match for these 3 men. Of course, he hadn't wasted these 4 days and 4 nights. Quite a few extreme core warriors from the Yu family were killed by him. It could be considered as him venting out a part of his resentment. However, the Yu family was too powerful. Plus, the Yang family and the other 3 sects worked together. The men he killed were just a drop in the bucket. It was meaningless. The only way to make the Yu family decline was to destroy the 2 demon kings of the Yu family. Then, he would kill Ling Jiaojiao, who had recently risen to power. However, no matter how much of a genius Qi Niming was, his strength was still limited. Facing such a powerful opponent, he was exhausted. Today might be his doomsday. The sword in his hand had been completely dyed red. The bloody killing intent kept roaring out. No one knew how many men he had killed. Kid, no one can save you today, don't even think about it. One of the 3 men sneered disdainfully, although you're strong, you're still weak. You've been hit by my demonic blood palm, your meridians are damaged. Your inner core is damaged. In this world, no one can help you. Even the Devil Emperor himself can't heal your damaged meridians. Your life is over. There's no use running away. Qi Niming's eyes were filled with coldness and helplessness. So what if he was a genius? He was still too young. It was impossible for the Qi family to make a comeback. But he wasn't willing to die like this. If he died like this, even if he went to hell, he wouldn't be able to answer to his dead family. I hope my sister has escaped from the Heavenly Devil Ghost region. If that's the case, I can feel a bit more at ease. Qi Niming let out a bitter laugh. He was still unwilling to give up after fighting for so long. But the reality was very cruel. Even a genius like him couldn't think of any way to reverse the situation. The demonic blood palm was too terrifying. It was a very insidious martial art, although one wouldn't die immediately after being hit by the demonic blood palm, if one couldn't force out the poison within a day. then it would never be possible. He had witnessed with his own eyes the scene of a peerless genius being turned into trash by the demonic blood palm and finally committing suicide with hatred. He didn't expect that today, he would have to walk the same old path. It was really sad and lamentable. Stop. Who dares to disturb the Yu family's business? One of the 3 elders of the Yu family shouted with an ashen face. This person was the most reckless one. As he spoke, a terrifying aura was released. He tried to intimidate the 2 people flying over. Because Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman didn't release their true aura. They didn't know how terrifying the 2 people flying over were. So terrifying. Ling Xiao was still far away, and the green-faced elder's aura had been weakened by Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. But when it came head-on, Ling Xiao still felt an irresistible terror. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The gap is too big. The Extreme Core Realm is really terrifying. This is only the early stage of the Extreme Core Realm. If it's the Peak Core Realm, how terrifying would it be? What about the Core-Shattering Realm? What about the Divine Body Realm? It's really unimaginable. Ling Xiao had never felt that he was strong, but when he saw such a terrifying existence, he still smiled bitterly. His efforts were far from enough. Are you all right? Qi Yaguang asked with concern. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. It was indeed a small injury. With the strength of his physical body, he would quickly recover. Big brother Qihua, sister Qinglian, can you deal with it? I still say the same thing. If you are in danger, then don't save me. Ling Xiao sent a soul message to the 2 in front of him. Don't worry, young master. We know our situation. These 3 old fellows are no match for us. But you, be careful. These 3 guys have strong auras. Be careful not to get hurt. Ancestor Qihua reminded. It's fine as long as you guys are fine. I can still hold on. Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention just now, so he got hurt. In fact, it wasn't that easy for an Extreme Core Realm powerhouse to hurt him with aura. Soon, Ancestor Qihua and Qinglian Swordswoman had arrived near them. Then, they stood dozens of meters away. As for Ling Xiao, he took a detour from the side and quietly hid in the darkness. He didn't get close, although the Shadow Dancer could hide all auras. But he had never tried it in front of an Extreme Core Realm powerhouse. If he was discovered, it would be terrible. So, he stayed very far away, a full 1,000 meters away. With the aura of Ancestor Qihua and Qinglian Swordswoman, the other party definitely couldn't detect him. The green-faced old man looked at Ancestor Qihua and Qinglian Swordswoman and said coldly, "You are not from the Heavenly Fiend Ghost Realm. Are you from the Golden Heavens domain? Forget it, no matter who you are, if you leave now, you can still live. Otherwise, he would die here. Our Yu family is not something you can provoke." Although this person was very reckless, the other 2 had a certain influence on him, so he didn't directly attack. Instead, he threatened. Unfortunately, Ancestor Qihua didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at Qinglian Swordswoman and said, "You block them. I'll go save her." Okay. Qinglian Swordswoman nodded. She really didn't care about the 3 people in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause too much of a commotion, he would have killed these 3 people. Now that Ling Jiaojia's situation was unknown, he didn't know if it was caused by the Yu family. They didn't want to kill him, otherwise, it would be awkward if they killed the wrong person. As for the enmity between the Yu and Qi families, it had nothing to do with them. The 2 of them stopped their discussion. Forefather Scarlet Flame suddenly pounced towards Qi Niming. "Brat, don't resist. I'm here to save you." As he spoke, Forefather Scarlet Flame had already arrived in front of Qi Niming. The 3 people from the Yu family were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect these 2 experts to come to help Qi Niming. They were furious and attacked Forefather Scarlet Flame at the same time. Unfortunately, a sword light pierced through the sky. He actually managed to stop all 3 of them. "Your opponent is me." Green Lotus Swordswoman revealed a smile. "I'm sorry, but that brat is somewhat related to us. If you're willing to let him go, we don't have to fight." "In your dreams." The green-faced old man's face froze. He knew how terrifying the Green Lotus Swordswoman was. Therefore, he looked at the two people behind him and said, "There's no need to hesitate. Let's use the talismans that the patriarch gave us." "All right." The three of them responded. Everyone took out a talisman. The three spirits fused into one. They released a thick, pitch-black fog. Green Lotus Swordswoman frowned and hurriedly said, "Scarlet Flame, quickly throw him out. Young master will think of a way to deal with the rest. The talismans of these three guys are very strange. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Let young master take him away." These words were spoken extremely quickly. In fact, before she finished speaking, Forefather Scarlet Flame already knew what she meant. He had already thrown Qi Niming out. He landed right beside Ling Xiao. At this moment, the talisman had already released a terrifying power. A majestic and shocking aura descended from the sky. It was as if the sky had collapsed, causing people to feel extremely shocked. "Oh no, it's the dark explosion, young master, leave quickly, we'll be fine." Forefather Scarlet Flame transmitted his voice. Under this dark explosion, they couldn't protect Ling Xiao at all. They could only let Ling Xiao leave. Ling Xiao threw Qi Niming into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He didn't leave immediately. The dark explosion was too terrifying. He had also heard of it. With Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame, they probably wouldn't be able to resist it. Even if he had to leave, he had to do something. In the form of a shadow warrior, Ling Xiao quickly rushed behind the three people. He suddenly took out the East Victory Sky Sword. The sword pierced into the body of one of them. Originally, this dark explosion required 3 talismans and 3 martial artists to use them at the same time to erupt with all their energy. However, one of them was stabbed by the East Victory Sky Sword. The power of one of the talismans instantly weakened. The dark explosion wasn't completely formed. "That's good. Retreat." Ling Xiao could only do so much. He immediately left with one strike. He used the Golden Light technique and escaped. As for Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, they might be injured under the incomplete dark explosion. But they definitely wouldn't die. He was sure of this. He would only be a burden if he stayed there. "Damn thief, I won't let you off." Even though the elders of the Yu family roared with all their might. But it was of no use. Ling Xiao had long since disappeared without a trace. And he didn't see Ling Xiao's appearance clearly just now. "It's safe here." Somewhere, it was desolate. However, Ling Xiao still set up a concealment array around him. Then, he released Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. I, Qi Niming, will never forget your great kindness." Qi Niming knelt on one knee and was grateful to Ling Xiao. To be honest, he didn't expect anyone to come and save him. He really had to thank Ling Xiao for being able to survive. "Get up. I'm only helping you because of your sister." Ling Xiao looked at Qi Niming. This person knew how to be grateful. He didn't save him in vain. "Thank you." Qi Niming stood up, but he was very confused and shocked. This was because he had personally heard the 2 terrifying powerhouses address Ling Xiao as young master. With such powerful subordinates, Ling Xiao's identity must be extraordinary. But he was too embarrassed to ask. "Ling Xiao, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you this time, we would have died in the hands of the Yu family." Qi Yaoguang also said. "Let's put it this way. I saved you guys for selfish reasons. I hope I can join forces with you to save my sister Ling Jiaojiao from the Yu family." Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He didn't want to say unnecessary nonsense now. Although he knew that ancestor Qi Hua and sword maiden Qinglian wouldn't die, he was still a little worried. In addition, he was worried about Ling Jiaojiao. He wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with others. "You really came for her." Qi Yaoguang sighed and said, "Alas, I knew that people like you wouldn't listen to advice. Don't worry, we have a common enemy." Dong. Qi Niming suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Qi Yaoguang was shocked. "Don't panic. Let me take a look." Ling Xiao grabbed Qi Niming's wrist and checked carefully. He frowned. "This is a bit troublesome. Your brother was hit by a very vicious palm technique. If it was within a day, it would be easy to solve. But now he has been delayed for a few days and is beyond cure. Even the Deluo immortal wouldn't be able to save him. Then what should we do? Xiaoguang was anxious. Brother can't die. He was injured because of me. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he can't take revenge, he can escape. Ling Xiao, just say it. No matter what you want me to do, I will do it. As long as you can save my brother, I can give up everything. Including my body. Ling Xiao was stunned. He looked at Xiaoguang's figure. She was indeed the best in the world. Unfortunately, he only had the Moon Maiden in his heart. There was no room for another woman. Also, it wasn't like he had never seen a woman before. He wouldn't be so thirsty. You don't have to be so worried. I just said that even the gods can't save him. But I didn't say that I can't. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've already checked just now. Your brother's condition is very bad. But it's not a problem for me. Qi Niming's injury couldn't be cured, but it could be sucked out. Don't forget what Ling Xiao did. In the next moment, he released the bloodthirsty plague. The bloodthirsty plague could absorb the true essence and blood of the enemy. But on the other hand, it could also absorb the negative true essence in the martial artist's body and purify it. Just like a sharp sword that could be used to kill people, it could also be used to save people. After a full hour, Ling Xiao withdrew the bloodthirsty plague. Qi Niming's obviously black face had returned to normal. He was just a little weak. Why am I not dead? Qi Niming opened his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him in shock. With me here, you won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but your body is still very weak right now. You need to find a safe place to heal. Let's not talk too much. Enter my Dongxing Emperor ring. It's safe and you won't be disturbed. Qi Niming couldn't believe his ears. Are you saying that the evil energy of the demonic blood palm has been expelled from my body? Qi Niming hurriedly used his true essence to check. A few minutes later, he was overjoyed. That's great, that's great. Brother Ling, I, Qi Niming, will never forget your kindness. In this life, I'll do anything for you. Qi Niming knelt down again. Hurry up and get up. There's no need to work like an ox or a horse. I've already told you why I'm here. I'll have to trouble you to help me think of a way to save my sister. Ling Xiao sighed. Qi Niming was helped up by Xiaoguang. After thinking for a bit, he said, the Yu family is very powerful. Even with your two subordinates, they probably won't be able to save your younger sister. So, you have to at least reach the Demon King level. Isn't that nonsense? If I had Demon King level strength, I would have gone to save her long ago. Why would I need to worry here? Ling Xiao was instantly speechless. Brother Ling, don't worry. I'm saying this because I do have a way. Qi Niming smiled and said, there's something called the demonic Sirius flower in the sky demon cocoon. It's a very strange treasure. After eating it, you can increase your strength to the Demon King level for half an hour. And there are no side effects. It's just that it's very rare. Rumor has it that it's a treasure left behind by the Demon Emperor so that martial artists in the Sky Demon Cocoon can have a chance to comprehend it. They can experience the feeling of divine body echelon cultivation. It'll be even easier to break through in the future. There's actually such a good treasure. Tell me, how do we get it? Ling Xiao knew that since Qi Niming said so, he definitely had a way. The demonic Sirius flower is born in different places. Normally, one flower will appear every year, and it's produced in the 9 great demon nations. This year, it's our Fengdu Devil Nation's turn. In the extreme north of the Fengdu Devil Nation, there's a forest called the Fengdu Devil Forest. The environment there is complicated, and it's very dangerous. It can be said to be the scariest place in the entire Fengdu Devil Nation. The weather is also very bad. Normally, those who haven't reached the heavenly core realm wouldn't dare to go to that place. This time, the demonic Sirius flower will be born there. Calculating the time, there's only about 10 days left. This is also the reason why the Yu family is attacking our Qi family. Because the Yu family wants to get this demonic Sirius flower and give it to your sister. This way, your sister can reach the shattered core realm as soon as possible, and then break through to the divine body echelon. Qi Niming explained. Alright, then I'll go and fight for this demonic Sirius flower. You can stay in the Dongxing Emperor ring and show me the way. In order to save Ling Jiaojiao safely, Ling Xiao had to make ample preparations. Otherwise, if he was careless, it'd be very easy for him to get into trouble. Don't be in such a hurry. There are some things that I have to explain to you, or else it'll be useless. Qi Niming lightly shook his head and said, the demonic Sirius flower was left behind by the demon emperor for the demonic cultivators in the heavenly demon ghost region. Other than demonic cultivators, no one can fight for it. There should be a special barrier around that place. Unless you're a demonic cultivator, no one can enter. Also, normally, no matter which devil nation the demonic Sirius flower appears in, only the warriors from that nation have the right to fight for it. With you and Qi Yaoguang, this won't be a problem. Ling Xiao said, the problem is, the Yu family will definitely send some strong warriors there, right? Don't worry about that. Even if they do send some strong warriors, they can only stay in the outer area. Because of the fight for the demonic Sirius flower, only warriors under the age of 50 have the right to come within 10 miles of that place. Among all the warriors under the age of 50, I've never heard of anyone who has reached the divine body echelon. The strongest ones are your sister Ling Jiaojiao and me. When Qi Niming said this, he felt a little proud. Ling Jiaojiao's body was taken over by someone else, but he had cultivated to his current level. It's quite difficult. Ling Xiao knew very well that there were no divine body echelon warriors under the age of 50. As for the warriors at the extreme core realm, they were Qi Niming and Ling Jiaojiao. But there should be a lot of heavenly core warriors. Qi Yaoguang was one of them. When he fought against a heavenly core warrior, he had to risk his life every single time. It was quite difficult. Qi Niming laughed and said, don't worry, not everyone is as heaven-defying as me and my sister. My sister is a top genius in the Fengdu Devil Nation. I can guarantee that among all the geniuses under the age of 50 in the Fengdu Devil Nation, there are no more than 5 who have reached the heavenly core realm. And that includes my sister. I'm guessing that when you go to the Fengdu Devil Forest, most of the people you'll face will be Earth Core warriors. There will also be a small number of Mortal Core warriors. Qi Niming reassured Ling Xiao. Alright, I can give it a try. Ling Xiao laughed. Of course, even so, the Fengdu Devil Forest is still the scariest place in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. There are at least a few 100,000 geniuses fighting for the demonic Dutchman's flower. I have to tell you about the difficulties. I don't want to waste time. Qi Niming poured cold water on Ling Xiao again. But this time, Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. So what if there were a few 100,000 geniuses? He was only worried about powerful warriors. Since there wouldn't be more than 5 heavenly core warriors, and one of them was Qi Yaoguang. Then what was there to be afraid of? As for the dangerous environment, it wasn't a problem for him. What kind of dangerous environment hadn't he seen before? This Fengdu Devil Forest was nothing. Alright, Qi Niming, you go and rest first. I definitely have to go to the Fengdu Devil Forest. Getting the demonic Dutchman's flower is too important for me. Even if it's just half an hour of Devil King strength. It will be of great help. This was definitely an opportunity. If Ling Xiao missed it, he might not have the same opportunity in the future. Besides, there were only 10 days left before the demonic Dutchman's flower bloomed. It wouldn't delay him from returning to the 3,000 Saint cities to participate in the ranking tournament. This trip wouldn't be in vain. It would increase the hope of saving Ling Jiaojiao. Of course he had to go. No more nonsense, let's go. Although Ling Xiao really wanted Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman to go with him. But the actual age of those two was over 50 years old. They wouldn't be able to get close to the demonic Dutchman's flower. More importantly, time was of the essence. It would take a few days to reach the Fengdu Devil Forest from here. Along the way, he didn't know if he would run into the Yu family's pursuers. Everything was troublesome. As for the safety of Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman, he wasn't worried. If something happened to those two, he wouldn't be of any help even if he stayed. He might as well get the demonic epiphyllum as soon as possible. Perhaps it would be of some help. Yao Guang, you should also enter the Dongxing Emperor ring. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the Yu family sees us. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any time on the road. He didn't want to run into the experts of the Yu family either. Without Ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman by his side, once he encountered those powerhouses, only death would await him. Don't even think about turning over. Alright, I got it. Qi Yaoguang was very obedient and smart. After understanding Ling Zhao's good intentions, he naturally chose to enter the Dongxing Emperor ring to hide. Then, according to Qi Niming's guidance, Ling Xiao headed towards the direction of Fengdu Devil Forest. Along the way, they encountered the Yu family's cultivators several times, but they were all safe. Nothing unexpected happened. Until 3 days later, near the Fengdu Devil Forest, Ling Xiao was in trouble. There were more and more Yu family cultivators here. There were also cultivators from the Yan family and the other 3 sections. There were even some warriors from other families and forces. Stop. 4 men blocked Ling Zhao's path. 2 men and 2 women. They weren't old, only in their 20s. 3 of them were peak 6th Divine Core warriors. Only one of them was a female cultivator, and she was a late 7th Divine Core warrior. What gave Xianxia a headache was that this female cultivator seemed to possess some kind of eye skill. Her strange eyes were glowing with a faint red light. These men weren't strong, but the problem was that there were many Yu family cultivators around them. If Xianxia didn't want to be discovered, he would have to kill all 4 of them in an instant. But, the female cultivator with the eye skill wasn't easy to deal with. It would be difficult to kill her with a single strike. Get a few more men, surround this guy. Not only was the female cultivator with the eye skill the strongest, she was also very smart. It seemed like she had sensed Ling Zhao's strength. Therefore, she called another group of men over. The number of men increased from 4 to 40. The weakest among them was an early 6th Divine Core warrior. Guys, we don't have any grudges against each other, why are you surrounding me? While Ling Xiao was talking, he secretly unleashed his martial soul barrier. It was a good item that could isolate auras. It could also prevent these men from escaping. Although he didn't know why these men were stopping him, but he was sure that they didn't have good intentions. It was necessary to be prepared in advance. Don't have any grudges against each other? Do you really think you can hide from my eyes? The female cultivator with the eye skill sneered, I can sense Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming's auras from you. Tell me, where are they? What a powerful eye skill, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He had never encountered a situation like this before, and it was a bit tricky. Maybe I have, but I don't know any Qi Niming or Qi Yaoguang. I'm just a warrior here to participate in the competition for the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum. Ling Xiao said calmly. They could sense the auras of the 2 men from his body. But, they couldn't see the 2 men. This meant that there was a limit to the eye skill. Or, they were too weak and couldn't unleash the true power of the eye skill. No matter what, he should be able to get away with it. Sister Ting, why waste your breath on him? This kind of person doesn't know how powerful he is until we teach him a lesson. Capture him first and torture him. Then, we won't be afraid that he won't talk. The other girl was quite pretty, but her personality was really vicious. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed that he couldn't get away with it. Forget it. Since someone wanted to die, then he would start a massacre. Once he attacked, none of the 40 people could be left alive. Otherwise, if the fish that escaped the net informed the experts of the Yu family, he would be finished. Ling Xiao, let me out. I'll kill them. Qi Yaoguang shouted in the Dongxing Emperor ring. You'd better shut your mouth. If you come out, your aura will leak, and it will alarm more experts. I'm different. Before confirming that I know you, these fools won't easily contact experts. Ling Xiao said mentally, don't worry. These rookies can't hurt me. But Qi Yaoguang was still worried. There were 40 of them, how could Ling Xiao stop them all by himself? No buts, just watch. If Ling Xiao didn't want to let someone out of the Dongxing Emperor ring, that person wouldn't be able to come out. Unless he was strong enough to destroy the Dongxing Emperor ring. Obviously, Qi Yaoguang couldn't do that. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled. Actually, I didn't want to kill you. But since you're blocking my way, I'm sorry. Today, all of you will die here. Hearing this, the warriors of the Yu family were startled. Then, they let out an exaggerated laugh. Are you kidding me? You? A 6th-ranked Divine Core warrior, you want to kill all 40 of us? Are you sure you're not acting tough? A young girl was laughing so hard, as if she was sick. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Be careful everyone, there is something strange about this guy. Among the 40 warriors, only the female warrior with the eye skill could sense something special about Ling Xiao. The true yuan in Ling Xiao's body was incredibly powerful. There was a feeling of disbelief. Out of caution, the female warrior reminded her companions. Sister Ting, you're overestimating him. He's just a piece of trash, don't worry about him. I can kill him by myself. A young man walked out from the crowd. He wasn't old, but his combat strength wasn't weak. He was a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. His cultivation was the same as Ling Xiao's current cultivation. Kill. The young man didn't care about being stopped, he simply charged forward. No one could stop him even if they wanted to. Looking at the young man charging towards him, a disdainful expression emerged in Ling Xiao's eyes. Even without transforming, he could easily kill any warrior at the same cultivation level as him. Qing is one of the most talented among us. He once challenged an early 7th Divine Core warrior with his peak 6th Divine Core cultivation level. Although he didn't win, but it ended in a draw. That guy is finished. Qing, don't kill him, we still need to ask him about Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang. Apart from the female warrior with the eye skill who had an ugly expression on her face, the others didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. They just crossed their arms and stood there, waiting to see what would happen. It was like they were waiting for a cat to catch a mouse. Qing, don't underestimate him. The female warrior with the eye skill shouted. Fine, fine. Qing replied somewhat impatiently. Suddenly, black true essence gushed out of his fists. Yu family's evil devil fist. Originally, Qing only wanted to capture Ling Xiao with an ordinary attack. But after hearing what the female warrior with the eye skill said, he decided to use it. The Yu family's evil devil fist was a martial skill that every warrior in the Yu family was qualified to cultivate. But, the requirement was that the warrior had to reach the 6th Divine Core realm. The power of this attack was at least at the level of a 6th grade Emperor martial skill. In Qing's mind, this was bullying. This was because it was impossible for an ordinary rogue cultivator to possess a martial skill of this level. Boom, in the next moment, the devil's fist landed on Ling Xiao's body. Everyone laughed. Qing, you idiot, don't beat him to death. If he's dead, then he's dead. I reckon that this brat has only seen the 2 of them. It's impossible for him to know them. He's so weak, how could those 2 become friends with him? Ha 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 ha. Before the laughter stopped, the smoke had already dispersed. Everyone saw a very frightening scene. Ling Xiao, who they thought would be killed, was unharmed. On the contrary, Qing's fist was bleeding. How could this be? At this moment, everyone's expressions became unsightly. Encountering such a thing was really like encountering a ghost. He didn't expect this at all. Ling Xiao's strength had definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. It was as if an insignificant puppy had suddenly turned into a terrifying tiger. Bastard, I don't believe I can't kill you. Qing was embarrassed, so he was naturally unhappy. With a loud roar, he circulated all of his Jin Yuan. He fiercely blasted towards Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao fought back. With a light kick, he flew up. Qing was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the martial spirit barrier and bounced down. He was no longer breathing. Humph, this kind of trash dares to stop me. I've already said that if you let me go, you'll live. But you've made the stupidest judgment. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Damn it, everyone, don't panic. Although his strength is beyond our expectations, we have a lot of people. As long as we don't make Qing's mistake, we'll be fine. The female warrior with the eye technique said loudly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. Would having more people be of any use to him? After the beast soul transformation, his aura became extremely terrifying. The violent aura was like a ferocious beast that had run out of the Fengdu demon forest. It made everyone's soul suffer a great impact. The feeling was too terrifying. Is this guy a demonic beast? Although the warriors of the Yu family were powerful, these young warriors were about the same as the warriors of the 3,000 sacred cities. They were just greenhouse flowers without much combat experience. It was fine if things went smoothly, but once they encountered trouble, they panicked. Each of them trembled as if they had seen a ghost. He's not a demonic beast. He should be a beast warrior. No one had seen a beast god warrior before. They only knew that there were beast warriors. Of course, Xianxia didn't care what they were thinking. He took out a sword. It wasn't the Eastern Victory Sky Sword or the Eastern Victory Demon Sword. It was Dituatian's Scarlet Gold Sword. This Scarlet Gold Sword was a celestial grade Heavenly King artifact. Obviously, it was more suitable for him now. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword and the Eastern Victory Demon Sword were too precious. It would easily arouse the greed of others. Unless he encountered a warrior stronger than him, there was no need to use them. The Scarlet Gold Sword was in his hand. Golden light shone. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Is a 6th level Emperor class martial skill very powerful? Then I'll let you experience the terror of a 7th level Emperor class martial skill. The Scarlet Gold Sword unleashed its sword energy. A strange light shone on the sword. Behind Ling Zhao's back, the innate fiend god sword emerged. Behind him, 9 snake heads emerged. 9-headed hell snakes snake poison realm. In the next moment, black poison filled the air. The entire martial soul barrier was filled up. Only now did the Yu family's warriors think of running away. When warriors fought against each other, what they feared the most was poison. Once they inhaled it, even if they could control the poison, it would still cause their overall strength to drop. It was very troublesome. But right now, there was no way for them to run away. The martial soul barrier was extremely tough. As long as they couldn't go beyond the barrier, they would have to kill Ling Xiao. This guy is really strange. Sister Ting, what should we do now? Stop hiding your strength, unleash your martial souls and use all your strength. If not, we'll all die here today. The female warrior with the eye technique was the most frightened. Her eyes had captured Ling Zhao's aura. Right now, he had broken through to the peak 7th Divine Core realm. Although his cultivation base hadn't changed, his combat strength had skyrocketed. An opponent like this was too frightening. She had no choice but to unleash her martial soul as well. It was a huge black monster. It had a human form with a pair of wings on its back. Its face looked like a black smoke that was constantly moving. Within the black smoke, there was a pair of scarlet red eyes. Its entire body was as black as ink, and no one could see its face clearly. But, this martial soul gave people a terrifying feeling. The others unleashed their martial souls as well. Most of them were Yu family's ancestral martial souls, black creatures. Although they all had different appearances. But, they all had the same feeling. They were all creatures formed from black energy. They were very similar to heavenly devils, but they weren't. Innate fiend god seal's slaughterhouse. Ling Xiao didn't move. He just thrust his scarlet gold sword forward. In the next moment, a golden light bloomed. Ah! Screams rang out instantly. 6 or 7 martial artists had already died tragically in the dense sword chi. They were too weak to block the sword chi at all. Damn it, we must stop him. The female martial artist pounced on Ling Xiao. However, when she arrived at Ling Zhao's position, she found that he was already gone. Ah! Then, a few screams came from behind her. In the slaughterhouse, Ling Xiao was like a ghost. He began to harvest lives. Those martial artists who could block the golden sword chi couldn't block his sword to cut their throats. Don't attack, release your strongest defensive martial skills. This guy is too fast, too terrifying. The female martial artist could see Ling Zhao's after images, but she still couldn't capture Ling Zhao's exact position. At this moment, she was close to despair. This kind of person really shouldn't be provoked. Who knew that this Ling Xiao would be so powerful? If she had known, she would have informed the experts in the family. She had no other choice. Because no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't be a match for this young man in front of her. The other party's speed, attack, and moves were all stronger than hers. While she was marveling, the Yu family's martial artists died one after another. Some of them died under the golden sword Qi. Some died under Ling Xiao's scarlet gold sword. They felt like turtles in a jar, waiting to be caught and killed. Just when they thought that this young man was their prey, the roles suddenly reversed. It was already too late. Facing an expert of this level, what they could do was really limited. Perhaps they could only wait for death to descend. The golden sword Qi finally disappeared. Only 10 of the 40 people were left, the corpses were still warm, and the blood was still liquid. It hadn't solidified. The rest of the people were all cowering beside the female martial artist with the eye technique. They were no longer as arrogant as before. As expected of the Yu family, you're quite capable. I originally thought that this sword would wipe out all of you. But 10 of you survived. This won't do, myriad snake of the Hell Hydra. Ling Xiao had already decided to kill these people, so he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Myriad snakes was released. The venomous snake swarmed over. Of the remaining 10 martial artists, 3 were bitten to death in an instant. The remaining 7 people were still resisting with all their might. But there were too many snakes. In the blink of an eye, another 4 people were bitten to death. There were only 3 people left. They were also the 3 most powerful people. The female warrior's martial soul enveloped herself and the other 2. He blocked the snake dowager's attack. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew that it would be pointless to continue attacking like this. So, he simply put the snake dowager away. He looked at the remaining 3 people with disdain and lightly shook off the blood on his golden red sword. It was as simple as killing a few rabbits. The 3 survivors were terrified to the extreme. He had thought that it would be his contribution. Dying had turned into death. You were the one who said you were going to torture me, right? Ling Xiao looked at the young girl. She was very beautiful. She was also very good at dressing up. No matter where she went, she would be considered a top beauty. However, there was no pity in Ling Xiao's eyes. An enemy was an enemy. No matter how beautiful a woman was, as long as she was an enemy, she could kill you. So, he absolutely could not be soft-hearted. You. Are you crazy? We are members of the Yu family. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The young girl said in a trembling voice. That's right. You killed so many of our Yu family's people. Our Yu family's experts will not let you go. Another youth also shouted. Unfortunately, they seemed to have forgotten that they were still trapped by Ling Xiao's martial soul barrier. If they died here, they would have died in vain. Their families wouldn't know who did it either. You are indeed very strong, but it won't be that easy to kill me. Ali, Lu Hao, hide behind me. The female warrior with eye technique stood out and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You killed so many of our people. Today, we won't be kind. Hee, not only will I kill them, but I will also kill you. To be honest, you are all courting death. From the beginning, I had no intention of using force against you. Ling Xiao smiled. In his eyes, there was only disdain and contempt. He didn't put the female warrior in his eyes at all. She was just a late 7th Divine Core warrior. Although she was stronger than ordinary warriors at the same cultivation level, she was still nothing. Is that so? Don't forget the specialty of us, a devil cultivator. When you die, remember my name, Yu Ting. After saying that, she suddenly crushed a talisman. A layer of black armor appeared on her body. This armor did not look ordinary at all. It caused Yu Ting's combat strength to skyrocket, almost reaching Di Ying's level. In order to increase their overall strength, a devil cultivator would do anything. Talismans were one of them. After using the talisman, Yu Ting became even more confident. The air was filled with an evil and cold aura. Behind her, a huge phantom of a heavenly devil stood there, staring at Ling Xiao with its blood-red eyes. As for Ali and Lu Hao, they had already run far away. At the same time, both of them circulated their true yuan and defended with all their strength. Ling Xiao was too frightening, so they had to run as far away from him as possible. Ali, don't you have a talisman as well? Quick, think of a way, see if you have any talismans that can help us escape from here. Lu Hao lowered his voice and said. He didn't know if Yu Ting could defeat Ling Xiao. He didn't care. There was only one thought in his mind right now, and that was to escape from this damned place as soon as possible and find reinforcements. Yes. I have 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. But I don't know if it can send out a message. This martial soul barrier is a little strange. Ali said. Don't think too much about it, let's give it a try first. We'll just have to try everything we can. Lu Hao urged. Ali nodded her head. Just as she was about to reach for the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, unexpectedly, a poisonous snake suddenly shot out from the ground. It bit onto Ali's throat. The deadly poison instantly spread throughout her body. She couldn't move anymore. Ling Xiao was a cautious man, there was no way he would leave someone alive to transmit his message. He didn't want to take even the slightest risk. Therefore, the Snake King of the myriad snakes had been hiding underground. He was always ready to ambush his enemies. Ali was a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior, but she was still a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. But she was instantly bitten to death by a poisonous snake. She didn't even have the chance to fight back. The deadly poison had seeped into her body, and even her inner core was being corroded. Fear and helplessness could be seen in her eyes. She suddenly grabbed onto Lu Hao. Save me, save me. Get lost. Lu Hao kicked Ali away, then he crazily ran away. Right now, there was only fear in this man's mind. He just wanted to run for his life. Not to mention Ali, he would even abandon his own father. Right at this moment, the female warrior was distracted. Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lu Hao. The crimson gold sword in his hand pierced into Lu Hao's body and lifted him up into the air. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, Sister Ting, save me, I've served you before, you can't just leave me to die. While struggling, Lu Hao screamed out in fear. Stop it. The female warrior shouted out with a stern voice, then she leapt towards Ling Xiao. However, how could her speed compare with Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao let out a disdainful laugh, then he unleashed a bright sword beam from the crimson gold sword. The sword beam didn't just tear Lu Hao's body apart. It also tore apart Lu Hao's inner core. Since you're courting death, then die with determination, don't beg for mercy when you're about to die. That's too shameful. Ling Xiao let out a disdainful laugh, then he moved his body and dodged the female warrior's attack. In less than 3 minutes, only one of the 40 men was left alive. These weren't just 40 random cats and dogs. They were all Divine Core warriors, they were so useless when facing Ling Xiao. Who are you? The female warrior stood there, staring at Ling Xiao with hatred in her eyes. Putting the others aside, that Lu Hao was one of her gigolos. She liked this gigolo very much. However, not long after that, he was killed by Ling Xiao. How could she let go of this resentment so easily? Who am I? That's a problem. I'll tell you before you die. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. After using the talisman, the female warrior's combat strength had reached Di Ying's level. But for Ling Xiao, it was still nothing. Don't forget, during the Great River Bandits mission, Ling Xiao had killed Di Ying. At most, Yu Ting could only last a little longer than the other warriors. Ling Xiao, you've become really strong. Qi Yaoguang was stunned. She originally thought that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to win against so many people. But in the blink of an eye, it became a one-on-one battle. This time, she was really not worried at all. Because she had seen Ling Xiao kill Yun Feng, the leader of the Great River Bandits. Although he had used a mysterious secret technique. However, his strength was indeed not weak. The key point was that Ling Xiao's current strength was much stronger than before. You must die. Yu Ting's expression became extremely ferocious. Within the black armor, a blood-red light actually appeared. His aura became even stronger. Ling Xiao frowns, this should be the devil transformation that devil cultivators are best at, right? That's right, this is demonization. Because it is difficult for Shoma practitioners to deal with warriors of the same level, they will try every means possible to increase their fighting strength. Talismans are one kind of talismans, but because they are too precious, ordinary Shoma cultivators simply can't afford to use them. However, demonization could be used by anyone. Basically, after demonization, a martial artist's combat power will increase by about 10 times. Qi Yaoguang explained. Demonic cultivators are really a special kind of martial arts practitioners. Ling Xiao smiled. He could feel that Yu Ting's combat power had once again increased. She was even 10 times stronger than Di Ying, almost reaching the level of Lu Qingmong, who had obtained the power of the blood pool. However, she still hadn't reached the heavenly core realm. Therefore, he still had nothing to be afraid of. The violent black wind and red light bloomed within the martial soul barrier. Yu Ting stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Today, no matter what, you must die. Or else, I can't answer to my family." "Go ahead." Ling Xiao smiled, then he made an inviting gesture towards Yu Ting. "This man is the most terrifying genius I've ever seen." Qi Niming exclaimed. "Brother, is your talent inferior to his as well?" Qi Yaoguang asked. "Far inferior," Qi Niming said with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid in the entire 4 regions, there is no one with talent comparable to this guy. I've seen Yu Fenghua from the Eternal Emperor region, Yang Shui from the Golden Sky region, and Bei Mingba from the Savage Beast region. I thought these 3 were the strongest geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But looking at it now, the gap between them and this guy is still huge. Once this Ling Xiao grows up, I'm afraid the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds will be shaken. Even the secret of the eternal desert will be revealed." Qi Niming had never praised someone like this before. Until he met Ling Xiao. "Die, you family's devil fist, burial." It was the same devil fist. When Yu Ting executed it, it was much stronger than Ah Cheng's. Strange black smoke filled the air. The fists that had transformed into demons emerged from the void and smashed towards Ling Xiao. This was one of the stronger moves in the Yu family's devil fist. It was a peak 6th level Emperor realm martial skill. Its power was much stronger than the death offering. In the void, it looked like a giant devil's fist. A fishy wind blew. It was very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao glanced at it contemptuously. Now, he didn't care about 6th level Emperor realm martial skills anymore. He stabbed out with the red gold sword. He didn't even bother to use martial skills. Golden light flickered, and the fist shattered with a sound. It shook Yu Ting back 4 or 5 steps. "Damn it, Yu family's devil fist, burial at sea." This move was even stronger. When it was swung out, it was like the surging sea. The huge waves condensed into a fist. It smashed towards Ling Xiao. It had the power of a 7th level Emperor realm martial skill. In the end, Yu Ting was still testing him. Because she wasn't sure that she could kill Ling Xiao. In order to confirm Ling Xiao's strength, she continued to increase the power of her martial skill. Unfortunately, this attack was still shattered with 1 strike. Ling Xiao didn't even use his vital essence. It was as easy as taking a stroll. "I don't believe that you can block this move." Yu family's devil fist, burial at heaven. Burial at heaven was stronger than burial at sea. When it blasted out, the entire sky turned pitch black. The aura of a 7th level Emperor realm martial skill bloomed. Ling Xiao finally became a little more serious. Innate God-fiend seal, all beasts become one. On the red gold sword, golden light flickered, and inscriptions appeared. It was like 10,000 beasts galloping. Finally, they merged into one. Berserk power gushed out. It turned into a terrifying sword chi. Crack, burial at heaven was also directly torn apart. The remaining sword chi even hit Yu Ting's body, sending her flying backward. It heavily hit the martial spirit barrier. She spat out blood and dodged in panic. At this moment, Yu Ting was extremely shocked. She was already so strong. Ling Xiao could still suppress her. Why was this? I don't understand. With your strength, it's impossible for you to be unknown in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Who are you? Yu Ting's face became very ugly. She had used the talisman and even demonized. But she was still no match for Ling Xiao. She simply didn't know what to do. Why are you asking this again? It's too boring. I've already told you. Before you die, I will definitely tell you my identity. Ling Xiao laughed. Hateful, Do you really think that I can't do anything to you, Heavenly Demon Remnant Scroll, Immortal Demon Body? End of chapter 4102. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.